Chapter 1. The Multiverse Live Streaming Platform. Congratulations, you have been dismissed, stated a middle-aged woman with clarity and finality. Wang Tian pointed at himself in confusion. Why? Because you were late. I had my reasons for being late. You can't just fire me without hearing my explanation. Fine, you have 3 seconds to explain, the old woman replied. Just as Wang Tian was about to speak, she interrupted. Time's up. You didn't explain, so we'll consider it a forfeiture. You can pack your things and leave. Oh, by the way, your belongings have already been collected. You can go now. Wang Tian's expression turned a shade of green as he slammed his hand on the table. You're ruthless. So you're firing me, huh? Well, don't blame me for being merciless. They'll just release that delightful video of you and Manager Chun from 3 days ago in the office. Just wait and see. With that, he stood up to leave. Wait. The old woman, taken aback, shouted. Wang Tian turned around. Is there a problem, Vice Manager Wang? He emphasized the words old and vice with a mocking tone. I've decided to give you another chance. Make good use of it. Explain, she said, her expression resembling someone in distress. Wang Tian promptly sat down. It's quite simple, really. I found money on the way this morning and returned it. That's all. So simple. You took an hour to return the money? Your lying skills are as poor as your sales techniques. The old woman raised an eyebrow. Wang Tian shrugged nonchalantly. I didn't return it until they stopped beating me for an hour. The old woman was at a loss for words, finally managing to sputter. Leave. Wang Tian didn't budge, instead asking, where should I go? Should I go tweet about it, or post on WeChat Moments? He raised an eyebrow in amusement. The old woman slammed the table. Get to work. And what about this month's salary? Added, how much? Leave. All right, I'm going. This old woman is unbearable. Must be going through menopause, Wang Tian muttered as he sauntered out. Wang Tian was an employee at the Shaoxiang Martial Arts Institute. He was not an instructor, but merely a low-level staff member, working temporarily in sales to draw in customers, earning commission in the process. The Shaoxiang Martial Arts Institute was one of the premier martial arts establishments in Huaxia, with numerous branches across the entire Nanhua province. The branch where Wang Tian worked was located in Yongqing City. The owner was a middle-aged lecher with a receding hairline, and the financial management and personnel decisions were handled by the same old woman, Vice Manager Wang. There were 3 martial arts instructors, one teaching Taekwondo, another karate, and the last judo. They had previously employed someone to teach traditional Chinese martial arts, but that instructor was let go due to a lack of students. After leaving the office, Wang Tian grabbed a stack of flyers from the reception and hopped on his old, trusty bicycle, heading to work. Though he called it work, it was merely a leisurely ride to find a quiet spot to go online. It wasn't that Wang Tian lacked diligence today, he simply had no desire to exert himself. After working hard to attract numerous customers, what was the result? Various deductions from his salary left him with little to take home. Over time, he had settled into a routine of merely passing the time. The era internet cough, a rather outdated name, with prices that matched its antiquity, charging 2 yuan an hour. This price was quite reasonable, especially for members who paid only 1.5. Wang Tian generously purchased a membership and prepaid 200, as the CAF had a promotional deal of getting an extra 100 for every 100 spent, which meant he would have to survive on instant noodles for a week. However, for Wang Tian, ensuring he didn't starve was paramount, and sometimes spiritual nourishment was more significant than material sustenance, so he deemed it worth it. Finding an empty corner, he powered on a computer, entered his login credentials, and logged in.at. That moment, a pop-up appeared on the screen, but Wang Tian clicked the upper right corner without even glancing at it. He was all too familiar with this internet kafthof. It was cheap, it was riddled with annoying ads, so he paid them no heed. The next second, the screen turned black. What the heck is going on? Wang Tian exclaimed as he stared blankly. A line of text appeared on the screen. Registration successful, please enter your name. After searching for a close button for quite some time, and finding none, he reluctantly began to fill it out, cursing the internet calf's greed while hastily entering Wang Nima. Gender, this couldn't be haphazard, it had to be unequivocally male. Age, Wang Tian pressed the number 9 repeatedly without concern, not realizing he had pressed it until the system wouldn't accept anymore. He was oblivious to the fact that the unit was in yuan. Assets, Wang Tian continued to press 9, scanning for cultivation level. Scanning? Ridiculous. This broken machine's camera must be broken. Who are you scanning? Using the monitor to scan? Wang Tian scoffed. The next moment, the screen lit up. Congratulations. You have successfully registered as a member of the Multiverse live streaming platform. Due to reaching the system's funding cap, You will have a daily spending limit to maintain system balance. Once this limit is reached, it will be replenished the following day. If you do not spend the full amount, it will not be replenished the next day. Congratulations, Wang Nima. You may now begin watching live streams. Please select your interests and hobbies to categorize your streaming preferences. Ding. Due to your true cultivation level being that of a weak mortal, your access to live streaming channels is restricted. Please enhance your abilities to unlock higher level live rooms. Now, please select a category. Wang Tian was utterly bewildered. He had thought that once he finished registering, he could just leave, but now there were so many complications. Nevertheless, his interest was piqued, and he began to select options. The categories included martial arts, literature, film and television, technology, and miscellaneous arts, among others. Wang Tian had no interest in movies or books and cared little for juggling acts, so he decisively chose the martial arts category. The next moment, a row of rooms appeared before him, clearly labeled Dead or Alive Dimension. Lei Feng is live streaming basic combat training. Heavenly Dragon 8 Parts Dimension. Xiao Feng discusses chivalry. Butterfly Sword Dimension. Meng Xingqian talks about assassination techniques. However, Wang Tian's gaze remained fixed on the first row, Dead or Alive. For someone like Wang Tian, who had spent over 20 years living a typical life, this was all too familiar. It was a quintessential otaku game, filled with beautiful, alluring women, definitely a paradise for any otaku. Lei Feng was even more familiar to him. She was the Tai Chi girl, exuding a gentle and charming demeanor. Wang Tian's favorite. Without hesitation, Wang Tian selected the Dead or Alive dimension and clicked to enter. In the next moment, the screen transformed, revealing a martial arts hall where a stunning woman in a red qipao, Lei Feng, appeared on camera. Her beauty, poise, and hairstyle were nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 2. The Shattered Treasure Chest. Wang Tian could not help but exclaim, "This is utterly ridiculous. Is 3D technology this astonishing? It looks exactly like a real person, devoid of any semblance of artifice." At that moment, a dazzling line of red subtitles flashed across the screen. The world's wealthiest individual, Wang Nima, has entered the live stream. Let us all extend a warm welcome. Upon witnessing this, Wang Tian's face turned pale, and he felt a wave of regret wash over him. Had he known he would receive such treatment, why on earth had he named himself Wang Nima? He might as well have called himself Nima Wang. How ironic it was. As everyone spoke of fierce market competition, particularly in the increasingly challenging live streaming industry. Yet, this platform truly invested effort. Here was a mere pauper like him, being bestowed the title of the world's richest man. It inflated his vanity to an absurd degree. Were he to switch places with someone of even modest wealth, they would undoubtedly rush to spend. Alas, he had no money. You can praise the heavens and the earth, but I still have no money. Wang Nima chuckled. In the next moment, a barrage of comments flooded the screen. The world's wealthiest individual? Is that for real? Is he really that rich? No way. I've saved 1 million world coins, and that barely puts me in the middle class. This guy is the richest in the world. How much wealth must he possess? Rich Tycoon, come forth. Let us be friends. Wang Nima, you're my benefactor. Spare me some pocket change. Wang Nima erupted into laughter. Although he had never been fond of live streaming, he vowed that he was beginning to enjoy this interdimensional broadcast. How amusing. This platform truly knows how to entertain. Even employing so many shills, likely computer bots, since everyone seems to chant the same refrain. Though it may be insincere, it certainly satisfies my vanity. By the way, didn't the system mention I would have money to spend each day? I might as well flaunt a little as the world's richest man. Having thought this, Wang Nima glanced at his balance, which was a staggering 100 million world coins. He smacked his lips and declared, "All right, let's start with a generous donation of 100 million world coins. I assume that equates to 1 million renminbi?" He had initially thought that fool who saved 1 million must be quite wealthy, yet it turned out he was merely a petty thief pilfering lollipops from a convenience store. With a mindset of spending what wasn't his, Wang Nima decided to reward the stream. However, he reconsidered. It would be a pity not to tease such a beautiful virtual girl before showering her with gifts. Thus, he hurriedly typed, "Hey girl, give me a smile, and I'll reward you." Lei Feng paused for a moment, then revealed a wry smile. In all her time streaming, she had never encountered someone so straightforward. As soon as she smiled, the chat exploded. Wang Nima, she smiled. Where's the reward? The world's richest man. With those massive thighs, if I were you, I'd be embarrassed not to toss out 1,000 or 1,800. You're a poor wretch upstairs. If I were Wang Nima, I'd have to give at least 10,000. Seeing this, Wang Nima chuckled mischievously and replied, "You lot of paupers." Ignoring the insults hurled his way, he promptly clicked to donate, entering 100 million and sending it all. After all, the money wasn't his. He could afford to spend it lavishly today, considering that he would receive more tomorrow. Why not indulge? It was merely a game. As he sent out 100 million, the entire screen fell silent. Moments later, it erupted into a frenzy of comments, all praising him and begging for attention. Some criticized Wang Tian for being pretentious, but their voices were quickly drowned out. At this point, Lei Fong regained her composure and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Wang Nima, for your generous donation. I am truly flattered." Wang Tian laughed heartily and typed, "No need for formality. Say, Lei Fong, how about a performance?" "What kind of performance would you like to see, sir?" Lei Fong asked innocently. Wang Tian longed to request a pole dance, but with so many eyes upon them, he thought it best to keep that private. Therefore, he suggested, "I've heard that you excel in Tai Chi. How about demonstrating a segment?" With a smile, Lei Fong replied, "It would be my honor to perform for you, sir." Taking a deep breath, she assumed her stance. Wang Tian, though unable to fully comprehend her movements, noted one thing. Her chest must be quite substantial. Each motion was captivating, suggesting impressive elasticity. While his attention drifted to less pertinent details, he nonetheless recognized that Lei Fong's Tai Chi differed greatly from what he had seen in games. Most significantly, it bore little resemblance to the Tai Chi practiced in the real world, which was slow and gentle, often resembling an elderly person's exercise. In contrast, Lei Fong's movements, though deliberate, exuded a sense of power. Each jolt seemed to resonate, causing the very air to tremble with a sharp crack, astonishing to behold. Before he knew it, Wang Tian became entranced, though he had never practiced. His time working in a martial arts studio had made him well acquainted with the notion that this form of combat was far from trivial. It was a true martial arts approach to Tai Chi. The profundity of her technique surpassed that of the 3 instructors at the studio, who taught mere karate, taekwondo, and judo. The disparity was astronomical. Soon, Lei Fong completed her performance and bowed to the audience, declaring, "I hope you enjoyed my humble display." The comments erupted once again, all centered around her. It was inevitable. A beautiful female streamer with a gentle demeanor and remarkable skills could not help but attract attention. At that moment, someone shouted, "Do it again. One more performance, and the treasure chest will break." Wang Tian chuckled mockingly. "One more performance, and the treasure chest will break? What nonsense." Yet, in the next instant, someone indeed donated another 10,000. Suddenly, a golden treasure chest appeared on the screen, bouncing excitedly, cracks forming along its surface until it shattered with a resounding pop. The audience erupted in cheers. Wang Tian suddenly remembered that such activities existed in the live stream. As donations soared, treasure chests shattered, and everyone celebrated, each receiving a share of the spoils. Though most of the prizes were trivial, free gifts were always welcome. Wang Tian glanced at the required donation amount for opening a treasure chest. A mere 150 million. In other words, donating that sum would grant him access to a treasure chest and its rewards. Chapter 3. The Might of Taiji. The following day, Wang Tianming possessed 2 million universal coins, enough to shatter an egg in one fell swoop. As he observed the robots reveling in jubilation, he joined in the merriment with a cheer, then hastily checked what treasures he had acquired. Upon the golden egg shattering, a golden star materialized before him. With a click of his mouse, the star opened, and with a resounding pop, a book emerged. Taiji Quan, Thunder Fong. Wang Tian chuckled at this revelation, dismissing it with a wave. After all, it was merely a virtual item. Even if it were the 9 scriptures or the Hongmeng Heart Sutra, it would still be just a digital trinket, lacking any genuine utility. He clicked it absent-mindedly, and a prompt appeared asking whether he wished to use it. Having spent 1 million, did he really care about such a bauble? He clicked use. At that moment, his phone buzzed. "Fatty, what's going on?" Wang Tian inquired as he picked up the call. Sun Fatty, Chen Fan, like Wang Tian, were both salesmen, hapless souls tasked with attracting customers. The two alternated online, while the other kept watch near headquarters, ready to relay any news. "Tian Wang, hurry back. Someone from headquarters has arrived. It seems that the higher-ups have learned about the issues between Chun Baldi and Old Wang. They've sent someone to take over the branch. All employees are summoned back for a meeting," Sun Fatty urged. Upon hearing this, Wang Tian quickly shut down his live stream, logged off, and pedaled furiously back home. Although Yongxing City was merely a city, it was hardly inferior to a major metropolis. As the largest martial arts school in Nanhu Province, The Shaoxiang Martial Arts School was backed by the Shaoxiang Group, boasting considerable financial resources. Naturally, they chose the prime location for their establishment. From the 20th to the 23rd floor of the Tianfu building, had been entirely acquired. The interior was designed in a retro style, divided into Korean and Japanese aesthetics, while the 23rd floor featured traditional Chinese decor. Yet, as they ceased teaching national martial arts, the space was intended for the other two departments. Unfortunately, due to a lack of students, the 23rd floor remained vacant, transforming into a casual gathering spot. The conference room was also located on the 23rd floor. When Wang Tian arrived, the meeting had already commenced. He slipped through the back door, blending into the crowd, maintaining silence as though he had arrived early. Through the throng, Wang Tian caught sight of the general manager's seat. The bald figure was absent, replaced by a remarkably competent woman. Her skin was exceptionally fair, her phoenix eyes sparkling with vitality. Sitting upright, she spoke with authority and poise, exuding a commanding presence. Far from resembling a girl of Wang Tian's age, or even younger. "Fatty, who is she?" Wang Tian whispered to Sun Fatty. "Rumor has it she hails from the group company. She wields significant influence. Tread carefully, refrain from speaking, or you may find yourself dismissed," Sun Fatty warned. "You too. How many times must I remind you? During meetings, silence is mandatory. You two are terminated." Just then, the woman's gaze landed squarely on Sun Fatty and Wang Tian. Wang Tian quickly interjected, "I object." "Object? Your employee badges indicate you are merely temporary workers. There exists no employment contract between us, so as long as I desire, you must vacate." The woman raised her swan-like neck, declaring haughtily. Sun Fatty pulled at Wang Tian. "Tian Wang, let it go. Don't challenge her. You can't win against the powerful." However, Wang Tian was never one to acquiesce. He scoffed, "You think I must leave just because you wish it? It seems you're merely attempting to assert your authority, eager to make a show of force as the new manager." The woman, with a look of disdain, retorted, "Do not mistake my disdain for you. A mere lowly salesperson like you is unworthy of my attention. Security, escort them out." "Miss, there is no need. Allow me to handle this." At that moment, the judo instructor, Chuan Yezi, who had remained seated, spoke in a thick accent, rising swiftly and advancing with remarkable speed. Wang Tian instinctively retreated, losing his balance. Chuan Yezi smirked, sliding his right foot into the front of Wang Tian's right foot, then sinking his body, pivoting to slide his left foot into Wang Tian's left foot. During this, he supported Wang Tian's left armpit, his body pressing against him, and with a powerful thrust, he aimed to throw Wang Tian upwards, a classic shoulder throw in judo. Everyone understood that evicting a mere junior employee did not necessitate the instructor's personal intervention. His actions were clearly a display to impress the young lady, an attempt to elevate his own status at Wang Tian's expense. No one believed a lowly salesperson could withstand even a single move from Chuan Yezi. They were bracing themselves for a spectacular performance. The other two instructors, however, wore expressions of regret, wishing they had seized the opportunity to showcase their own talents. The young lady sat there, sipping tea, appearing utterly relaxed, seemingly pleased with the unfolding drama. She relished this sensation. As someone in a position of power, it was essential to establish her authority, and this was a prime opportunity to do so. Yet, the next moment, her expression shifted dramatically. What should have been Wang Tian's defeat did not unfold as anticipated. Just as Chuan Yezi prepared to lift him, Wang Tian suddenly soared into the air, locking his hands around Chuan's neck. Utilizing his momentum, he executed a graceful roll mid-air, landing on his feet. Drawing strength from the ground, he propelled himself upward, shoulder-checking, and striking with precision. With a resounding thud, Chuan Yezi was sent crashing onto the conference table, the impact rendering him unconscious. This spectacle left everyone gaping in disbelief. Their jaws agape as they stared at Wang Tian, as though he were a mythical creature. Even Wang Tian himself was taken aback, fully aware of his own limitations. He was an ordinary person with merely a slightly better physique. Yet, the fluidity and naturalness of his movements had been astonishing, accompanied by an explosive force that was utterly terrifying. However, as a sales representative, Wang Tian was adept at maintaining his composure. After incapacitating Chuan Yezi, he disdainfully remarked, "You think you can lay hands on me, you pathetic fool?" "Pa." With that, Wang Tian beckoned to Sun Fatty, "Let us leave. If they do not appreciate our presence, we shall find a place that does." Having anticipated a discerning encounter, he was disheartened to realize that he had encountered yet another worthless establishment. The future of this martial arts school seemed uncertain. With that, Wang Tian turned and departed, for he had little to claim within the company and felt no need to prepare. Chapter 4. The Might of Tai Chi. After a moment of hesitation, Sun Fatty was about to follow suit. However, someone was displeased. The young lady's face turned frosty. She had intended to set an example, but was instead met with a blatant rebuke, akin to a slap in the face. Yet, she maintained her composure and declared aloud, "Sun Fatty, you may stay." Upon hearing this, Sun Fatty was taken aback, pointing at himself in disbelief. "Me? But what about him? He must leave." The young lady replied, "You can either stay or leave together with him." With a smile, she continued, "You must be Wang Tian, right? No need for doubt. My eyesight is quite sharp, and I can clearly see your ID badge. Youthful and brimming with vigor. It's a pity you are misplacing your talents. Allow me to impart a lesson today on what reality entails. Reality is that your closest friend will abandon you, while you are left to depart alone." Wang Tian chuckled at this, gazing at the young lady with amusement. "I don't even know your name. Don't bother telling me, for I want to remember. If you believe you can keep this fatty here, I should thank you, but I'm leaving." With that, Wang Tian turned to exit. After some contemplation, Sun Fatty decided to follow him. The young lady promptly interjected, "In this world, there is nothing that money cannot resolve. Sun Fatty, if you stay, I will upgrade your status to a formal employee. You will undergo training this year, and next year you can work at the headquarters. I guarantee it, there will be no mistakes. However, you must relinquish your so-called friendship." Upon finishing, the young lady held her head high, as if envisioning herself as a victorious queen. It seemed Sun Fatty was turning back, and Wang Tian glanced over, a calm smile on his face, prepared to leave. Just then, Sun Fatty stood before the young lady and spat. "Pah." He nearly splattered her with saliva, then disdainfully remarked, "Your job is worthless. Let me tell you, even if you lay bare on a bed, you want to keep me here. Wang Tian, wait a moment, let us go together." With that, Sun Fatty strode towards the exit. "Rascal!" exclaimed the karate instructor, Ho Ruyan, suddenly rising. Sun Fatty jumped in fright, only to see Lu Zhihao, the karate coach, slamming his hand on the table and rushing forward, delivering a swift kick. Sun Fatty, large and slow to react, could not evade in time. Just then, a figure dashed forward, catching Lu Zhihao's ankle with one hand, pulling him forward and stepping over his body, suddenly exerting force. Boom! Lu Zhihao had yet to comprehend the situation when he was sent flying. He had leaped from the conference table, and now he was propelled back at an even greater speed. With a loud crash, he landed on the table, rolling to the floor, clutching his chest, unable to rise. Meanwhile, another instructor, Li Yi, who was about to intervene, promptly sat back down, recognizing the gravity of the situation. An outsider may find it amusing, but an insider understands the nuances. Li Yi was no fool. Wang Tian's ability to overpower Chuan Yizilong was a coincidence, but the same move against Lu Zhihao was telling. Among the three, Chuan Yizilong was slightly stronger, while Li Yi was the weakest. Facing Wang Tian would only result in needless punishment. At that moment, however, Li Yi sensed a sharp glimmer from behind and realized that if he did not act, he would lose his livelihood. He shouted, "Wang Tian, you are going too far. I shall experience your skills." As he spoke, his right leg came in a swift kick. Yet, Wang Tian appeared to anticipate this move, already extending a hand to intercept. Taekwondo differs from karate. The former emphasizes leg techniques, quick and fierce, employing alternating leg strikes, denying any respite. Unfortunately for Li Yi, after Wang Tian blocked his kick, he forcefully pushed back. The onlookers watched as Li Yi flipped through the air multiple times before crashing onto the ground, motionless. This fall did not knock him unconscious. He merely realized it was better to feign defeat than endure a beating. After dealing with Li Yi, Wang Tian dusted off his hands, remarking, "Neglecting the wisdom of your ancestors for frivolous pursuits leads to naught but uselessness. As for you, well, I cannot recall your name, but I wish you prosperous endeavors. Fatty, let us go?" With that, Wang Tian exited the conference room, a triumphant Sun Fatty in tow. This time, the young lady did not call out to Wang Tian. Her expression was extremely grim. Xiaoya cast a glance at her secretary and demanded, "I need a reasonable explanation. Your so-called master cannot defeat a mere salesman? If a salesman possesses such skills, how could you overlook it? If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, you need not return tomorrow." The secretary, following Xiaoya, was taken aback, nearly in tears. She had conducted a month of research before Xiaoya took over the Xiangxiang Martial Arts Institute's Yongxing branch, uncovering each person's background, who was disloyal, who lacked integrity, Everything was clear. Who would have guessed there was a wolf in sheep's clothing among them? As Xiaoyu departed, the secretary wept, while the three men on the floor slowly rose, exchanging glances and bitter smiles, saying nothing as they left. They had suffered a significant humiliation today and had no face left to speak of it. However, the trio felt an undeniable resentment. Why should a mere salesman defeat them? It was utterly unscientific. Li Yi, relatively more accepting of the situation, muttered, as expected, masters lie among the common folk, before resigning from the HR department. Meanwhile, beneath the Xiangxiang building, Sun Fatty's earlier bravado had vanished, clutching his stomach and lamenting, Wang Tian, you were impressive today, stealing the limelight, but I am in dire straits. Without money, I could easily starve. I don't care. You must feed me for the next few days. Wang Tian shot him a glance, replying, all you think about is food. Come with me. He then withdrew 5,000 yuan from his bank card and handed it to Sun Fatty, saying, make it last. It should suffice for 2 months. It's just sales. There are more martial arts studios under Yongxing. You can try your luck elsewhere. Other studios. Me? And what about you? Sun Fatty asked in astonishment, refusing to take the money. Wang Tian replied, I have some matters to attend to. Once resolved, I will consider the path ahead. Chapter 5. So it is, by the way, Tian Wang, when did you acquire such remarkable skills? During our 4 years in university. I never witnessed your prowess. Sun Fatty exclaimed, recalling the times he had protected Tian Wang from harm. It feels rather peculiar. Like a hawk being shielded by its chicks. How can I not find this amusing? Sun Fatty finally voiced his curiosity. You call me Tian Wang. So if I lacked any skills, how could I possibly have led you in the martial arts academy? Tian Wang replied, dismissing further chatter as he handed money to Sun Fatty. Sun Fatty waved his hand dismissively. Oh, come on. I'm not that inconsiderate. As a brother. Let's not be so formal. I'll find a job first and let you know once I do. He returned the money and turned to leave. His rotund frame hurrying away, clearly unwilling to engage in a monetary tussle with Tian Wang. Tian Wang chuckled softly at Sun Fatty's retreating figure, silently appreciating the bond they shared. Once Sun Fatty was out of sight, Tian Wang pondered over his newfound abilities, perplexed as to why he had suddenly become so formidable. As he mulled over this mystery, he unconsciously found himself at the entrance of the E-Era Internet CAF. Upon seeing the large sign, an epiphany struck him. He rushed inside, swiped his ID, and logged onto a computer. To his surprise, a message flashed across the screen. Detected Wanjia Live membership login. Would you like to enter the Wanjia Live room? Tian Wang tried several machines, each yielding the same result, stealing glances at others. He noted that their internet activities appeared normal, devoid of any mention of Wanjia Live. It dawned on him that he might have stumbled upon a golden opportunity, a superlative one at that. During his registration, the system had informed him that his true strength was that of a mere mortal, necessitating greater prowess to unlock higher-tier live rooms. But what lay beyond the mortal realm? As Tian Wang's imagination ran wild, he reopened the live room, this time with a more diligent approach, meticulously observing every aspect of the interface. He deduced that he was in the mortal lower live room, implying hierarchies above it, perhaps mortal middle or mortal upper. He speculated further, wondering if there were levels beyond, such as celestial or divine. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, only to be disheartened by the realization that his fortune of 1 million had evaporated. He felt a sudden urge to slap himself. How could he be so wasteful? A little reserve would have allowed him to explore other live rooms. Some might argue that one could still watch live streams without money. However, Tian Wang was no ordinary person. As the wealthiest in the mortal realm, his presence in any live room would be announced in bold red letters, impossible to ignore. A wealthy patron like him watching a stream without making a donation? That would be utterly embarrassing. Yet, embarrassment was not his primary concern. He was indifferent to such trivialities. What truly captivated him was the existence of a fan faith value within Wanjia Live. This popularity metric comprised 2 components: the host's faith in him and the faith other fans held. In the realm of Wanjia Live, wealth held immense power, more potent than familial ties. Ordinary fans contributed faith to hosts, while affluent patrons could reverse this dynamic, garnering faith from the hosts. The higher the host's favor, the greater the percentage of faith one could obtain, potentially up to 10%. Moreover, fans could also gain faith from one another. Wealthy patrons, known for their generosity, would attract followers, thus gaining additional faith. Each fan could provide a maximum of 10 faith points, and if faith diminished, one would suffer a corresponding loss. Should one's faith dip into negative territory, they would be blacklisted from the system for 3 days, barred from entering live rooms again. However, the utility of faith remained elusive to Tian Wang, as there were no clarifications on the site. He had only visited Lei Fang's live room once, and she was not an exceptionally renowned host. Her popularity was modest. Despite his extravagant display of 1 million Wanjie coins, it had not made a significant impact. His host faith stood at 1 point, likely contributed by Lei Fang, while his fan faith reached 3,000 points, indicating that his lavish expenditure had indeed made some impression. Tomorrow would unveil the answers he sought. Taking a deep breath, he exited the Wanjie live platform and began searching for information on Tai Chi. Unfortunately, most results yielded soft, overly modified forms of martial arts. Despite his lack of martial knowledge, the Tai Chi, Lei Fang, scroll had bestowed upon him profound insights into the art, subtly influencing his understanding as if he had practiced for decades. Yet, these Tai Chi practices, beneficial for health and fitness, fell short in practical combat, as the offensive techniques had been stripped away. Shaking his head, he continued his search for other resources, but found little of value. Most online martial arts videos were merely displays devoid of practical application. Subsequently, he searched for ways to monetize martial arts and stumbled upon a forum buzzing with discussions among martial enthusiasts, including topics on how to earn from martial arts. With genuine skills, how could one fail to earn? Just dive into acting. Do you really think mastering martial arts guarantees a role in films? Many know martial arts, but only a select few make it to the screen. True, while martial arts gain global recognition and support, the competition is fierce and opportunities are scarce. Indeed, the best path for martial artists is to join a dojo, enjoying both financial rewards and romantic pursuits. Exactly. If you aren't acting or training at a dojo, the only option left is street performances, and beware of the authorities. You fools, if you possess real skills, making money is a breeze. What city lacks underground fight clubs? Win a match, earn 1,000. Consecutive victories double your earnings. The more talented you are, the more you earn. The speaker, known as Blackie, shared this insight. Chapter 6. For Ip Man upstairs, Brother Heisey, upon hearing your words, it seems you have connections. Could you offer some guidance? Immediately, someone inquired. Heisey quickly responded, I can only point you in a direction, but how you proceed is entirely up to you. After all, the current stance of the nation towards underground fighting is ambiguous. If the venue gets raided, I lose my earnings. However, I can honestly tell you that every city has underground fight clubs, some of which are legitimate, while others are exceedingly perilous and can be deadly. If you lack skill, avoid the unregulated ones. Brother Heisey, please offer some insight. I've trained extensively, yet it feels utterly useless. What martial art have you studied? Xingyiquan. Xingyiquan? Not bad. So, have you learned the snake raises its head from the snake form? What is the snake raises its head? The interlocutor was perplexed. Forget it, don't ask. What you've learned isn't authentic Xingyiquan. Lacking even the snake raises its head, it must be mere empty forms. Empty forms may be visually appealing, but when faced with real underground fighting, you won't even know how you met your end. Enough said, I'm done here. With that, Heisey fell silent. The group continued their discussion, predominantly centered around underground fighting. Wang Tian had almost forgotten that both in Huaxia and in other nations, there was a vigorous promotion of martial arts to enhance the overall quality of the populace. This had led to the flourishing of martial arts schools like the Shaoxiang Martial Arts Academy. Likewise, the status of martial artists had risen significantly, the stronger one's abilities, the higher their status, with some grandmasters frequently receiving audiences with national leaders. As for wealth, truly esteemed masters were never short of money, as countless disciples would drive up to their doors bearing gifts. However, alongside the rise of martial arts practice, Huaxia found itself in a rather awkward situation. Martial arts schools proliferated like weeds, with practitioners abundant, and martial arts classes were commonplace in schools. In terms of widespread practice, it seemed no other nation could rival Huaxia. Yet, on the international stage, the presence of Huaxia practitioners was alarmingly sparse. Among the top 10 of the premier international competition, the CNC International League, only one martial monk named Xiuchan made the cut. There was another named Fang Shan in the 23rd position, a Sanda expert. The remaining spots in the top 50 were dominated by foreign competitors. In an instant, the world began to lament the decline of Huaxia Kung Fu, and the Huaxia government found itself powerless to intervene. Perhaps due to overwhelming external pressure, Huaxia's investment in martial arts began to increase significantly. The existence of underground fighting was even tacitly accepted, a lesson learned from some Southeast Asian nations, forging experts through blood and fire. At this point, Wang Tian assessed his own prowess and concluded that he could indeed handle standard underground fighting. Most importantly, he had the backing of the Wang Jia live streaming platform. He was confident in his potential to rise. Unbeknownst to him, night had fallen. Wang Tian, who had no habit of staying out overnight, after disembarking, visited a nearby eatery for a bowl of Lanzhou beef noodles to satisfy his hunger before heading to his rental apartment. However, trouble loomed as he passed through a narrow alley. They come. It's him. Get him, beat him. A group of over 20 individuals blocked the alley, and as Wang Tian turned, another 10 emerged from behind, totaling around 40 armed thugs. Wang Tian urgently called out, "Wait, you must have mistaken me. Wang Tian. Others might make mistakes, but I certainly won. Get him." Lu Zhihao leaped from the crowd, shouting. Upon seeing this, Wang Tian's anger flared. "It was you. You coward. Unable to defeat me in the daylight, you resort to a gang assault at night?" Lu Zhihao sneered. "And what of a gang assault? You humiliated me in front of the young lady. I'll ensure you receive a proper beating. Don't come any closer, or I won't hold back." Wang Tian bellowed. Lu Zhihao spat. "I have 40 men. Do you think you're it, man? You think you can take on 40? As he spoke, the 40 thugs charged forward. Clearly Lu Zhihao had no intention of engaging in further dialogue. In a moment of peril, Wang Tian leaped off his bicycle. Kicking it back in a swift motion, it flew with a loud crash, knocking a couple of men to the ground. The surge of thugs behind stumbled, creating chaos. Meanwhile, the 20-plus men in front had already advanced. Fortunately, the alley was narrow, allowing only 3 to confront Wang Tian directly. Wang Tian, undaunted, shouted with a commanding presence. Wang Tian was never one to cower, otherwise, he wouldn't have argued with Xiaoya in the conference room. Back in college, although Sun Fat protected him, everyone knew it was Sun Fat saving others. Wang Tian earned the moniker king because when his temper flared, even the king of heaven would be ineffective. He fought fiercely and recklessly, striking fear into all who crossed his path. Now, having learned Tai Chi from Lei Fong, Wang Tian understood that while a martial artist's skill was important, one's aura must not wane. If the aura faltered, their martial prowess would dwindle significantly. Wang Tian advanced rather than retreating, his hands a flurry of strikes, swift and agile. In a moment of fluidity, he redirected one man's weapon, striking another in the face, causing him to collapse unconscious. With his other hand forming a fist, he unleashed a powerful blow, reminiscent of a hammer, sending yet another adversary flying. Simultaneously, Wang Tian raised his leg in a swift kick, sending one opponent airborne. Their jaw shattered, crashing to the ground. The fall of 3 men disrupted the advance of the remaining thugs. Seizing the momentum, Wang Tian charged forward, his fists raining down in rapid succession. His movements weaving through the chaos, the sound of impacts echoing as more adversaries crumpled or were sent sprawling. Yet, Wang Tian was but one man. And in the confined space, amidst the flurry of clubs, he sustained several hits. However, while his fists were hard, his body absorbed the blows like cotton, dissipating much of the force, leaving him largely unscathed. Thus, Wang Tian became like a tiger among sheep, weaving left and right, unleashing a barrage of blows that sent the thugs crying out in distress. The more he fought, the more effortless it became. Initially, the Tai Chi he had absorbed felt forced upon him by the system, but in practical application, he grew increasingly adept, grasping many concepts that had once eluded him. At first, Wang Tian endured a few hits, but soon, the thugs could barely land a blow on him. Chapter 7. Tears welling up every strike. Wang Tian's staff, fists, and kicks was redirected by Wang Tian, landing squarely on his assailants, rendering them hesitant and diminishing their combat prowess. Wang Tian, however, grew increasingly formidable with each passing moment. After a quarter of an hour, all 40 men lay prostrate on the ground. Observing this from afar, Lu Zhihao was seized with terror, bereft of any courage to re-engage. He turned and fled. Wang Tian roared, "Where do you think you're going?" With a vigorous stride, he rushed forward, seized his trusty bicycle, and mounted it. It would be foolish to run on foot when a vehicle was available. Thus, Lu Zhihao sprinted ahead, while Wang Tian pursued him on his bicycle. Upon exiting the alley, Lu Zhihao produced his keys, inserted them into a motorcycle, ignited the engine, and attempted to escape. Suddenly, a thunderous shout erupted from behind, and he beheld a dilapidated bicycle hurtling toward him. In a moment of inspired desperation, Lu Zhihao executed a clumsy roll, narrowly evading the oncoming projectile. but was dismounted from his motorcycle. Left with no alternative, he resumed his flight. Wang Tian chuckled, displaying no urgency in his pursuit. Lu Zhihao, relieved that Wang Tian had ceased his chase, bellowed, "Wang Tian, don't get too cocky. Kawano Jiro has already sought assistance from his mentor, who will come to deal with you." While shouting, Lu Zhihao dared not turn his head. The next instant, he heard the roar of an engine and was blinded by piercing headlights. Lu Zhihao felt tears welling up. That scoundrel was pursuing him on his own motorcycle. At this juncture, Wang Tian finally spoke, "So that grandson Kawano is involved in this matter as well. No matter, I'll deal with him later. As for you, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. As long as you keep running, I assure you I won't kill you. But if you stop or slow down, don't blame me for breaking both your legs." Although Lu Zhihao did not comprehend the meaning of both your legs, he instinctively tightened his crotch and ran with renewed vigor. Wang Tian leisurely followed behind on the motorcycle. At that moment, Lu Zhihao genuinely regretted his actions. Why was he out here causing trouble instead of embracing his wife in the comfort of his own home? And if he had to cause trouble, why choose such a desolate location? In this godforsaken suburb, even finding the police to save him was impossible. Just then, Wang Tian rode up alongside him. From an indiscernible moment, one of his shoes had come off. With one hand on the handlebars, he used the other to repeatedly strike Lu Zhihao's head with the slipper, all the while berating him. "See how capable you are, seeking help, seeking help, seeking help. Thwack, thwack, thwack." Wang Tian continued to scold and strike, causing Lu Zhihao's head to swell and tears to well up in his eyes. He was tempted to turn around and kick Wang Tian off the motorcycle, but he knew that, given Wang Tian's skill, the current speed of the motorcycle posed no threat. Instead, it would only create more trouble for himself. So, he could only endure with tears in his eyes. At that moment, a private car passed by. A young woman, leaning out of the window, witnessed the scene and exclaimed, "Brother, brother, look at that fool. He's being beaten to the point of tears." The man driving found the situation amusing. He's about to cry, not just tearing up. The young woman stuck out her tongue and fell silent. The man said, "Sister, you've been in China for half a month now. You must improve your Chinese, or you'll easily offend people by saying the wrong things. I've been trying so hard, but Chinese is too difficult, especially idioms." The young woman lamented, "Brother, should we call the police? He's already tearing up. What's the point of calling the police? This isn't Seoul, let's avoid trouble." With those words, the man stepped on the gas, and the two drove away. Lu Zhihao, witnessing his only hope vanish, could only continue to shed tears. Wang Tian continued his assault. Just then, a police car approached. Wang Tian quickly ceased his actions, put on his shoe, and made his escape. Although Wang Tian had not committed any serious offense, being taken to the police station would undoubtedly lead to various complications. Wang Tian was eager to return home and continue browsing the internet, so he had no time to spend at the police station giving statements. Wang Tian abandoned the motorcycle and fled. By the time the police car arrived, Lu Zhihao was already weeping, sobbing uncontrollably. He had never felt so aggrieved, nor had he ever been so grateful for the presence of the police. Two officers emerged from the car. The driver was a capable woman with short, cropped hair and slightly thick eyebrows, possessing a touch of androgynous beauty. However, her chest seemed on the verge of bursting out of her police uniform. The other officer was a middle-aged man. With a stern expression, he demanded, "What are you doing?" Lu Zhihao finally regained his composure. He was at fault in this situation, and he could not afford to lose face. If the matter escalated and reached the police station, he would be the one to suffer. Such humiliation would likely cost him his job. Therefore, Lu Zhihao immediately replied, "Just taking a stroll at night, is that not allowed?" "Strolling. Taking a stroll." The female officer was amused, but recounted what she had witnessed. "I just saw someone riding a motorcycle and hitting you." Lu Zhihao quickly shook his head. "Officer, you must have mistaken me for someone else. This is my motorcycle. You can check the license plate." The female officer promptly checked the license plate, confirming that it was indeed Lu Zhihao's. Her brow furrowed, wondering if she had truly been mistaken. But that was impossible. She had clearly seen a man chasing and hitting him from afar. The female officer's gaze fell upon the back of Lu Zhihao's head, which was swollen and red from the slipper strikes. "What happened to the back of your head?" Lu Zhihao immediately replied, "Mosquitoes. I was swatting mosquitoes, that's all." The female officer was displeased. "Why are you being like this? I was trying to help you." All right, Xiao Lu, since the person involved isn't pressing charges, let's not interfere. Let's go." The middle-aged officer, seeing Lu Zhihao's lack of cooperation, lost interest in the matter. From the looks of things, it wasn't a serious incident, just a simple case of fighting. Xiaolu reluctantly complied and returned to the car. Lu Zhihao then mounted his motorcycle, tears streaming down his face, and headed home. He secretly vowed to never provoke Wang Tian again. Wang Tian's martial prowess filled him with dread. Chapter 8. The arrival of the Tycoon. Regardless of Officer Xiao Lu's discontent, the middle-aged officer's attempts at persuasion were futile. Meanwhile, Wang Tian sprinted back to the site of the recent altercation, only to find that the 30-odd individuals had already fled. His dilapidated bicycle, after enduring this skirmish, had also earned a noble retirement. Nevertheless, the scrap metal could still fetch a modest sum, prompting Wang Tian to hoist the bicycle and return home. Upon arriving, Wang Tian marveled at the transformation within himself. It felt as though he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of energy, each breath seeming to generate boundless strength. Was this the remarkable essence of Tai Chi's internal martial arts? Truly astounding. It appeared that his rise to prominence was imminent. Locking his battered bicycle downstairs, he ascended the 3 flights to his apartment, entered, washed his face, and prepared for sleep. However, slumber eluded him. With his newfound golden finger, sleep was a luxury he could no longer afford. He lay back, gazing at the ceiling, silently awaiting midnight. As the clock struck 12, Wang Tian sprang up, retrieving his phone and confidently activating 4G data, letting it run free. With his superlative golden finger, who would fret over data usage? He opened the web browser, only to be greeted by a prompt asking whether he wished to download the universal live streaming platform app. Download it he did. The app consumed a hefty 40 megabytes, causing Wang Tian to wince at the thought of the cost, but it was worth it to have the app ready. Upon logging in, Wang Tian found himself still at the level of an ordinary mortal. This time, instead of searching for martial arts, he opted to explore literature. Wang Tian was in dire need of funds. His martial arts skills were sufficient for now, but financial stability was paramount. He reasoned that while film and technology could yield greater profits, they required substantial investment in capital, time, and connections. Although he had ample time in the States, money was an urgent necessity, compelling him to pursue avenues that demanded little to no investment. As he perused the literary menu, a grin spread across his face. Poetry, songs, and novels were all available. He dismissed poetry and songs, knowing the former lacked market value, and the latter required connections. Thus, he dove straight into the novels section. South Pai Senshu's Tomb Raider Notes was featured, offering a complete free download. Tomatoes Devouring the Starry Sky was also highlighted, alongside Tang Jia Sanshao's guide on crafting unique narratives from the same outline. Wang Tian scanned through, realizing he had never read any of these works. One thing was certain, Tomb Raider Notes was the only title offering a complete free download. The others were either exaggerated or focused on teaching writing techniques. But did Wang Tian intend to learn? He had no such plans. He was there to plagiarize. Without hesitation, he clicked on the page for South Pai Senshu's Tomb Raider Notes. Suddenly, a notification chimed. The world's richest man, Wang Nima, has arrived in the live stream. Everyone, welcome. South Pai Senshu, who had been calm, was taken aback by the system's full-screen announcement. Just moments ago, they had been discussing the delightful news of Lei Feng receiving a $1 million donation from the world's wealthiest man, and now, Wang Nima had made his entrance. As the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. While South Pai Senshu may not have lacked money, universal currency was indeed a coveted commodity. Nobody would refuse it. Thus, he eagerly awaited Wang Nima's generous gesture. Wang Tian glanced around and immediately typed, "What novel is this? Is it good?" In an instant, countless responses flooded the screen. Isn't that obvious? Of course it's captivating, exceptionally thrilling, full of suspense and boundless imagination. Anything produced by Sanshu is bound to be exquisite. Tycoon, please support us. Grant us a treasure chest. The demand for treasure chests echoed throughout the chat. Wang Tian chuckled and retorted, "You lot are quite the beggars. With hundreds of thousands watching this lecture, if everyone contributed just $10, we'd have enough for a treasure chest. And yet, here you are, lamenting your poverty?" South Pai Senshu laughed. "Wang Nima, this is how everyone is welcoming you." Wang Tian felt exhilarated. Reality had been stifling, and just earlier, he had nearly endured a beating. Now, in the live stream, surrounded by admirers, he found a rare sense of joy. Simultaneously, he recognized that if he sought reverence, he could only rely on his extravagant generosity. Otherwise, he would merely be another live streamer. Though he possessed certain valuable assets, Wang Tian was inherently lazy. When one is lazy, the desire to engage in labor dissipates. Instead of investing time in streaming, It was far more gratifying to simply toss around money. A glance at his bank balance revealed a sum of 2 million. An idea struck him, and he quickly typed, "If you want a treasure chest, it's not an issue, but I despise unearned rewards. I see we have 50,000 people in this live stream. I'll toss in 1 million. And if each of you contributes just $1, that shouldn't be too much, right?" "Not at all." The crowd roared in agreement. South Pai Senshu grinned broadly. Such boldness was rare in these times. No need for books or hard work. Simply donate when one feels like it. A single generous act of 1 million. This was not merely wealth. It was sheer opulence that inspired admiration. In the next moment, Wang Tian released 1 million universal currency, and the system issued a full-screen announcement, igniting the enthusiasm of everyone present. Responses poured in. $1 each. They could manage that. $1 for a treasure chest. How affordable. Many even broadcasted announcements within their circles, resulting in a flood of newcomers, and the audience swelled from 50,000 to 200,000. Although many were merely spectators without any intent to spend, the $50,000 was quickly amassed. With a resounding pop, the treasure chest appeared. Those who arrived late were left lamenting their timing. "If only I had been a moment sooner. Why didn't you call me earlier?" "We did call you. You just didn't believe us. It's not our fault. You were too skeptical." "Wang Nima, how was I to know that you'd be tossing money around in the middle of the night?" "Wang Nima, you're a god among men. I'm your devoted fan. Please, bless us with another round." Wang Tian chuckled to himself, fully aware that this trend could not continue. Otherwise, he would be followed everywhere by individuals seeking donations, and no amount of money would suffice. He quickly typed, "Here are the rules. Friendship rewards are limited to 1 per day in a live stream. If you wish to donate again, you must present something that piques my interest. For now, I'll take a look at the novel. If it's truly good, I may consider a reward later." With that, Wang Tian hastily exited, fearing that if he lingered, he might be overwhelmed by the excited crowd and inadvertently squander the funds he had intended for more personal pursuits. Chapter 9. Masterpiece. Wang Nima departed, leaving Nampai Sanshu in high spirits as he swiftly intervened to ease the atmosphere. Truly, he was a seasoned literary maestro, redirecting everyone's attention with just a few words. Yet, he himself was still trembling inside. 10 minutes. Merely 10 minutes. And he had amassed nearly 2 million multiverse coins. This sum far exceeded what he had earned throughout an entire month of live streaming. At this moment, Sanshu harbored a singular thought. The affluent brother must take an interest in my book, and then I can ride the wave of his popularity. If Sanshu were aware that Wang Tian had come solely to download free novels with no intention of returning, he would surely be struck by a peculiar sensation. Upon returning to the hall, Wang Tian hurriedly approached his treasure chest. Well, it was time to test his luck and fate. No. First he needed to wash his hands and face. He mustn't appear unkempt. Muttering to himself, Wang Tian dashed to the restroom, washing thrice before returning to his bed, invigorated. He grasped his phone, inhaled deeply, and prayed. "Heavenly deities, bestow upon me a splendid reward." Ding! Snap! The treasure chest opened, and in the next moment, a scroll flew forth, with the system prompting him to extract it. Wang Tian clicked to extract, and astonishingly, the scroll materialized from his phone, landing in his hands. Ding! Congratulations to Wang Nima for acquiring the renowned painting Shrimp, Bird, Fish, Insect by Qi Baishe. Though Wang Tian had studied the essence of Tai Chi, that knowledge had entered his being directly, allowing for natural comprehension without ever possessing a tangible manuscript. However, this scroll was undeniably real, and the sensation was refreshingly exhilarating. The moment he learned that this painting was a masterpiece by Qi Baishe, he nearly tumbled from his bed in excitement. Who is Qi Baishe? He is a modern master of Chinese painting and a globally recognized cultural figure. In his early years, he worked as a carpenter and later made a living selling his art. After settling in Beijing at the age of 57, he became renowned for his depictions of flowers, birds, insects, fish, landscapes, and figures characterized by vigorous brushwork and vibrant colors, with a simplistic yet lively form that conveys a profound essence. His portrayals of aquatic life are imbued with a whimsical charm. Most importantly, his artworks are highly valuable, exceedingly so. Yet, Wang Tian was uncertain about the specific worth of his piece. He did not rush to examine the painting in his hands, as he could not appreciate its intricacies, and he trusted the system's authenticity. Exiting the Multiverse live streaming platform, he opened a search engine, and in the next moment, he was astounded. At the autumn auction of 2010, a total of 532 works by Qi Baishe were auctioned, with 455 successfully sold, yielding a remarkable success rate of 86 and an astounding total transaction amount of 371 million yuan. Chi Baisher's fish, shrimp, crab, frog began bidding at 800,000 yuan and ultimately sold for 1.9 million yuan. Lotus and Kingfisher started at 550,000 yuan, concluding at 4.76 million yuan. Fisherman commenced at 6.8 million yuan, finally selling for 7.4 million yuan, a staggering seven-fold increase from its starting price. Tiger had no reserve price and sold for 28.17 million yuan. By the spring auction of 2011, the value of Chi Baisher's paintings became even more evident. That year, he shattered records in Chinese painting auctions, with 604 of his works sold, achieving a remarkable 90% success rate and a total transaction volume of 255 billion yuan. His pine and cypress sold for an astounding 425.5 million yuan without a reserve. Furthermore, the later the auction, the more valuable the paintings became. Wang Tian was uncertain of the worth of his painting, yet his gaze was fixated on pine and cypress, 425.5 million. If only that money were his. He would need only to eat, engage in leisure, and sleep. However, he was also self-aware. Shrimp, bird, fish, insect, by its very name, bore a resemblance to fish, shrimp, crab, frog, both grouping four creatures together. Thus, its value likely wouldn't stray far from that benchmark. Nonetheless, Wang Tian was content. Even if it sold for only 800,000, it would sustain him for a considerable time. The world was vast, and at the very least, he could explore it. With this thought in mind, Wang Tian began searching for local consignment shops for famous calligraphy and paintings, only to be met with a plethora of negative reviews, compelling him to set his sights on larger cities. Ultimately, he focused on a consignment shop named Xinyuange in the provincial capital of Changsha, which was highly praised. This shop did not sell items directly but acted as an intermediary, sending consignors antiques and paintings to major domestic or international auctions. They earned a commission while consignors profited from the sales. Moreover, they were known for their integrity and their ability to consider the seller's best interests, selling at the most opportune times for the best prices. Most importantly, they provided collateral. After appraising the consigned items, they offered a minimum sale price, allowing the consignor to receive a portion of the money up front. Once the items sold, the consignment shop would deduct the appropriate amount, demonstrating a commendable level of humanity. Having settled on this consignment shop, Wang Tian finally turned on the lights, drew the curtains, and cautiously unrolled the scroll. In the next moment, a shrimp seemed to leap from the painting. Startled, Wang Tian nearly reached out to catch it, but upon closer inspection, it was merely an illusion. The lifelike craftsmanship genuinely astounded Wang Tian. There was no need to inspect further. He was certain it was an authentic piece. The composition was simple, for creatures, with fish chasing shrimp in the water and birds catching insects in the trees. The shrimp appeared lively, the fish even more so, with the insect in motion and the bird exceptionally vivid. The four little beings were rendered with such lifelike detail that they were a delight to behold. Wang Tian marveled. Now this is a masterpiece. How can those incomprehensible pieces by Western Impressionists even compare? I truly cannot fathom how a mere blackboard with two circles can fetch astronomical prices. Have those foreigners lost their minds? Muttering his thoughts, Wang Tian carefully stored the painting away before finally heading to bed. With his spirits lifted, he found his sleep to be notably sweet. A dreamless night passed, and at dawn the next day, Wang Tian awoke. To his astonishment, he discovered that unlike his usual self, who would remain in bed until an alarm blared incessantly, today he had risen in sync with the sun. Feeling utterly refreshed and alert, Wang Tian couldn't help but exclaim, "This must be the marvelous effect of Tai Chi. Internal martial arts truly are formidable. I must go out and practice a set of forms. Having learned this art, I aspire to pursue it further. Relying solely on the system for ready gains is not the way. Just like yesterday, only through practical experience can one achieve proficiency. The more one practices, the more adept one becomes. With greater practice comes greater rewards." With this resolve, Wang Tian secured the painting and hastily made his way to the small park by the riverbank. Chapter 10. Internal and external training. The so-called small park refers to a verdant area by the river, where the air is notably fresher compared to other parks, making it a popular spot for morning exercises. However, at this early hour, 5 o'clock in the morning, only a few elderly individuals are stirring, stretching their limbs, playing a game of ball, or taking leisurely strolls, aside from the diligent cleaning staff. Wang Tian's residence lies approximately 2,000 meters away from this tranquil locale. He considers the jog over as a warm-up, engaging in some basic movements before selecting a secluded spot. After inhaling deeply and exhaling slowly to calm his mind, he begins his routine. The Tai Chi that Wang Tian practices diverges from conventional martial arts. His training encompasses two forms: external training and internal training. The external training involves movements performed outdoors, devoid of aggressive techniques, yet every motion serves to enhance the body's coordination for martial prowess. Conversely, the internal training is conducted at home, focusing on combative techniques that are lethal in nature. Each move is centered on striking the opponent, with the hammer form of Tai Chi wielding considerable power. This form of training is typically kept private to prevent others from learning it. Observing external training without the foundation of internal training is futile. It can lead to awkwardness and even injury over time. Thus, Wang Tian is unperturbed by the prospect of being watched as he slowly engages in his external training. The essence of this practice lies in its deliberate slowness, each movement executed with painstaking care, breath held throughout, forcing the body to harness its inner energy. This method allows for deep familiarity with one's own energy centers, enabling Wang Tian to unleash his full power in combat with terrifying efficacy. Holding his breath, he moves his hands with a slowness akin to a tortoise's crawl. After several minutes spent on a single movement, an hour slips by unnoticed. Finally, concluding his session, he exhales with relief, a long breath escaping his lips over the course of a full minute. In that moment, he feels a rush of vitality, his pores opening as a layer of perspiration quickly envelopes him, leaving his clothes drenched. Yet, as the cool breeze sweeps by, a sense of invigoration washes over him, bringing profound comfort. Having finished his training, Wang Tian heads off for a meal. Just as he prepares to leave, an aged voice calls out behind him, "Young man, wait a moment." Turning around, he sees a sprightly old man with a head of white hair, his rosy complexion belying his years. Remarkably, he walks with the agility of youth, indicative of his well-maintained health. "Is there something you need, sir?" Wang Tian inquires. "You see, I observed you practicing a set of movements that seemed reminiscent of Tai Chi, yet also distinct. Might you enlighten me?" The elder asks with a curious smile. Wang Tian responds, "There's not much to it. It's merely a family tradition of martial arts. I suppose it could be classified as Tai Chi Ah? Truly Tai Chi? Which lineage do you follow? I have studied Qin-style Tai Chi and have seen various forms, yet I have never encountered yours. Your style appears peculiar. Each punch seems to stop abruptly, leaving me feeling quite restless after just a few movements." It was quite perplexing. The elder continues, his curiosity piqued. Wang Tian shakes his head. "As I mentioned, it is merely a family practice, certainly not comparable to the established styles, hence its oddity. If you have no further business, I shall take my leave. I am quite famished and must dine." The elder, sensing the awkwardness of prying too deeply on first meeting, smiles sheepishly. "Just one last question. Do you frequent this park for training?" Wang Tian replies, "I may come again in the future, but not in the immediate term. I have a journey planned in a few days." "Ah, I see. Then perhaps fate will allow our paths to cross again. Next time, I would be eager to exchange a few techniques with you." The elder chuckles. Wang Tian nods appreciatively, though he remains skeptical. After bidding farewell to the old man, he jogs back the 2,000 meters to his small eatery, relishing a bowl of soy milk with 10 deep-fried dough sticks, feeling content as he ascends to his home. As he walks, he muses, "My appetite has grown alarmingly. At this rate, if my earnings do not match my consumption, I may become the first martial artist to perish from hunger." It is no wonder that the wise say, "The scholarly are poor, while the martial are affluent." Such wisdom rings true. Meanwhile, the elderly gentleman is unable to continue his practice. Despite only attempting a few movements with Wang Tian, the resulting discomfort leaves him restless and agitated. A man approaches, quietly inquiring about the situation, but the elder merely shakes his head. Moments later, several individuals resembling doctors arrive, assisting the elder into a vehicle. "Father, how many times must I tell you? You shouldn't wander about the park without a care. The medical facilities here are not as robust as those in our port city. If something were to happen, it would be quite troublesome," a young man complains. With a stern glare, the elder retorts, "What could possibly happen? I merely practiced until I lost my breath. Enough of your concern. Return to the city tomorrow. I shall remain here for a few more days." "Still staying? You can't be serious." That young man's practice was quite intriguing. "I must seek his guidance," the elder insists. "Shall I invite him to train with you?" The youth suggests. "By all means. If you can manage that, I will return with you. But do not press him. If he feels uncomfortable, I shall not be pleased. Rest assured, I will handle it. However, don't be mistaken. He appears to be an ordinary person with merely an unusual style, the young man remarks. You understand women. But what else do you know? True, I may not find him overly formidable, yet I can discern some skill. His Tai Chi is distinctly divided between internal and external. What he demonstrated was merely external practice, thus its peculiar appearance. Perhaps I have encountered a true master of the art, the elder muses. I believe you have been deceived. The youth scoffs. Begone. I am your father. Why can't I speak my mind? However, do not disparage his skill. Otherwise, you shall face my ire. Chapter 11, Chili Peppers. I must take my leave. Where to? I'll have someone attend to you. Wang Tian was now in a state of urgency. His savings had dwindled to merely over 3,000 yuan. At such a pace, with his appetite, he knew he would soon find it impossible to sustain himself. He was in dire need of funds. Thus, the first course of action for Wang Tian was to seize his paintings and dash out of the house, heading straight for the train station. Upon arrival, he was met with the peak influx of students returning to school, tourists, and workers migrating north and south, all jostling about in chaotic disarray. After much effort, he managed to purchase a ticket, albeit a standing one. Yet he bore it with resolve. He vowed that once he had the means, he would acquire a splendid car to drive wherever his heart desired. Perhaps even an aircraft for distant travels. His mind raced with fantastical ideas while his body was in motion, skillfully maneuvering through the throngs of people, finally forcing his way onto the train. However, he found himself stuck in the aisle, unable to advance further. The passage was cluttered with towering suitcases, wailing children, and people engaged in phone calls, all clamoring for seats and shoving luggage. It was a scene so chaotic that even a fly would risk being squashed. Wang Tian stood on tiptoe to peer inside, quickly relinquishing the thought of progressing further. After all, it was merely a half-day journey, so he decided to remain standing. He stuffed his paintings into his suitcase, cushioned with clothing, and protected by a hard shell, so he had no fear of damage. At that moment, a feminine voice rang out. Be gentle, be gentle. Don't shove, it could lead to disaster. Two young women squeezed through the tight space, and one of them happened to collide directly in front of Wang Tian, unable to move forward. The area was so cramped that they were practically face to face. Wang Tian towered over her by a good half a head, looking down at her, unable to discern her features, though he noted her ample bosom was quite the obstruction. In a moment of exasperation, he quipped, Miss, perhaps you could turn sideways? You're taking up more space, standing like that. The girl flushed crimson at his words. This, in turn, provoked her companion, a stylish girl clad in red. She wore denim jeans, a chic red shawl, accessorized with a sun hat and sunglasses. And she tilted her head back, exclaiming, What kind of language is that? You're a rogue. Wang Tian rolled his eyes. How am I a rogue? You just then? The train jolted as it began to move, causing the shy, ample-chested girl to lose her balance and tumble directly into Wang Tian's embrace. He squinted, feeling only one thing, softness. Rogue, don't touch my friend, shouted the girl in red, her temper flaring as she pulled her friend away, glaring at Wang Tian like a feisty little hen. Wang Tian, feeling bemused, retorted, What do you mean I touched her? It was she who fell into me. Miss, perhaps you should open your eyes and observe before you speak. He was not one to coddle just because she was attractive. He countered her indignation with his own. The girl in red scoffed. I admit the train's sudden movement isn't your fault, but you cannot claim you didn't move at all. You must have taken advantage of the situation. Wang Tian, now irritated, defended himself. I didn't budge an inch. With my balance, unless the train derailed or collided, I wouldn't sway at all. So mind your tone. The girl was about to continue when her ample-chested friend intervened. Qing. It was indeed my fault for bumping into him. He didn't move at all. Are you defending him? Qing retorted. You must be firm when outside, especially against rogues like him. If you're too soft, he'll think you're easy prey. Qing swiftly shifted her focus, inadvertently escalating Wang Tian's ire. Wang Tian realized that Qing was a powder keg, and he had no desire to engage in a futile argument. Instead, he preferred to close his eyes and contemplate how he might sell his paintings at Xinyuan Pavilion. As he remained silent, Qing continued her tirade. But upon noticing his lack of response, she grew bored and muttered, What a softy. Did you see that, Xinyuan? When out and about, you should learn from me. Otherwise, you'll find yourself bullied and at a loss for recourse. With that, Qing and Xinyuan shifted their positions, perhaps due to Qing's fierce demeanor. The surrounding passengers unconsciously created space for the two of them, wary of provoking her fiery spirit. Once she realized Wang Tian wouldn't retaliate, she ceased her verbal assault and began to complain to Xin Yuan. Ugh, it's all my father's fault. Always so busy. He even forgot to buy tickets. If not, we could have secured soft sleeper tickets and avoided this ordeal. Indeed, given the current ticket scarcity, simply obtaining one is a blessing, Xin Yuan replied gently, her voice soft, revealing her amiable and understanding nature. Wang Tian instinctively opened his eyes and finally beheld Xin Yuan's appearance. She was the epitome of the girl next door, long hair, large eyes, and dimples on her cheeks that made her irresistibly cute when she smiled. She wore mismatched glasses that gave her a somewhat awkward look. Yet, drawing from his vast experience in discerning beauty, he concluded that she was likely a hidden gem, simply lacking in self-presentation. Once she dressed herself up, she would undoubtedly be a stunning young lady. And with her ample bosom, Wang Tian felt a heat rising within him. Pervert, have you had your fill of staring? Qing Er's voice sliced through his thoughts like a bucket of cold water. Wang Tian shot her a cold glare. Close your eyes. Do you think silence can conceal your lecherous nature? She challenged. Wang Tian opened his eyes once more. A dog bites a person. Can a person bite a dog in return? A dog's bite claims flesh, while a human's bite only meets fur. Pain is negligible, and the dog will only bark louder. Thus, it is better to avoid trouble. Who are you calling a dog? Qing Er's temper flared. Xin Yuan hurriedly intervened, whispering an array of soothing words until Qing relented, abandoning the notion of resolving matters with force. Chapter 12. A crowd of people with an understanding smile towards Xian. Wang Tian leaned back against the wall, closing his eyes for a brief respite. Time slipped by unnoticed until a sudden, jarring screech of brakes pierced the air. Instantly, Wang Tian's eyes flew open, and the entire carriage erupted into screams as passengers were violently propelled forward. Instinctively, he steadied himself, grounding his stance, and deftly grasped Xian and Qing, who were about to be thrown from their seats. With a swift motion, he spun them around, dissipating their momentum, and pressed them against the wall with a soft thud. At that moment, the train came to an abrupt halt, causing everyone to tumble to the ground. Fortunately, it was merely an emergency stop rather than a derailment or collision, leading to only minor injuries. As passengers groaned and complained, an announcement echoed through the carriage. Dear passengers, we sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Due to a sudden landslide ahead, we have had to implement emergency braking for your safety. Please remain in your compartments and refrain from moving around while we await further instructions. The repetitive announcement brought a hush over the carriage. The abrupt stop, though unsettling, had spared them from potential disaster, significantly reducing the complaints. However, the atmosphere remained tense. Could you let go now? Qing's voice broke through Wang Tian's thoughts. Realizing his hands had inadvertently found their way to something soft, he instinctively squeezed, only to suddenly grasp the inappropriateness of the situation. Withdraw, he exclaimed, finally aware that his last maneuver had resulted in quite an unintended contact with both women. Flushing with embarrassment, he scratched his head and muttered, well, you can just consider me a rogue. Initially intending to apologize, he reconsidered, recognizing that Qing had a rather unreasonable streak, and decided against it. To his astonishment, Qing shot him a glare and retorted, am I the type to make a fuss over nothing? Thanks for earlier, but what you just did is strictly between us. Wang Tian blinked, then nodded vigorously. Rest assured, I won't breathe a word. Internally, he mused, Xian is indeed well endowed. One hand isn't enough to grasp her, while Qing, though petite, has an impressive springiness. A thought best kept to himself. This little incident surprisingly brought the three closer together rather than creating a rift. Qing looked at Wang Tian with curiosity. Earlier, you mentioned the train swayed, but you didn't move. I didn't believe it, but now I do. I apologize for my earlier behavior. You don't hold grudges, do you? As a gentleman, Wang Tian, of course, held no malice, though he replied playfully, let us just say I'll remember it for future reference. Qing couldn't help but chuckle, but her expression soon turned sour. The train has stopped, and the air conditioning is off. It's going to be stifling in here. Just then, the announcement changed. Due to the landslide ahead, the train will reverse back to Lisiping Station. Passengers may disembark there and transfer to another vehicle to reach their destination. Refund services will be available at Lisiping Station, and tickets can also be refunded at other stations with this ticket. Head back. Qing's face fell into a disheartened expression. The other passengers grumbled as well, but it was the only viable option, Otherwise, they would be stranded in the wilderness. Before long, they arrived at Liziping, and everyone disembarked. Wang Tian, Qing'er, and Xian were all headed to Changsha, and having shared this ordeal, they naturally gravitated towards one another. Upon exiting the station, Wang Tian grabbed a suitcase in each hand, guiding the two women through the throng before hailing a taxi, racing towards the bus station. That day, taxi drivers in Liziping were elated. Previously, it had taken considerable effort to fill a single cab, but now, with a sea of people, they simply had to wait for passengers to jump in. Haggling? It was pointless. Demand outweighed supply. Passengers tolerated the chaos, knowing that with so many people, the small-town Wudi have many buses, and any delays could mean being stranded overnight. Inside the taxi, Qing'er and Xian both sighed in relief. Brother Tian, we owe you this one. Without you, I doubt we could have even squeezed our way out, let alone catch a cab, Xian remarked, unable to contain her gratitude. Qing'er nodded in agreement. Indeed. It seems boys are more reliable in situations like this. By the way, Wang Tian, have you practiced martial arts? Wang Tian chuckled. Which child nowadays doesn't practice martial arts? Isn't it taught in schools? But school styles are all show. You're definitely not one of those pretenders. What style do you practice? Qing'er pressed, her curiosity piqued. I practice Tai Chi, Wang Tian replied. You're lying without a second thought. Tai Chi is for the elderly. How could someone so slow be as impressive as you? Qing'er scoffed. Wang Tian chose not to clarify. Upon reaching the bus station, the small locale was unusually quiet, allowing them to easily purchase tickets and secure good seats ahead of the incoming crowd. Wang Tian even teased the elderly security guard. Aren't you going to manage the windows? The guard shot him a look. With so few people, what is there to manage? Moments later, the crowd swelled. Just wait and see, Wang Tian retorted. The guard, skeptical, replied, nonsense. Where would all these people come from? Suddenly, a line of taxis pulled up, and a throng of passengers with bags and parcels surged forward, exuding a palpable energy. The guard instinctively exclaimed, goodness, so many people. He tossed aside his cigarette, which was quickly crushed underfoot by the rushing crowd. Wide-eyed, the guard realized that these days, with trains running everywhere, there were fewer travelers by bus, and he hadn't witnessed such a scene in years. Filled with excitement, he waved a small flag, rushing to maintain order, all the while remembering to thank Wang Tian with a wave. Wang Tian could only smile ruefully, as he hadn't truly assisted. The bus filled to capacity, but there were no direct routes from Liziping to Changsha. They would need to transfer at Hangshan. Fortunately, the journey was made pleasant by the company of Qing'er and Xian, both of whom were quintessential beauties, albeit with contrasting personalities. One was bold with a hint of spunk, while the other was shy and demure. Though Wang Tian might not fit the mold of a conventional heartthrob, his dedication to Tai Chi had significantly enhanced his presence, making him a focal point wherever he sat, often overshadowing the two youthful beauties beside him. Chapter 13, A Heist? In response to this, Qing'er expressed her grievances. Honestly, why do they never notice a stunning beauty like me and instead focus on you? Are they all gay? Wang Tian immediately chimed in. Perhaps they truly are. I'm a bit concerned. Would you protect me, great beauty? Protect you? How would I do that? Qing'er replied, taken aback. Wang Tian, with utmost seriousness, suggested, it's quite simple. Just tell them that you are my girlfriend. That way, they will lose interest. Qing'er's face darkened instantly, shooting Wang Tian a glare. What nonsense. You think you can take advantage of me? No chance. Xian, why don't you give it a try? Xian, who had been quietly seated with a book, chuckled at their banter, but when the attention shifted to her, her face flushed crimson. Wang Tian and Qing'er burst into laughter. Upon arriving in Hangshan City, the trio rushed to the train station, only to discover that all tickets for the day had sold out. They hurried to the bus station, but with dusk approaching, no long-distance buses were available. The three of them felt a sense of helplessness. Wang Tian remarked, it seems we won't be able to leave today. Let's find a hotel for the night and set off early tomorrow. Don't be ridiculous. It's already so difficult to buy tickets now. Do you really think we'll manage tomorrow? Tickets sell out 20 days in advance. Qing'er lamented. Wang Tian searched online for tickets, and to no surprise, every option was fully booked. Inquiry at the ticket window yielded the same result, and even phone calls to the bus company confirmed the unavailability. Wang Tian felt utterly defeated. His funds were limited, and if this continued, he might soon find himself begging on the streets. Seeing Wang Tian at a loss, Qing'er scoffed. I refuse to believe that money can't secure a ride. Let's take a taxi. What? A taxi? Both Wang Tian and Xian exclaimed. realizing that the distance from Hengshan to Changsha was a staggering 186 kilometers. It would take at least 2.5 hours by bus. Taking a taxi would surely cost several hundred yuan. However, reconsidering the costs of staying overnight and eating, which would amount to over 200 yuan, he figured it would be wiser to go straight through. Before Wang Tian could voice his thoughts, Qing'er declared, "Stop complaining. I'm treating. Let's go?" Wang Tian hesitated to let a woman foot the bill, shaking his head. "No, I insist on paying. You two are still students, after all. As a responsible young man, I can't let you pay." "Then you can pay," Qing'er responded without hesitation. Wang Tian couldn't shake the suspicion that this girl was deliberately trying to take advantage of him. Yet, observing her nonchalant demeanor and attire, he surmised that she was likely a wealthy young lady who had little regard for money. Not wanting to dwell on the matter, Wang Tian flagged down several taxis on the street, inquiring about fares. The lowest quote was over 600 yuan, while online listings claimed to offer rides for 400. Wang Tian was unwilling to be taken for a fool, so he continued searching until Qing'er began to show signs of impatience. Finally, a polite young driver stopped and offered to take them for 450. Wang Tian promptly ushered the two ladies into the vehicle, taking the front seat while they settled in the back with their luggage, and they set off. "You're heading to Changsha? It's not a good time to go. It's crowded and tickets are hard to come by," the young driver remarked, glancing at the two ladies in the back through the mirror. "Exactly. If it weren't for the train tickets being sold out, we wouldn't be taking a taxi," Qing'er complained. The young driver chuckled. "True enough. So, you're not locals?" Just as Qing'er was about to respond, Wang Tian interjected, "They aren't locals. They're visiting relatives at my place. School is starting soon, and I'm taking them to school." Qing'er, quick-witted, recognized that Wang Tian meant no ill intent and remained silent in agreement. Xian, showing her own cleverness, asked, "Cousin, how will you get back after dropping us off in Changsha?" Wang Tian discreetly gave the two girls a thumbs up. "We'll figure that out later." Thus, Wang Tian engaged the driver in casual conversation, although he mostly spoke half-truths, blurring the lines of reality. Soon, they left the city. And while the three were unfamiliar with the routes, Wang Tian kept the GPS active. However, as the car veered off the highway and onto rural roads, his brow furrowed. "Why aren't we taking the highway?" he inquired. The driver casually replied, "Oh, there was an accident on the highway, and it's blocked. We're just taking a detour through the village to get on at the next exit." Wang Tian, seasoned in reading people as a sales professional, sensed something amiss. He opted to remain silent, but turned to Qing'er. "I almost forgot to add you on WeChat. Let's connect." Qing'er, puzzled by his intentions, complied. A moment later, she received a message from Wang Tian. "Call the police. License plate, 32, location, Hengshan City, Guangming Road North. This driver is suspicious. Whatever happens, stay in the car and do not exit. Lock the doors." Qing'er's expression shifted, and she quickly tugged at Xian. "Look at this picture. It's quite amusing." However, Xian noticed Wang Tian's warning and chuckled nervously. "It is rather amusing." The two girls then began to use their phones to access the map, ready to screenshot and send to friends for assistance. As they left Guangming Road and entered an unnamed village path, the road grew increasingly narrow until it ultimately led to a dead end. "We've arrived. You can get out now," the driver said with an eerie tone. Wang Tian chuckled. "This is definitely not Changsha. Changsha, my foot. We're here to rob you, not for anything else. Hand over your money, or you'll regret it," the young driver coldly demanded, pulling out a sharp knife from beneath his seat. From the surrounding woods emerged 5 or 6 rugged young men, some wielding machetes, others brandishing clubs, each with a fearsome countenance. Initially, Qing'er thought Wang Tian was overreacting, but she quickly realized her naivety. Hastily, she and Xian locked the doors from the inside. Fortunately, the old taxi was not fully automatic. Otherwise, the driver could have easily unlocked all the doors with a single press. "Get out. Hurry up," the group outside shouted menacingly. Chapter 14. Encounter with an enemy. These two young ladies are indeed as beautiful as Sanzi described. I am tempted to commit theft for both wealth and beauty. Brothers, this time do not hold me back. I have made up my mind to pursue the latter. Even imprisonment would be worth it." A bald young man, leaning against the window, gazed at Qing'er and Xuan's stunning faces, elatedly shouting, "If you wish to pursue beauty, then drag her into the woods yourself. We'll stick to robbing for wealth. If things go awry, we might even get a reduced sentence," suggested the other two men. The bald man was unconcerned. "Humph, cowards. Let me tell you, once you're behind bars, you're in for it, and no one gets off lightly. If you don't seize the moment, you're the foolish ones." Such lovely ladies should not be missed. Wang Tian, witnessing this, remained motionless, a calm smile gracing his lips. He addressed the driver, "Take us to Changsha now, and all will be well. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences." "Consequences? Do you think I won't?" The young man's words were cut short as Wang Tian lifted his leg and delivered a mighty kick. The taxi had a metal partition, yet Wang Tian's kick was imbued with tremendous force. It was a swift burst of power. With a loud clang, the partition was instantly shattered. The driver, who had opened the door, was kicked out of the vehicle by Wang Tian. He flew 2 or 3 meters before landing in a heap, unable to rise. One of the thuggish companions, emboldened by his knife, rushed to pull open Wang Tian's door. However, as he grasped the handle and pulled, Wang Tian used his strength to push outward, causing the thug to lose his balance. Wang Tian swiftly closed the distance, delivering a hammering blow. Bam! The thug was struck under the chin by Wang Tian's fist. A sickening crack echoed as his jaw shattered, sending him soaring 2 meters into the air before he crashed to the ground, clutching his jaw, groaning, unable to get up. The bald man, who had been ogling the beauties and contemplating his approach, was suddenly kicked in the groin by Wang Tian, collapsing to the ground, red-faced and incapacitated like a cooked crab. The remaining 4, witnessing 3 of their companions felled in an instant, felt a wave of dread wash over them, yet they charged forward with cries. In mere moments, Wang Tian dispatched them all with a flurry of punches and kicks, rendering them helpless. The confrontation transpired so swiftly. From the moment Wang Tian struck until all were subdued was merely a few minutes. At this point, Qing'er and Xianxian finally regained their senses, letting out sharp cries. Wang Tian tapped on the window, saying, "All right, they are all down now. Please spare my ears. Have the police been called?" Yes, oh no." Xianxian was genuinely frightened, tears streaming down her face as she clung tightly to the car door. Though bolder, Qing'er was equally shaken, her complexion pale, yet she remained strong, trying to comfort Xianxian. Wang Tian intended to console the 2 ladies, but Xuanxuan's tight grip on the door made it difficult. When he opened the door, she recoiled in fear. Reluctantly, Wang Tian closed the door again and perched himself on the hood, wielding a baton, watching the thugs. Anyone daring to rise would receive a blow that would leave them wailing in despair. It was only when the police arrived and brought the scene under control that Wang Tian finally discarded the baton. The thugs were taken back to the police station, and Wang Tian initially felt a twinge of concern. However, when Qing'er signaled that all was well, she handed her phone to the station chief. Indeed, 10 minutes later, Wang Tian and the others were released, with the officers kindly arranging a ride to Changsha for them. Standing at the gates of Central South University, Wang Tian remarked, "There truly are many good people." "What do you mean?" "If it weren't for me." "Never mind," Qing'er replied. "Wang Tian, where are you headed? Shall we take you along? We are very familiar with Changsha." After witnessing Wang Tian's prowess, Qing'er often gazed at him with admiration, dropping the formalities and calling him Tian-go instead. Wang Tian chuckled, "Well, your luggage is quite heavy. If you don't mind, I can help you carry it." "Why would we mind?" Qing'er retorted. Wang Tian responded matter-of-factly, "Aren't you afraid of making your boyfriends jealous?" "Uft. We wouldn't even look at those boys from this school." Qing'er laughed. "If you don't mind the trouble, then please do help us. Dinner is on me." As she spoke, she made an adorable gesture. However, her smile faded quickly as she turned to see her sister. "Sister, what are you doing here?" "Humph. After such a serious incident, how could we not come?" A stern voice interjected. Wang Tian found the voice familiar and turned, feeling displeased as he glanced between Qing'er and the approaching figure. He waved, "Qing'er, Xianxian, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." With that, he departed without a backward glance. The newcomer was none other than Xiaoya, the new leader of the Xiaoxiang martial arts school in Yongxing City. Wang Tian had not anticipated that such a small world would lead him to encounter Xiaoya's sister. Though he was not petty, he certainly harbored no intentions of being magnanimous. Whatever the reasons for Xiaoya's previous insults, Wang Tian deemed them unforgivable. He had already resolved that upon earning wealth, his first act upon returning to Yongxing would be to establish his own martial arts school, and then challenge the Xiaoxiang martial arts school. He would thoroughly humiliate Xiaoya, ensuring she would leave Changsha in disgrace. Now, encountering an enemy without conflict was already a concession to Xiaoqing. Xiaoya, observing Wang Tian's retreating figure, furrowed her brow in dissatisfaction. "How did you end up with him?" Xiaoqing pouted. "We met on the road and got along quite well." "Sister, do you know him? Is there enmity?" It felt like sparks were flying when you two exchanged glances. I'll tell you, he is my savior. Without him, you wouldn't even see me now, Xiaoqing asserted. Xiaoyu scoffed. Enmity? What could I have against a mere salesman? He lowers my status. Come here. Let me see if you're injured. Oh, there's no injury. Tian Gu is amazing. Haha, he took down those thugs in no time. By the way, you said he is a salesman? Yet his martial skills are far superior to the flashy masters at your school. Xiaoqing praised Wang Tian fervently. Xiaoyu remained silent, instead inquiring about their acquaintance and the events of their journey. Xiaoqing, like a machine gun, recounted everything in rapid succession, with Xianxian occasionally chiming in for emphasis. Chapter 15. The lions roar as Xiaoyu emerged from Xiaoqing's dormitory. Her expression was somewhat intricate, yet she ultimately huffed, in light of your saving my sister, I shall overlook our previous misunderstandings. With that, Xiaoyu made a phone call, stating, the blockade against Wang Tian and that fat man has been lifted. Whether they can find work and survive is up to their own abilities. Unbeknownst to Wang Tian, he had been betrayed. Now, he was hastily arriving at the entrance of Xinyuan Pavilion, only to find it closed. A sign on the door read, open from 8 in the morning to 4 in the afternoon. Consequently, Wang Tian had no choice but to find a nearby hotel to stay for the night. As he lay on the bed, Wang Tian inspected his painting, which was his ticket to fortune, and he could not afford to be careless. After confirming that the painting was unharmed, he took out his phone again. He had yet to read the last volume of Tomb Raider's notes, so he decided to indulge himself. Once he began reading, he was captivated. The story was thrilling and suspenseful, leaving him eager for more. However, he resisted the temptation to continue reading, as it was nearing midnight. He still had $1 million to spend, and if he did not use it tonight, the system would not double his funds by morning. Thus, Wang Tian flipped through the martial arts section once more, and by coincidence, he discovered that Lei Feng was live streaming. He immediately clicked to join. Ding! The world's wealthiest man, Wang Nima, has entered the live stream. Everyone, welcome. The announcement flooded the screen, causing the audience to erupt in excitement. Wang Nima had made 2 extravagant appearances, each time dropping $1 million, almost instantly exploding treasure chests and benefiting many viewers. These 2 occurrences had taken place within just 2 days, and tales of the extravagant Wang Nima spread like wildfire among his fans. Seeing the real deal now, the audience was in an uproar, showering him with flattery and requests for treasure chests. However, Wang Tian filtered through the noise and greeted Lei Feng. Hello? Lei Feng, I'm back. What do you have for me today? Upon seeing Wang Nima's arrival, Lei Feng's heart raced. The last time he had generously gifted her $1 million, which had greatly delighted her, not just for the money, but for the surge in her fanbase. With more fans came more tips, allowing her to purchase several fine items from the system store. Seeing Wang Nima again, Lei Feng eagerly exclaimed, Welcome, brother Wang Nima. Although we had nothing planned today, since you are here, there must be a show. Please wait a moment. I have a friend who has been wanting to meet you. I will fetch him for an exciting live PK. Wang Tian's interest peaked. While teasing Lei Feng was enjoyable, it was ultimately fruitless, as they existed in different realms. After practicing Lei Feng's Tai Chi, he had grown increasingly fascinated with martial arts, especially as it had helped him navigate several crises. He was eager to see how Lei Feng matched up against other skilled fighters, hoping to glean some practical techniques to enhance his own combat proficiency. While Wang Tian waited patiently, a yellow-haired man with a mohawk rushed in. Wang Tian recognized him, DJ Zach. This guy had won the DOA finals twice, employing Muay Thai, which was immensely powerful. However, he was also a reckless character, spending his prize money on islands. Yet he was a rather unfortunate fellow, as the islands he purchased often sank shortly after. Soon, Lei Feng joined, waving at Wang Tian. Brother Wang Nima, this is Zach. Though he may not be much to look at, his strength is undeniable. Zach immediately protested. What do you mean? I'm not good looking. I'm quite handsome, you know. Countless beauties have fallen for me. Wang Nima, the great Tycoon. No, Wang Nima, my boss. How about you give me $1 million as a reward? And I'll be your little brother? Wang Tian was taken aback by Zach's straightforwardness and eccentricity. He promptly typed, if you want a reward, you must show your true skills first. And what benefit do I get from having you as my little brother? What do you have to offer? Well, except for the third leg in your pants. Zach quickly tightened his pants, adopting a comical expression. Initially, Wang Tian held little affection for this character, but witnessing Zach's playful side significantly improved his impression of him. He typed back, I don't have many hobbies. I just enjoy martial arts. Last time at Lei Feng's, I opened a treasure chest and received her Tai Chi manual, which I found quite intriguing. Tai Chi is formidable, but Lei Feng's skills are rather average. Zach boasted, "Do you know who I am? I am the champion of both the 3rd and 4th world tournaments. My strength is beyond question. If you reward me sufficiently, I'll share my entire Muay Thai technique with you." Zach looked eagerly at the screen, his eyes gleaming with greed. Lei Feng, hearing this, couldn't help but laugh and kick Zach aside, then turned to Wang Tian, "Brother Wang Nima, although this guy may be all talk, his strength is indeed impressive. My Tai Chi has reached its peak. My master once mentioned that true Tai Chi is formless, transcending all techniques. Unfortunately, I cannot achieve that. Zach may have self-taught Muay Thai, but he is genuinely skilled." Zach began to demonstrate a flurry of punches, his speed astonishing, creating a thunderous sound through the air. This truly caught Wang Tian's attention. While he appreciated Tai Chi, he recognized its lack of a decisive, lethal force at times, which Muay Thai adeptly compensated for. Most importantly, Zach was offering to share his techniques voluntarily. Could this mean that the knowledge he was about to impart was more comprehensive? Thus, Wang Tian inquired, "Zach, how much do you want for your reward?" 10 million. Zach exclaimed immediately. Upon hearing this, Lei Feng became furious. "That scoundrel Zach. Why don't you go rob someone? 10 million? That's enough for you to buy several islands." She turned to Wang Tian, "Brother Wang Nima. If you wish to learn martial arts, I can introduce you to someone else. Let this greedy fellow go." Chapter 16. Lei Feng versus Zach. Upon finishing her words, Lei Feng actually began to chase the audience away. The spectators joined in with jeers and insults. "Zach, have you lost your mind? You're merely a self-taught Muay Thai practitioner, and yet you demand such an exorbitant price? Are you trying to swindle us? No one would be foolish enough to pay you 10 million. However, there were others who countered with a different perspective. 10 million may seem excessive, but for a lavish spender like Wang and Ima, it should be mere pocket change. With a flick of his wrist, 1 million could be tossed aside, and he could do it 10 times over. Many voices echoed this sentiment. Wang Tian remained unperturbed as he typed, "I have long asserted that my wealth does not come from the wind. If it were merely to amuse myself, throwing away 10 million would be trivial. However, if you presume me to be a fool, then that's simply unacceptable. Zach, you may leave." Zach, immediately alarmed, called out, "Boss, how much will you give me then?" 1 million, Wang Tian replied, fully aware that in negotiations, one must start low and gradually raise the offer. Zach's fighting skills were undoubtedly worth more than 1 million, as his prowess surpassed that of Lei Feng. Zach shook his head vigorously. 9 million is the lowest I can go. This technique could win me several islands. Lei Feng sneered, "Indeed, but the issue is that your money cannot purchase universal coins. Without universal coins, there is no future. Without them, well." Zach's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Lei Feng, whose side are you on?" Wang Tian quickly typed, "Of course, I am on your side, Lei Feng. Moi, a token of appreciation for you." With a grand gesture, he tossed 1 million into the fray. After all, that million would be of little use to him now, as midnight approached. It was better to benefit Lei Feng. Startled, Lei Feng erupted with joy, bouncing around in excitement, while Wang Tian leaned closer to the screen, reveling in the delightful sight of the jubilant girl. He mused, this could be considered a lavish expenditure, all for a charming smile. Overwhelmed with glee, Lei Feng's joy contrasted sharply with Zach's displeasure. 1 million thrown away just like that. And it's a gift. Can't you be a bit more generous, god of wealth? How about giving me a little something too? You're not a girl, so no? Wang Tian retorted. Look at our Lei Feng. So beautiful, so adorable. How about we privately discuss her price? Wang Tian had already noticed that ending the live stream allowed for private messaging. It was akin to a VIP room experience, a one-on-one performance. Upon hearing this, Lei Feng's face flushed crimson. All streamers on the Universal Broadcasting platform understood that being invited into a VIP room could lead to misunderstandings about being kept, which could adversely affect their popularity. Yet, a true tycoon was worth such consideration. As for lewd streamers, the Universal Broadcasting platform prohibited such content. However, if mutual affection was present, the platform turned a blind eye, even offering special perks. Unbeknownst to Wang Tian, he simply thought that Lei Feng was lovely, kind-hearted, and possessed an attractive figure. Adding her as a friend would facilitate conversation, nurture his spirit, and alleviate stress. If he encountered difficulties in martial arts, she could serve as a free mentor. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lei Feng agreed and added Wang Tian as a friend. Wang Tian was elated. Seeing this, Zach realized he had lost his ally completely. 5 million, it cannot be less. Noticing Zach's willingness to compromise, Wang Tian countered directly, for 1 million. If we agree, we proceed. If not, then it's over. Just then, the clock struck midnight, and Wang Tian received the 4 million without delay. His confidence surged. Zach hesitated, clearly believing 4 million to be insufficient. Wang Tian leisurely typed, "If you think it's too little, feel free to contemplate further. I shall explore other streams." To Wang Tian's surprise, Zach did not call him back. It was evident he hesitated but was not in a rush to sell. With Zach feeling uncertain, Wang Tian felt no urgency either. After all, he had Tai Chi at his disposal, sufficient for his needs. Furthermore, as Lei Fong had mentioned, even she had yet to master it fully. So what was the rush for Wang Tian? A single technique could conquer all. He would diligently practice Tai Chi. At that moment, Lei Fong called out to Wang Tian. "Wang and I, Ma, don't go just yet. I didn't invite Zach here merely to sell techniques. Rather, I brought him to demonstrate a performance match. Since you have learned my Tai Chi, it would be perfect to showcase how Tai Chi counters Muay Thai." Intrigued, Wang Tian replied with a chuckle, "Excellent. I shall watch closely. Do your best." Lei Fong made an adorable gesture at the screen, eliciting cheers from the audience. Zach, seemingly having forgotten the recent failed transaction, bounded onto the stage with enthusiasm. The two positioned themselves, and as the timer beeped, the battle commenced. In an instant, Zach's previous nonchalance vanished. He transformed into a fierce predator, his eyes sharp and focused. With the sound signaling the start, Zach lunged forward. His punch was a lightning bolt, aimed squarely at Lei Fong's face. Wang Tian could not contain himself, exclaiming, "How dare you hit a woman and go for the face? Have you no shame? If it were me, I would strike at the chest." Zach was oblivious to Wang Tian's outburst as his punch hurtled forward with blinding speed. Seeing this, Lei Fong raised her hand to block, her palm landing on Zach's wrist, attempting to leverage his force to destabilize his balance. However, Zach suddenly shouted, retracting his fist, only to unleash another punch. Lei Fong was forced to retreat, and from that point, it became Zach's personal exhibition. His fists rained down like a tempest, and his legs relentlessly pressed the attack. It seemed as if his mind knew no concept of rest or defense, only a furious, unyielding assault. To the untrained eye, it was mere chaos, but to those with knowledge, it revealed strategy. Wang Tian, though unfamiliar with Muay Thai, understood Tai Chi though Lei Fong was being overwhelmed. Her outer circle had been shattered by Zach's blows. Her inner defense remained steadfast. No matter how fiercely Zach attacked, she continuously redirected his force, allowing not even a fraction of his strength to land upon her. Regardless of Zach's speed, Lei Fong was always able to match him. Chapter 17. The trend of tomb raiding. Zach, being the aggressor, possessed a long attack range, yet even with his rapid strikes, he squandered time on the approach. Conversely, Lei Fong fortified her defense within a small radius, achieving superior protection at a more measured pace. This predicament vexed Zach. To advance was futile, yet to halt was contrary to his nature. The two engaged in combat for a full 10 minutes, when Zach suddenly bellowed, "Lei Fong, be wary. Witness my new technique." As he spoke, Zach surged forward with alarming speed, launching a straightforward but powerful punch, as if channeling all his strength into it, causing the air to crackle beneath the force of his blow. Caught off guard, Lei Fong attempted to dissipate his force, but was unable to divert his punch, forcing her to absorb the impact directly. The collision resonated with a deafening thud. Lei Fong was sent sprawling, yet she managed to execute several graceful flips mid-air to mitigate the force. Nonetheless, upon landing, she staggered backward 3 paces, a vivid bruise already forming on her arm from Zach's strike. To make matters worse, Zach's punch propelled Lei Fong off the stage, signifying her defeat in this match. Wang Tian felt a pang of sympathy. Such a delicate girl. How could that brute Zach be so ruthless? However, he also gleaned invaluable insights from the encounter. Lei Fong's defensive maneuvers were nothing short of impeccable, an art he had yet to master. Yet, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that he could flawlessly replicate the techniques he witnessed Lei Fong execute. In essence, he possessed the knowledge but lacked the discernment to apply it effectively. Observing such battles undoubtedly amplified his combat prowess. At the same time, Wang Tian grew increasingly intrigued by Zach's Muay Thai style, with its explosive assaults that stirred a fervor in onlookers, an allure no man could resist. Nevertheless, he recognized that similar martial arts existed within Chinese tradition, some even surpassing Muay Thai in ferocity, though he regrettably had no opportunity to learn them. For now, he resolved to delve into Muay Thai, albeit lamenting that the scoundrel refused to sell any instructional materials. As the competition concluded, Zack took his leave, and Lei Fong, needing rest, bid farewell to Wang Tian before departing. The only disappointment for Wang Tian was that after tossing out 1 million, the insufficient number of participants rendered the treasure chest inaccessible. Shaking his head, he closed the live stream and logged onto the largest Chinese website, 0 Degree Chinese Network. After registering as an author, he promptly uploaded 2 chapters of tomb rating notes. With Qi Baishi's painting in hand, he felt no rush to update, choosing instead to proceed at a leisurely pace. He firmly believed that such an exquisite piece of literature would undoubtedly catapult him to fame and fortune. Having submitted his manuscript, fatigue overtook him, and he soon fell asleep. As an editor at 0 Degree, he typically retired early, avoiding late-night work. Yet, after suffering a string of defeats in his game, he felt disheartened and opted for a break. In his boredom, he succumbed to his professional instincts and checked the back end, discovering over 100 manuscripts awaiting approval. However, most appeared monotonous, their titles offering little intrigue. Just then, another manuscript appeared in the queue, capturing his attention. Tomb rating notes? A book about tomb rating? How intriguing, such a niche topic. He decided to take a look. As he opened the chapters awaiting review, he was instantly captivated by the prose and narrative. Upon finishing, he smacked his lips, exclaiming, "What a remarkable book! Truly exceptional. This will surely be a hit." Without delay, he approved the manuscript and, for the first time in his role as an editor at 0 Degree, posted promotional messages across various forums, heralding this nascent 2-chapter work. Wait, is Qian Yi actually promoting a book? This was indeed a rarity. Curious, the user known as Knife Mouth, Tofu Heart clicked on the link to Tomb Rating Notes, quickly becoming engrossed. Though only 2 chapters were available, his extensive reading experience allowed him to discern the book's potential. If the author maintained such literary quality, it promised to be nothing short of extraordinary. It was no wonder Qian Yi was so eager to promote it. Truly impressive. Knife Mouth, Tofu Heart generously offered praise. A hard-won accolade among seasoned readers, often dubbed toxic tongues for their propensity to eviscerate works lacking merit while being lavish with commendation when deserving. Many readers shared this sentiment, and soon the forums erupted with discussions surrounding tomb rating notes. Regrettably, with so few chapters available, while everyone lauded the work, they were left eagerly awaiting more. The following morning, as dawn broke, Wang Tian ventured to a nearby park to practice Tai Chi and engage in some shadow boxing. After breakfast, he made his way to the entrance of Xinyuan Pavilion, where he arrived before the establishment opened at 8. Though early, he was unperturbed, leaning against the entrance while checking the performance of his book. To his astonishment, he discovered that in just one night, he had amassed over 500 collections, with more than 300 being VIP collections. Unfortunately, as a novice author, he was unaware of the significance of such an impressive overnight achievement. Wang Tian merely mused, "Not bad, people are reading it. If they are, perhaps I can earn some money." At that moment, a woman approached, intrigued by Wang Tian's presence at the entrance of Xinyuan Pavilion. "Excuse me, are you associated with Xinyuan Pavilion?" she inquired. Wang Tian replied, patting the leather case behind him. "Are you from Xinyuan Pavilion?" "I am the manager here, Fong Ling," she said with a gentle smile. The woman appeared to be in her 40s or 50s, yet she exuded an air of vitality, resembling a kindly neighbor, instantly endearing herself to Wang Tian. Wang Tian introduced himself. "Hello, Manager Fong. I am Wang Tian. I have come to request your assistance in selling some items." Fong Ling chuckled. "Our company opens at 8. It is still a bit early. If you choose to wait, it may take a while. Fortunately, I arrived early today. Come, let us go inside and sit." Fong Ling showed no signs of underestimating Wang Tian due to his youth, which greatly enhanced his favorable impression of her. Once inside Xinyuan Pavilion, she poured him a cup of tea, displaying no airs of superiority, but rather treating him like an old friend. "Young Wang, do you mind if I address you as such?" "Manager Fong, feel free," he replied. Chapter 18. There's no need for you to be too polite, little Wang. Everyone calls me Sister Fong or Aunt Fong, so feel free to address me as you wish. Fong Ling chuckled. Wang Tian, not one to be easily fooled, replied, "Considering your age, I suppose calling you Sister Fong is appropriate, isn't it?" Fong Ling was instantly amused. Regardless of a woman's age, being called youthful always brings joy. Wang Tian opened his suitcase and placed a painting on the table, saying, "This is a family heirloom, a work by the illustrious Master Qi Baishi. Please take a look and appraise it." Fong Ling promptly moved the tea aside to clear enough space on the coffee table and, after cleaning her hands, delicately handled Wang Tian's painting, showcasing her meticulous nature. She scrutinized the artwork, her brow slightly furrowing, and after a long pause, she remarked, "This painting is remarkably lifelike." Little Wang, how many years has this piece been in your possession? To be frank, it's preserved. Well, perhaps too well. Wang Tian understood her implication but was confident that the painting was indeed an authentic piece. He responded generously, "Honestly, I'm not certain how many years it has been stored. I found it in the old residence, and I too am surprised by its pristine condition. However, I trust that Xinyuange has the means to authenticate it, right?" Fong Ling nodded. "Indeed, please hold on." She made a phone call, and shortly thereafter, an elderly man hurried in, exclaiming, "Manager Fong, where's the painting by Master Qi Baishe? Let me see it quickly." Fong Ling introduced Wang Tian. "This is Master Dong, the esteemed appraiser from Xinyuange." Without acknowledging Wang Tian further, Master Dong took the painting and examined it with great care, employing various techniques for his assessment. Finally, he looked up with conviction, declaring, "Manager Fong, this is undoubtedly an original. Moreover, it is exceptionally well preserved." Upon hearing this, Fong Ling remained composed, smiling serenely. "As long as it's genuine, that's splendid. Master Dong, what do you estimate its worth to be?" Master Dong replied, "That's difficult to ascertain. If we consider only the painting itself, it's no more than 1,000,000. Yet, its value significantly increases due to its remarkable preservation. Of course, my appraisal is preliminary. We need to conduct a carbon test to confirm its age." Fong Ling frowned. "A carbon test for paintings? Generally, it's of little use. However, those old-timers have recently acquired some impressive technology that can test paintings, albeit with some margin of error. But that shouldn't matter, as long as it's an antique. The painting is authentic," Master Dong affirmed. Fong Ling then turned her gaze to Wang Tian. Wang Tian shrugged, "I don't mind the carbon test, but I'm in urgent need of money. To be honest, if I weren't in need, I wouldn't be selling it." Fong Ling nodded and looked towards Master Dong. Master Dong rolled his eyes and said, "Don't look at me like that. Regardless of its authenticity, given the craftsmanship, years from now it will still be regarded as a masterpiece. If no one else is interested, I'll offer you 500,000. Fong Ling then addressed Wang Tian. "According to the regulations of Xinyuange, I can initially offer you 500,000, but the painting must remain here for the carbon test. Once we determine the age, we'll provide you with a fair and reasonable offer. If at that time you still require funds, you may borrow more from us." Wang Tian recognized that this was the best outcome possible and promptly agreed. After signing the contract, Wang Tian found himself 50,000 richer in his bank account. As the saying goes, money is a man's courage. Instantly, his spirits lifted. With newfound wealth, Wang Tian felt no urgency and purchased a train ticket for 3 days hence. Unfortunately, there were no seats available, not even hard sleepers, leaving him with no choice but to opt for a soft sleeper. In the past, he would have hesitated. But now that he had money, he felt liberated. He would no longer endure hardship. Returning to the hotel, his mood soured instantly upon spotting a familiar figure at the entrance. "What are you doing here?" Wang Tian glared at Xiaoya, visibly displeased. Xiaoya lifted her proud head, cold and haughty, as if looking down on everything, standing before Wang Tian. Although she was not taller than him, she exuded an air of superiority. Xiaoya then stated, "If it weren't necessary, I wouldn't have come to see you. Come, let us sit. I have something to discuss." With that, she headed towards the hotel lobby's sofa, but Wang Tian was unbothered and made his way to the elevator, returning to his room instead. Xiaoya had expected him to follow, but when she sat down, he was nowhere to be found. "Miss, that guy went upstairs by himself. Should I go and bring him down?" a man inquired cautiously. Xiaoya's expression was as cold as ice as she gently shook her head. "He's a tough nut. You won't be able to persuade him. I will go find him." The bodyguard was taken aback. After all these years, it was the first time he had seen Xiaoya take the initiative to seek someone out. In the past, she would have turned and walked away without a second thought. Xiaoya stood up and approached the elevator door, whereupon everyone waiting immediately made way for her. She had that commanding presence, akin to a queen, instilling both fear and respect in those around her. Of course, there was one exception to this, the man she was about to confront, Wang Tian. "Knock, knock, knock. Are you insane? I'm no longer your employee, and you have no right to meddle in my affairs. If you wish to talk, I have no time for you, so please leave." Wang Tian opened the door and, upon speaking, promptly shut it again. Bang! Xiaoya had not uttered a single word, her eyes glinting with fury. She coldly declared, "Do you think you hold such power that I would come to see you? I am here concerning Shaoqing. You can either open the door, or I will have someone break it down." The door creaked open, and Wang Tian turned his neck, saying, "Come in." Xiaoya scoffed, "So you're afraid?" Bang! The door slammed shut again, nearly catching her face. Wang Tian's voice came from inside. "You think you have such influence that I should open the door for you? I opened it because of Xiaoqing, but it seems you prefer breaking doors. If you wish to continue our conversation, feel free to keep breaking." Xiaoya's expression shifted between anger and frustration. The approaching bodyguard whispered, "Mississippi. Should we break it down?" Xiaoya gritted her teeth. "Break it down." Crash. The bodyguard kicked the door open, allowing Xiaoya to enter the room like a queen. Wang Tian waved his hand, saying, "You probably have only 10 minutes, maybe 30, to discuss matters with me. If you're late, you'll find yourself in trouble." Chapter 19. The freshman welcoming gala. Xiaoya scoffed. "A mere door? What a fuss." Wang Tian, "I sought you out merely to advise you that you and Xiaoqing are not kindred spirits. It would behoove you to distance yourself from her." Wang Tian retorted with amusement. "Such pronouncements? Who are you to dictate such things? Are you my progenitor? If so, you lack the necessary appendage. If you are my maternal figure, your age seems somewhat premature." Xiaoya slammed her hand upon the table, retorting vehemently, "I have delivered my message. Heed it well. Should I discover that you persist in pursuing my sister, you shall comprehend the extent of my capabilities." Wang Tian erupted in laughter. "Your capabilities? I remain unenlightened and, frankly, disinterested. However, I am consumed by curiosity. Upon what basis do you issue such pronouncements?" Xiaoya declared, "Upon the basis of my familial connection to Xiaoqing, and upon the basis of your destitution and your status as a mere peddler of wares." Wang Tian responded with a disdainful smile, then slowly rose to his feet. Advancing toward Xiaoya, his countenance grew increasingly glacial, to the point that Xiaoya involuntarily recoiled a half-step. "Stay your distance, boy," Xiaoya's bodyguard interjected, stepping forward to shove Wang Tian. With lightning swiftness, Wang Tian seized and restrained the bodyguard, then delivered a swift kick. Thump! The bodyguard emitted a muffled groan as he was propelled out the door by Wang Tian's kick, collapsing against the wall and sliding to the floor, rendered unconscious by the force of the blow. Xiaoya was taken aback by this display. She was acutely aware of her bodyguard's prowess, which far surpassed that of her 3 inept instructors. Yet, to her astonishment, this highly skilled individual was subdued by Wang Tian with a single maneuver. How formidable must Wang Tian's capabilities be? Wang Tian continued his relentless advance. In the confines of a single room, with only the 2 of them present, Xiaoya ultimately relented, though the room's diminutive size afforded her little retreat. After a few steps, she found herself pressed against the wall. Wang Tian pinned Xiaoya against the wall, his face drawing close, nearly touching hers. Xiaoya, filled with revulsion yet stubbornly refusing to avert her gaze, glared at Wang Tian and proclaimed, "Dare to lay a hand upon me, and I shall ensure your utter annihilation." Wang Tian scoffed, "What do you fancy yourself to be? As frigid as a block of ice. I suspect your breasts are similarly congealed. Touch you? I have no such inclination. I merely wish to impart to you that I am a man, and you are a woman. It would behoove a woman to conduct herself with decorum in the presence of a man. Refrain from issuing threats. For I am a man who remains unfazed by such tactics. The events of the night before last remain unresolved. Await my return, for I shall observe how long your paltry martial arts establishment manages to endure." "The night before last? What is the meaning of this?" Xiaoya inquired, perplexed. Wang Tian retorted, "Feign ignorance now, do we? What is the meaning of this? Inquire of your esteemed instructors. Furthermore, I shall return to Yongxing to establish my own martial arts academy. As a new establishment lacking renown, I shall require your invaluable assistance." "Oh, and the door you damaged? I have already notified the authorities. Although their response may be somewhat tardy, it is imminent. If you wish to avoid providing a statement at the station, I suggest you depart forthwith." "You." Xiaoya was enraged by Wang Tian's actions. Wang Tian retreated and reclined upon the bed, chuckling. "If you wish to remain, I happen to possess a few massage advertisements. Perhaps you might consider assuming the role?" "Wang Tian, mark my words. This is far from over. I shall await you in Yongxing, and I shall observe how you intend to establish a martial arts academy," Xiaoya declared before turning and departing. Wang Tian's languid voice trailed after her, "Ice Maiden, it would behoove you to refrain from resorting to underhanded tactics, lest your security detail prove insufficient to ensure your safety." Xiaoya's shoulders twitched slightly, then she harumphed coldly, "Rest assured, I shall vanquish you in a fair and honorable manner. Your martial prowess is indeed impressive, and I concede that I initially underestimated you. However, you are not invincible. My Shaxiang Martial Arts Academy boasts a plethora of skilled combatants. Wang Tian roared with laughter. Excellent. I am in dire need of sparring partners. I implore you to enlist as many as possible. Xiaoya stormed off in a fit of pique. Her bodyguard, now regaining consciousness, regarded Wang Tian with trepidation. At Xiaoya's command, he hastily followed her, much to her chagrin. As Xiaoya descended the stairs, she was intercepted by the hotel's security personnel. Wang Tian had informed them that Xiaoya had damaged the door. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, the security personnel apprehended Xiaoya. For the scion of the esteemed Xiaoxiang group to be detained by security for damaging a door and failing to provide compensation would be a most embarrassing incident. Having relinquished the required sum, Xiaoya returned home in a state of near apoplexy. Meanwhile, Wang Tian chuckled as he checked out of the hotel and relocated to a more opulent establishment. As for the police, Wang Tian had never contacted them. There were no police involved. However, Wang Tian's contentment was short-lived, for the Myriad Realm streaming platform was undergoing an upgrade. The upgrade was slated to last a full week. In essence, he would be unable to view streams, flaunt his abilities, or open treasure chests for an entire week. As a stranger in Changsha, without acquaintances or companions, Wang Tian found little appeal in venturing out alone. Thus, he remained ensconced in his hotel room, disinclined to explore the city. 2 days later, Wang Tian received a call from Feng Ling, informing him that the painting had passed carbon dating, confirming its authenticity. After inquiring whether Wang Tian required an advance, Feng Ling transferred 2,100,000 to Wang Tian. In Feng Ling's words, the painting had been undervalued and could potentially fetch up to 3 million. The sum of 2,100,000 was chosen to avoid the inauspicious number 250. Feng Ling's thoughtfulness left Wang Tian with no reason to decline. Upon concluding his conversation with Feng Ling, Wang Tian's phone rang once more. To his surprise, it was Xiaoqing. Wang Tian was perplexed. Was Xiaoqing unaware of the relationship between him and Xiaoya? Why would she dare to call him? Nevertheless, Wang Tian answered, "Hello, Brother Tian. Tonight our school is hosting a freshman welcoming gala. Xianxian and I both have performances. Won't you come and show your support?" Xiaoqing's voice was loud, indicating a noisy environment, but her mood seemed buoyant. Wang Tian cleared his throat and inquired, "Are you certain you wish for me to attend?" Xiaoqing retorted, "Nonsense. Why else would I call you? Are you coming or not? If you come, I'll reserve a seat for you. If you don't blame me. I'll be there." "Why wouldn't I be? I've been bored out of my mind these past few days," Wang Tian chuckled. Wang Tian found it difficult to believe that Xiaoqing was unaware of his relationship with Xiaoya, but since Xiaoqing chose to disregard it, Wang Tian saw no reason to dwell on it. A man should act in accordance with his conscience and live life to the fullest, without encumbering himself with unnecessary worries. With this in mind, Wang Tian immediately rose, donned his shoes, and hastened out the door. Chapter 20. Never seen such a thing at this moment, however. Xiaoqing was not as elated as Wang Tian had imagined. "Qinger, how many times must I tell you? Do not associate with that scoundrel. You actually invited him to your school's welcome party?" Xiaoya's voice reverberated through the phone. Xiaoqing's anger flared up instantly. "Xiaoya, you were eavesdropping on my call? So that's why you generously gifted me the latest Apple phone. It was laced with ulterior motives." Realizing her misstep, Xiaoya lowered her tone. "Qinger, I was worried sick about you after the incident last time. I did this to ensure your safety. Furthermore, I've arranged for 2 bodyguards to accompany you. Whether you like it or not, they must follow you to guarantee your security. Rest assured, they are female bodyguards and will approach you under the guise of students. So it won't be awkward." Hearing Xiaoya's genuine concern, Xiaoqing softened. "Sister, I know you mean well, but I truly don't need it. Besides, I'm no longer a child. Please refrain from meddling in my personal life. I understand Wang Tian better than you do. I've spent more time with him. I know you're feeling frustrated about being sidelined by our family elders and are determined to prove yourself for Dad's sake. But have you considered that your forceful and unconventional methods might inadvertently harm others? You've already dismissed the original managers of the martial arts school due to their character flaws. That should suffice for establishing your authority. Why pursue a petty employee? If you could temper your temper, Wang Tian would likely be working for us right now, given his capabilities. Enough. Qinger, just focus on your studies. You need not involve yourself in business matters. As for Wang Tian, you don't truly understand who he is. He possesses remarkable skills, yet chooses to work in sales at the Shaoxiang Martial Arts School. That in itself is peculiar. I admit, I was blind this time and failed to recognize his potential. Yet some things, once done, cannot be undone. I refuse to bow to a man. This matter is irreconcilable between us. Moreover, we have declared war, I don't want you caught in the middle, so it's best you maintain your distance from him. Do you understand? Xiaoqing shook her head. Sister, you still don't understand me. I am not a child. I know what I'm doing. Your dream is to create the largest martial arts school in China, and I admire your ambition. I am just a girl. I don't harbor such grand aspirations. I merely wish to find someone I like to marry and spend my life in a muddled existence. I'm tired and need to rehearse for the program. Goodbye. With that, Xiaoqing hung up the phone and left the dormitory, her earlier excitement about meeting Wang Tian replaced by a sense of distress. Seeing this, Xian approached and sat beside Xiaoqing, whispering, Qinger, do you really have feelings for Tiange? But how long have you known him? Xiaoqing shook her head. You don't understand. Some people don't need a long time to be right for you. There are those you've known for ages whom you realize are unsuitable. Wang Tian appeared when I needed him most. Did you not feel it? With him by my side, it feels as if nothing could go wrong. I cherish that feeling. Xian replied softly, I understand. Xiaoqing was taken aback. Xian quickly shook her head. I used to feel that way. But it's long gone now. Xiaoqing breathed a sigh of relief. You startled me. I thought you two were experiencing youthful infatuation. Xian stuck out her tongue. Not at all. My heart has long been given away, but alas, I can never reach him again. Do tell me who. No. Come back. Don't run. You little rascal, just wait until I catch you. What are you staring at? Never seen such a scene? The boys passing by downstairs were instantly chilled by the exchange and hurriedly left. When Wang Tian arrived at the entrance of Central South University, he spotted two girls looking around. He immediately approached with a smile. Am I late? Not too bad, just 3 minutes behind. You owe us a late-night snack. Xiaoqing called out nonchalantly. Now that Wang Tian was financially well off, he readily agreed. Xiaoqing and Xian eagerly led Wang Tian towards the auditorium, where groups of students were heading in the same direction. Observing the vibrant youthfulness around him, Wang Tian felt rejuvenated, as if he had returned to his university days. Those who have never attended university will never comprehend its allure. It transcends mere explanations. It is filled with sunlight, passion, fervor, and nearly absurd memories. Initially, Xiaoqing and Xian forged a path, but upon reaching the auditorium, it was Wang Tian who took the lead. Otherwise, the two girls would have been unable to squeeze in. Wang Tian charged forward, drawing a chorus of complaints from the crowd. Before he could respond, Xiaoqing, the fiery girl, shouted back, deftly silencing the opposition with just a few words, leaving Wang Tian astonished. Qinger, your skills and retorts could make you a master. Finally reaching the seats that Xiaoqing had reserved for him, Wang Tian teased, You're quite the fighter. Xiaoqing's cheeks flushed, and with a hint of shyness. She replied, Oh, it was just. I was momentarily out of sorts and blurted that out. I usually don't act like this. Seeing Xiaoqing in this state brought a smile to Wang Tian's face, and he thought to himself, although they are sisters, they are so different. This girl is genuinely charming, unlike Xiaoya, who is as lifeless as a statue. Qinger, hurry. We need to rehearse one last time before the show starts. Someone called out. Xiaoqing quickly grabbed Xian's hand, running off. The somewhat clumsy Xian hadn't had the chance to speak with Wang Tian, only managing to say goodbye as she was whisked away. Watching Xian being pulled along, colliding with several people along the way, Wang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Being a student is wonderful, carefree and free to enjoy life. Yes, I shall live like this too. One should unleash their passions while young. Chapter 21. The frenzied Qinya. What followed was the familiar opening that Wang Tian had grown accustomed to. The host took the stage, leaders delivered their speeches. Wang Tian sat below, feeling drowsy as he muttered, After all these years, the leaders haven't improved their speaking skills. They say so much, yet convey nothing of value. Next came the lively performances, which he disregarded when it came to the boys, for it was the passionate and fiery university girls that truly captivated his attention. In that moment, Wang Tian felt as though he had been transported back in time, joining the students in whistling and cheering, yearning to rush up and shorten the skirts of the female students even more, or perhaps lower the chairs a bit. He found himself dropping a pen or tying his shoelaces every now and then. To his surprise, a friend beside him was even bolder. Having installed an external camera on his phone to capture the scene from below, Wang Tian immediately leaned in, and the two of them watched together, bursting into laughter occasionally. Although nothing was visible except for safety shorts, it was all part of the fun. Soon, it was time for Qinger and her friends to perform. To Wang Tian's astonishment, they were putting on a skit. Qinger portrayed a rogue in disguise as a man, while Xuan's ample bosom could hardly pass for a male character, making her the target of Qinger's teasing. The skit was short but filled with humor, especially with a group of young girls on stage, delighting the audience. The evening's festivities continued until the early hours of the morning, and as the crowd dispersed, Wang Tian realized he was left wanting more. Tian Ge, I just saw you grinning like a fool. How did we perform? Xiao Qing bounced alongside him, while Xian walked a little behind, casting curious glances at Qing'er's question. Wang Tian replied, bewildered, what do you mean? How did you perform? Our skit. Xiao Qing exclaimed. Wang Tian countered, what did you perform just now? Xiao Qing instantly became exasperated, playfully pinching and kicking at him. Wang Tian laughed heartily. All right, Qing, be gentle. If someone sees us, they'll think we're up to something. Let them think what they want. I've had my fun with Xian. Qing'er declared boldly. At this, Wang Tian was left utterly speechless, unsure of how to respond. Xian and Qing'er, witnessing his reaction, burst into laughter. Xian recounted their antics on the way down, and Wang Tian finally understood. As the saying goes, joyful moments pass swiftly. Before long, they arrived at the dormitory building of Xiao Qing and Xian. As Qing'er turned back multiple times, reminding Wang Tian to find her tomorrow for a meal, she finally ascended the stairs. Wang Tian, not being an innocent novice, recognized Xiao Qing's affections for him, especially since she showed no hesitation in expressing her feelings. Unlike the timid youth who hesitate when love knocks at their door, Wang Tian had already embraced the notion that life should be lived freely. Why be constrained by reservations? He was prepared to boldly and passionately welcome this romance. Upon returning home that night, he uploaded his novel chapters and fell into a deep slumber. Regarding the novel's performance, with over 200,000 views, he had grown indifferent to the numbers. Unbeknownst to Wang Tian, The Grave Robbers Chronicles was not only a sensational hit in another parallel universe, but was also sweeping through this one with immense popularity, poised to dominate the literary world. After all, in this realm, the literary landscape was relatively homogeneous, and the tomb raiding genre had never been explored before. The plot was irresistibly engaging, and those who read it, aside from a few who couldn't comprehend it, all praised it. The Grave Robbers Chronicles was also the only novel on Zero Degree that had garnered no recommendations, no contract, yet amassed over 10,000 collections in just 2 or 3 days. And this upward trend was accelerating rapidly. Consequently, all major online literature platforms were abuzz. There was no way around it. This work by Wang Nima had yet to be contracted, which meant everyone had a chance. Thus, all websites were frantically searching for Wang Nima's contact information. The editor-in-chief of Zero Degree even dispatched several editors to stand guard, deleting any requests for contact details on the Grave Robbers Chronicles comment board within seconds. Simultaneously, they urged Xinya to contact Wang Nima as soon as possible. Xinya, overwhelmed by the pressure, was nearly in tears. Despite his efforts, Wang Nima's phone initially connected but went unanswered, and later, it was simply turned off. He felt utterly despondent, regretting that he had made the book so popular. What if he decided to take it to another site? The editor-in-chief was likely furious with him. Meanwhile, Wang Tian was sleeping soundly, dreaming of watching a movie with Qing'er, as they approached a hotel, preparing for some intimate escapades when he suddenly awoke. Damn it! What a terrible time to wake up. Wang Tian cursed, glancing at his predicament with a sigh. Looks like I'll have to bother Fifth Sister again. Grabbing his phone, he exclaimed, damn it! Why is there a power outage? I didn't bring my phone for a day, and now it's dead? Is this a joke? I guess it's time to invest in a decent phone. And maybe a good laptop. I also need a house, a car, and a storefront to open a martial arts school. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he recalled the soaring property prices in Yongxing. Just yesterday, he had felt like a wealthy man, yet now he felt utterly deflated, lamenting, I thought I was turning my life around. But it seems I'm still just a salted fish. Money, oh money, I need money. After charging his phone, Wang Tian completed his morning routine and promptly called Xiao Qing. Tian Ge, so early? I haven't even gotten out of bed yet. She mumbled sleepily. Xian, your bra has fallen, Wang Tian replied. Xiao Qing, still half asleep, responded, what did I just say? Did I mention a bra? Oh dear, my bra has fallen too. Please pick it up for me. Seriously, Wang Tian, your friend is half undressed, and you don't say anything? Wang Tian looked up at the ceiling, desperately reciting calming mantras, yet his mind was filled with various alluring images, feeling an overwhelming urge to unleash his frustrations against the wall. Fortunately, after some commotion, Xiao Qing finally calmed down, lying on her bed with the phone. Tian Ge, what is up? Isn't it too early for a meal? Or are you planning to take me shopping? Wang Tian cleared his throat. It's not about accompanying you. It's about you accompanying me. I'm unfamiliar with Changsha and intend to buy a new phone and a better computer. By the way, is Xianxian available? Let us all go together. I'll treat you to a grand feast. Chapter 22, Is It Beautiful? Xiao Qing exclaimed immediately, Xianxian, my chubby friend. Are you free later? Oh, never mind. I know you're not. Tian go. Xianxian says she is unavailable. Upon hearing this, Wang Tian rolled his eyes. Given Xianxian's reaction time, she probably hadn't even had a chance to respond. Nevertheless, Wang Tian didn't mind. It was evident that Xianxian didn't harbor much affection for him. Besides, he was not a greedy person. There's a suitable match for everyone. And he just needed to find his. All right then, I'll pick you up at the school gate, Wang Tian said. Okay, give me an hour. She replied. I need to put on makeup first. After saying this, Qing Er abruptly hung up. Wang Tian then heard her excited voice. Xianxian, Tian Go asked me out. Which outfit should I wear? Oh dear. Qing Er, don't throw your clothes around. It'll be a mess to clean up. And you're almost undressed. There's no one around. I've drawn the curtains. What is there to be afraid of? I'm just trying on clothes. Wang Tian could only feel speechless at the chaos, reflecting on how he couldn't even catch a moment's peace. Just as he thought he could rest, he had to get up again. Xiao Qing had indeed made him wait a full hour, but upon seeing her emerge, any annoyance he felt vanished instantly. She wore a red and white striped short-sleeve shirt with a black collar and cuffs, exquisitely tailored to accentuate her petite frame. The light blue mini shorts showcased her long, fair legs, while her simple red canvas shoes added a touch of elegance. On her left wrist, a series of delicate red bangles sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. Her makeup was minimal, with a soft pink gloss on her lips and her eyelashes curled and fluttering, while her large eyes twinkled like a sprite. Today, Xiao Qing was the very embodiment of an urban fairy. As he gazed at her, Wang Tian couldn't help but think of Xiaoya, her sister. Why was there such a stark contrast between them? Although their faces bore some resemblance, their auras were worlds apart. One exuded a cold, noble fierceness, as if everyone owed her something, while the other radiated warmth and brightness like a blooming flower. What are you staring at, silly? How do I look today? Xiao Qing playfully tapped Wang Tian on the forehead while standing on her toes, appearing utterly adorable. Wang Tian shook his head. Not beautiful. What? Disappointment washed over Xiao Qing's cute face. Wang Tian quickly added, I just wanted to say you're stunning. Uff. You bad boy, you scared me. If you said I looked bad, I would have gone back to change. Xiao Qing playfully kicked Wang Tian. Wang Tian chuckled foolishly, but soon felt the piercing glares of countless onlookers, realizing he had stirred up envy. Having a beautiful girlfriend was one thing, but displaying affection at the school gate could easily provoke the ire of the single crowd. He hurriedly led Xiao Qing away from campus and into a taxi, where she mentioned a destination he couldn't comprehend. He figured it was best to just follow her lead. While some rejoiced, others were distressed. The news of Xiao Qing's relationship quickly spread, and a video of their affectionate display at the school gate appeared on the campus forum. The same day, it attracted countless admirers of Xiao Qing, leading to a flurry of tears and curses, with some even threatening to deal with Wang Tian. However, most understood that these were mere expressions of frustration. After all, they were just envious individuals who likely didn't even know Xiao Qing. But some were genuinely furious. Bang! Xiaoya slammed her newspaper onto the table, exclaiming, Is that girl intentionally trying to provoke me? I told her not to associate with that scoundrel. And yet she insists on being with him. And now she's made headlines. Does that make her happy? The newspaper headline read, Second young lady of the Xiaoxiang group spotted late night with mysterious man, romance rumored. Miss, shall we kidnap that guy and teach him a lesson? A subordinate whispered. Teach him a lesson? With you lot. Xiaoya shot a cold glance at the speaker, who was none other than the bodyguard Wang Tian had knocked out with a single strike. The bodyguard's face flushed with embarrassment. Xiaoya continued. Dealing with him isn't the challenge. The real issue lies with Qing Er. If I resort to underhanded tactics, she'll raise a ruckus. This matter requires careful planning. Also, go to these media outlets and silence them. If they want to listen to me, then let my family handle it. The Xiao family cannot afford to lose face. Understood. A female secretary promptly retreated. Once everyone had departed, Xiaoya stood alone in the building, her hands buried in her pockets. Her face showing signs of fatigue as she sighed. Everyone just adds to my troubles. Not a single person is of any help. At that moment, Wang Tian remained blissfully unaware of his newfound fame, as he never followed local news. Xiao Qing was also too preoccupied to glance at the newspaper. She flitted about like a butterfly, observing everything. Yet when Wang Tian asked if she liked something, she consistently shook her head, leaving him utterly perplexed. Ahead was a street lined with mobile phone shops, offering every brand imaginable. "Let us go, keep up," Xiao Qing called to Wang Tian, who, with no choice, quickened his pace to keep up. He noticed that Xiao Qing seemed to have boundless energy, but at least he was relieved to see she wasn't a compulsive shopper. "What brand of phone do you like?" They entered the largest mobile phone store, and before the salesperson could even greet them, Xiao Qing began to assert her preferences. Wang Tian replied, "I don't have much knowledge about phones. I just need one with good signal, a large screen, and fast response time." "You could have just said iPhone. That's the only brand that meets your requirements nowadays. Come on, over there is the counter." Xiao Qing pulled Wang Tian along, calling out, "Let us take a look at this one." The salesperson hurriedly brought out the phone. Although Wang Tian was dressed modestly, Xiao Qing's designer outfit commanded respect, and no one dared underestimate their purchasing power, especially Wang Tian. In their eyes, with such a beautiful girlfriend dressed in high-end fashion, he must be a low-key wealthy individual. Upon glancing at the price, Wang Tian was taken aback. It was a staggering 7,000. He couldn't help but gasp. However, the phone was crucial for him, as he planned to rely on the Wanjia live streaming platform for his livelihood. Thus, he gritted his teeth and made the purchase. Chapter 23. A little spicy pepper at home. Upon confirming his intent to purchase, the salesgirl, brimming with enthusiasm, omitted the exhaustive array of product details. Her smile wide as she served tea and water, lavishing praise on Wang Tian's handsomeness and Xiao Qing's beauty. However, she soon regretted her eagerness. Xiao Qing squinted and interjected, "Hold on. Let us discuss the discount issue. We have just arrived on this street, and this is our first store. Offer me a fair price, and I shall consider the purchase. Otherwise, it's farewell." Wang Tian was taken aback. He never expected the second Miss Xiao to possess such bargaining prowess. She appeared remarkably adept, exuding an aura that suggested, "Respond poorly, and I shall leave. Respond well, and I shall buy." The salesgirl was equally stunned. These two were clearly a couple in love. Yet the male should be showcasing his strength while the female waited patiently for his generosity. Moreover, the casual attire Xiao Qing donned was worth more than a few thousand. Yet she dared to negotiate? It was utterly absurd. This was akin to Bill Gates haggling over a few cents for an ice cream cone. Noticing their bewildered expressions, Xiao Qing huffed, pulling the salesgirl aside, and soon they were engaged in a spirited exchange of words. Ultimately, the assertive Xiao Qing emerged victorious, signaling a triumphant gesture to Wang Tian before exclaiming, 6,005, and I want a complimentary thermos. What do you say? What could Wang Tian possibly say? Had he come alone, he would have certainly settled for 7,000 for a mere phone, without even a roll of tissue paper included. Now, having secured such benefits, he swiped his card without hesitation. As they completed the transaction, the salesgirl finally relaxed, relieved that her efforts had not been in vain, albeit disheartened at the thought of her commission being significantly reduced. With a new phone in hand, Wang Tian felt a wave of contentment wash over him, warmed by the sight of a beaming Xiao Qing. Is it true that daughters of wealthy families often exhibit princess-like tendencies? She was indeed a precious gem. Xiao Qing chirped. "Tian Gu, I've saved you a considerable sum. What shall you treat me to for lunch? It must be a grand feast. Speak up, what do you wish to eat?" Although Wang Tian posed the question, he already had a destination in mind. He had inquired beforehand, and the most renowned restaurant in Changsha was undoubtedly Millennium Tower. With top-tier chefs and impeccable service, it was the perfect choice for a date. As for the cost, he budgeted around 10,000, knowing he could supplement it if necessary. This was Wang Tian's first earnest endeavor in courting, and he was willing to invest significantly. Considering Xiao Qing's status as the second Miss Xiao, accustomed to luxury, he intended to ensure her comfort and happiness, even if he could not provide the absolute best. To his astonishment, Xiao Qing suddenly snatched his phone, casually stating, "Let me check if there are any nearby discounts on delicious food on Tuan Tuan." Wang Tian's heart swelled with warmth. He could not believe Xiao Qing would ordinarily search for food bargains. Did she lack money? Certainly not. She would choose only the finest. Reflecting on the upscale clothing and shoe stores she had instinctively entered, all exquisite and exorbitantly priced, he had caught glimpses of items worth 5,000 or 6,000. Even for socks. Yet, she merely browsed, adopting a look of disdain as she pulled him out. When he inquired if she liked them, she offered a myriad of excuses. However, Wang Tian, being in sales, possessed the insight to discern that Xiao Qing did indeed admire those garments. Her reluctance to purchase stemmed purely from concerns for his pride and financial capabilities. When couples shop, the woman often acquires clothing, and the man typically bears the cost. Could Wang Tian afford it? If he refrained from paying, it would reflect poorly on him. This understanding of her thought process explained her reluctance to buy anything during their outing. As he pondered this, a pang of sorrow struck Wang Tian. He vowed to earn a substantial income. He was tired of feeling this frustrating sense of inadequacy. Resolutely, he seized Xiaoqing's phone from her grasp. Startled, she exclaimed, "Hey, what are you doing? Be careful not to break it." Wang Tian swiftly turned her to face him, lowering his head slightly to gaze into her eyes, and said, "Silly girl, you're making me feel heartache." Xiaoqing instantly resembled a child caught in mischief, flustered and unsure. Wang Tian then confidently added, "I know you are aware of my past, but that is inconsequential. What truly matters is that you must never feel wronged while by my side. I refuse to let your icy sister come to me, accusing me of mistreating you. We are going to Millennium Tower for lunch." "Ah, Millennium Tower?" Xiaoqing gasped in surprise. Wang Tian shot her a stern look, and she promptly fell silent, obediently agreeing, all right. Millennium Tower. I have a small appetite. I'll order the dishes. You must eat. We cannot waste food." Wang Tian, with a hint of possessiveness, declared, "I will have double portions." Then I shall have a bit," she conceded. "Let us go for 3 portions. No, 4. I've heard the servings are quite small. Is it acceptable if we skip the alcohol? I don't drink either. What about juice? I prefer plain water. It's good for beauty and health. Is that even available? It seems not. Millennium Tower. Such grandeur." Wang Tian was taken aback. Constructing a purely Chinese restaurant in the heart of the bustling city center, occupying such a vast expanse. What a fortune that must have cost. He had no concept of magnitude. Indeed, Millennium Tower was established shortly after the founding of the nation by a foreign investor, but it fell into financial troubles and was sold. Eventually, local affluent businessmen acquired it, transforming it into a hotel that thrived for 50 years, now a celebrated establishment. Xiaoqing recounted the history with great familiarity, and Wang Tian marveled inwardly. Her narration felt akin to a tourist guide spiel. "Dear visitors, please follow me. I am your dedicated tour guide." Xiaoqing playfully leaped aside, mimicking a tour guide as she struck various poses. Wang Tian couldn't help but be amused, remarking, "In that case, dear guide, lead the way. Your hungry guest is on the verge of starvation." With laughter, Xiaoqing cheerfully took Wang Tian's hand, guiding him forward. Chapter 24. Establishing a relationship. A time-honored establishment is indeed a time-honored establishment. Although Wang Tian was dressed rather modestly, he did not encounter any disdainful glances. Instead, 6 ladies in kipeos greeted him with a deep bow, elegantly exclaiming, "Welcome to our humble abode," leaving Wang Tian feeling somewhat awkward. As there were only 2 of them, they opted not to choose a private room, settling instead in a corner of the bustling hall. Shortly after, a waiter presented them with the menu. Wang Tian glanced at it and felt a pang of pain in his heart. Hearing is one thing, but seeing it with one's own eyes. The prices here were indeed exorbitant. Dishes worth thousands were merely of moderate pricing, and those priced at 10,000 were not uncommon. However, with cash in his pocket and bolstered by courage, Wang Tian boldly ordered a lotus leaf fish and a 100 bird's nest dish, racking up a bill of 1,600 yuan. Xiaoqing immediately interjected, "Isn't 2 dishes enough for 2 people?" Wang Tian, assuming a stern demeanor, retorted, "Are you going to order or not? If you don't, I might just order anything. No waste, nothing left over." Pouting, Xiaoqing flipped through the menu and settled on a vegetable platter and a fruit salad. Despite Wang Tian's protests, she remained resolute in her decision. With no other choice, he acquiesced. Before long, the dishes arrived, each one a feast for the senses. And after tasting a bite, Wang Tian couldn't help but sing praises. Though somewhat pricey, the quality was indeed justified, something one could hardly find elsewhere. The only frustration for Wang Tian was the sheer volume of food. It was far too much for just 2 people to consume. Yet, adhering to the principle of minimizing waste, they both made an effort to eat heartily. Once they finished, they exchanged glances and burst into laughter, both feeling utterly stuffed. As they strolled back to school, sunlight bathed them from behind, stretching their shadows long, yet their proximity to one another grew ever closer. Suddenly, Xiaoqing halted, stamping her foot in frustration. "Hey, are you really that dense? Do I have to make the first move?" Seeing the indignant expression on Xiaoqing's face, Wang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. He stepped closer, whispering, "Qinger, would you be my girlfriend? Is that all?" Xiaoqing replied with a look of disdain. Scratching his head, Wang Tian confessed, I've never pursued a girl before, nor have I watched any romantic dramas, so I'm not sure how to be romantic. What else should I do? In response, Xiaoqing rose on her toes and lightly brushed her lips against his, then dashed away, waving her hand as she called back, That's my answer. You fool. Wang Tian instinctively touched his lips, the softness and fragrance lingering, and stood there grinning, watching as Xiaoqing disappeared into the campus. On his way back, Wang Tian received a message from Xiaoqing, asking him to report in the morning. He responded cheerfully and suggested they go to the movies the next day, to which she happily agreed. He then affectionately changed her nickname to wife in his contacts. A determined glint flashed in Wang Tian's eyes. He would ensure she would never suffer again, promising to give her the best of everything in the world. Upon returning to his hotel, Wang Tian eagerly searched for the Wanjie live streaming platform on his new phone, only to find it still under maintenance. In resignation, he opened the 0 Degree novel website and was taken aback to see his book prominently featured on the homepage. Clicking in, he discovered over 3,000 comments, with more than 1,000 being mere advertisements, leaving the rest to discuss the plot and urging for quicker updates. Soon, his phone rang. Who is this? Wang Tian inquired. Is this Mr. Wang Tian? The voice on the other end was that of an excited editor, Qianyi. I am the editor from 0 Degree. I've been desperately trying to reach you. After a day of not connecting, I finally got through. I am Wang Tian. How can I assist you, dear editor? Wang Tian responded politely. With a wry smile, Qianyi said, Please don't call me dear editor. I feel like I should be calling you my ancestor. My ancestor? When will you sign the contract for your booktomb rating notes? Wang Tian was bewildered. Isn't the contract signed after 80,000 characters? I've only submitted a bit over 10,000. There's no other way. Your book is exceptional. High quality, brilliant content, and utterly unique. No beating around the bush. I want to be straightforward with you. If you sign with us at 0 Degree, you'll receive the best treatment, a platinum-level author status. And regardless of your book's subscription numbers, a guaranteed minimum of 1 million. You will still retain your copyright. What do you say? Qianyi stated candidly. If tomb rating notes weren't so popular, Qianyi would not have been so forthright, at least not without attempting to negotiate. However, given its demand, he was genuinely concerned that being anything less than candid might drive Wang Tian away. Wang Tian, though unfamiliar with these matters, could sense from Qianyi's tone that his book was indeed quite popular. To be honest, I am not well versed in this area. I need to consider it before providing an answer. Qianyi grew anxious. Ancestor, 0 Degree is the largest Chinese novel website in Huaxia. Our daily traffic dwarfs the competition. Many of our platinum authors earn millions annually. This is not an exaggeration. If you join 0 Degree, you will undoubtedly reap more benefits than anywhere else. Whatever conditions others may offer, I can match them. Wang Tian remained composed, fully aware that maintaining his composure and resisting pressure would maximize his benefits. His immediate priority was not to sign a contract, but to thoroughly understand the contents within those contracts. After exchanging pleasantries with Qianyi, he hung up and immediately began researching online. Just as Qianyi had asserted, if he could deliver on his promises, then the conditions offered were indeed remarkably generous. At the very least, they exceeded those of other websites and even 0 Degree's own contracts. Furthermore, 0 Degree was indeed the largest and most promising website in the industry. Most importantly, Qianyi's integrity was beyond reproach, with no negative news surrounding him. He was genuinely dedicated to his authors. After much contemplation, Wang Tian dialed Qianyi's number again. On the other end, Qianyi was like an ant on a hot pan, pacing in anxiety, his mind racing as he occasionally glanced toward the editor-in-chief, who seemed ready to reprimand him at any moment. Chapter 25. Money no longer matters at that moment. The phone rang. Upon seeing the number, Qianyi immediately answered, Ancestor, how are you? Since you have called me Ancestor, how could I possibly run away? Just send me the contract, Wang Tian replied with a chuckle. Qianyi was instantly elated, laughing heartily. Ancestor, you have saved me. If you had run, I would have been out of a job. Now that you are signing, I can go and draw up the chief editor's contract. Don't you dare run away. It was agreed that my ancestor would come, so let me have my turn. What? What did you say? I can't hear you. I've got to go now. Don't call unless it's urgent. Wang Tian vaguely heard someone trying to dodge responsibility and couldn't help but laugh, surprised at how cheerful the editorial department was. The subsequent events unfolded smoothly. The electronic document arrived promptly. However, Wang Tian soon realized, to his dismay, that he had spent the entire day without purchasing a computer. With no other option, He had to head downstairs to a printing shop to resolve the issue. Once everything was settled and his signature affixed, he merely awaited the courier's arrival the next day. After a night devoid of conversation, a new day dawned swiftly. Rising early, he went to a nearby park for a round of boxing, then jogged to the university gate to meet Xiaoqing as she emerged. They enjoyed breakfast together, strolled through the streets to buy a computer, and concluded the day romantically by escorting Xiaoqing back to her dormitory. Only then did it become the turn of the courier. "Brother Tian, are you really leaving tomorrow? Aren't you going to stay a few more days?" That night, Wang Tian and Xiaoqing chatted on the phone. "I have a girlfriend now, so I must return to work on the family business. I'm still lamenting the dinner expenses from yesterday. If I want to provide for our dear Qing'er, I reckon I'll need at least a few million in assets," Wang Tian remarked. Xiaoqing giggled. "At least you have a conscience. What do you plan to do when you get back?" "I told you. I sold an ancient painting and have a bit of money now. I plan to open a martial arts school. After all, it's the field in which I excel," he explained. "A martial arts school? In Yongxing? There are only 3 such schools there. If you open another, wouldn't that be?" Xiaoqing hesitated, wanting to imply that he was heading straight for her sister. Wang Tian pondered for a moment before responding. "I don't intend to hide anything from you. I have various methods to earn money. Opening a martial arts school is partly for profit, but it's also a matter of pride. I was cast out by your sister, and I will rise from where I fell. I intend to return the favor. While I may not be able to compete financially with the Shaoxiang group, in terms of strength, they might not be able to hold their ground in Yongxing." "Brother Tian, actually, my sister has her own struggles," Xiaoqing replied, her tone sorrowful. Wang Tian chuckled. "I understand. Otherwise, a woman wouldn't turn herself into an ice fortress. However, that doesn't justify her actions towards me. Everyone has their dignity. In truth, if she were to step on me to make a point, I wouldn't feel much about it. But she absolutely should not have dragged my friends into it. That is my line in the sand." Xiaoqing sighed. "I don't know how to navigate your issues or whom to support. In any case, you two should sort it out yourselves. I won't get involved." Wang Tian laughed. "You should focus on your studies. Aren't you majoring in economic management? I could use a secret assistant or something. That is my position. If you dare let anyone else take it before I return, just wait and see how I deal with you." "Humph. Do you know how formidable our family as Chile is?" "All right then." The two continued to chat about inconsequential matters until late into the night before finally hanging up. The following day, Xiaoqing accompanied Wang Tian to the train station. After a heartfelt farewell, he boarded the train back to Yongxing. "My life is destined to change. Given this opportunity, I must seize it and soar to new heights," Wang Tian silently vowed. In truth, there was another matter Wang Tian had not disclosed to Xiaoqing. He had another purpose for wanting to surpass her. Every city holds a national martial arts competition each year, and only those from established martial arts schools are selected to participate. Wang Tian knew that only by opening a martial arts school would he earn the right to compete. The elite from the national martial arts competitions gain eligibility to enter international contests, where they face off against foreign masters in pursuit of world championship titles. Not to mention, even being a national champion holds a prestigious status within Huaxia, rivaling that of the greatest figures in the film industry, if not surpassing them. This is the current era of martial valor. Martial prowess, to a considerable extent, transcends all else. Once crowned as the national champion, one would undoubtedly reap both fame and fortune. Moreover, Wang Tian needed extensive combat experience, which he could not simply purchase. Thus, the best path was to participate in various competitions or challenge other schools. While challenging other schools could easily lead to trouble, competitions were a different matter altogether. Since learning Tai Chi, Wang Tian had become increasingly enamored with martial arts, particularly the layers of life mysteries embedded in Lei Feng as Tai Chi, which opened his eyes to a higher realm. What lay beyond that door, he did not know, but extending life and transcending human limitations certainly seemed within reach. Wang Tian yearned to discover his own limits and those of humanity. Does martial art truly allow one to transcend? Thus, Wang Tian's motivation for opening a martial arts school was not merely driven by pride or profit. He had a clear vision of his path and understood precisely what he sought. As for money, with the myriad of opportunities available to him, would he ever find himself in want? Treasure hunt notes could yield him millions, and that was merely one book. If Wang Tian wished, he could delve into technological channels and bring back some avant-garde innovations, though they might not yield immediate returns, given a few years. He could lay the groundwork for acceptance of his technological achievements, thereby transforming them into boundless wealth. Therefore, Wang Tian was utterly unconcerned with money. His focus lay solely on martial arts, on how it could alter destiny, transcend limits, and even achieve immortality. The journey back was smooth. Upon disembarking from the train, he spotted Sun Pengzi waving his arms at the reception area. Wang Tian hurried over and asked, "Aren't you working today?" Sun Pengzi replied with a wry smile, "I would love to work, but it requires someone to employ me. You know I want to do trivial errands, and larger companies look down on me." Sigh. "Are you still clinging to that lofty ambition of yours?" Wang Tian responded, somewhat exasperated. Sun Pengzi lamented, "There's no helping it. That's just who I am. And I can't change." "Brother Tian, you mentioned on the phone that you want to open a martial arts school. Is that true? Where will you get the funds?" Chapter 26. The Tycoon returns. Robbing a bank, I suppose. Enough with the trivialities. My ancestors left me a piece of calligraphy. I sold it and made some money. Additionally, I casually penned a novel, which seems to be doing well. I've just signed a contract, and the website has even offered me an annual salary. So if you fat fool, have nowhere to go, why not work for me? Wang Tian remarked dismissively. Sun, the rotund man, was utterly clueless about ancient calligraphy. Upon hearing it fetched over 2 million, his eyes sparkled with greed. However, when he learned that Tomb Raiding Notes was authored by Wang Tian, he erupted. "What the hell? Are you Wang Nima? Seriously? No way. Please, stop calling me the author Wang Nima of Tomb Raiding Notes. If you shout that again, you can scram. The lobster feast tonight is off." Wang Tian, now aware of his book's immense popularity, understood that while he was yet besieged for autographs, it could happen. Sun, feeling wronged, retorted, "You tell me not to shout, yet you're the loudest. You're just a pretentious show-off. As if anyone cares. How many chapters have you written? If you want to be famous, it won't happen overnight. No one will be screaming for your autograph. And forget about taking advantage of the situation." Wang Tian, unashamed and resolute, replied, "At least I have hope. As for you, let us go eat. If you gain another 10 pounds, I'll be completely pressure-free. Gain 10 more pounds, and you'll crush me." Sun protested. After a sumptuous meal, they indulged in dreams of a promising future, drinking copiously, and in their inebriation, heartfelt confessions spilled forth. Sun exclaimed, "Brother, you've finally turned your fortunes around, and I'm riding along. Cheers. Heaven's king, listen, that Xie woman looks down on us. We must retaliate. Let us run our martial arts school better than her shabby establishment and drive her out. Show her the power of a man. Real men cannot be cowards. When action is required, we must act. As for women, they are, well, never mind." Wang Tian, slightly tipsy yet clear-headed from his martial arts training, chuckled wryly. "Fatty, enough. There will be bread, there will be milk, and she will repay what she owes you in due time. Not a chance. I must proclaim I'm fat, but I have dignity. Even if you don't strike it rich, I've made my plans. If you provoke me, I'll blow her to smithereens with a barrel of explosives," Sun mumbled as he drifted off to sleep. Seeing this, Wang Tian sighed, helped Sun to his hotel, and settled him in. Upon exiting, his gaze turned icy. "Xie, are you ready?" With that, he strode away with purpose. The following day, Wang Tian and Sun fanned out in search of a storefront. Yongxing had 2 commercial streets, Xiaoxiang Road and Hexin Road. Hexin Road, a newly developed riverside area, teemed with people in the evenings, while Xiaoxiang Road, the older commercial hub, bustled during the day but was quieter at night. Xiaoxiang Road had long run out of available storefronts, with the few that were on the market charging exorbitant transfer fees. Wang Tian set his sights on Hexin Road, and, after a day of searching, finally selected a location. It had once been a car wash, but the owner had fled, leaving behind an empty shell of 800 square meters. The space was far too large for the owner to consider subletting, so it had remained vacant. Wang Tian seized the opportunity and swiftly agreed to lease it for 20,000 a month, paying a full year's rent up front. He produced 240,000, signed the contract, and then dragged Sun to find a renovation company. By chance, Sun had a classmate in the renovation business, and they rushed to him. The response was swift. They offered the lowest price, covering everything with quality materials. Wang Tian calculated the renovation cost at a staggering 2 million. Yet, considering the scale of the space and his vision for a traditional martial arts school, he bit the bullet and proceeded. That evening, exhausted like a pair of lifeless dogs, they returned home. Wang Tian checked his account and found merely 20,000 left. For a martial arts school to thrive, merely having a storefront wouldn't suffice. Advertising was essential. However, the astronomical advertising fees posed a dilemma for Wang Tian. Lying in bed, insomnia plagued him. Out of boredom, he pulled out his phone and browsed the internet. exclaiming, "Finally finished maintenance. Haha, the universal live streaming platform. Here we go. Money, money, money. Where can I earn cash fast?" He scrolled through the tech page of the live streaming site. "Master Gold Seeker, come find underground gold mines." He mused. "Forget it. Even if I find one, it won't be mine. Pass." He muttered. "Theoretical programming of artificial intelligence. Theories are useless." He continued to search. Comprehensive analysis of the flying shaver, complete with blueprints. Wang Tian's eyes lit up. This was precisely what he needed. He just hoped the shaver's performance was satisfactory, not too advanced, but significantly better than current models. Entering the live stream, he was greeted with a notification: "The world's richest man, Wang Mima, has arrived in the live stream. Please welcome him." The crowd erupted in excitement. Though the stream had a modest audience of only 400, they flooded the chat with messages. "Wang Mima. Wow, he is here on the tech page, checking out shavers? Wang Mima, drop a treasure chest. I'm your fan. Master Wang Mima, let me ride your coattails." Wang Tian cleared his throat, bemused by the uproar. "Enough with the shouting. As per usual, if you want a treasure chest, can you gather 500,000? The crowd fell silent. While 500,000 in their world was manageable, 500,000 universal coins posed a significant challenge. Moreover, the loot from treasure chests followed a pattern. What one received was closely related to the content of the live stream. For instance, if Lei Fong was streaming Tai Chi, Wang Tian would draw something related to Tai Chi. If his uncle streamed tomb raiding notes, Wang Tian would pull a painting by Chi Baisher. Thus, if this stream focused on analyzing shavers, the loot would likely be ordinary tech products. With that in mind, they were reluctant to invest large sums of universal coins. Chapter 27. The Grandmaster of Tai Chi. As the live stream unfolded, Fei Xiang observed the sudden silence that enveloped the audience and let out a sigh. Had he foreseen the arrival of the illustrious Wang Tian, he would have undoubtedly prepared something spectacular for the broadcast. With the audience's enthusiasm ignited, he could have profited immensely. Nevertheless, Fei Xiang remained undeterred, for he had heard tales of Wang Tian's lavish generosity. As long as he could elicit joy from the man, money seemed to be of little consequence. With this thought in mind, Fei Xiang exclaimed, "Thank you, Wang Tian, for gracing my humble abode. Great Wang Tian, what would you like to hear? Speak freely. I assure you, I shall divulge all that I know." Wang Tian, upon reading this, could not help but chuckle. Indeed, all the talk about influencers and online celebrities was mere triviality. It was wealth that commanded respect. He quickly typed, "Not much. You were talking about this razor, weren't you? I find it quite intriguing. Please provide me with the schematics. I would like to study them further. If I find merit in it, your rewards will be generous." Upon reading this, Fei Xiang was overwhelmed with elation, nearly moved to tears. He had not anticipated such a display of extravagance from this wealthy patron. The others in the chat were equally exhilarated. $1 million reward simply for viewing was exhilarating. However, curiosity soon sparked a flurry of discussions. "Wang Tian, with your wealth, why are you interested in a mere razor? I've heard others are streaming about superpowered nuclear bombs." One viewer remarked, "Indeed, Wang Tian, there are those crafting mechanical armor, and they say success is imminent." Fei Xiang's enthusiasm waned as he felt his moment was being overshadowed. Particularly, he noticed a familiar face among the crowd, the very person crafting the mechanical armor. Timing was too coincidental. It was evident that this individual had been tipped off about Wang Tian's presence and rushed over to capitalize on the opportunity. In an outburst, Fei Xiang typed, "Hua Bao Xing Qiu, silence yourself. If you continue this way, I shall ensure you gain notoriety. Let us see how you fare in the future." Hua Bao Xing Qiu promptly ceased his chatter. Wang Tian then typed, "Everyone, please settle down. To be honest, my interests are quite eclectic. My preferences shift unpredictably. Today I may favor this, tomorrow something else. Perhaps it is merely whimsy. However, that is simply who I am. As long as you can pique my interest. Money is not an issue." With that, Fei Xiang hastily showered him with compliments. He then transitioned into the main event, waving his hand as a three-dimensional holographic image materialized. A razor floated in midair, which Fei Xiang meticulously deconstructed, elucidating its principles, functions, and more. Wang Tian listened intently, his eyes growing brighter with each revelation. Although the Fei Xiang razor was not particularly advanced, its features surpassed any razor he had encountered in his world. Firstly, this razor could automatically recognize facial contours, adjusting its angle for a flawless shave. Secondly, recognizing that facial hair can harbor dirt, it offered dual functionality, shaving while simultaneously utilizing ultraviolet light for sterilization. Additionally, The razor was designed for easy washing under running water, ensuring convenience. Lastly, it was not merely a razor. It could also function as a universal charger and flashlight, a truly multifaceted tool with an appealing aesthetic. Wang Tian was aware that many razor companies were researching similar technologies. Yet none had successfully brought them to market due to various challenges. As Fei Xiong animatedly spoke, Wang Tian's interest waned once he confirmed the technological viability for commercial sale. The technical jargon became too specialized for him to comprehend. Fei Xiong, while presenting, kept a keen eye on the reward page, fantasizing about the moment when Wang and might send him a generous tip, propelling him into the stratosphere of success. Just as he anticipated this, a resounding chime echoed, and a red notification of 1 million appeared. Fei Xiong rubbed his eyes in disbelief, nearly leaping from his seat. Tears streamed down his cheeks. This broadcaster, a veritable pauper with assets barely amounting to tens of thousands of interstellar currency, felt as though he had struck gold overnight. His excitement was boundless. At that moment, Wang Tian typed, "Do not rejoice too soon. Do not weep. Your presentation was quite commendable. Please send me the schematics. I shall review them when time permits." "I can no longer stay to listen." Fei Xiong, upon hearing this, eagerly responded, "Rest assured, great patron, I shall send them immediately. I understand you have no time for my rambling, but fret not. I have recorded the entire session. I will send the recording along with the final product." Fei Xiong was exceedingly attentive to Wang Tian's needs. After all, this was a major client. If he catered to him well, a mere gesture could change his fortunes drastically. Wang Tian was taken aback by Fei Xiong's fervent enthusiasm as he unwittingly gathered an array of materials. Upon exiting the live stream, Wang Tian opened his package and was delighted. Fei Xiong had meticulously included not only hand-drawn schematics, but also digital versions, along with sample drawings stripped of critical technologies for promotional purposes. Additionally, he provided 2 videos, one detailed and one concise. The detailed video thoroughly explained the razor's principles, while the concise version catered to the sample drawings. Both videos featured graphical representations, with no individuals present, utilizing synthesized voices, ensuring anonymity, an aspect that aligned perfectly with Wang Tian's preferences, as he wished to avoid scrutiny. Finally, he received 2 brand-new Fei Xiong razors, devoid of any logos. Upon witnessing this, Wang Tian could not help but exclaim, "This fellow truly knows the business. His foresight is commendable. That million was well spent." Having concluded his review, Wang Tian promptly organized and secured the materials. He then searched for the largest razor company in the country, XINU Razor Technology Company, Limited, and sent an email containing the sample drawings and their explanations. He concluded with a succinct message, "If interested, please contact me at this number. I shall await your response for 3 days. After that, I will engage with foreign companies." With these tasks accomplished, Wang Tian continued to explore other live streams. As he still had 3 million to spend, if not today, tomorrow might not yield the same opportunities. He casually browsed the martial arts streams, noting that Lei Feng was not broadcasting, but rather, Zach was live. Although Wang Tian had an interest in his Muay Thai demonstrations, he opted to hold off for now due to financial constraints. Ultimately, he stumbled upon a live stream that filled him with joy. The Grandmaster of Tai Chi, Yang Luchan, was presenting a lesson. Chapter 28. The master discusses Tai Chi. Wang Tian promptly clicked to enter. Ding. The world's richest man, Wang Nima, has arrived in the live stream room. Let us welcome him. However, to Wang Tian's surprise, no one in the live stream urged him to reveal the treasure chest. Upon closer inspection, Wang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. There were only 3 viewers in total. The host of the live stream was a young man, not situated indoors, but rather in an expansive outdoor area beneath an ancient tree, where he had placed a chair to sit and speak. "Welcome to the new friends. It seems this is all the audience we have, so I shall begin my talk," Yang Luchan said with a wry smile. Wang Tian was unfamiliar with Yang Luchan. In his world, he had never heard of this individual. Nevertheless, he courteously replied, "Master, please proceed. I am all ears." Yang Luchan nodded and began. "This is my first time live streaming. In fact, I have no idea what live streaming is. Somehow, I acquired this set of equipment. I do not have much to share, so I will discuss Tai Chi." Having said that, Yang Luchan stood up and gently waved his hand, causing Wang Tian's eyes to light up. An expert recognizes the subtleties, while a novice merely enjoys the spectacle. Although Wang Tian could not be deemed a master, he could discern the finesse. Yang Luchan's seemingly simple wave of his hand stirred the air, sweeping away the dust and rendering the atmosphere markedly fresher. Yang Luchen then stated, "To speak of Tai Chi, one must first address martial arts. Martial arts can be divided into two categories, martial performance and martial prowess. Martial performance is for display, ornate and visually appealing, not aimed at killing. In contrast, martial prowess is fundamentally about combat. If one engages, blood will surely be shed. My Tai Chi is martial prowess, not mere performance." He elaborated, "Martial prowess is categorized into three levels, Ming Jin, and Jin, and Hua Jin. Each can inflict harm, yet the circumstances and effects vary. True Ming Jin, manifested through genuine energy, can empower even those untrained in solid skills to wield the force akin to an iron palm. For instance, if one places a brick upright on a table and waves their hand, the upper half shatters while the lower half remains unscathed. This is not an ability inherent to the merely strong. And Jin operates through a subtle penetration effect. The exterior appears fine, yet internally, damage has been done. Pressing a watermelon, the skin remains intact while the flesh is ruined. Hua Jin directly harms one's vital energy. As the saying goes, Ming Jin injures muscles and bones, and Jin harms internal organs, and Hua Jin affects spirit and energy. This can also be referred to as Qi strikes, Yi strikes, and Shin strikes. Ming Jin emphasizes external force, as exemplified here. As he spoke, Yang Luchen struck a stone tablet with a clap. The sound was thunderous as the stone shattered into countless pieces, demonstrating immense power. Wang Tian watched in astonishment. Although he had gained considerable strength after learning Tai Chi from Lei Feng and could achieve similar feats, he could not match Yang Luchen's effortless display. Yang Luchen continued, "This is Ming Jin, characterized by its ferocity and destructive capacity. Now let me demonstrate in Jin. And Jin is primarily about penetration. The energy used in a punch harmonizes form, Qi, and spirit, allowing one hand to exert dual forces, pushing and pulling, akin to the effect of pulling steel wire. Ming Jin is loud, while in Jin is silent. Practicing it requires one's spirit to be relaxed and unrestrained. Application must be fluid and lively, not stagnant. It rises like a dragon ascending to the heavens and falls like thunder striking the earth. It begins formless and ends traceless, its intent akin to the swirling winds." Yang Luchen took a watermelon, gently pressed it, seemingly without exerting any force. However, when he sliced the watermelon open, the flesh had turned to juice. Wang Tian marveled silently. He had yet to reach the level of Jin, although Lei Feng had, and he knew the methods of cultivating Jin. Thus, he remained patient, knowing it would come in due time. Yet, he was even more eager to learn about Hua Jin. How did one attain that? Yang Luchen explained, "Hua Jin is the most wondrous. It cannot be clearly articulated, but there is a phrase I can share. No fist is better than a fist. In the absence of intention, there lies true intention. With no mind, the heart is empty. With no body, the form is empty. When suddenly confronted by an adversary, one's heart does not intend to strike. Instead, it responds in accordance with their intent. Remain still, yet receptive. One will naturally connect, neither here nor there." Wang Tian pondered deeply and instinctively typed, "Is it true that no move is better than a move?" Yang Luchen, surprised, smiled and replied, "Indeed, that is the essence. However, under Hua Jin, it is not a matter of having no moves. Every action, drinking tea, eating, fetching water, walking, strolling, even sleeping, constitutes a technique. Whenever and wherever you may be attacked, your body will respond with grace, avoiding danger and retaliating, whether in form or formlessness. I cannot demonstrate Hua Jin, as I lack an opponent, haha." Wang Tian nodded slightly. Although Yang Luchen's words were few, each one struck a chord. Zach and Lei Feng had also mentioned that upon mastering Tai Chi, one remains untouched by the world, likely referring to that very state. Yang Luchen's claim of being unable to demonstrate due to the absence of an opponent left Wang Tian in utter astonishment. Had he truly encountered a Tai Chi master? Wang Tian hastily typed, "Master Yang. How can one determine if they have mastered Hua Jin? Is there a standard for distinguishing it?" Yang Luchen chuckled, "I cannot accept the title of master. We are merely exploring ideas together. The standard for achieving Hua Jin is that you seem to have a kinship with all things, experiencing heightened perception and rejuvenation. During the Hua Jin stage, one can hear the sounds of tigers, leopards, and thunder. These signify the renewal of life. At that time, the bones and muscles are robust and resilient. The practice must delve inward, penetrating the vital organs. This step is challenging and requires vocalization to guide the energy, resonating from within outward, harmonizing inner and outer forces for mastery to be achieved. Of course, the so-called thunderous sound is not a crack of lightning, but rather the subtle rumble before rain, faint yet profound. Then Yang Luchen demonstrated a couple of sounds, indeed resonating from within like hidden thunder. Wang Tian nodded, feeling enlightened. Yang Luchen continued. Having discussed these three energies, let us now address Tai Chi. It is commonly believed that Tai Chi is about slow defeating fast. However, in my view, it should be about fast overcoming slow. Your speed prompts my swiftness. As you strike, I preemptively block and redirect your force back at you. Indeed, before your punch is thrown, mine has already reached you, disrupting your balance and impacting your entire being. Yang Luchen spoke extensively on the subject, much of which pertained to the intricacies of Hua Jin, leaving Wang Tian with limited understanding. Nevertheless, he meticulously committed every word to memory, knowing that such knowledge was invaluable. In any realm, others would likely pay a significant price to learn these teachings, especially in Wang Tian's world, where there was no avenue for such learning. Chapter 29. A tremendous loss. Once Yang Luchen concluded his discourse, Wang Tian, without any hesitation, generously bestowed a reward of 3 million. The bold crimson characters materialized, astonishing everyone present. The remaining trio finally regained their composure, realizing that this was indeed 3 million, and it came from none other than Wang. Yet, they scarcely had time to marvel or rejoice, for 2 treasure chests suddenly appeared. What were they waiting for to open the chests? Wang Tian, however, chose not to rush into opening the chests. Instead, he observed Yang Luchen. To his surprise, Yang Luchen seemed utterly unfazed by the substantial sum, maintaining a demeanor of tranquility and ease. Wang Tian couldn't help but admire, noting that this was the poise of a true master. Curiosity getting the better of him, Yang Luchen inquired, "What exactly is the Wanjie currency? Is 3 million a considerable amount?" Shortly thereafter, a fellow named Wutu called out, "Master Yang, allow me to share some information, and you shall understand." Yang Luchen nodded slightly, and in the next moment, a book appeared in his hands. As he settled down to read it quietly. Meanwhile, Wang Tian refrained from hastily opening the chests and instead went to wash his hands and face, offering a prayer. This was the treasure of a Taiji master. He had to unveil something extraordinary. Ideally, he hoped to acquire both the dark energy and transformation techniques, enabling him to achieve mastery. As Wang Tian indulged in his daydreams, he washed up, even taking a shower and changing into a fresh outfit before returning to his phone. Upon his return, he discovered a throng gathered beneath the tree, where a stretcher was being used to carry someone away. Wang Tian, puzzled, asked, "Where's Master Yang?" It turns out that in a fit of overwhelming excitement, he had fainted from sheer joy, prompting the villagers to rush him to seek medical attention. Alas, had he known this would happen, he would have refrained from informing Master Yang about the preciousness of the Wanjie currency. Suddenly receiving such a bounty would have likely overwhelmed anyone. Wutu sighed. Wang Tian, however, was rendered speechless, feeling as though a stampede of 100,000 wild horses had dashed through his mind. The esteemed image of Master Yang Luchen crumbled in an instant. It seemed he was not impervious to the weight of the world, but rather, he was simply ignorant. Yet, Wang Tian became curious. Did the Wanjie currency serve purposes beyond mere rewards? He requested a copy of the material from Wutu and began to peruse it. The revelations were startling. The live streaming platform was not merely a venue for broadcasts, but also housed a marketplace exclusively accessible to streamers, offering a plethora of items for those who possessed wealth. If Yang Luchen were to purchase a nuclear bomb, it could potentially alter the course of history. It was no wonder he had fainted. Ordinary viewers, while possessing the ability to buy such items, could not physically take them home. They could only present them as rewards to the streamers. These items could not be transferred to viewers through the live stream. In essence, no matter the method, nothing from the platform's marketplace could reach the viewers directly. The only avenues for viewers to obtain items were through opening treasure chests or exchanging money with the streamers. So, what use did the Wanjie currency hold for viewers? One function was to reward streamers, open treasure chests for a chance at prizes, or exchange goods with the streamers. The other was to purchase life. Viewers could use their funds to extend their lifespan. Each extension granted an additional 100 years, but the cost would double for subsequent extensions. Streamers could not benefit from this privilege. If they wished to enhance their longevity, they had to seek alternative methods. Moreover, the Wanjie live streaming platform stipulated that one could only choose to be either a viewer or a streamer for life. This decision was irrevocable. When Wang Tian logged into the Wanjie live streaming platform, he was classified as a viewer, meaning he could never aspire to become a streamer. Upon reaching this realization, tears streamed down Wang Tian's face in silent lament. Had he opted to register as a streamer from the onset, with his resources, he could have easily dominated the world. Yet, hindsight offered no remedies, and no one in their right mind would willingly register as a streamer on an unfamiliar, potentially dubious platform, unless they were truly irrational. Though disheartened, Wang Tian found solace in the fact that viewers could extend their lives. As long as one possessed wealth, immortality was attainable. For some, eternal life could be a burden, but with the backing of the live streaming platform, Wang Tian could thrive in both strength and longevity. He had no reason to fear a lackluster existence, especially since he glimpsed a grander stage through the Wangjia live streaming platform, the myriad realms. Wang Tian yearned to explore each one, but that required strength. Having acquired all that he needed, he was eager to see what treasures awaited him. It was time to open the treasure chests. He clicked on the first chest. Ding! A massive gold coin flew forth. Congratulations, you have received 10 Wangjia coins. What the hell? I spent 3 million Wangjia coins, and you present me with a mere 10? The interest should be far greater than this. Wang Tian nearly cursed in disbelief. He proceeded to open the second chest. Another large gold coin emerged. Congratulations, you have received 10 Wangjia coins. Fine. I won't bother to scold you. You're simply living up to expectations, Wang Tian sighed, resigning himself to the realization that today was simply not his lucky day. Yet, he mused, if treasure chests were guaranteed to yield valuable items, he could just hoard his wealth and indulge in opening chests, eventually becoming the greatest in the world. At that moment, Wang Tian felt a peculiar sensation at the corner of his eye. He noticed something unusual. The Wangjia coins he had just acquired did not appear in the traditional Wangjia currency interface. Instead, a new interface had emerged, accompanied by a button labeled Withdraw. Wang Tian clicked it. Ding! Would you like to withdraw Wangjia coins? What? Wang Tian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Wangjia coins could be withdrawn. However, what good would that do? There was no way to spend them. Reviewing the manual provided by Wu-Tu, he found no mention of this feature. After pondering for a moment, he decided to leave the coins for now and postpone the matter. He was simply too exhausted. He closed the web page and collapsed into bed. The next morning, as dawn broke, Wang Tian completed his morning routine, and soon after, his friend Sun Fatty arrived. The two were set to tackle the various procedures for opening a martial arts school. Running errands was the most cumbersome task, not due to any obstacles, but rather the repetitive nature of the back and forth. They squeezed onto public transport and dashed about, returning home utterly fatigued. Wang Tian, you must earn some money quickly. We need to buy a car. If this continues, my weight gain plan will be ruined. Sun Fatty exclaimed. Wang Tian nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is time to purchase a vehicle, but at present, I lack sufficient funds. Perhaps in a few days. What else can we do? Are we really going to rob a bank? Sun Fatty chuckled ruefully. Meanwhile, at the Xiangxiang Martial Arts School's Yongxing branch, the young lady remarked. Wang Tian has truly opened a martial arts school. He has even rented an 800 square meter venue on Huxin Road at a high price. The space is only 40 square meters, with the rest on the second and third floors. He rented the entire place, indicating he is serious about this venture. We visited today, and a renovation company has already begun preparations, the female secretary reported quietly. Xiaoya nodded, though I am unaware of how he acquired the funds. If he wishes to proceed, so be it. Once he opens, I will ensure he understands that his limited skills in Yongxing will only lead to his ruin. Chapter 30. Swift as the wind miss. You are truly insightful, the secretary chuckled. Xiaoya inquired, has Master Luo arrived yet? Not yet. He said he won't be here for another month, the secretary replied. However, I have heard that Chuan Yaziro has gone to invite his master, the renowned judo master Kitano Yu from the island nation, who may arrive sooner than expected. What is his purpose for coming? Xiaoya frowned, seemingly harboring a disdain for the islanders. It appears he intends to challenge Wang Tian, seeking to restore his disciple's honor, the secretary explained. Tell him not to bother. This is a matter for my Xiaoxiang martial arts school, and I will handle it myself. Furthermore, have Chuan Yaziro pack up and leave. My school does not require the presence of islanders. Miss, this course of action may provoke Kitano Yu. I have heard he is exceptionally strong, a prominent expert in the judo community of his homeland. Moreover, his reputation is not particularly favorable, and his temper is quite volatile. The secretary expressed her concerns. What of it? Does he truly dare to cross the ocean to challenge us? If he does, will I be intimidated? Xiaoya retorted boldly. In the great land of China, we do not fear the islanders. The secretary offered a wry smile. recognizing the unspoken truths that lingered in the air. Was Kitano Yu truly so easily dealt with? After the secretary departed, the once vibrant Xiao Yu leaned wearily against her chair, massaging her temples as she sighed. Kitano Yu. Indeed a troublesome figure. It seems the Wujiao martial arts school was destroyed by him. Their strength is comparable to ours. It appears we must prepare ourselves in advance. Unbeknownst to Wang Tian, a torrent of troubles was approaching while he busied himself with paperwork. Over the past few days, he had tirelessly navigated through bureaucratic processes, finally achieving success 3 days later. Yet, Wang Tian remained disheartened, for the conclusion live streaming platform was still without signal. What on earth is happening? Wang Tian stared at his phone, frustrated by the unresponsive page of the conclusion live streaming platform. A week later, the paperwork was still in progress. However, the Wanjia live streaming platform finally showed signs of activity. Ding! The testing phase of the Wanjia live streaming platform has concluded. Public testing has commenced. Wang Tian was taken aback. All this time, the Wanjia live streaming platform had been in internal testing. No wonder he had encountered such a significant bug. Panic set in as he worried that the platform might discover his bug and impose restrictions on him. To his astonishment, Wang Tian indeed received a system email. Dear Wanjia live streaming platform tester Wang Nima, greetings. In light of your support during the internal testing phase and the original terms of the system, although your account has exhibited anomalies, the system will retain your account per the stipulated regulations. However, your monetary expenditures will be modified to a weekly limit. Once exhausted, you may double your allowance in the following week. Wang Tian couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Indeed, his bug had been discovered. Fortunately, the system was benevolent enough not to impose penalties, merely adjusting his daily spending to a weekly basis. Yet, was Wang Tian afraid? Certainly not. Having amassed a significant fortune, and considering he had previously spent 4 million, he should rightfully possess 8 million now. 8 million was no small sum. Spending 1 million daily would allow for a week of indulgence, with plenty remaining. Casting a glance at his cash reserves, he confirmed that 8 million Wanjia coins had indeed been deposited. With the system's concession, Wang Tian felt a weight lift off his shoulders, no longer fearing detection. He was no longer a pretender of wealth, but a true magnate. Who could dare to compete with him in affluence? Wang Tian wanted to exclaim, who else? With a week to spend freely, Wang Tian found himself unhurried to part with his money. After a week of worry, he could finally enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Awakening at dawn, he dashed to the riverside park. As the saying goes, joy brings vitality. In high spirits, unburdened, Wang Tian practiced his external martial arts with vigor, completing his routine in one breath, exhaling contentedly, feeling invigorated. What a pity, he mused, if only someone could serve as my training dummy. Martial arts can be practiced alone. However, combat skills require real-world experience for swift enhancement. Suddenly, upon opening his eyes, Wang Tian was startled. An elderly man had approached him, nearly invading his personal space. Was this a form of unsolicited affection? Instinctively, Wang Tian reacted, lifting his leg and executing a throw. Thud! Ouch! The elderly man was unceremoniously tossed into the air. Wang Tian quickly regained his composure, realizing it was an old man. He couldn't sustain such a fall. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, moving with remarkable speed. Onlookers only saw a blur before Wang Tian appeared beneath the aging figure, catching him with one hand while gently guiding him down, ensuring a safe landing. Are you all right, sir? Wang Tian asked urgently. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy, the elder replied, clutching his head, a wry smile on his face. Hearing this, Wang Tian breathed a sigh of relief. The man was unharmed. Time to flee before things escalated, lest he found himself in a hospital, possibly returning to square one. And so, Wang Tian bolted. The elderly man, regaining his senses, intended to speak, but only caught sight of a young man with buns and soy milk sprinting away. Chuckling in annoyance, the elder exclaimed, Am I to be swindled? Wang Tian, not quite catching the entire exchange but hearing the word swindle, quickened his pace, resolving not to return to the park anytime soon. At that moment, the elderly man's son finally snapped back to reality, abandoning his phone to rush over, concerned. Father, are you all right? Can I stand if I were injured? The elder retorted, giving his son a stern look before chuckling. I knew I wasn't mistaken. That young man is indeed a master. He tossed me effortlessly and still managed to catch me before I hit the ground. A true expert, absolutely a master. Old man, or rather, ancestor. What of it? No matter how skilled he is, can he withstand a bullet? Just come home with me. Practicing Tai Chi will strengthen your body and prolong your life. Besides, the folks back in Port City have been pressing us. If we don't return soon, it will be chaos. That's a deal worth billions. The son replied with a pained smile. Let me go back alone. I won't return until I find a martial arts master. The elder proclaimed, like a child throwing a tantrum. Chapter 31. A stroke of luck? The man found himself at a loss, helplessly saying, well, I suppose I have come to fear you. I have a flight at noon today and must leave shortly. If you wish to play, then please indulge yourself here. Hey, you little rascal, are you saying you don't want me anymore? The elder was incensed. The man quickly replied, old man, don't say that. I've called your precious granddaughter to take over. What do you think? Are you displeased? Shall I send her back? Get lost. Scram as far as you can. Upon hearing this, the elder chuckled, kicking and shoving the man away. As the man got into his car, he could only laugh and cry, exclaiming, old man, I truly wonder if I am even your biological child. I've told you countless times, you were picked up from the toilet. The elder retorted with a laugh. The man departed with a smile. However, before leaving, he instructed someone to conduct a thorough investigation on Wang Tian. Unfortunately, Wang Tian rarely frequented that area, and after a day of searching, they found little. Upon returning home, Wang Tian enjoyed a hearty breakfast, and then called Sun Pongzi to join him as they continued with their paperwork, only to discover they would have to wait yet again. Reluctantly, the pair returned to the martial arts school, where they found Sun Pongzi's friend, Lu Bu leisurely drinking beer, fanning himself, and boasting while observing the renovations. A way to pass the time. After 3 bottles of beer, the three became quite chatty, discussing national affairs as well as local scandals, when Wang Tian's phone rang. Who is it? I'm drinking. Can it wait until another day? Wang Tian asked, slightly annoyed. Dear Mr. Wang, congratulations. You have won first prize in the consumption lottery held during the 10th anniversary celebration of our new mall, with a prize of 80,000 yuan. You are truly fortunate. Congratulations. The voice on the other end, with a northern accent but awkwardly attempting a southern dialect, exclaimed joyfully. Wang Tian rubbed his ears, responding, What did you say? Dear Mr. Wang, congratulations. You have won first prize in the consumption lottery held during the 10th anniversary celebration of our new mall, with a prize of 80,000 yuan. You are truly fortunate. Congratulations. The caller repeated the same phrase. Upon hearing this, Wang Tian burst into laughter. What new mall? He had never even been there. It was clearly a scam. Wang Tian chuckled. I thought it was someone important calling. Turns out it's just a parrot. It's not a parrot. Mr. Wang, you indeed won 80,000 cash at our mall. The caller, flustered, slipped into a heavy northeastern accent, revealing his identity. Wang Tian found this amusing. He had always received calls from southern scammers, but today he encountered a northern one. How refreshing. Leaning back, he said, Oh, I won? 80,000. So much. My goodness. Where are you? I'll come to claim my prize. Mr. Wang, it's quite far, but we can arrange a bank transfer. Don't transfer. I'm not savvy with computers and don't have a bank card. I only accept cash. Leopard, gather your brothers. Wang Tian shouted. Sun Pongzi, hearing this, also found it amusing and immediately shouted, Big brother, how many people are we talking about? You bring as many as you can. I'm going to collect the money. 80,000. Though not a fortune, it's enough for a meal for everyone. Wang Tian insisted. All right then. I'll have the brothers assemble, but we don't have many right now. Can we manage with 100 or so? That'll do. I'm just going to claim my prize. Don't need anything else. Just want to show off. Wang Tian declared. After that, the line went dead with a series of beeps. Wang Tian rolled his eyes, muttering, This little scammer has such a small heart. What kind of con artist is he? Little scammers are scared off by an old trickster like you, Sun Pongzi replied. Tian Wang, the renovations at the martial arts school are progressing rapidly. Shouldn't we think about advertising? Without ads, recruitment will be tough. Why rush? The money will come, and students will follow. You just relax, Wang Tian reassured him. Then picked up his phone to check his email. To his astonishment, he discovered a response from the Sinew Razor Technology Company. Dear Mr. Wang, we have received your information and organized experts for a comprehensive analysis. Your razor design proposal is indeed outstanding. Could we arrange a meeting? Wang Tian promptly replied with his phone number and added, Unless it's urgent, don't call me. If you want to meet, come to Yongqing City in Nanhu Province. I want to be available for the next 3 days. After that, I want to entertain further correspondence. Meanwhile, at Sinew Technology Company, a group of individuals huddled around a computer. The woman in charge of managing company emails was unusually tense, with everyone from the CEO to the janitor gathered. all waiting for a single email. It's here, the woman announced, and the CEO rushed over. Quick, open it. Let us see what he says. Upon reading Wang Tian's response, one woman expressed her displeasure. Who does this guy think he is? Telling us to go find him. If he annoys us, we can just proceed with the blueprints ourselves. What is the worst that can happen? We can drag him into a lawsuit for 10 or 20 years. Xiao Wang, you don't need to come in tomorrow, the woman at the center stated calmly. The previously speaking woman was taken aback, trembling as she asked, President Chun, what is going on? Chun Jia replied coolly. Among the many razor companies in Huaxia, Sinew stands at the pinnacle not due to technological advantages, but through integrity. You have just compromised that integrity and are no longer fit to remain in this company. Please proceed with your resignation in a dignified manner. After saying this, Chun Jia instructed another woman, book me a flight to Nanhu province, including train tickets. President, you're going personally? The secretary exclaimed in surprise. I must. The blueprints sent to us are obviously a truncated version. They lack the critical technology we need. Their technology is what we seek. We are at their mercy. So it is only fitting we show humility. There is no shame in that, Chun Jia explained. All right, I'll take care of it immediately. The secretary hurried off to book the tickets. As for the earlier Xiao Wang, she left dejectedly, but unwilling to accept defeat. She revealed Wang Tian's phone number publicly, claiming he held the original razor information and touted the features of the flying razor. This was something Wang Tian never anticipated. Chapter 32. My last name is Sun. After a lengthy day of idle chatter, Wang Tian returned home, climbed into bed, and before he could get comfortable, his phone rang. Who is it? Wang Tian inquired. Hello, Mr. Wang. This is Old Fong from Baifeng Technology. Do you have time? I'll be in Yongxing in a couple of days. Let us have a meal together? The caller sounded overly familiar. Wang Tian was taken aback. Who is this? Do I know you? Who is Old Fong? I've never heard of him. However, he had heard of Baifeng Technology, which seemed to be involved in razors. Hello, Mr. Fong. Is there something you need? Wang Tian was puzzled as to why this person was reaching out to him. He had never submitted any information to Baifeng Technology. Mr. Wang, I've heard you invented a new razor that is fully functional and has great market potential. Could we meet to discuss this? Our company is very interested in your research results, and we can negotiate the price, Fong stated directly. Wang Tian furrowed his brow. Mr. Fong, I don't believe I have submitted anything to your company. Fong paused, then continued. Brother Wang, you don't know yet? The information you submitted to Sinew Company has been leaked, and now many sectors of technology are displaying sketches and data of your research findings. However, your phone number is not freely available. I purchased it for 3,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Wang Tian was left speechless. He quickly grabbed his computer, inquired about the website from manager Fong, and upon opening it, he was astounded to find the very first post featured sketches of the flying shaver. Although many details were vague, the fundamental function could be discerned. The poster claimed to have obtained this from Sinew Company and mentioned he lacked the latest information but had the inventor's contact details. Those interested in the phone number could purchase it by calling him directly. Furious, Wang Tian exclaimed, is there no justice left? My phone number is worth so much. And I didn't even know it. He promptly registered on the forum and replied to the thread. The original poster lacks integrity. I am Wang Tian. You sell my phone number without giving me a share? This is utterly unacceptable. I have reported this, so prepare to face the consequences. A flurry of responses followed. Wow, are you really Wang Tian? Wang Tian, you fool. You're not angry because they're selling your information, but because they're not sharing the profits with you? How poor are you? Wang Tian, uninterested in the comments, picked up the phone. Manager Fong, are you still there? Yes, of course. Well, Wang, you see. Manager Fong chuckled. Wang Tian interjected. All right, wait for my news. Whatever is meant to happen will happen. I might as well hold a bidding conference. Whoever has the ability, take it. Is that acceptable? Can I buy it outright? Money is not an issue. Manager Fong exclaimed. Wang Tian replied, that won't do. I've already sent out invitations. If nothing is presented, it would be a breach of trust. I am a man of integrity. I'll keep you posted, but I have my eye on you. With that, he hung up. On the other end, a portly man sighed as he ended the call. Manager Fong, how did it go? A man asked. How did it go? Book me a flight. I'm heading to Nanhu province, Yongxing. Also, prepare the money. It seems I will have to spend considerably, he lamented, realizing he had encountered not just a naive researcher, but a cunning businessman. After Wang Tian hung up, his phone began ringing incessantly. Initially, the calls came from prominent companies. But soon, lesser-known firms began to call as well, disrupting Wang Tian's peace and making it impossible for him to even check the news in the restroom. In desperation, he redirected his phone to Sun, the portly man's number. Finally, peace returned to Wang Tian, who relished the quiet moment in the restroom, engrossed in the news. Meanwhile, Sun was nearing madness. The room echoed with his shouts. How many times do I have to tell you? My surname is Sun. Sun, like in Sun Wukong. Are you deaf? My surname is Sun, not Wang. I am Sun, for goodness sake. Exhausted, Sun eventually turned off his phone and hailed a cab, heading straight to Wang Tian's residence. He was no fool. All the calls were directed at Mr. Wang, and only one Wang had his number. After being harassed until 3 in the morning, he felt compelled to seek justice. Soon, Wang Tian's door was forcefully knocked upon. Startled, Wang Tian opened the door and exclaimed, "What the heck? Son, why are you here in the middle of the night? Your eyes are so red. Are you a ghost?" "Ghost? I almost became one." "Wang Tian, you scoundrel, where's your phone?" Sun stormed in, rummaging through Wang Tian's belongings. "Why is your voice hoarse?" Wang Tian inquired. "Just wait. Let me find your phone first." Sun retorted angrily, discovering the call forwarding settings on Wang Tian's phone. "You scoundrel. I've been answering calls since 9 o'clock, shouting until now. How will you compensate me?" Wang Tian cleared his throat. "Son, you see, our martial arts school is about to open. What does that have to do with this?" Sun glared at him, displeased. "Of course it's relevant. The school needs advertising, and advertising requires funds. Where will the money come from?" "I don't care where the money comes from. I only know how much has left my pocket. My phone bill is over 800 yuan. Do you know what that means?" "That's a lavish meal," Sun shouted. Wang Tian quickly calmed him. "Don't be agitated. It's just 800. I'll pay you back later. And for the emotional distress, don't worry about your voice." Sun huffed. "Fine, but I want compensation for the disturbance." Wang Tian agreed. "All right, I'll cover your losses. I'll treat you to a grand feast, with lobster. Now, back to the topic. We need funds for advertising. I've been burning the midnight oil designing a stunning shaver, and I've finally completed the prototype." Wang Tian recounted the events. Sun scratched his head, realization dawning. "No wonder everyone is asking me about the shaver. Thankfully, they didn't come knocking, otherwise I would have had to shave their heads myself." Chapter 33. The perfect venue, and so it was. All that needed to be said had been uttered. "Let us depart." Wang Tian gestured towards the door. "What for?" inquired Sun Pongzi. "To enjoy a midnight snack. If not, you may sleep. The floor can serve as your bed. Feel free." Wang Tian's abode consisted of a single room and a living area, leaving no space for Sun Pongzi to rest. Sun Pongzi rolled his eyes and exclaimed, "Food is available. Who needs sleep? Get up and let's go." With that declaration, the two exited, indulging in beer and light-hearted banter until dawn broke. The following day, both men returned to their respective homes, succumbing to deep slumber. However, someone was growing anxious. Chun Jiai rushed to Yongxing, only to be met with immense frustration. The first call she made connected, yet the person on the other end didn't even bother to listen to her. They roared, "My surname is Sun. Sun. The Sun from Zhang, Wang, Li and Zhao. Don't you understand? Uncultured. I'm hanging up." At that moment, Chun Jiai felt as though the very winds of Yongxing had taken on a manic quality. Subsequently, her attempts to call again were thwarted. The other party had turned off their phone. Chun Jiai's temper flared, and she immediately contacted headquarters to inquire about the situation. To her dismay, she learned that Wang Tian's information had been sold, igniting her fury further. Coldly, she commanded, "Mobilize the legal department immediately. Wang Shui has crossed the line. Has she no shame for such a trifling sum? If that is the case, let her face the consequences. Send me an email to contact Wang Tian and inform him of my arrival in Yongxing." Yet, her email vanished into the void. An entire day passed without a response. The staff at Sinew Company took turns monitoring the computer, their eyes nearly turning green with anticipation as they cursed Wang Tian's entire lineage in their minds. Wang Tian, on the other hand, enjoyed a blissful slumber, awakening to brush his teeth and wash his face, followed by a refreshing cold shower. After ordering takeout, he felt revitalized and opened his computer, ready to vent his frustrations. "I chose your esteemed Sinew as my first option. Yet it seems you do not regard me with any seriousness. It has been so long without a single response, nor even a phone call." As he grumbled, he powered on his device, only to be bombarded with a series of missed calls and text notifications. Hastily, Wang Tian silenced his phone and set it aside, letting it buzz on its own. When he checked his email, embarrassment washed over him as he scratched his head, muttering, "Ah, so the president has arrived." and I was completely unaware. He swiftly grabbed his phone and dialed the number displayed, which rang only twice before being answered. "Hello, is this Mr. Wang Tian?" A poised female voice inquired from the other end, exuding the efficiency of a seasoned professional. However, this voice instinctively reminded Wang Tian of the frigid Xiaoya, eliciting a slight aversion within him. He cleared his throat and replied, "Yes, is this President Qin? I apologize. I was harassed all day yesterday and had my phone turned off. No matter, I am currently in Yongxing. When can we meet to discuss matters?" Qin Jai stated directly, urgency in her tone. She was aware that Wang Shui had betrayed the company's secrets, and a multitude of people were now searching for Wang Tian, fearing he might vanish. Wang Tian responded, "President Qin, your company's confidentiality measures are severely lacking, leading to my incessant harassment. To avoid further disturbances, I plan to hold a product launch conference the day after tomorrow. At that time, you may compete based on your abilities. Frankly, I had high hopes for your company initially, but now I must express my regrets." Upon hearing this, Qin Jai could only offer a bitter smile. What was rightfully hers was now to be contested by others. The potential losses were incalculable, not to mention the risk of failure. With this thought in mind, she said, "Mr. Wang, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused by our company's oversight. Cannot we have a preliminary discussion one-on-one?" Wang Tian replied, "Let us refrain from that. Meeting may not yield beneficial results. I will first contact the venue, then notify you." With that, he ended the call, chuckling to himself, "Ah, that Xiaoya truly is a piece of work. Now, even slightly serious women repulse me. Surely I cannot be developing an aversion to men?" He then recalled Sun Pongzi and quickly shook his head, erasing the dismal image from his mind. Shortly thereafter, the food arrived, and after satisfying his hunger, Wang Tian reclined on his bed to continue watching live broadcasts. 8 million, huh? This requires meticulous planning. I must ensure this money is spent wisely and yields maximum benefits," he murmured, casually browsing the online platforms. However, whether it was due to the newly launched live streaming platform or some other reason, the offerings were limited, with little of interest to Wang Tian. Left with no other choice, he switched off his phone and called Sun Pongzi. The two then ventured out once more to a street-side food stall. After their meal, they began searching for a venue. Finding a venue was a simple task. They merely needed to look for commercial buildings or hotels that rented out spaces. "Hey, that hotel we just passed was quite good. 3,000 for a morning, including tea, fruit, and venue setup. Not bad," Sun Pongzi remarked. Wang Tian shook his head, saying, "Do you think I am a money tree? Our funds are limited, and we do not know how much we can sell our technology for. We must be frugal, do you understand? What sort of venue are you looking for then?" Sun Pongzi inquired. Wang Tian stated, "My principles are quite straightforward. First, save money. Second, save money. Third, save money." Sun Pongzi was left speechless. "Well, I have no good ideas left. If all else fails, there's a warehouse for rent at Sifang. It's cheap, 200 a day. But it's bare with just cement walls and no windows. At least the electricity is connected, but there's no water," he mentioned casually. Though summer had not yet arrived, the weather was becoming stifling. Stuffing people into that warehouse would be uncomfortable at best. Those in poor health might even require an ambulance. In that instant, Wang Tian exclaimed, "Really? That sounds perfect. We'll take it." Sun Pongzi was left in utter confusion, standing at the entrance of the warehouse. The elderly caretaker unlocked the rusted iron gate while exclaiming, "Have you all lost your minds? Renting such a rundown place as a venue?" Wang Tian grinned widely and replied, "I am merely upholding the glorious tradition of our great ancestors. No extravagance, no waste, living simply." He launched into a lengthy monologue, nearly reciting ancestral quotes. The old man was moved to tears, exclaiming, "Remarkable. It's been years since I've heard the youth reference ancestral wisdom. You youngsters are commendable. This warehouse hasn't been opened in ages. I suggest you air it out for a day to dispel the musty odor. I'll help you find a few people to tidy it up. There are plenty of chairs in the cafeteria that aren't in use. I can borrow them for you. Just give me a symbolic 100 yuan. How does that sound?" Chapter 34. A good heart for a good heart. Upon hearing this, Wang Tian eagerly grasped the old man's hand and exclaimed, "Good sir, you truly are a kind-hearted person. I am utterly moved, indeed. Living under the red banner makes us all one family. Very well, I will contact them right away." After speaking, the old man seemed to rejuvenate, walking away with a spirited demeanor reminiscent of his revolutionary days. Watching the old man's retreating figure, Sun Pongzi turned to Wang Tian and shook his head, saying, "Tian Wang, you never had such a silver tongue when you were in sales. What has gotten into you today? That old man is practically enchanted by your words, coming one after another to assist you, even offering to help organize the warehouse and find inexpensive chairs. He added, if you had this talent back in your sales days, you would have made a fortune. Fortune, my foot. Even if I had the ability back then, what good would it have done me? Every increase in performance would just lead to more Mediterranean hairlines. Wang Tian retorted as he ushered Sun Pengzi inside. Sun Pengzi covered his nose and protested, Tian Wang. The old man has already offered to find help for you. Why are you going inside? Oh dear, the stench is unbearable. I fear that if I stay here for a few minutes, I might suffocate. Enough of the nonsense. Get to work. Wang Tian waved dismissively, tossing an object towards him. As Sun Pengzi caught it and examined it, he asked in confusion, Tian Wang, why are you giving me a broom? What else? To get to work. Are you truly willing to let that old man clean the warehouse for you? He is of an age, he is just a bit fired up. If he strains himself, you'll be the one paying for it. Wang Tian shot a look at Sun Pengzi. Realizing the truth in Wang Tian's words, Sun Pengzi rolled his eyes and remarked, well, it seems I really can't afford that. All that bluster you made earlier was for naught. You might as well save a few coins for bottled water. Shut up. I didn't say it for nothing. At least we got those cheap chairs sorted out. By the way, bring over that projector you use for watching movies, and the subwoofer. We'll be nearly set. Wang Tian commanded. Sun Pengzi grumbled. What do you mean by the movie projector? No matter how small the film, when projected, it becomes a grand spectacle. The gentlemen up there are legacies thicker than your waist. Aren't you ashamed? Suddenly, Wang Tian interjected. Why should I be? Sun Pengzi laughed and scolded. Get lost. The two engaged in playful banter, yet their hands moved swiftly as they tidied the warehouse, aiming for a semblance of cleanliness, ensuring the floor was navigable and free from debris. Before long, the old man returned, and upon seeing Wang Tian and Sun Pengzi laboring under the dim light of the warehouse, he sighed. You two truly are good children. Wang Tian called out, Grandpa, you're back? With a smile, the old man replied, you two needn't trouble yourselves. I've already arranged for help to come tomorrow morning to assist you. Come, I have some ice water, drink a bit to cool off. Before Wang Tian could respond, Sun Pengzi hurried over and drank 2 large cups, exclaiming, this water is incredibly sweet. Is it underground water? The old man chuckled, little fatty, you sure know how to flatter. It's just tap water that has been boiled and iced. Wang Tian interjected, Grandpa, there's really no need for you to help us. Just arrange the chairs, and we'll tidy up for now, finishing the rest tomorrow. The old man smiled but remained resolute, picking up a broom and approaching. Despite Wang Tian's protests, the old man insisted on helping, leaving the 3 of them to work together. Concerned for the old man's well-being, Wang Tian and Sun Pengzi soon concocted an excuse to leave after a while. Back home, Wang Tian opened the live streaming platform again, but found nothing entertaining. He avoided the mundane channels. Now that he had gained notoriety, entering any room would likely attract a swarm of sycophants clamoring for his attention, with money being scarce. He couldn't afford to be reckless. If he entered a room without giving a reward, it simply wasn't his style. He wouldn't settle for anything less than 100,000 in tips, as anything less could lead to a drop in followers. The next morning, as dawn broke, Wang Tian rose early and headed to a nearby school playground to practice a set of external martial arts, hoping to loosen his joints. However, to his dismay, he found himself feeling even stiffer. Indeed, martial arts require real combat practice. Perhaps I should challenge a dojo? But with my skills barely established, if I challenge now, by the time I open, the fervor will have faded, making the effort pointless. If only I had gone easier on Lu Zhihao last time. I could have given him some hope to come back for another round. Next time, I must tread carefully, Wang Tian mused, having breakfast before meeting with Sun Pengzi again. Setting off to the warehouse. To their astonishment, the chaotic warehouse they had left the previous night was now spotless. Even the floor had been washed, indicating that someone had taken the time to clean it thoroughly. The musty odor was long gone. At the entrance, Grandpa Wang leisurely sipped tea, smiling. How do you like it? Satisfied? Wang Tian and Sun Pengzi simultaneously gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Grandpa, you are truly remarkable. This is not solely my doing. We are merely retired employees here. The ones who cleaned your warehouse are these folks. They were just idling about and decided to lend a hand, the old man chuckled. Wang Tian leaned in, sitting down to chat with the old man, who introduced himself as Grandpa. He shared tales of his past, having served in the volunteer army, operated a tank, and fired artillery. After retiring, he was assigned to this factory, which quickly fell into decline due to the economic tides. Fortunately, the veterans received decent pensions. ensuring they did not suffer for food or clothing. Wang Tian exchanged a glance with Sun Pengzi, who looked back with a questioning gaze, prompting Wang Tian to raise 3 fingers. Immediately, Sun Pengzi produced 3,000 yuan and placed it on the table, saying, "Grandpa, we youngsters cannot let you work for nothing. Please accept this. It is not a fee for services, but a token of our respect for veteran soldiers." Grandpa and his demeanor shifted, "Little fatty. We did not help for money." Sun Pengzi was momentarily cowed by the old man's intensity, rendered speechless. Wang Tian, in solidarity, pounded the table and declared, "Exactly. You foolish fatty, how could we pay for this? It's not something that can be bought." With tears of frustration in his eyes, Sun Pengzi glared at Wang Tian, thinking, "You old scoundrel, wasn't this your idea? Why do I always end up taking the blame?" Seeing Wang Tian's fervent defense, Grandpa's anger subsided, and he nodded, saying, "At least young Wang understands me." Chapter 35. What rank is he? Wang Tian nodded hurriedly, and after a brief conversation, he and Sun Pengzi took their leave. "Tian Wang, you are being unreasonable. Why is it always me when it comes to withstanding the pressure?" Sun Pengzi complained with dissatisfaction. Wang Tian replied, "I didn't expect them to possess such integrity. No matter, let's hold the meeting first. Afterward, we'll throw the money in the warehouse and inform him before we leave. Let him do as he pleases." Sun Pengzi sighed, "If I had known, I wouldn't have spent so much money. It would have been better at the previous hotel." How can they be compared? One supports unscrupulous merchants, while the other aids veterans who have shed blood for the unification of our country. The significance is entirely different, don't you understand? Wang Tian reprimanded. Sun Pengzi retorted, "If you're so pained, then don't speak as if it doesn't bother you." Wang Tian replied, "It would be unnatural if it didn't. What's for dinner today? 3,000 gone, and you're still thinking about dinner? Instant noodles." After lunch, the two strolled around the relevant departments, only to find themselves waiting again. Upon returning home, Wang Tian took a shower and went to bed, ready to send out mass text messages, marking the meeting time for 10 o'clock the following morning, along with the address, even including a screenshot of the map. Having completed this task, he lay down to sleep. Just then, his phone rang. "Ancestor, are you awake?" As soon as the other party spoke, Wang Tian recognized the voice. Wang Tian chuckled. "Qianyi, please don't call me Ancestor." "What's the matter?" Qianyi laughed. "It's nothing much. We've received the contract, and the copy has already been sent back to you. Regarding the advance payment for a year that you mentioned earlier, our boss has agreed, and the funds will be transferred to your account shortly." Wang Tian smiled, sensing the insincerity behind the flattery. "Very well. Since you are straightforward, I shall reciprocate. What else is on your mind?" "Hee, the Ancestor is indeed wise. Can you expedite the update speed? The current progress is too slow. Everyone is on edge. If you have time, perhaps you could check the review section and leave a comment or two," Qianyi suggested subtly. Wang Tian understood the underlying message. Indeed, he had mostly been online to publish and then offline, neglecting interactions with his readers. This distance might affect the later sales of his book. Wang Tian nodded. "I understand. I will be more interactive in the future. However, I have already completed this book. I will send you the entire first volume shortly. Please manage the speed of publication according to your discretion. To be honest, I am currently quite busy." "What? You finished it? Goodness. You truly are a living Ancestor. Send it over quickly. I can hardly wait," Qianyi exclaimed excitedly. Wang Tian felt pleased with Qianyi's response. The fact that he didn't demand the entire manuscript demonstrated respect. Such individuals are quite likable, naturally increasing the chances of future collaborations. "Provide me with an email, and I will send it to you." After exchanging a few more words, they hung up, and Wang Tian sent over the first volume of 7 Stars in the Royal Palace. Then, Wang Tian went to sleep. However, someone else was unable to rest. Qianyi, having received the first volume of 7 Stars in the Royal Palace, stayed up all night reading it in one go, then wrote a reflection along with a plan for updates and chapter divisions, sending a perfect proposal to the chief editor. Upon reviewing it, the chief editor replied, "You're on the fast track to promotion. By the way, when will the second volume be released?" It should be after we finish this volume," Qianyi responded. The chief editor sighed. "I was hoping to have it out today." Qianyi echoed, "I wish that too." The chief editor smirked coldly, then bellowed, "Do you wish for me to pack up and leave? Dream on, get back to work." Qianyi was left speechless, tears flowing silently. The next day, Wang Tian donned his only suit and leather shoes, accompanied by Sun Pengzi. The two of them confidently took the bus to the venue, attracting numerous glances along the way. Sun Pengzi murmured, "Tian Wang, Dressing like this and taking the bus is a bit embarrassing. Wang Tian remained silent. Sun Pengzi continued. Wearing sunglasses while taking the bus is too pretentious. There are so many people, and with the glare, how can you see anything? Wang Tian finally spoke. The benefits of sunglasses are twofold. Firstly, the embarrassment of wearing a suit and leather shoes while taking the bus disappears behind sunglasses. Who knows who I am or what I look like? Secondly, no matter how they disdain me, I want to see it. Sun Pengzi's expression darkened at this. Then when we board, you'll want me to take off my sunglasses? Someone has to attract the attention, Wang Tian replied defiantly. Ugh, you. Sun Pengzi grumbled, taking the blame again. Upon disembarking, they arrived at the venue, only to find no MC or reception staff present. As Wang Tian remarked, they are all big bosses, they've seen it all. Hiring someone to fill the space is nothing surprising to them. On the contrary, the lack of supervision makes a lasting impression. Most importantly, they have a purpose for being here. Achieving that purpose is the most joyous affair. Everything else is trivial. Sun Pengzi felt that Wang Tian's reasoning was flawed, yet he was at a loss for rebuttal and could only follow along with his eyes closed. This time, he had learned to be clever and wore sunglasses. After all, when embarrassing moments arise, no one would recognize him. As they busied themselves, Grandpa and arrived with a dozen elderly folks, accompanied by a large tricycle filled with plastic chairs. Wang Tian and Sun Pengzi hurried over to help, lifting chairs and arranging the venue while distributing cigarettes. The elderly folks were not shy. Each took 2 cigarettes, lighting one to smoke while tucking the other behind their ears for later. Wang Tian and Sun Pengzi expressed their gratitude profusely, showering the elders with compliments, which elicited laughter from them, clearly satisfied with the assistance the two offered. Grandpa understood that aside from contributing some physical labor, the elders couldn't be of much help. So with a command, they all dispersed. Wang Tian remarked, Grandpa, impressive. You truly embody the spirit of the old army. Grandpa chuckled, stop flattering me. We are all veterans. We've been through this for many years. I was their commander back then, so they must listen to me now. He said this with a sense of pride. Sun Pengzi curiously asked, Grandpa, what was your rank back then? Wang Tian perked up his ears. Initially, he hadn't thought much of it, but judging by the scene just witnessed, Grandpa was no ordinary figure. It was clear that a group of seniors wouldn't just leave to play mahjong without heeding his call. Such authority S&T cultivated overnight. Chapter 36. All about the class leader. Old master inside, reminiscing, in those days, I was, after all, a class leader myself. Peng Sun rolled his eyes and retorted, your class was quite large, with more than 10 people. Old Master An's face flushed with embarrassment. The fib had been exposed, and he clearly felt a bit humiliated. Wang Tian kicked Peng Sun lightly, admonishing, stop babbling and get to work. People will be arriving soon. The sound system and projector aren't set up yet. Peng Sun patted his backside and hurried to his task, evidently realizing his blunder. Wang Tian then jested, that foolish fatso. Utterly lacking in culture. Back in my day, I was also a class leader, overseeing 46 individuals. You were a class leader too? Where did you serve? Old Master An asked, momentarily taken aback. Wang Tian replied, at Yongxing Primary School, Class 4, Year 6. Old Master An's expression darkened, and he kicked Wang Tian, laughing. Stop spinning tales. Wang Tian quickly dodged, laughing heartily as he resumed his work. Old Master An offered a comforting smile. Everyone harbors secrets, and no one enjoys having them unearthed. Understanding is the best solace. Before long, Wang Tian and Peng Sun had arranged everything, and Peng Sun was dispatched to the entrance to greet guests, while Wang Tian busied himself with his phone, sending group messages to ensure everyone could find the location. Soon, a taxi arrived, and a rather portly individual hurriedly alighted. This person, slightly overweight, bore a jovial expression, dressed in a suit, complete with a tie. While not conventionally handsome, his demeanor was far more polished than that of Peng Sun, clearly indicating success. Before long, another individual emerged from the taxi, clutching a briefcase, and joined the portly man. Upon reaching the entrance, Peng Sun was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Mr. Wang, hello. I'm old Fong. Oh, Mr. Wang, what happened to your eyes? Peng Sun was momentarily stunned, then realized his sunglasses had led Fong to mistake him for a blind man. Furious, he shot back, what about your eyes? What's wrong with your entire family's eyesight? Fong's secretary, overhearing, exclaimed, Mr. Fong, I know him. That's the guy who cursed on the phone the other day. Peng Sun hadn't anticipated his voice was so recognizable. Clearing his throat, he retorted, young man, mind your words. I haven't received any phone calls. Before the conversation could escalate, Wang Tian emerged, diverting the topic. You two are here for the Feixiang Razor Technology Auction, correct? I'm Wang Tian, and this is my friend, whose temperament can be a bit fiery. I hope you'll pardon any offense. Ah, Mr. Wang, you're too courteous. Your friend is refreshingly straightforward. I like that. Fong replied with a smile. I'm Fong Gu, of Baifeng Technology. We spoke on the phone previously. Wang Tian smacked his forehead and chuckled. Ah, you're Mr. Fong. My memory serves me well. Please, come inside. Apologies, my funds are tied up in project research, and I couldn't afford a better venue. Please bear with me. Fong laughed heartily. No worries, no worries. The project is what truly matters. Everything else is secondary. Upon entering the warehouse, Fong's laughter faltered slightly as he surveyed the surroundings. Two dim yellow lights overhead, no windows, and the stifling heat greeting them at the entrance. Despite a few fans blowing, the vastness of the warehouse rendered their impact nearly negligible. Nevertheless, Fong smartly chose a seat near a fan. Wang Tian engaged Fong in conversation, and soon, guests began to trickle in. Pang Sun removed his sunglasses and deliberately altered his tone to welcome them. Wang Tian barely recognized anyone, even when presented with business cards. He remained at a loss. Fortunately, his knack for flattery shone through, allowing him to charm guests regardless of their identities. At that moment, a woman entered confidently, approaching Wang Tian. Hello, Mr. Wang. I am Chen Jiai, the chairwoman of Sinew Group. It's a pleasure to meet you. Wang Tian was momentarily speechless. He had envisioned countless scenarios, imagining Chen Jiai as either a frosty ice queen or a stern matron in her 50s. To his surprise, Chen Jiai was a woman in her 20s, with short hair and a sunny disposition. Her warmth was inviting yet not overly exuberant. She exuded a graceful charm, effortlessly captivating without suggesting any impropriety. Wang Tian's previous disdain for Chen Jiai significantly diminished as he gently shook her hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. Chairwoman Wang, please, come in. Chen Jiai looked at Wang Tian with surprise. She considered herself attractive, accustomed to receiving additional attention from the opposite sex. Yet, this man seemed indifferent, his gaze unperturbed by her beauty or status, leaving her slightly unsettled. Seated, Chen Jiai tilted her head slightly, observing the still busy Wang Tian. Her brow furrowing as she pondered. Chairman Chen, it's good to see you again, Fong interjected, approaching. Chen Jiai smiled. Mr. Fong, your speed remains as impressive as ever. Fong laughed heartily. In market competition, the swift prevail while the slow perish. However, Chairman Chen, you ought to be stringent in your hiring practices. Such losses are not trivial. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Fong. I assure you, it won't happen again. Besides, this incident may not be entirely negative. It essentially served as free publicity for Sinew, and the response has been quite favorable. Once the new product launches, we should see excellent results. Chen Jiai replied with ease. Impressive. It's all a matter of perspective. I assent it. No wonder you managed such an enterprise at such a young age, Fong remarked. However, as for the Feixiang Razor, the specifics of ownership remain to be seen. Once we enter the fray, I shall not yield. Chapter 37. The unexpected guest let each rely on their own abilities, Chen Jiai remarked. Fong nodded and took a seat nearby. As more and more people arrived, the venue quickly filled to capacity. To Wang Tian's dismay, it appeared that the turnout exceeded initial expectations. Among the attendees were numerous journalists from various newspapers, and the crowd was quite eclectic, leaving hardly enough seats for everyone. Wang Tian was already overwhelmed with the chaos when suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. 3 vehicles entered, 2 of them being ordinary, but the central one was a strikingly robust vehicle, unmistakably luxurious. Upon closer inspection, the emblem revealed it to be a state vehicle, a rare sight, typically reserved for high-ranking officials. It was evident that a government dignitary had arrived. However, what business could such an individual have in this humble setting? As someone opened the car door, a distinguished man stepped out. He surveyed the surroundings and, upon noticing Wang Tian's gaze, offered a polite smile before shifting his attention elsewhere. At that moment, Olden rose and strode over, exclaiming, "What brings you here?" Wang Tian was taken aback, realizing that this individual had a connection to Olden. Clearing his throat, he pondered the implications. Although Olden's pioneering craftsmanship in razor technology had the potential to revolutionize the industry, he had not engaged in any publicity. Nor had it been long since he had made his breakthrough, hardly enough to attract the attention of notable figures. Upon recognizing Olden, the man chuckled, "Old chief. I came to see you. What is there to see? You hold a prominent position and are swamped with responsibilities. What brings you to a place like this? Hurry and leave. I'm just an old man, and my presence doesn't affect anyone else. Olden began to usher him away. The man smiled wryly. Old chief, please don't send me off. I genuinely have important matters to discuss with you. Shall we converse in the car? After all, you have a meeting going on, and it would be inconvenient to block the entrance with such an ostentatious vehicle. Let us head to my security office, which has a fan for a more comfortable atmosphere. Upon hearing this, the man's aides grew anxious. A security office of a nearly defunct enterprise hardly offered suitable conditions, especially in such sweltering heat. Nevertheless, the man seemed unconcerned, instructing his staff to park the vehicle discreetly before following Olden to the security office. The security office was surprisingly spacious, around 20 square meters, with impeccably clean windows, evidence of Olden's meticulous efforts to ensure proper surveillance. The interior was modest, furnished with a table, a chair, a fan, 2 water jugs, and 3 cups. Ah, little Lou, I apologize for the simplicity of my surroundings. They pale in comparison to your grand office. Olden remarked as he pushed a stool over, seating himself at the table. The elderly man, referred to as Little Lou, chuckled in response. You need not worry. During my days in the trenches, we never concerned ourselves with such luxuries. As the two engaged in conversation, their discourse became private, unknown to outsiders. Meanwhile, Wang Tian observed that their presence did not disrupt his meeting, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He was solely focused on monetary matters and awaited the next steps. After a while, seeing no further arrivals, Wang Tian prepared to commence the proceedings. Delay could lead to discomfort among the attendees, as some were already sweating profusely and leaving to express their grievances. Just as Wang Tian was about to enter the meeting, an uproar erupted outside. Turning to investigate, he noticed another trio of vehicles arriving, followed by a portly man with an exaggerated gait, swaggering in with an air of self-importance. Who is in charge here? He bellowed. Wang Tian raised an eyebrow and stepped forward. I am. How may I assist you? The driver accompanying the rotund man immediately interjected. This is Mayor Ma, who has come to see your technology conference, having heard that numerous entrepreneurs from across the nation are in attendance. Wang Tian scrutinized the mayor. Suppressing a smirk, he recognized the mayor of Yongqing City from the news as a reputable figure, but this particular man was unknown to him. At that moment, son, a fellow attendee, leaned in and whispered, he is a deputy mayor, known for his connections, often posturing without much substance, neither good nor bad. Just someone who enjoys being in the limelight. Wang Tian nodded in understanding and replied with a smile. Mayor Ma, it is indeed an honor to have you here. Though I must inform you that this is merely a small gathering for casual discussions. Otherwise, we would not have rented such a dilapidated warehouse. This warehouse is quite shabby, Mayor Ma retorted, but I must see for myself. He then approached the entrance, only to be met by a wave of heat that made him break into a sweat. The driver frantically fanned himself, but to no avail. Mayor Ma ventured a few steps further inside but ultimately halted, retreating to say, Wang, do you not have air conditioning? It is stifling in here. Are you not concerned about the discomfort? Wang Tian replied nonchalantly, not at all. The hospital is nearby, and 120 can arrive at any moment. Mayor Ma was momentarily taken aback by the response. While others ensured safety, Wang Tian's reliance on the ambulance service was rather unconventional. With a glance around the shabby warehouse, Mayor Ma noted the presence of many, including reporters, albeit from smaller local outlets, and felt little desire to enter. Initially intending to make an appearance and promote his support for local technological innovation, the oppressive heat made him reconsider, fearing he might enter upright and exit in a less dignified manner. Thus, he stated, Wang, you handle things as you see fit. I must take my leave. As he turned to depart, the driver leaned in and whispered something into Mayor Ma's ear. Suddenly, the mayor's demeanor shifted. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Are you certain? I see the chairman of Sinew Group and Fong Ge from Baifeng, and the reporter from Xigua TV. The driver confirmed eagerly. Chapter 38. The fox commits to the tiger's power. Mayor Ma suddenly perked up, no longer trembling, nor perspiring. He turned sharply, exuding an air of authority, and declared, Young Wang, so many esteemed guests have traveled a great distance to visit our Yongqing. It seems rather inappropriate to confine them here. Don't you think? Perhaps we should consider a different venue? Wang Tian immediately responded, I wish we could, but funds are scarce. Scarce funds? You are hosting such a grand meeting without adequate funds? Mayor Ma exclaimed. Wang Tian fished 2 coins from his pocket and said, This is all I possess. Perhaps Mayor Ma could suggest which hotel would accommodate us at this price? Mayor Ma shot Wang Tian a disdainful glance and replied, Very well, let us make do. Wang Tian couldn't help but chuckle internally. The rotund mayor was clearly eager to showcase himself, especially with Chairman Sinyu and Fangge present. The idea of changing locations was merely self-serving, as the current conditions, while not ideal, posed a challenge for someone accustomed to luxury. Feeling the heat, Mayor Ma spoke briefly before retreating to a cooler spot. The driver approached Wang Tian and said, "Young Wang, your meeting is going splendidly. The city has decided to offer its support. Mayor Ma is willing to address the gathering as a government representative to lend some gravitas." Wang Tian felt a wave of exasperation. This man was clearly here to bask in the limelight, and now it seemed Wang Tian was merely riding on his coattails. However, he deemed it unwise to offend the mayor, especially since he planned to open a martial arts school in the future. As the saying goes, it's better to offend a gentleman than to provoke a petty person, and this man clearly fit the latter description. Nodding, Wang Tian entered the venue. "Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? The meeting is about to commence. I prefer to avoid unnecessary pleasantries. I apologize for the environment. We are constrained by our limited resources and cannot afford a better venue. Now, let us get started. It's unbearably hot here," Wang Tian remarked. Laughter erupted among the attendees, with Fangge teasingly chiding, "You know it's uncomfortable, yet you're delaying." Others joined in the laughter. Wang Tian continued, "All right, let us begin. However, our esteemed mayor made an appearance, though I did not extend an invitation. He is here, supporting the entrepreneurial spirit of the common people." As you all can discern, everyone understood the subtext. They also recognized the difficulty of dismissing the mayor's presence, so they begrudgingly accepted the situation. Just then, upon realizing it was his turn to speak, Mayor Ma hurried in, but the crowd was thick, and he struggled through the throng. As he approached the podium, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Wang Tian was rendered speechless. What was he doing here if he couldn't handle the heat? The driver, trailing behind, shouted in a panic, "Clear the way. The mayor has suffered a heat stroke. Call 120. We need water. Can someone help carry him?" The scene quickly descended into chaos, with the commotion stirred up by Mayor Ma's entourage. Unable to watch any longer, Wang Tian leapt off the stage, shoved the driver aside, and effortlessly hoisted Mayor Ma onto his shoulder, striding out with purpose. What a farce. He was in a hurry to secure funds. Having a sick person here was ill-fated. The sight astonished everyone. Mayor Ma, towering and weighing at least 200 pounds, appeared almost doll-like in Wang Tian's grasp. Fangge couldn't help but exclaim, "Who knew our brother Wang was not only a tech whiz, but also a martial arts expert?" Beside him, Chen Jia expressed her shock, "Truly impressive. My bodyguards would struggle to manage him so effortlessly." Wang Tian escorted Mayor Ma outside, and Sun Pengzi promptly stated, "I've already called 120. Why call 120? They're only minutes away, and we have cars. Let us drive him there." Wang Tian retorted. The group realized he was right, and several took action to place Mayor Ma into a vehicle, speeding off. However, Wang Tian was vexed to see the driver linger with a few others. He had no time for them. He was eager to make money. "Mr. Wang, you cannot commence the meeting now," the driver insisted. Wang Tian, now infuriated, shot back, "Why can't I? There are so many people waiting inside." The driver replied, "You must wait for Mayor Ma to return and finish his speech. Otherwise, it's against protocol." Wang Tian coldly laughed, "Are you jesting? What about the multitude waiting in the hall? What if they faint from the heat? That is your concern, not mine. You could announce a pause in the meeting, change venues, or reschedule. Surely that is not too difficult?" Wang Tian's laughter turned bitter as he said, "Fine, but with everyone here consuming resources, I cannot afford to cover the costs myself. How about you lend a hand?" The driver shook his head. "As I said, this is your issue, not mine. Young Wang, let me advise you. If you build a good rapport with Mayor Ma, your future will be bright. Conversely, should he become displeased, what then?" Sun Pengzi interjected, his temper flaring. The driver replied, "Not a major offense, but you could still find yourself spending a few days in detention." Sun Pengzi retorted, "We have filed the necessary paperwork. The police station has a record." "I say there was no filing, then there was none," the driver arrogantly declared. As Sun Pengzi prepared to argue further, Wang Tian halted him, chuckling, "Then please, do call the police. We shall continue with our meeting." Upon hearing this, the driver's expression soured. He hadn't anticipated encountering someone so unyielding. "What now?" someone asked. "Call the police. What else? Arrest them." The driver snapped back, his temper flaring. In his anger, he completely overlooked the fact that several distinguished individuals were present inside. Moreover, He forgot that he was merely a lowly driver. Flaunting authority in this instance was akin to courting disaster. Disregarding the gathering, the driver retreated to his car to bask in the air conditioning, waiting for the police to arrive. Meanwhile, Sun Pengzi caught up with Wang Tian and said, "Brother Tian, your actions are only going to escalate this situation." Wang Tian scoffed. If we were to follow his lead, would we even be able to conduct business? I do not have the time or resources to squander on him. If he wishes to play, let us engage in a grander game. Does Enlao not have a significant figure in mind? Besides, if the meeting fails to proceed, our losses are minimal. The true stakes rest with those seated inside. In the end, it will be Mayor Ma who finds himself in a precarious position. Upon hearing this, Sun Pengzi's eyes lit up, and he chuckled. You are indeed formidable. Chapter 39. The gunfire. Wang Tian ascended the podium and addressed the assembly, stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, an unfortunate incident has occurred. Mayor Ma has suffered from heat stroke and has been taken to the hospital. However, his driver insists that we wait for the mayor to regain consciousness, have a meal, and recuperate before he speaks. Only after his address will we convene our meeting, lest I be accused of orchestrating an illegal gathering. Alas, I am but a commoner, unable to bear such pressure." His words ignited immediate outrage among the attendees, particularly from Fang Gu and Chen Jiai. Both were chairpersons of major corporations, and their time was exceedingly precious. They could not afford to waste it in such a manner. Moreover, Yongxing City was merely a county-level municipality. The title of mayor was akin to that of a county chief, an official they had encountered many times before. They had never witnessed such unreasonable behavior. Fang Gu rose abruptly, exclaiming, "Brother Wang, proceed with your meeting. I am eager to see which officer dares to apprehend you." Chen Jiai, her expression icy, added, "Indeed, let the meeting continue. Should any issues arise, I shall resolve them." Others joined in, rising to express their support for Wang Tian, eager to alleviate his troubles. After all, Wang Tian was the focal point of the day. If the meeting were to be postponed, it would render their attendance futile. More importantly, what would happen to the groundbreaking flying razor in Wang Tian's possession? That was the crux of the matter. Wang Tian expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you all for your kindness. In that case, let us continue with the meeting." Observing this, Chen Jiai and Fang Gu exchanged wry smiles, fully aware that Wang Tian sought refuge amidst the storm. Nevertheless, at this juncture, they had no choice but to shield him from adversity, as they all had vested interests in him. Simultaneously, they regarded Wang Tian with newfound respect. He navigated the complexities of social interactions with remarkable finesse. Even when seeking assistance, he managed to do so with grace, leaving others feeling compelled to oblige without feeling indebted. Furthermore, with his technological prowess and martial skills, Chen Jiai sensed that Wang Tian harbored numerous enigmas, piquing her interest. Wang Tian, not wishing to tire himself in the sweltering heat with a lengthy monologue, opted for a concise presentation instead. After a brief introduction lasting no more than 10 minutes, the audience's eyes sparkled with excitement. The technological sophistication of the razor was undoubtedly decades ahead of its time. Once released, it had the potential to dominate the global market, transforming a modest enterprise into a colossal behemoth. Admittedly, this was somewhat exaggerated, yet there existed a glimmer of possibility. As anticipation surged, breaths quickened and eyes reddened. Attendees began to gulp down water fervently. Having witnessed Mayor Ma's recent predicament, no one wished to faint at a critical juncture that could alter their destinies. Wang Tian clapped his hands, announcing, "This is the product at hand. Initially, I intended to submit it solely to Sinew Group. However, given the collective interest, I believe an auction would be more fitting. I do not have a fixed notion of its value, so I shall set the starting bid at 1 yuan. However, to expedite the process, each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 1 yuan." At that moment, the wail of police sirens pierced the air, abruptly halting Wang Tian's words. A glint of cold determination crossed his gaze as he sneered. "I have encountered numerous nuisances, but this time, it seems I have attracted the ire of authority. While Mayor Ma may be somewhat negligent, he is not entirely malevolent. Yet, his driver is certainly a rogue. It is indeed a case of confronting formidable foes. Since I am entangled in this, I shall ensure they are dealt with, sparing me future troubles. Moreover, this serves to establish my own authority and pave the way for my martial school." The arrival of the police thoroughly disrupted the order of the assembly. Even before the officers entered, Fang Gu and Chen Jiai were already seething. Accustomed to a life of privilege, they felt stifled in such a dismal setting and were on the verge of shedding their clothing out of exasperation. Their sole desire was to expedite the auction and leave promptly, seeking liberation. Yet, as disruptions continued, their ordeal was prolonged, an experience they had long since endured. This frustration could not be directed at Wang Tian, the host, but others were fair game. Both simultaneously reached for their phones, dialing out in a frenzy. Wang Tian stood by, oblivious to whom they were calling, content to observe the unfolding drama. Sun Pengzi, emboldened, pulled out a cigarette and leaned against the side, chuckling foolishly. Not only Feng Gu and Chen Jiayi were incensed, executives from various companies were equally agitated. What was the meaning of this debacle? They merely wished to bid and depart, yet were beset by unforeseen complications. Their frustration deepened as they realized they had only skimmed the surface of the Flying Razor's capabilities online and had not comprehensively understood its potential. They had come merely due to the presence of Chen Jiayi and Feng Gu, speculating that a significant opportunity awaited them. Yet, after witnessing the presentation, their blood ran cold. Such an advanced razor, with its exquisite design, could undoubtedly ignite the market if either Feng Gu or Chen Jiayi were to acquire it. The smaller manufacturers would likely be driven out of business, if not entirely obliterated. Their factories represented their livelihoods. With threats looming, how could they remain calm? They regarded the incoming police officers with the intensity of someone staring down a vendetta, as if they were rivals seeking to usurp their very existence. Upon entering, the driver and police were taken aback by the collective scrutiny of the assembled crowd, a sensation both eerie and disconcerting. However, bolstered by the presence of his fellow officers. The driver shouted, "What is the meaning of this? We are conducting an investigation. Everyone must cooperate." "All right, everyone, please comply," commanded an older officer. "Li, gather everyone here." Officer Li immediately responded, "Director Dong, our team is already on it. Not a single person will escape." Director Dong nodded approvingly and addressed the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have received reports of an illegal gathering here." Before he could continue, chaos erupted as 3 officers stumbled back in disarray, hats askew, clothes torn and bruised, crying out, "Director, help us." Director Dong's fury ignited. Who dares to assault an officer? Do they not recognize the law? He drew his weapon. Immediately, the 3 officers beside him brandished their firearms. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Startled, Director Dong cursed. "Who the hell fired that shot? Can't you scare people without shooting?" "It wasn't he, us, Director. It came from the other side." Officer Li quaked, his legs trembling, feeling wronged. Chapter 40. Do not move. It's a robbery. Director Dong was taken aback. Did the assailants possess firearms? Were they terrorists? Members of the underworld? Contemplating this, he hastily shouted, "Everyone step back, seek cover." The attendees in the conference room were equally startled. They had come in pursuit of fortune, not to risk their lives. The atmosphere grew tense, and chaos loomed. Wang Tian quickly gestured to Sun Pengzi, who promptly lowered the gate. Wang Tian called out, "Everyone remain calm. Those outside are also police. A significant figure has just arrived, and our director is in for an entertaining time." The crowd paused, bewildered. A noteworthy figure? What kind of important person could emerge from such a dilapidated county-level city? As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, with so many people crammed together, a stampede could easily ensue, which Wang Tian could not afford. In a moment of inspiration, he swiftly tapped the microphone to mimic the sound of gunfire, while commanding, "Stand still. We are commencing the robbery. Sun Pengzi, ensure the gunmen are concealed and keep a close watch on everyone. Anyone who dares to move will be shot." Indeed, his words struck fear into the hearts of those present, and they dared not stir. Wang Tian finally exhaled, a mischievous grin creeping across his face as he continued, "Now, return to your seats. Anyone who moves will understand the consequences." Feng Gu and Chen Jiayi were also taken aback. However, being astute individuals, they sensed something amiss but maintained their composure. The bodyguards stationed beside them had already positioned themselves protectively in front. Seeing the situation under control, Wang Tian discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow. Just then, a booming voice echoed in front of him, and 4 figures surged forward, closing the distance in mere strides. One of them throwing a punch aimed at Wang Tian's face. Feng Gu and Chen Jiayi were stunned. The assailants were none other than their own bodyguards. 3 others followed suit, attempting to seize Wang Tian in one fell swoop. Wang Tian recognized them. These 4 were the bodyguards accompanying Feng Gu and Chen Jiayi. Each had 3 bodyguards, and those men exuded a fierce demeanor, their eyes ablaze with a murderous intent, clearly seasoned in violence. Their attacks were ruthless, aimed directly at Wang Tian's vital points, seeking a decisive blow. Faced with such ferocity, Wang Tian did not dare to underestimate them. There was no time for explanation. He spread his arms, drawing in his breath, and in that instant, the world around him seemed to slow. The assault from the four men became languid. Wang Tian recalled Yang Luchen's words. Tai Chi is not merely about countering speed with slowness, but rather about countering slowness with speed. Anticipate the enemy's moves to disrupt their balance, leveraging their force against them, striking when they are unprepared. With a swift motion, he ensnared one bodyguard's fist, pulling him forward, causing the opponent to unwittingly step into the path of another's punch. A resounding thud echoed as it connected with the back of the bodyguard charging from the side. Seizing the moment, Wang Tian yanked the first bodyguard into his embrace and leaped backward. The unfortunate soul perfectly substituted Wang Tian's position. The remaining two were momentarily caught off guard and quickly withdrew. In an instant, Wang Tian soared into the air like an eagle seizing its prey, delivering two swift kicks to the jaws of the remaining assailants, who screamed as they were propelled backward. Upon landing, the advancing bodyguard finally seized the opportunity to strike Wang Tian in the chest. Yet, Wang Tian's body naturally recoiled, rendering the punch ineffective. Wang Tian clasped the assailant's fist, exerting force through his legs, yanking him away. The bodyguard was flung through the air, and as he passed over Wang Tian, who lay on the ground, Wang Tian executed a swift kick. With a resounding thump, the bodyguard soared upward, landing helplessly on the ground, clutching his abdomen like a stranded shrimp. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The onlookers could only watch as the four men charged at Wang Tian, aiming to capture him and save themselves. Yet, in mere moments, those four robust bodyguards had been effortlessly dispatched by the seemingly frail young man. The previously agitated crowd fell into a hushed silence, their legs lowering in compliance, fearful to move. Fang Gu and Chun Jiai's expressions turned grim. The bodyguards' actions had not been sanctioned by them, and this could lead to significant trouble. However, they had nothing to say. The bodyguards acted out of a desire to protect them. Yet, the situation was spiraling out of control. Simultaneously, both Fang Gu and Chun Jiai were intimidated by Wang Tian's prowess. Their bodyguards were elite mercenaries, each one capable of overwhelming 10 adversaries without breaking a sweat. They had witnessed bloodshed before. Typically, mere mortals would be cowed by their wrath. Yet, despite the formidable nature of their bodyguards, who attacked in unison and ambushed Wang Tian, they were swiftly subdued. How terrifying must Wang Tian's skills be? Could they still hope for salvation? Seeing that the crowd had finally settled down, Wang Tian did not dare to relax his guard. Two more individuals remained, and one could never predict when they might rashly charge forward. Wang Tian pulled over a chair and sat down with a cold demeanor, declaring, "Everyone behave yourselves. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences." This time, no one dared to defy him. They sat in silence, motionless, inwardly cursing their fate. They had come seeking fortune, not to be robbed. At this moment, not only were they cursing their luck, but Director Dong, who was trapped outside the gate, was equally frustrated. Wasn't he this cutting off their retreat? There was no cover to be found. This could lead to fatalities. However, the anticipated assault did not materialize. Instead, a dozen figures clad in black emerged, their leader striding confidently forward, exuding a formidable presence that left the three small police officers under Director Dong's command too intimidated to draw their weapons. Even to utter a word, Director Dong, steeling his resolve, called out, "Who goes there? Assaulting an officer and brandishing a firearm are grave offenses. Please do not make matters worse." The opposing figure scoffed. "Had you drawn your weapon or made any sudden movements, you would already be a corpse. Drawing a gun in front of a superior? You must be courting death." Director Dong was taken aback. A superior? Such terminology was not used lightly. Ordinary officials were addressed by their titles. The term superior was reserved for. At this thought, Director Dong felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had merely come for a routine investigation, unaware of the depths of this situation. He glared furiously at the driver, exclaiming, "A superior? Which superior?" The individual produced identification, displaying it before Director Dong, and then stated, "Forget everything you have seen and heard today. You are forbidden from speaking of it outside. Do you understand?" "Yes, yes. I absolutely will not speak of it." What should we do now?" Director Dong, realizing the gravity of the situation, understood that he could not afford to cross even this individual, let alone the superior behind him. 100 Mayor Ma-s combined would not compare. As for that driver, he could meet his fate. Chapter 41. The storm finally passed. The other party nodded and said, Take your people and leave immediately. By the way, who reported the case just now? It was him. Director Dong and 3 police officers immediately pointed at the driver. The driver broke down in tears, realizing from Director Dong's terrified expression that he was in serious trouble. I didn't mean to target you. There were people holding an illegal assembly here, the driver stammered. Illegal assembly? Nonsense. I was here to file a report, and you dare to call it an illegal assembly? Are you the law or what? At that moment, Grandpa arrived. Seeing the gates closed, he panicked, cursing loudly. Calm down, old chief, one of the officials interjected. There are laws for everything. Let us handle this according to the rules. Upon hearing this, the driver, who was about to retort at Grandpa in plain attire, immediately shrank back, silenced. The chief's bodyguard glanced at the situation, quickly pointed at someone, and commanded, "Come here and clarify what happened." The driver recounted how Mayor Ma had come for a press event, had a heat stroke, and was hospitalized, alongside his demands to halt the meeting. The chief's face darkened further with each detail. However, the driver looked even more pale, trembling with fear. Director Dong cursed, "What the hell? You said this person was involved in pyramid schemes. What is going on?" Before Director Dong could finish his tirade, Grandpa pushed him aside and called out, "Xiao Wang. Xiao Sun, open the door. It's fine now." Upon hearing this, Fat Sun rushed to open the door. As the main entrance swung open, a refreshing breeze swept in, giving everyone the sensation of being reborn. Wang Tian exhaled in relief, and seeing the situation outside stabilized, he addressed the others. "Everyone, it's all right now. The danger has passed. You really put me in a tough spot. If chaos had ensued and someone's wife had been taken away, I would have had no way to help you find her." At this remark, the attendees were left speechless again. It turned out that the earlier talk of robbery was merely a ruse to calm them down. Instantly, their expressions transformed. Some were furious. Others were caught between laughter and tears, while some wore bitter smiles. However, they all understood that had Wang Tian not handled the situation deftly, the loss of a spouse would have been trivial compared to the potential for a stampede that could have cost lives. Thus, no one truly held any anger towards Wang Tian, merely feeling a bit humiliated. Yet, the most embarrassed were the 4 bodyguards on the ground. Upon hearing that everything was all right, they scrambled to their feet, abandoning their act of feigned death, heads bowed in shame as they returned to their employer's side, not daring to look Wang Tian in the eye. Today had been a monumental embarrassment for them, first misjudging the situation, targeting the wrong individual, and then being instantly subdued. They had lost face entirely. Fortunately, Fang Ge bore no ill will towards them, laughing heartily. "Brother Wang, you nearly scared me to death just now. Thankfully, I always believed you weren't that kind of person. Let me clarify, the actions of those 2 fools just now were not at my behest. You can't disqualify me from the competition." Just as Chun Jiai was about to speak, Wang Tian waved his hand. "All right, no need for explanations, I understand. Besides, you are my financial backers. I wouldn't cross you for anyone else. Let us just pretend what happened earlier never occurred and focus on the matters at hand." Wang Tian stepped forward, looking pained, and asked, "Grandpa, what exactly is going on?" Grandpa shook his head. "It's nothing. A former soldier of mine came to visit. And then, well, it's complicated. Just fill in the blanks yourself. I fear your meeting has been disrupted." Wang Tian replied, "Fortunately, nothing major happened. We can continue." "Youth, I apologize for today's events. My men fired indiscriminately, nearly causing a disaster," the chief remarked, having quickly assessed the situation. While the bodyguards had fired to protect him, the gathering of so many people posed the risk of a stampede, which sent shivers down his spine. "It's my oversight. I accept responsibility." The head of the bodyguards stepped forward. "Well, go back and face the consequences," the chief stated without a hint of favoritism. Turning to Wang Tian, he asked, "You must be the Xiao Wang the old chief mentioned?" Wang Tian quickly replied, "Yes, that's me." The chief paused, and then everyone burst into laughter, the earlier awkward atmosphere dissipating. "I heard from the old chief that you have a new invention. Are you planning to auction it off?" Just as he finished speaking, 2 excited voices emerged from the warehouse. "Chief, long time no see." Fang Ge and Chun Jiai rushed out. At that moment, both Fang Ge and Chun Jiai were genuinely astonished by Wang Tian. While they were impressed by his skills, they knew that an individual's strength had its limits in society. However, the appearance of this person was truly staggering. Knowing Wang Tian meant few would dare to provoke him. His influence was overwhelming, akin to a seismic event. "Oh, it's Fang Ge and Jiai. What brings you two here? Are you interested in Xiao Wang's technology as well?" The chief was genuinely surprised. In such a small county, in such a modest warehouse, the presence of two nationally recognized entrepreneurs was nothing short of extraordinary. What could possibly compel them to lower themselves to such conditions to listen to a meeting? Chen Jai replied, Uncle Lu, this story is long. In short, we are indeed here for Mr. Wang's technology. He has invented a highly advanced razor, and if we can acquire it, Sinew Group will undoubtedly break out of Asia and reach the global market. The chief stared at Wang Tian in astonishment, then laughed. Indeed, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. If that's the case, I would like to hear more. Wang Tian smiled wryly. I couldn't ask for more. Grandpa interjected. All right, enough chit-chat. If we delay further, it will be noon, and the sun will be blazing. We want to be able to sit comfortably in the warehouse. So let us get to it. Wang Tian nodded in agreement and hurried back to prepare for the continuation of the meeting. As for the driver, Wang Tian had lost all interest in him. His fate would surely be worse than he anticipated. The chief's arrival instantly calmed the crowd, and everyone understood the reason behind the gunfire, allowing them to relax completely. Before long, a considerable number of police officers arrived, taking control of the scene. However, they were not there to disrupt the meeting but to ensure security. Wang Tian merely smiled, expressed his gratitude, and had Fat Sun fetch several boxes of mineral water as a gesture of goodwill. Chapter 42. Detachment from Material Wealth. As for Director Dong and the driver, they had already returned to the police station. Director Dong sat outside, smoking, while screams of agony echoed from within the station, the cause of which remained unknown. After a while, a man emerged, asking in a low voice, Director, it's been half an hour. Should we continue? Continue as long as he's alive. Director Dong cursed. This bastard ruined my future. If I'm finished, he won't have it easy either. The driver huddled in a corner, surrounded by a dozen ordinary men who took turns pummeling him with unrestrained delight. The dignitary's arrival compelled Wang Tian to start anew, reintroducing the product and reigniting the atmosphere with its myriad benefits. Wang Tian brandished the hammer and declared, I'm no professional auctioneer, but I know that whoever acquires this product will reshape the world order. Those who desire it, let the money flow. Let the bidding commence. 10 million. Someone immediately exclaimed. Wang Tian felt a momentary constriction in his chest. 10 million. He had never even dreamt of winning the lottery, which was only 5 million. 10 million was more unreal than a dream, and most importantly, this was just the beginning. 15 million. Someone promptly added 5 million. Thump. A muffled sound reverberated through the room as Fatty Sun, overcome with excitement, broke his chair. However, he was too elated to feel embarrassed. Although the money wasn't his, he rejoiced in his brother's good fortune. At least he would have a place to freeload in the future. Wang Tian cleared his throat and said, continue. 20 million, 21 million, 22 million, 30 million, 30 million and 50,000. The pace began to slow down at 30 million. However, Wang Tian remained unperturbed, knowing that the truly affluent hadn't yet spoken, as both Feng Gu and Chen Jia remained composed. Wang Tian refused to believe that these two tycoons would remain seated and refrain from bidding. Finally, as the price gradually climbed to 34 million and a lull ensued, Chen Jia spoke. 100 million. Crack. Fatty Sun covered his face and carried out the second broken chair. He was too ashamed to continue embarrassing himself. Wang Tian also gasped inwardly. He understood that monopoly equated to money. The advanced nature of this razor, even if it didn't achieve a complete monopoly, would crush 99% of other products. The value it would bring was immense, but Wang Tian had never imagined it could fetch a price of over 100 million. In essence, Wang Tian hadn't been exposed to large sums of money, and his vision was too limited. However, this 100 million made Wang Tian realize a truth. For the wealthy, money was merely a number. Gradually, Wang Tian became more detached. He possessed the Myriad Realms live platform, and he had an abundance of items similar to the flying razor. Acquiring money was too easy. He could become the world's richest man at any time. But was there any significance to that? Once there was too much of it. Money was no different from waste paper. When one's lifespan was exhausted, no amount of money could buy back life. However, martial arts were different. Wang Tian could sense that Tai Chi was altering his destiny, making his life force more vigorous. It would undoubtedly prolong his life. Legend had it that the founder of Tai Chi, Zhang Sanfeng, lived to be 218 years old, and Tai Chi was merely an entity beneath the celestial realm. So, what about the celestial realm? What could the live broadcast rooms above the mortal realm provide Wang Tian? The more Wang Tian pondered, the loftier his aspirations became. He was destined to transcend, so these worldly riches were truly inconsequential. With this realization, Wang Tian completely calmed down, quietly listening to the people below shouting out numbers as if they had nothing to do with him. Below, the director Liu had been silently observing Wang Tian. Upon witnessing this, a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes, followed by a subtle nod. He whispered to Grandpa, "This young man is indeed extraordinary." Grandpa chuckled. "The young man I took a liking to is naturally extraordinary. I took a liking to you back then, and you turned out like this. But in my opinion, he's stronger than you. You were always lazy, but he's much more diligent." Director Liu was rendered speechless. Although he thought Wang Tian was good, he absolutely refused to believe that Wang Tian would surpass him. There were only a few people in the world who could surpass him. Director Liu ultimately didn't stay for the entire meeting. Urged by various matters, he left early, departing quietly without disturbing the atmosphere. Upon seeing this, Wang Tian breathed a sigh of relief. With such a powerful figure sitting below, he was truly afraid that something unexpected would occur. Now that the man had left, he was completely relaxed, and his entire being entered a state of relaxation after being under high pressure. In that instant, Wang Tian felt a peculiar force circulating within his body, but it was fleeting, and he couldn't find it again. What a pity! That feeling was definitely the sensation of hidden energy. Alas! Wang Tian sighed inwardly, lamenting the loss but feeling helpless. However, now that he had come into contact with hidden energy, he knew that breaking through to that level was only a matter of time. Money was coming in today, and his martial arts were about to break through as well. It was a double blessing, and Wang Tian was even more delighted. He sat above, smiling as he watched everything unfold before him. Chen Jia and Fang Gu were also silently observing Wang Tian. They noticed that Wang Tian's temperament had subtly changed again, but they couldn't quite put their finger on it. However, it had definitely changed. The previous Wang Tian had a touch of worldliness, but the current Wang Tian gave them a sense of detachment from everything. Fang Gu couldn't help but mutter, "Why does he seem like an old man?" The bodyguard who had been beaten earlier added, "He's very much like a martial arts grandmaster, but he still lacks a bit of refinement in his demeanor." A martial arts grandmaster? Him? How old is he? Fang Gu was genuinely startled. Chen Jia also turned her head to look. The bodyguard smiled wryly and said, "Grandmasters don't have an age limit. If you comprehend it, you are one. If you don't, you won't be one even if you die. That's what my master said." "Did your master become a grandmaster?" Fang Gu asked. "No." The bodyguard replied. Fang Gu nodded and remained silent. But he looked at Wang Tian with increasing importance. This young man had given him too many surprises and shocks. In all his years, he had never felt so many surprises and shocks from one person. Chen Jia felt similarly. She realized that every time she thought she knew enough about Wang Tian, he would give her a surprise. Wang Tian was like an iceberg floating on the sea. What you could see was always the part he deliberately showed on the surface. What was hidden beneath the surface, how much was concealed, no one knew. Chapter 43. The transaction. He was an enigmatic individual. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Jia had allowed this man, whom she thought would be a passerby in her life, to remain in her heart, solely to uncover everything about him and satisfy her curiosity. She had completely forgotten that it was a dangerous thing for a woman to be curious about a man. While Wang Tian was no longer agitated, someone else was. At the hospital, Mayor Ma finally woke up, only to see the chief mayor sitting beside him. Mayor Ma said gratefully, "Mayor, why are you here?" "I'm fine. I can continue working." The chief mayor nodded and said, "Old Ma, I told you before. Don't be too impatient with things. This time, I can't help you. This is the document that was just issued from above. Take a look. I have something to do. I'll leave first." "Mayor, Vice Mayor Ma is not suitable for intense emotional fluctuations right now," the nurse carefully reminded him. "It's okay. He'll be quiet soon," the chief mayor said. Vice Mayor Ma took the document and said, "I'll be quiet for half a day, and then I'll wake up. Let me see what this is." "What? What on earth?" "I." Thud. Deputy Mayor Ma fainted again. The nurse smiled wryly and said, "Mayor, I told you he shouldn't be too agitated." The mayor replied nonchalantly, "I also said he would calm down soon. Now that he is quiet, I shall take my leave. Please take care of him. By the way, he needs to cover his own medical expenses." The mayor departed, leaving the nurse helpless as she went to find a doctor. Meanwhile, Wang Tian was quietly observing the bidding below. The so-called bidders were none other than Fang Gu and Chen Jia. After all, while many companies in Huaxiao manufactured razors, most were small enterprises. The only significant players were these two. However, razors could not compete with the likes of mobile phones and other trendy industries. Even the leading domestic brands paled against the giants of those popular sectors. Furthermore, Wang Tian was pressed for cash and had allowed only 3 days for the bidding, leaving Qinjiai and Fang Gu unable to gather more funds in time. Thus, when Qinjiai bid 190 million, even with her formidable financial backing, beads of sweat were visible on her forehead. Fang Gu fared no better. This was a high-stakes gamble. Winning would mean crossing borders and entering international markets. But what if they lost? A good product does not guarantee success. It also requires robust marketing channels, advertising, and other supportive measures to truly thrive. Hence, they had to consider the necessity of funds for additional expenses after acquiring the product. 195 million. Fang Gu gritted his teeth. Qinjiai bit her thin lips and raised her hand again. 200 million. Upon hearing this, Fang Gu let out a bitter laugh. Miss Chun, you really are going all out, aren't you? You've won. Qinjiai smiled upon hearing this, though it pained her to spend such a sum. She believed it was worth every penny. Seeing that a victor had emerged, Wang Tian stood up and declared, in that case, all patents for the flying razor will be sold to Sinew Group. As I said, no more chatter. The auction ends today. Everyone may return home. Those who wish to stay for lunch can remain here. I'll provide boxed meals. Brother Wang, are you really that stingy? You've just made 200 million today. 200 million. If I could, I would have robbed you. Fang Gu, despite his loss, laughed heartily, scratching his head and stirring up the crowd. Others joined in. Exactly. Mr. Wang, you're quite tight-fisted. At least provide some fast food. Wang Tian chuckled. Who said anything about fast food? Those who want a buffet can stay. This factory has a canteen, and it will be more than enough. Upon hearing this, everyone dispersed in a hurry, eager to escape the stifling warehouse. Once outside, they enjoyed the refreshing breeze, feeling rejuvenated. They hailed a taxi, relishing the cool air conditioning inside, the epitome of a blissful day. With most people gone, the venue grew quiet. Fang Gu exchanged a few enthusiastic words with Wang Tian, inviting him to visit Haicheng sometime, offering to host him, before finally taking his leave. Wang Tian held a favorable impression of Fang Gu, recognizing this as a tactic to build rapport, even after selling the razors. Who could predict whether Wang Tian might invent something even better? Clearly, Fang Gu was making a long-term investment in relationships, an investment executed splendidly, one that Wang Tian appreciated. At least not resenting it, which was sufficient. Mr. Wang, when shall we finalize the transaction? Qinjiai asked, her eyes sparkling. Today. She had triumphed and was confident that her capabilities would expand Sinew Group, possibly marking a pivotal moment in her life. How could she not be elated? Wang Tian replied with a wry smile. You will have to wait a moment. I need to tidy up the venue first. Once that is done, we shall find another place for the transaction. It's rather sweltering here. Giggling. I thought you weren't affected by the heat. I didn't realize you were also sensitive to it, Qinjiai said cheerfully, showing no trace of the formality from their first encounter, now resembling a neighborly girl. Wang Tian laughed in return. Of course I'm human and fear the heat. Yet, Ms. Chun, your smile carries the essence of a figure stepping out of a painting. Qinjiai shot him a glance. I am human too, and I can smile. When meeting outsiders, one must maintain a facade, otherwise, one appears immature and can easily be taken advantage of. The moment those words left her lips, Qinjiai regretted them. If she had to put on a show for outsiders, did that mean Wang Tian was not considered one? After all, they had only just met. Wang Tian wiped his nose and chuckled. Indeed, I am no longer an outsider, haha. Qinjiai's cheeks flushed, and she shot him another glance. We are growing familiar. We can consider this a successful transaction. Would you mind if we became friends? Wang Tian replied, Of course I wouldn't mind. Let me introduce myself once more. I am Qinjiai. Qinjiai graciously extended her petite hand. Wang Tian shook her hand and said, Wang Tian. They both smiled. Qinjiai asked, Do you really need to clean up this venue yourself? You are now a wealthy man. Hiring a couple of people shouldn't be an issue. Wang Tian shook his head. Life is about movement. At my age, doing some work is nothing. Besides, in this sweltering heat, where would I find someone to hire? I can't let old Masterin do it all alone. Qinjiai suddenly remembered old Masterin. Even Lu Shouzhang listened to him, indicating the old man's considerable influence. However, looking at the elderly gentleman, he appeared to be just a humble, down-to-earth person, showing no signs of being extraordinary. Old Masterin had already begun tidying up the venue. Fortunately, those who had witnessed Wang Tian's prowess and influence were quite cooperative, and the place was relatively clean. They only needed to arrange the chairs before leaving. Wang Tian and Fatty Sun hurried over. Despite being called Fatty, Sun was quite strong and agile. As for Wang Tian, he moved like the wind. You all should help out too, Chen Jia instructed her 3 bodyguards. The trio nodded and promptly got to work. Chapter 44. The Eager Bureau Chief. Revised. Chen Jia was not idle. She approached the computer and projector equipment. Wang Tian glanced at Chen Jia and was surprised to see her helping them tidy up the smaller devices, her graceful silhouette exuding an air of refined elegance. Tian Wang, just take a look, don't slack off. At that moment, Fatty Sun interrupted Wang Tian's gaze. Wang Tian shot him a glare. Stop slacking off. Get to work. The group quickly gathered the chairs, and just then, a small tricycle arrived outside. Several elderly men jumped down to lend a hand. In no time, they loaded all the chairs onto the vehicle and sped away. Watching these spirited elderly men, Wang Tian couldn't help but marvel. Look at their vitality. It's remarkable. Fatty Sun replied, forget about that. I'm hungry. You need to take care of the food. Let us feast for lunch. You can have whatever you desire. Wang Tian patted Fatty Sun's belly. Now that he had money, Wang Tian did not wish to shortchange himself or his friends. He was not stingy. He would be generous when the occasion called for it. Thus, Wang Tian took the initiative to hail a taxi, bringing Chen Jia and the others to the most famous snack shop in Yongxing City. Tian Wang, can you be any more frugal? Fatty Sun looked up at the sign of the Yongxing snack shop. Chen Jia wore a look of helplessness. The shop was merely 40 square meters, lacking air conditioning. With only electric fans, the ambience seemed hardly superior to that of the warehouse. Wang Tian playfully slapped Fatty Sun on the head, joking. What are you looking at? Look behind you. Across the street, Chen Jia and Fatty Sun turned around and burst into laughter at the sight of a 3-story barrel-shaped restaurant across the street, aptly named The Barrel. Chen Jia was quite indifferent. After all, what hotel hadn't she visited? As long as the environment wasn't particularly poor, she was willing to accept it. However, Sun Pongzi was a different story. This establishment, known as the first hotel of Yongxing, boasted beautiful waitstaff, and the drinks were notoriously exquisite. The variety of cuisines was abundant. In short, this was a place only the affluent could afford to frequent, and ordinary folks wouldn't dare to step inside. Having gained some experience from his previous visit to a high-end hotel, and with his wallet about to swell, Wang Tian strode confidently toward the entrance. However, he was halted by the doorman, who inquired, Sir, may I ask if you have a reservation? Wang Tian was taken aback, replying incredulously, What? Is a reservation necessary to dine? The waitress, her eyes flashing with disdain, responded, If you possess a VIP card, a reservation isn't required. Casting a look that implied he certainly lacked one. Sun Pongzi immediately erupted in anger. What kind of nonsense is this? We've been here before. Just because we arrived by taxi, we can't enter? With a bellow, he summoned a manager-like figure from inside. The man assessed Wang Tian and Sun Pongzi, then glanced at Chen Jia and the 3 bodyguards behind her, his brow furrowing as he approached. What seems to be the problem? The waitress, looking troubled, explained, Manager Kong. They do not possess a VIP card or a reservation. Manager Kong cast a glance at Wang Tian and Sun Pongzi, then said, I'm truly sorry, gentlemen, but during peak hours for lunch and dinner, our establishment only accepts VIP clientele and those with reservations. If you do not have either, you will have to wait. And if you miss this window, Wang Tian and Sun Pongzi's expressions turned peculiar at that moment. With the manager's declaration, they found it challenging to argue. Such were the regulations, and they were left with the choice of dining or not. However, turning away with the people they brought along was not in Wang Tian's nature. With a stern face, he inquired, What about the VIP card? Any individual with 2 million in their personal bank account can obtain a VIP card free of charge. Manager Kong replied nonchalantly, though his eyes suggested, Don't waste our time. You can't afford it. Wang Tian found himself in a predicament. Although he had received 1 million from 0 degree and had 20,000 left from his last visit, he still fell short. Unless he asked Chen Jia to transfer money to him. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Oh, isn't this Mr. Wang? What a coincidence. Wang Tian turned to see none other than Director Dong, who had previously caused a ruckus at his event. Dong's expression was notably grim, indicating he was not in a good mood, yet upon seeing Wang Tian, he forced a smile. Wang Tian greeted, Director Dong, is there something you need? Director Dong hurried over, Mr. Wang, I actually have a matter to discuss. The previous incident was truly a misunderstanding, the driver reported falsely. Of course, I also bear some responsibility for not investigating thoroughly before causing you trouble. Please, I hope you can overlook this and grant me some leniency. Before Wang Tian could respond, Manager Kong and several waitstaff were left dumbfounded. They had initially assumed these two to be mere bumpkins, only to realize they were, in fact, influential figures. They knew well who Director Dong was, the head of the Public Security Bureau, a local authority, if not a kingpin. Yet here he was, resembling a subordinate before Wang Tian and Sun Pengzi, causing their hearts to race with anxiety. Wang Tian replied, Director Dong, I'm not entirely clear on the previous events. What you're saying doesn't hold much weight for me. Director Dong forced a smile. Mr. Wang, I'm practically begging you here. Please, say a few good words for me. Otherwise, I fear my position may be at risk. To be honest, I may not be a saint, but I've never truly committed any heinous acts. Stop. I came to dine, not to attend a pity party. Director Dong, I'm aware of your situation. I can only pledge to do my best to assist you. As for the outcome, I cannot guarantee anything, Wang Tian interjected, eager to end the conversation before he starved. Of course, Wang Tian hoped Director Dong would continue in his role. Having someone who regarded him so highly could ensure a more peaceful future for his martial arts school. Upon hearing Wang Tian's agreement, Director Dong's spirits lifted instantly. Invigorated and full of energy, he straightened up and glanced at Manager Kong, then back at Wang Tian, quickly grasping the situation. He declared, Manager Kong, why are you standing at the entrance? Are you blocking the way for patrons? Manager Kong felt a wave of despair wash over him. His worst fears had materialized. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and replied, Director Dong, what you're saying is quite the contrary. We, as a business, cannot obstruct our own entrance. You understand our rules. Understand? Of course. The wealthy may enter as they please, while the less fortunate need a VIP card, correct? Director Dong bluntly exposed Manager Kong's policies. Manager Kong felt his face flush with embarrassment, repeatedly apologizing. You are mistaken. What I just mentioned is truly the hotel's regulation. However, since you are here, everything is waived. Please come in. With that, Manager Kong stepped aside, signaling the waitstaff to bow deeply, collectively exclaiming, Welcome. Wang Tian, witnessing this, wore a look of resignation and wry amusement. He hadn't encountered such blatant discrimination elsewhere, yet here, on his own turf, he found himself in an absurd predicament. Had Director Dong not arrived, he would have faced great humiliation today. Wang Tian quickly beckoned Chen Jiai to enter the hotel alongside him. Director Dong led the way, while Manager Kong, fearful of Wang Tian's wrath, busied himself with flattery. Unfortunately for him, someone else was quicker on the draw, efficiently arranging everything for Wang Tian. Frustrated, Manager Kong nearly stormed into the kitchen to grab a knife, but he dared not do so with the police chief present. Director Dong recognized that Wang Tian aimed for significant business, and knowing his presence could be a hindrance, he ensured everything was in order before saying, Mr. Wang, please feel free to conduct your affairs here. Wang Tian nodded appreciatively. Thank you, old Dong. Hearing Wang Tian address him in such a familiar manner brought a wide grin to Director Dong's face, who laughed heartily. You're too kind, Mr. Wang. I'll take my leave now, haha. As Director Dong departed cheerfully, Manager Kong was left sulking in a corner, gnashing his teeth, fully aware that his position was in jeopardy. Following the earlier incident, the attitude of the waitstaff at the hotel shifted dramatically toward Wang Tian. Is there a private room available? The restaurant has a policy that private rooms require a minimum of 10 guests. But since it's your request, of course, we can accommodate. Excuse me, I haven't ordered yet. Why is the food already served? This is a courtesy from our lobby manager, meant to whet your appetite. And the drinks? Our lobby manager insisted. A meal without drinks is incomplete, so they are provided together. Wang Tian was taken aback. Surely, the manager was being excessively accommodating. He called the waitress over and quietly inquired, How many managers does your hotel have? 3. 1 front desk manager, 1 lobby manager, and 1 kitchen manager. The front desk manager went to the police station. The lobby manager is outside. Would you like to see him? Fine, let him in. It's windy outside. And if he blows away, I want to be responsible for finding him, Wang Tian instructed eagerly. No sooner had he spoken than the door swung open, revealing a slightly shifty-looking man who entered with a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, here are some appetizers. How do they suit your taste? Quite well. May I ask how to address you, sir? It seems we are not acquainted, Wang Tian inquired directly. To offer kindness without reason is either deceitful or foolish. I certainly do not wish to be ensnared and then count the spoils for another. I am Chun, with the single character Tong, referring to the phoenix tree, Chun Tong replied candidly. Indeed, we are strangers, but did you not just deal with that rascal Kong Ling Chao? In that case, we share a connection. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. You have disciplined Kong Ling Chao, so it is only fitting that I express my gratitude. Without hesitation, Chen Tong spoke plainly, as there were no outsiders present. After exchanging a few words, Wang Tian understood that these three managers were embroiled in ongoing covert struggles, all vying for the coveted position of vice president. The most formidable contender was Kong Ling Chao, known for his sycophantic ways, a fact Chen Tong conceded. Consequently, with Wang Tian's decisive action today, Kong Ling Chao was effectively eliminated from the running. The owner of the brewery could hardly appoint a troublemaker as vice president. Thus, Chen Tong brought food and drink, both to celebrate and to forge a connection. Wang Tian was unreserved in his acceptance, taking whatever was offered. After a brief exchange of compliments, Chen Tong took his leave, understanding it was time to depart without further intrusion. Once Chen Tong left, Chen Jiai remarked, "That man is quite cunning. He may very well be probing for your secrets. You actually revealed so much to him. Aren't you concerned about potential retaliation?" Wang Tian chuckled. "I hadn't thought that far ahead. If he genuinely seeks friendship, then he becomes an acquaintance. If he harbors ulterior motives, well, that holds little concern for me." He remained confident, for his banner of authority still stood tall. As long as the opposing party was not a fool, they would likely approach Director Dong at the police station for insights. With Lu's influence firmly established, Wang Tian felt no apprehension about confronting them directly. Should they resort to underhanded tactics, Wang Tian would welcome it. He lamented the scarcity of practical experience and longed for the opportunity to face a real challenge. Seeing that Wang Tian was unfazed, Chen Jiai decided not to press the matter further, understanding that excessive discussion could lead to misunderstandings. "Mr. Wang, when can you provide me with the documents?" Chen Jiai inquired. Wang Tian promptly retrieved the disk and tossed it along with the blueprints towards her, nonchalantly stating, "Here you go, right now." Chen Jiai was momentarily bewildered. How could something she valued so dearly seem to Wang Tian, as if it were of little worth? He threw it to her so casually, showing no concern that she might take the materials without payment. "You were just giving this to me? Aren't you worried I might not acknowledge the transaction?" she asked, astonished as she gazed at Wang Tian. Chapter 46. The confidence of Wang Tian. Wang Tian poured himself a cup of tea and casually remarked, "Do you dare?" Though his smile was light-hearted, the confidence glimmering in his eyes unmistakably conveyed to Chen Jiai that she did not have the courage. Chen Jiai's stubbornness flared up as she put away the CD and retorted, "What if I do?" "What will you do then? Will you report me to Director Lu?" "I am quite familiar with Director Lu. He may not necessarily support you." Wang Tian laughed heartily, saying, "I have never been one to rely on others when it comes to my endeavors. I handle what I can on my own. I can provide you with the specifications for the Feishing razor, allowing you to soar to great heights, but I also possess the capability to render your information utterly worthless. Furthermore, I can enable your competitors to ascend as well." Instead of being angered, Chen Jiai's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Do you have even better products?" Wang Tian smiled in silence, for he had the Wanjia Livestream platform at his disposal. Acquiring the technology for a razor was indeed within his reach. After all, this was not overly advanced technology. Many realms had discarded innovations that could surpass the best on Earth. With ample Wanjia coins to invest, Wang Tian was confident he could outshine anyone in any technological field. This was the source of his self-assurance. With a deep breath, Chen Jiai inquired, "If I wish to purchase subsequent products?" Wang Tian immediately shook his head. "The follow-up products are merely conceptual at this stage, although they can be realized. I do not plan to unveil them in the near future. The technology from Feishing is sufficient for your needs for some time, and I am confident you will maintain your advantage based on it. You need not worry about me selling other razor technologies to anyone else, for my ambitions lie elsewhere. My path diverges from yours." At this point, Wang Tian's gaze sharpened, radiating a brilliance that seemed to illuminate everything around him. The more he practiced Tai Chi and delved into martial arts, the more knowledge he accumulated. Martial arts can extend life. Can one achieve immortality through martial prowess? Does a divine existence truly dwell in this world? Are there other forms of life amidst the vast cosmos? These were the questions that captivated him. The trivialities of life on Earth no longer held his interest. Everything he did now was paving the way for his future. Historically, the learned were poor while the martial were rich. Training in martial arts consumed one's essence and vitality. If one faltered, the pursuit of martial mastery could result in loss of life. Moreover, contemporary China presented even more constraints than ancient times, and to practice martial arts with peace of mind, he needed to create the most ideal environment for himself. This was the direction of his relentless efforts. Simultaneously, Wang Tian yearned for worthy opponents to engage in fierce battles. All of this required the backing of a martial arts school. Gazing into Wang Tian's eyes, ablaze with fervor, Chen Jia felt a rush of excitement herself and could not help but ask, "What path do you wish to pursue? Is not the struggle for success in life about fame and fortune? Though somewhat crude, is this not the ultimate pursuit for everyone?" Wang Tian replied with a smile. "Our paths are not the same. What you seek differs from what I aspire to. Very well, if you choose not to share, I shall not press. Since you do not intend to venture into the razor industry, what do you plan to do?" Chen Jia asked curiously. Wang Tian responded, "I am opening a martial arts school in Yongxing, and it should be ready to launch in about a month. Of course, that depends on your funding being in place." "You are opening a martial arts school?" Chen Jia was genuinely astonished. The martial arts industry could indeed be profitable, and it was a project supported by the government. However, martial arts schools were not overwhelmingly lucrative, as the number of students they could recruit was limited. They could not endlessly enroll disciples. For a martial arts school to expand from one location to another, there were numerous obstacles to overcome. Industry resistance, local protectionism. Under such circumstances, unless one had immense fame or formidable influence, success was unlikely. Thus, while those opening martial arts schools were not lacking in funds, they were never among the wealthiest. Additionally, the global community did not recognize Chinese martial arts, leaving little room for advancement for such schools. Wang Tian chuckled, "Surprised, are we? I understand your concerns. However, what you worry about is not an issue in my view." Chen Jia sighed. "I apologize. I am not worried about your abilities. You are more than capable of running a martial arts school. I merely feel it is a pity. With your intellect, establishing a martial arts school seems somewhat wasteful, beneath your talents." Wang Tian shook his head. In life, the focus should not be on how much money one can earn, but rather on the ability to joyfully pursue one's passions without pressure. Achieving this makes me happier than the vast majority. Chen Jia nodded thoughtfully. "That is a valid point. I wish you great success with your opening. I look forward to your branch school reaching the capital, and I shall treat you then. Thank you for your kind words." Wang Tian replied, "Mr. Wang, would you mind if I called you by your first name?" Chen Jia suddenly asked. Wang Tian replied, "If you do not mind, then I have no objections." Chen Jia smiled. "I have no objections. You are older than I, so I shall use your name. As for me, you may call me Jia. Now, please hand it over." Wang Tian was taken aback. "Jia, what do you want?" "My bank card number." "Do you not want the money? That would save me some." As she spoke, Chen Jia playfully winked. The image of a serious company president Wang Tian had painstakingly built in his mind crumbled in an instant. Yet, he found such a spirited girl to be delightful. He could hardly tolerate those who were overly serious and restrained. Wang Tian quickly retrieved his bank card, wrote down the card number, and handed it over. Chen Jia took out her phone, and whatever she did resulted in Wang Tian receiving a bank notification text during the meal, leaving him momentarily dazzled by the cascade of zeros. "Let me see." Sun Pongzi immediately leaned over, reaching for the phone. Wang Tian simply handed his phone to Sun Pongzi, saying, "Get your pig head out of the way. What is there to see? It's just a bunch of zeros. I just love counting zeros. Is that a problem? It's satisfying to look at." Sun Pongzi chuckled and began counting on his fingers, grinning foolishly as he did so. Wang Tian quickly turned away, embarrassed. Over a delightful meal, Wang Tian's eloquence complemented Chen Jia's social charm, and the two engaged in a lively exchange, discussing everything under the sun, feeling as if they had known each other for ages. As they dined and drank, they unwittingly consumed a bit too much, gradually leaning closer together, shoulders brushing, faces flushed as they spoke in a manner neither fully understood. The next day, at the break of dawn, when Wang Tian awoke, he was immediately stunned. Beside him lay a woman's suit. Recalling the events of the previous night, he swore he had done nothing, though his mind was blank. His body was certainly not exhausted. Listening to the sound of running water in the bathroom, his heart raced. Quietly, he got up, dressed, and tiptoed toward the exit. He was not a casual person. Although Chen Jia was beautiful, and he had fantasized about something happening between them, those were merely thoughts. He had never considered taking action. Chapter 47. How to spend 8 million. Wang Tian considered himself a man of loyalty, having already found a fiery companion. He had no desire to engage in any affairs beyond friendship with other women. Just as he was stealthily preparing to exit his room, the bathroom door swung open behind him. Wang Tian froze in place, akin to a spirit awaiting judgment, silently reciting, "You cannot see me. You cannot see me." Then came the voice of Sun Pongzi. "Wang Tian, You're up so early? By the way, Miss Chin's coat was left at the hotel yesterday. Could you find a moment to return it? It's right there on the bedside. Also, if you go out, please bring me back some breakfast. I want a feast. Lobster. Hairy crabs. Just get whatever you like. Don't worry about me. I'm more concerned you'll overindulge. Wang Tian retorted before hastily making his exit. He dared not look back, beads of sweat forming on his brow, feeling guilty as if he were a thief. Once outside the hotel, Sun Pongzi shouted from the window. Remember, lobster. Hairy crabs. Wang Tian waved his hand in acknowledgement. After wandering for a while and procuring breakfast, he returned to the hotel and tossed the food onto the table. He nudged the still sleeping Sun Pongzi with his foot. Wake up, it's time to eat. Hoo. Sun Pongzi merely rolled over, continuing to slumber. There's lobster and hairy crabs. Wang Tian called out again. Suddenly, the blanket flew off as Sun Pongzi shot up, no longer snoring, his eyes sparkling as if a blind man had regained his sight. Where are they? On the table. Take your time eating. The shrimp is large, the crabs are plump, and be careful not to choke. There's soup too, Wang Tian said, settling down to play on his phone. Moments later, Wang Tian, is this your idea of lobster? This translucent creature is hardly bigger than a mosquito. Do you think I'm ignorant? Sun Pongzi roared. Wang Tian waved dismissively. Close enough, just a word off. Besides, there are crabs too. You stingy miser. This is not crab, it's just crab juice. And only 2 little ones. Are you joking with me? Where are my hairy crabs? Sun Pongzi shouted. All right, settle down. It's early morning, and the restaurant isn't even open yet. Be grateful for what you have. I promise to treat you well at noon. Wang Tian replied, rolling his eyes. Sun Pongzi grumbled. I want the opaque ones, larger than mosquitoes. Wang Tian nodded. Fine, whatever you want. If it's not satisfactory, I'll give you money to buy your own. I don't want money, just let me eat. Sun Pongzi declared. Your one meal costs more than a month's salary for others, and we still get paid. So why worry about food? Dream on. After breakfast, Wang Tian and Sun Pongzi returned to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, only to find that their paperwork had yet to be processed. The staff were courteous, showing them their computer screen, revealing a queue of hundreds ahead of them. They had to wait their turn, with no room for cutting in line. Wang Tian complained vehemently. At train stations or hospitals, you can sometimes skip ahead, but these people are utterly unyielding. It's outrageous. All right, Wang Tian, stop complaining. Didn't they say? If you're in a hurry, you can expedite the process. Pay extra, and it'll be done in 3 days. Who told you to be so stingy? You've made so much money. Why are you still so frugal? Sun Pongzi lamented. Wang Tian shot him a look. You wouldn't understand. It's about being economical. So, are you pretending these shrimp are lobster? Can we change the subject? Returning to the martial arts school, Wang Tian summoned Lu Buer immediately. Wang Tian, what is up? If there's nothing urgent, I need to help with renovations. This place is sizable, and you want both speed and quality without hiring more workers. I'll have to do it myself, Lu Buer said, wiping the sweat off his brow, his hands stained with a mix of paint and plaster, resembling a traditional opera mask. Enough of the complaints. Stop dilly-dallying. What, is your funding chain broken? Are you quitting? Lu Buer was startled. Smack. Sun Pongzi playfully hit Lu Buer on the head with a roll of paper, scolding. What are you saying? Can't you say something nice? Lu Buer grimaced in pain but didn't take offense, retorting, you fatso, next time be gentler. You're killing my brain cells, and those are worth money. Before Sun Pongzi could respond, Wang Tian interjected, Buer, I've made a decision. Tear down everything you've previously done. I want you to redesign it entirely. I wanted simplicity, but now I'm going for classical, luxurious grandeur. Money is no object. Personnel isn't an issue either. My only demands are quality and speed. Hey, Wang Tian, are you feeling all right? Lu Buer touched Wang Tian's forehead, and then said, You're not running a fever, are you? Did you forget to turn on the lights while taking your morning meds? Get lost. Are you going to do this job or not? If not, I'll find someone else. Wang Tian threatened, lifting his foot as if to kick. Lu Buer quickly dodged, laughing of course. If you're paying, why would I refuse? But I must inform you, any expenses already incurred won't be refunded. They'll be included in the new budget. One more thing I need to clarify. Speak. What is it? Wang Tian asked. Are you sure you haven't taken the wrong medicine? Get lost. With ample funds at his disposal, Wang Tian threw money around liberally. And Lu Buer sprang into action like a well-oiled machine, sourcing designers from Changsha and skilled artisans adept in classical craftsmanship. In 3 days, they produced blueprints. And in 4 days, a budget was established. Then, Wang Tian found himself parting with 10 million. Wang Tian, in the blink of an eye, a tenth of your fortune has vanished. Are you not feeling the pinch? Sun Ponzi queried. Wang Tian glanced at the vibrant platter of hairy crabs and lobster before Sun Ponzi and replied, I see you're enjoying yourself. Sun Ponzi promptly carried his plate away, declaring, then don't look. I'm heading next door. As the week drew to a close, Wang Tian found himself perusing the myriad live broadcasting platforms. Yet most streamers seemed reticent, reluctant to showcase genuine skills. For instance, he had seen Xiaofeng stream 3 times, attracting a considerable audience. Yet the man spoke not of martial arts, but rather of chivalry, failing to pique Wang Tian's interest. Next, he stumbled upon Shimin Shui, who was discussing romantic conquests. What sort of nonsense was this? Inquiring further, Wang Tian discovered that these individuals had transcended the realm of the ordinary. Should they reveal their martial prowess, they would elevate to a higher tier, invisible to those in the realm of the mundane. Chapter 48. Bruce Lee due to system limitations. They were unable to disseminate their martial arts skills on the mundane pages through any means, whether by trade or private message. Thus, Wang Tian simply decided to ignore the reappearance of these individuals. Watching his 8 million coins in hand go unspent was causing him great anxiety. At that moment, a piece of news caught Wang Tian's attention. The master of Jeet Kune Do, Bruce Lee, would be live streaming the next day at noon, teaching Jeet Kune Do in real time. There would even be live demonstrations of combat. A golden opportunity not to be missed. Bruce Lee? Who might that be? Jeet Kune Do? What is that? Wang Tian was utterly perplexed. However, having experienced the prowess of Yang Luchen, he dared not underestimate these true martial arts masters. He quickly set a reminder on his phone before exiting the myriad realms of the live streaming platform. Just then, his phone rang, and to his surprise, it was the spicy little pepper, Xiao Qing, calling. Qinger, today you're not waiting for my call, but are instead calling me? What's the matter? Wang Tian inquired with a smile. Tian Gu. I. Xiao Qing hesitated. Wang Tian furrowed his brow. If you have something to say, just say it. Why the hesitation? Are we strangers? With a wry smile, Xiao Qing replied, it's just that this matter might put you in a bit of a predicament. After a brief pause, Wang Tian asked, is it about Xiaoya? Xiao Qing acknowledged with a soft sound, falling silent. Even over the phone, Wang Tian could sense her fear, which amused him. He chuckled, what's this? Our little pepper is afraid. Xiao Qing huffed, it's because you, this stubborn guy, are at odds with my sister. I want to help her, but I fear you might be displeased. So, I'm a bit scared. Wang Tian laughed heartily. You are you, and she is she. Whatever she seeks from me, I will not agree. But you are different. Speak, what is it? I cannot guarantee that I will comply, but I will certainly consider it carefully. That is not the important part. What matters is that you must not be angry with me. Xiao Qing coaxed. Wang Tian chuckled. All right, I want to be angry. Speak. Well, a person from the island nation has come to Yongxing. You know, the largest martial arts school in Yongxing is my sister's Xiaoxiang Martial Arts School, the Yongxing branch. It seems this islander is here to challenge the school. My sister knows this person, and her martial artists are simply no match for him. In fact, 2 newly hired ones quit on the spot upon hearing his name. Those guys are utterly spineless. Xiao Qing complained. Upon hearing that an islander had come to challenge the school, Wang Tian's brows furrowed once more. Logically, islanders wouldn't come to this small county for a challenge. Such a martial arts school would hardly enhance their reputation. They would be better off seeking challenges in larger cities. Therefore, if they were not here for fame, it must be for revenge. Wang Tian immediately thought of Lu Zhihao and Chuan Yezi. When Lu Zhihao attacked him, he mentioned that Chuan Yezi was looking for assistance. And now this islander had arrived. Could it be mere coincidence? But if Chuan Yezi sought help, shouldn't it be directed at him? Why did he first target the Xiaoxiang Martial Arts School? Wang Tian's mind was filled with questions, so he asked, Qinger, how much do you know about this matter? And isn't the Xiaoxiang Martial Arts School a chain? If she encounters an opponent she cannot defeat, she can request support from the headquarters, right? I refuse to believe such a large establishment has no masters at all. Seeing that Wang Tian was serious, Xiao Qing ceased her playful tone and spoke earnestly. I don't know much either. Let me put it this way. Our Xiao family's ancestral land is in Anyang, just below Yongxing. Hence, all our children must return to Yongxing to study before entering university. Over time, this rule has changed. Now only direct descendants are sent back. My sister and I grew up in Yongxing, but she went abroad for university and only returned this year. You see, we belong to a large family, often referred to as a wealthy clan. In less flattering terms, we are akin to the Copper Sparrow Terrace, outwardly glamorous, but shackled by various constraints, unable to pursue our desires freely. However, my sister is an exception. Well, in truth, we both are exceptions. We do not wish to be confined by the family's dictates, but I dare not challenge the elders within the family. Yet my sister did. The condition was that she would transform the Yongxing Martial Arts School into a major domestic institution within 3 years, turning its losses into profits and increasing earnings threefold. However, the headquarters will not provide her with any support. This means that while the Yongxing Martial Arts School bears the Shaoxiang name, it is, in fact, detached from it. Everything there is sustained solely by my sister. Thus, there is no external aid. Of course, she could hire international masters for combat, but the cost is exorbitant, far beyond her means. I worry for her, which is why I have a little informant by her side. These are the things she has confided in me. Please do not mention this to her. Otherwise, my informant will be compromised, and I will be left in the dark about her actions. I genuinely fear she may do something reckless one day. Tiangu, I am aware of what my sister did to you. Regardless of her reasons at the time, she disrespected your dignity, and that was wrong. I do not expect you to forgive her, but I still wish for you to help her. After all, she is my sister, and she has treated me exceptionally well. In our family, she is the only one who has shown me kindness, even more than my own father. Wang Tian remained silent as he contemplated Shaoqing's words. Now he understood why he had fortuitously encountered the second young lady of the Shao family on the train. It turned out that their family members all studied in Yongxing before moving on. Simultaneously, Wang Tian comprehended why Xiaoya always wore a stern expression. In the case of an ordinary person, this would likely lead to an even more rigid demeanor, as the immense pressure could leave one gasping for breath. Yet, for the sake of freedom, one must endure, even in the absence of support. With this thought, Wang Tian began to feel sympathy for Xiaoya, even though he still harbored disdain for that woman. As for helping her, Wang Tian had not even considered it. Furthermore, he realized why Shaoqing had come seeking his aid. There was no one else to assist Xiaoya. Either her martial arts school would fall victim to the challenge, leading to its demise, or she would be left with no path forward. Chapter 49. A step is my nature. Though Wang Tian had limited interactions with Xiaoya, he sensed that she was a remarkably stubborn and proud woman. If the martial arts school were to truly collapse, it seemed most likely that she would choose the path behind her. However, this realization did little to persuade Wang Tian to assist Xiaoya. He was no saint, unwilling to press his warm face against her cold rear simply because she was in distress. Such a notion did not align with his character. Thus, he excluded Xiaoya from his considerations and inquired, "Qinger, how much do you know about that Japanese man? His name is Kitagawa Yu, reputed to be a formidable judo expert from the island nation. Oh, by the way, he had a disciple who once worked at Yongxing Martial Arts School, named Kawano Jiro. It seems you've had a run-in with him." Shaoqing replied. Wang Tian nodded. "Indeed, I have dealt with him. Kitagawa Yu likely came to Huaxiao in search of me, but I am uncertain why they have begun squabbling amongst themselves. I don't know either. My little informant is just a minor staff member," Shaoqing explained. Wang Tian nodded, calculating his next steps. This was a task he must undertake, and it must be executed splendidly. Therefore, he stated, "Qinger, I am aware of the situation. I do not wish to deceive you. I am not a magnanimous saint. What she did to me back in the day is something I cannot forget, nor will I. You asked me to help her, but that is absolutely out of the question. However, if there is profit to be gained, that is a different matter altogether. One thing I can assure you is that her martial arts school will not be toppled by a mere islander, if it is to be dismantled. That task shall fall to me. As long as the school remains, the rest is solely up to her. As for your matters, I prefer not to interfere." Shaoqing sighed in relief. "Wang Tian, don't be too pleased just yet. Aren't you concerned that your husband may be beaten into a state of dependency? Not at all. You are the mightiest. No one surpasses you. But, on another note, you should sneak in first to assess the situation. If you cannot win, do not engage. Do not stubbornly put on a brave front. If you get struck down, it would be utterly pointless," Shaoqing advised mischievously. Wang Tian was instantly amused by her words. Chuckling, "Very well, I shall proceed as you suggest. I will first observe, but I maintain my stance. I shall not assist her unless there is something to gain, otherwise I will not intervene." "Understood," Shaoqing nodded repeatedly. The two continued their conversation for 2 more hours before hanging up. Wang Tian then dialed Chun Jiai's number. "Wang Tian, what brings you to call me today? I am surprised to receive a call from you." Chun Jiai's voice was laced with confusion, clearly having been roused from slumber. Wang Tian couldn't help but envision a scene of her slightly exposed shoulder, igniting a flame within him, though it quickly extinguished. He cleared his throat and said, Jai. What a thing to say. I don't simply call without purpose. Oh, what is it? Chen Jai inquired curiously. Wang Tian replied, Firstly, your clothing was left here. When will you come to retrieve it? Chen Jai laughed. Make sure to take good care of it. It's one of my favorites. I'll come by Yongxing to fetch it when I have time. So, Mr. Busy, is there anything else? Certainly. Otherwise, why would I bother calling you about a mere piece of clothing? Leaving it at home as a memento would be far better. If worst comes to worst, I could hang it in the martial arts school. When your enterprise dominates the globe, I could claim it was from your personal martial arts instructor, potentially attracting a multitude of clients. Wang Tian exclaimed, Enough with the foolishness. Speak plainly, what is the matter? Chen Jai giggled. Wang Tian straightened his tone and said, Although I am uncertain of your intentions, I have a feeling that someone is about to face misfortune. Very well, I will assist you with this matter. Just wait and see tomorrow. Chen Jai declared. Wang Tian was overjoyed. Then I shall owe you a favor. Next time you visit Yongxing, I will treat you to a grand feast. It won't be at the Yongxing snack shop, will it? She teased. Smart. He retorted, rolling his eyes. Once everything was arranged, Wang Tian promptly retired to bed for the night. What? You plan to challenge the Shaoxiang martial arts school? Wang Tian, if you intend to kick their doors down, wouldn't it be wiser to wait until our school opens? If you do so now, your fame will have faded by then, and it will be a struggle to generate news, Sun Fatty questioned, perplexed. Wang Tian chuckled. This time you are mistaken. If it were merely a routine challenge, I would indeed wait until we are established. Everyone does it that way. However, this situation is different. In what way is it different? Sun Fatty queried. Wang Tian grinned. An islander has traveled across the sea to challenge the school. If you were to make a spectacle of it, I could step in afterwards. By heavens. A national hero. Sun Fatty's eyes lit up, but he quickly changed his tone. However, your heroism seems somewhat unsavory. Climbing to greatness by stepping on others doesn't seem quite honorable, does it? What do you propose instead? Wang Tian asked. Sun Fatty suggested. I believe that since he has come such a long way, we should treat him to dinner one night, then perhaps, well, cut the nonsense. Wang Tian laughed while scolding him. The two bantered as they made their way out. Sun Fatty remarked, Wang Tian, this is indeed an excellent opportunity. But relying solely on our words will not suffice. We need more spectators. That would be invaluable advertising. Wang Tian assured him, do not worry. I have already made the necessary arrangements. Just wait and see. However, when Wang Tian arrived at the Shaoxiang building, he instantly regretted it. Outside, a throng of journalists and curious onlookers had gathered, each clamoring for information. What is happening? What is going on? Is someone dead inside? Or are they caught in an affair? Upon hearing this, Wang Tian felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The imagination of the crowd was indeed boundless. It was all too fitting for the national sentiment. Wang Tian, this is not looking good. The security has sealed the entrance, and it will be challenging for us to get in, let alone witness the commotion if something extraordinary occurs. Sun Fatty wiped the sweat from his forehead and grinned. Wang Tian chuckled. This matter may be difficult for outsiders, but we are old acquaintances. Let us head to the back entrance. Almost forgetting. They made their way to the rear, only to find it also guarded. There was but one watcher, an old acquaintance, the former karate instructor Li Yi. Li Yi had originally resigned, but with 3 instructors at the Shaoxiang Martial Arts School, some resigning and others being dismissed, what was to become of the school? Xiaoya had invited Li Yi back, but his tenure was short-lived as new instructors soon arrived, relegating him to a secondary role. Today, he was temporarily masquerading as security. Li Yi's mood was neither good nor bad. Although there were numerous chores in the secondary role, at least he was no longer waiting to be beaten. Everyone knew that today, the islander had come to challenge the school, and anyone who stepped up would likely be on the receiving end of a beating. It was a day of punishment, and there was no escaping it. However, the thought of a national being beaten by an islander left him feeling somewhat indignant. Suddenly, a figure flashed through his mind, and he murmured, if only Wang Tian were here, he would definitely fight back. Chapter 50 Shion Kitagawa, Long time no see. As the saying goes, speak of the devil, and they shall appear. Wang Tian and Sun Pengzi materialized before Li Yi. Li Yi's countenance shifted. Wang Tian, Sun Hao, what brings you two here? He inquired. Sun Pengzi slung an arm around Li Yi's neck and earnestly asked, Li Yi, I'm offering you a chance to be a hero. Are you in? No way. Heroes die young. Li Yi promptly declined. What about playing a supporting role to a hero? Sun Pengzi probed. I might consider it. Li Yi conceded with a nod. That settles it. Li Yi, the nation and its people will remember your contribution, Wang Tian declared with satisfaction. Hold on. What are you implying? Li Yi questioned anxiously. Dinner's on us, Wang Tian proclaimed magnanimously. But Li attempted to interject. Thwack. A sharp pain shot through his head, and his eyes rolled back. Thud. You oaf. We agreed that I would do it. With those tree trunk arms and legs, you might have bludgeoned him to death with that brick. Wang Tian checked Li Yi's pulse, sighed with relief, and said, I'm fine. He is still breathing, so I guess it is fine. Sun Pengzi placed the brick down and retorted, enough with the theatrics. I've had your back for 4 years in college. I may not be as skilled as you, but I know how to handle a brawl better than you do. Let's go. That blow should knock him out for a while. Wang Tian rolled his eyes but remained silent, fully aware of Li Yi's resilience. This fellow is really... Wang Tian thought. All in, it seemed dinner was indeed on him. Wang Tian positioned Li Yi in the stairwell, ensuring he was lying comfortably, before signaling Sun Pengzi to ascend. Once they were upstairs, Wang Tian and Sun Pengzi listened intently for any sounds. Soon, a cacophony of footsteps and voices echoed, accompanied by attempts to maintain order. Wang Tian knew their opportunity had arrived. He and Sun Pengzi bolted out, and as anticipated, the Shaoxiang Martial Arts Academy had succumbed to the relentless pressure from the press, allowing them entry. Leading the pack was a Japanese man clad in martial arts attire. Though of modest stature, his limbs were robust, his gait steady, and his breathing measured, indicating a formidable martial artist. Accompanying the man was a familiar face, Kawano Jiro. Thus, the martial artist beside him could only be Shion Kitagawa. Just then, a reporter passed by and discreetly handed them each a press badge. Wang Tian was momentarily taken aback before realizing it must be Chun Jiai's doing. He chuckled inwardly, lamenting the unnecessary effort of seeking backdoor access when Chun Jiai had been prepared all along. Donning the badges, they followed the reporters into the training hall, where a crowd had already gathered. Xiaoya, whom they hadn't seen in days, appeared even more gaunt but stood resolute. Behind her stood 3 individuals, hands clasped behind their backs, heads held high, exuding an air of authority. However, Wang Tian immediately recognized that they were outmatched. These 3 emanated a palpable sense of menace. Their gazes sharp and predatory, as if poised to strike at any moment. Their posture suggested military backgrounds. While such experts might excel in the unpredictable dynamics of a battlefield, there would likely be no match for Shion Kitagawa in direct combat. Wang Tian shook his head slightly, surmising that the 3 were likely not martial arts instructors, but rather Xiaoya's personal bodyguards. It seemed Xiao Qing was right. Xiaoya couldn't secure assistance from the chief manager and had to rely on her own resources. With such a lineup, could she possibly prevail against Shion Kitagawa? Miss Xiao. We meet again, Kawano Jiro remarked gleefully, eyeing Xiaoya with thinly veiled malice. Xiaoya retorted coldly, Kawano Jiro, you have been dismissed. What brings you here? Kawano Jiro shook his head. I cautioned you that you couldn't dismiss me. Dismissing me would inevitably lead to the downfall of this Shaoxiang Martial Arts Academy. Today, my master has arrived. He wishes to engage your new instructor in a friendly exchange of skills. Xiaoya turned her gaze to Shion Kitagawa. Mr. Kitagawa, I believe there is no animosity between us, is there? From the moment he entered, Shion Kitagawa's gaze had been fixated on Xiaoya, his eyes betraying a raw, undisguised desire. Speaking in fluent Mandarin, Shion Kitagawa said, Miss Xiaoya, there is indeed no animosity between us. However, your abrupt refusal to grant me an audience is an affront to my honor. Thus, I have come to assess whether anyone in your academy can supplant my position and assist you in seeking retribution. Xiaoya demurred, I am a businesswoman. In my eyes, victory and defeat are merely commercial transactions, devoid of animosity. Thus, I have no need for Mr. Kitagawa's assistance, which is why I declined his kind offer. I didn't expect Mr. Kitagawa to misunderstand. Shion Kitagawa erupted in laughter. Miss Xiaoya, are you aware that in Japan, no one can refuse me? Absolutely no one. And what is Mr. Kitagawa implying? Xiaoya inquired, feigning ignorance. Shion Kitagawa tilted his head, gazing at the academy's sign. I am a martial artist. I shall resolve our grievances in my own manner. Thus, I have chosen to challenge your academy. Xiaoya's face fell. The dire situation she had feared had come to pass. She had been prepared, having enlisted a martial arts instructor even more formidable than Mr. Luo. However, someone had sabotaged her efforts, and the instructor had reneged at the critical moment. Now, Xiao Qing was left to face Shion Kitagawa alone. Was there any hope of victory? Thus, Xiaoya said, Mr. Kitagawa, there has been a misunderstanding between us. I believe everything can be resolved through discussion, can it? Shion Kitagawa smiled approvingly. Indeed. Everything can be discussed. Miss Xiaoya, I propose we continue our discussion over dinner. Miss Xiaoya, you are captivating. I admire you, and I am aware of your ambitions. Perhaps there is a possibility of collaboration between us. His words were brazenly suggestive, and Xiaoya finally lost her composure. She retorted icily, Mr. Kitagawa, I respect you because of your standing in the world of judo, not because I fear you. Regardless of your strength, this is China. I have treated you as a guest with utmost respect, yet you are overbearing. Aren't you overstepping your bounds? Shion Kitagawa dismissed her words with a wave of his hand. No, no, no. I don't believe my actions are inappropriate. You Chinese have a saying, a fair maiden is sought by a gentleman. I am a gentleman, and you are a fair maiden. I am fond of you and pursue you. What is wrong with that? His words were so blunt that the reporters could no longer remain silent. It was evident that he was coercing Xiaoya into submission. If she refused, Shion Kitagawa would challenge her academy and seize her signboard. According to custom, losing one's signboard meant losing face and the right to continue operating the academy, unless it could be reclaimed through victory. But did Xiaoya possess the means to do so? The reporters were filled with righteous indignation, and one of them exclaimed, Mr. Kitagawa, it is unbecoming for a man to bully a woman, isn't it? Chapter 51, The Wrath of the People. Beichuan Xiong sneered. You are mistaken. I have come alone. I traveled from the island nation 1,000 miles to this foreign land of Huaxia to challenge a local martial arts school. This is a contest in enemy territory, where I am outnumbered, while you all stand united. It is rather absurd that the media, which should remain impartial, has taken the side of the local dojo, accusing me of bullying. What sense does that make? Upon hearing this, the journalist found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, Beichuan Xiong had come alone. Though he was accompanied by Chuan Yizilio, the latter was a local resident of Yongxing and did not count as assistants. This left everyone at a loss for a retort. After all, Xiaoya had the advantage of time and place, and as for the matter of personal ability, that depended solely on her own skill. The journalist fell silent, and Beichuan Xiong continued, Miss Xiaoya, I am smitten with you. My feelings for you are genuine. You seek to revitalize this dojo, while I simply desire your companionship. Together, I can help you secure the dojo's success. You need not worry about its prosperity. Xiaoya's expression darkened, her face ashen and cold as she gazed at Beichuan Xiong with disdain. Beside Wang Tian, the stout son commented in a hushed tone, Heavenly King. While I am not fond of that Xiaoya, this Beichuan Xiong is simply overstepping. He speaks as if Yongxing has no one to stand against him. Is he not belittling us? Frankly, Xiaoya is quite decent looking, a true sister of Yongxing. This boorish fellow not only insults us, but also disrespects our women. How can we tolerate such behavior? Wang Tian shot Sun a glare and replied, What do you mean by that? It's simple. If you are confident, we should arm ourselves and teach him a lesson. If not, we ought to retreat and prepare ourselves with bags, clubs, and masks. Once he leaves, we can ambush him. A few blows would suffice to avenge our honor, Sun suggested. Wang Tian promptly delivered a sharp smack to Sun's head. You fool. We haven't even fought yet, and you're already boosting his ego while diminishing our own. He may possess considerable strength, but I am confident I can defeat him. Really? Sun asked, astonished as he regarded Wang Tian. Though he was unfamiliar with Beichuan Xiong, he sensed the man's formidable nature from Xiaoya's demeanor. Wang Tian raised his chin, his eyes brimming with determination. Of course. How bold. A true man. Let us go. Sun urged in a low voice. Wang Tian glared at Sun. Have you forgotten our purpose? We should let him challenge the dojo. If he refrains, how will we gauge his strength? If we act prematurely, who will believe we are superior to the Yongxing dojo of Xiaoxiang? In my anger, I almost lost sight of our objective. Very well, we shall wait a bit longer. Sun fell silent. Meanwhile, Xiaoya spoke up, Mr. Beichuan. You seem to misunderstand one crucial point. I am a Huaxia person. Between Huaxia and the island nation, there exists only animosity, not friendship. I would rather wed a beggar from Huaxia than marry an emperor from your nation. And you are not even an emperor. You are unworthy to discuss marriage with me. Her declaration was met with resounding applause, many journalists cheering in agreement. Sun, momentarily forgetting his previous indignation, joined in the applause, calling out enthusiastically. Wang Tian remarked quietly, Are you no longer upset? Upset? Of course I am. I cannot forget the insult I suffered at her hands. But one is a personal vendetta, and the other is a national grievance. In this matter, I stand with her. Yet, I still harbor resentment towards her. This is simply a matter of clarity. Sun responded. Wang Tian nodded silently, continuing to observe. Beichuan Xiong, thoroughly incensed by Xiaoya's words, retorted coldly, Miss Xiaoya, do you not think it childish to treat an unfounded matter as historical animosity? The audience erupted in outrage. Mr. Beichuan, the actions your nation took against Huaxia are undeniable historical facts. There are witnesses and evidence. Even international courts have rendered judgments. How can you so easily dismiss these truths? Beichuan Xiong scoffed. I am unaware of the details you speak of. All I know is that our history books do not contain such accounts. I am aware that our nation sacrificed countless young lives for the sake of East Asian prosperity, only to be met with ungrateful retaliation. And as for your claims, how much of Huaxia's history is authentic? How many statements from your officials can be trusted? Every word is true. Every statement is backed by blood. At this moment, Xiaoya spoke, her words deliberate and powerful. Though brief, her presence overshadowed Beichuan Xiong, radiating an aura of righteousness. Beichuan Xiong, dissatisfied, replied, Miss Xiaoya, I did not come here to debate this matter with you. If you truly wish to argue, defeat me first. But love knows no borders. My terms have been laid out, accept them, and I shall reserve a table at the finest hotel. If you refuse, then let us begin. I am eager to witness the strength of Huaxia's flowery techniques. Xiaoya nodded. Very well, let me show you what I am capable of. Who will go first? Allow me. A man with a square face stepped forward, speaking boldly. All right, be cautious, Xiaoya replied softly, stepping back. The man bowed, from the Xiaoxiang Dojo, Yongxing branch. I am the combat coach, Du Ming. I seek to learn from your esteemed skills. Beichuan Xiong curled his lip, but returned the courtesy, Beichuan Xiong. Though he bowed, his lack of respect was palpable, inciting the crowd's anger. From the outset, Beichuan Xiong appeared to hold no regard for others. Du Ming snorted disdainfully and stepped forward. At that moment, Beichuan Xiong moved with astonishing speed, and before Du Ming could react, he was already in close proximity. Judo relies on throwing techniques, making close quarters perilous. Du Ming attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Beichuan Xiong's hands clamped around Du Ming like iron shackles, executing a forceful shoulder throw. With a crash, Du Ming was hurled headfirst to the ground, rendered unconscious on impact. Beichuan Xiong shook his head next. The audience erupted in astonishment at Beichuan Xiong's swift and decisive victory over Du Ming. They had expected Du Ming to at least endure a few exchanges. Yet he lost his fighting capability in a single round, a reality that was difficult for many to accept. Sun murmured, this guy is a bit fierce. Can you really handle him, Heavenly King? If I say I can, then I can, Wang Tian replied confidently. Meanwhile, Xiaoya's countenance grew even graver. She understood that Du Ming was no match for Beichuan Xiong, yet she had not anticipated such a swift defeat, with Du Ming unable to even make a move. Beichuan Xiong beckoned to the remaining two challengers. You two, come at me together. Chapter 52. If a kick is to be delivered, let it be me. Upon the utterance of these words, not only did Xiaoya express her indignation, but the journalists present were equally infuriated. The audacity of Kitagawa Yuta was astounding. He dared to take on two opponents, utterly disregarding the Yongxing martial arts school. There's no need. I shall face him alone. It is not the way of us Huaxiao people to overwhelm the fewer with numbers. Another stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect. Xiaoxiang Martial Arts School, Yongxing. Enough. I have no interest in your name. You are destined to lose, Kitagawa Yuta interrupted dismissively with a wave of his hand. The man, seething with rage, remembered the example of Du Ming and refrained from losing focus or allowing Kitagawa to seize the initiative. He chose to defend himself, determined to retaliate and make his opponent pay. He had faith in his abilities. If he could land a single blow, his adversary would surely fall. Seeing his opponent hesitate, Kitagawa Yuta scoffed. Such cowardice is hardly worthy of a martial artist. With that, he strode purposefully towards the man. Realizing he had nowhere to retreat, the man, with no other option, shouted and charged forward, faking a punch aimed at Kitagawa's face while simultaneously delivering a low kick. Wang Tian could not help but exclaim, he's lost. Who is lost? Sun Fatty asked instinctively. Then came a resounding thud as the man was thrown to the ground by Kitagawa Yuta's overwhelming strength, shaking the earth beneath him. The man was utterly incapacitated, seemingly unable to rise for some time. Pathetic. I told you both to come at me together, but you insisted on facing me alone. Kitagawa Yuta sneered. Sun Fatty, visibly displeased, complained to Wang Tian. Damn it. I was only talking to you, and missed the whole thing. Wasn't that guy supposed to be attacking? How did he lose in the blink of an eye? Wang Tian sighed. The disparity is too great. Kitagawa Yuta's speed, power, and precision are of the highest caliber. When he strikes, he invariably targets his opponent's weaknesses, executing a throw with remarkable finesse. The angles of the throw matter. They exploit the soft spots of the human body. His explosive strength is something most cannot contend with. And what about you? Sun Fatty inquired. I am not just anyone. Wang Tian declared, his eyes ablaze with determination. He had long faced mere minnows, but now a formidable opponent had finally emerged. He could hardly contain his eagerness to pit his Tai Chi against this rival-esque judo and see which was superior. Wang Tian relished this sensation, even becoming somewhat enamored with it. Battles between men should be resolved through sheer force. There should be no unnecessary schemes or machinations. The might of one's fists is the ultimate truth. The impact of each strike is what ignites true passion. At that moment, a third contender stepped forward, boldly proclaiming, Tian Sheng, I already told you, I have no interest in your names. Show me your moves. Kitagawa Yuta shook his head, a look of disdain upon his face. Tian Sheng shouted, accelerating towards Kitagawa, throwing a punch with astonishing speed. Clearly, he sought to seize the initiative, denying his opponent the chance to counter. Yet he underestimated Kitagawa Yuta. In a split second, Kitagawa sidestepped, seizing Tian Sheng's collar, and with the momentum, fell backward while delivering a powerful kick. Tian Sheng was flung away, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Before he could rise, Kitagawa Yuta was upon him, delivering a kick to the back of his neck, rendering him unconscious. Having dealt with Tian Sheng, Kitagawa Yuta laughed. Is this what you call the greatest martial arts school in South Lake Province? Hardly impressive. The martial arts of Huaxiao are indeed as the world claims. Easily toppled. Mr. Kitagawa, you have not yet claimed victory. At that moment, the crowd noticed Xiaoya had emerged in a set of martial arts attire. Her slender figure exuding an aura reminiscent of an ancient heroine, her icy demeanor enhancing the effect. Kitagawa Yuta erupted into laughter. Miss Xiaoya, it seems your school is truly devoid of champions. Or perhaps, there are simply none left in Huaxia. You must step into the ring yourself, haha? Who says there are none left in Huaxia? A voice rang out from the crowd of journalists. Upon hearing this voice, Xiaoya shivered slightly. It was a sound she recognized all too well. The mere thought of this individual filled her with irritation. She had not anticipated his appearance at this moment. The newcomer was Wang Tian. Who are you? Kitagawa Yuta cast a cold glance at Wang Tian, his tone frigid. Master, this is Wang Tian. Kawano Jiro quickly interjected. Kitagawa Yuta turned, arms crossed, chuckling. You are the one who injured my disciple? How intriguing. I was uncertain where to find you, but since you've come to me, let's settle this matter together. Xiaoya snorted. Wang Tian, what are you doing here? This is a matter for the Xiaoxiang Martial Arts School. It has nothing to do with you. Even if you intervene, whether you win or lose, I will not owe you any favors. Wang Tian, upon hearing this, scoffed. Xiaoya, do not flatter yourself. You are not of such significance to summon my involvement. Spare me your delusions. Are you trying to climb over us to elevate yourself? Xiaoya quickly grasped Wang Tian's implication. He was not motivated by goodwill, but rather sought to exploit the situation for self-promotion of his own martial arts school, all while delivering a blow to her pride. Though he would not destroy her, the humiliation would be unbearable. Wang Tian retorted nonchalantly, survival of the fittest. It is an unchanging law of the world. My Tianwang Martial Arts School is about to open, and according to tradition, I must pay my respects, albeit in my own unique manner. You wish to challenge Kitagawa Yuta? Very well. After I am done, it shall be your turn. But for now, this is a matter for my Xiaoxiang Martial Arts School. As Xiaoya spoke, she attempted to step forward. However, Wang Tian moved directly in front of her, blocking her path. Xiaoya fumed. What do you think you're doing? Good dogs do not block the way. Wang Tian regarded Xiaoya with a cold stare, remaining silent. Yet, the frigid intensity of his gaze and his commanding presence effectively quelled her arrogance. Though only a few days had passed since their last meeting, Wang Tian had undergone significant transformation. His mastery of Tai Chi had deepened, and the infusion of 200 million in funds had served as a spiritual cleansing. He was gradually shedding the shell of a mere salesman, evolving towards the path of a martial arts sage. The superficial allure of wealth and status now seemed trivial to him, dissipating like mist in the wind. Conversely, his own aura was overwhelmingly dominant. Like a beast in the forest, his formidable strength could crush anything in its path. Even the wealthiest rabbit quakes in fear before a tiger, for the tiger holds the power of life and death. Under the weight of Wang Tian's presence, Xiaoya instinctively took a step back. Only then did Wang Tian begin to speak. This Xiaoxiang martial arts school can only be shattered by me. When my Tianwang martial arts school opens, I will personally come to smash your plaque. Until I have acted, none shall have the right to touch what belongs to me. Chapter 53, Wang Tian vs. Kitagawa Yu. At this moment, Wang Tian abruptly turned away, no longer casting a glance at the irate Xiaoya, and fiercely fixed his gaze upon Kitagawa Yu, declaring, "You inquire about the strength of Huaxia's martial arts?" With a determined stride forward, he declared, boom. The wooden floor beneath them shattered instantaneously. Kitagawa Yu's previously playful expression transformed into one of sharp intensity. Such power was worthy of his utmost attention. Meanwhile, Wang Tian's momentum surged further. Is Huaxia's martial arts truly so feeble? He questioned. Boom. With this footfall, the floor not only cracked but exploded into splinters, scattering wood chips everywhere. Kitagawa Yu stared at Wang Tian in shock. Peak of Mingjin. Wang Tian, however, offered no response, choosing instead to advance and demand. Are there no men left in Huaxia? Boom. This time, the floor splintered directly before Kitagawa Yu, despite the 4 meters still separating them. Wang Tian's aura had reached its zenith, an overwhelming pressure crashing down like a tidal wave. Even Kitagawa Yu's steady form began to tremble, his serious eyes wavering slightly. He felt his heart quaking under the weight of Wang Tian's presence. Realizing he could no longer afford to wait, Kitagawa Yu summoned his courage with a roar, attempting to stabilize his own momentum, and began to address him respectfully. I am. Silence. Wang Tian's voice thundered, erupting from his core, reverberating in the air like a clap of thunder, silencing Kitagawa Yu's words before they could escape his lips. The fierce spirit Kitagawa Yu had mustered dissipated instantly. Moments ago, spectators perceived Kitagawa Yu as a towering figure, exuding an aura of dominance akin to a deity. Yet now, stripped of his momentum, he appeared disheveled and defeated. Akin to a drenched chicken, Kawano Jiro, unaffected by Wang Tian's ferocity, observed as his master faltered under the onslaught of powerful energy and quickly interjected, Wang Tian, don't you Huaxia people uphold chivalry? In the spirit of martial arts, you deny us the right to speak. What is the meaning of this? Upon hearing this, Sun Pongzi erupted in laughter, pointing at Kawano Jiro. Who was it that first disregarded the spirit of martial arts? One should treat dogs as dogs, with a stick. Scoundrel, who are you insulting? Kawano Jiro fumed, feeling bold against Sun Pongzi, though still wary of Wang Tian. Sun Pongzi, equally boisterous, retorted, I insult whoever provokes me. As Kawano Jiro attempted to respond, Wang Tian interjected with a cold snort, enough. Kawano Jiro, eager to continue his tirade, found himself silenced by Wang Tian's menacing aura, which stifled his words. His face flushed red. He understood that he had made a significant misstep. Kitagawa Yu stepped in front of Kawano Jiro, asserting, Wang Tian, I am your opponent. Wang Tian nodded, introducing himself. I am Wang Tian, the master of the Tianwang martial arts school. May I inquire your esteemed name? I hail from the island nation. Kitagawa Yu began, but Wang Tian interrupted. Forget it. Revealing your name would be tantamount to slandering yourself. Let us commence directly. This interruption, delivered with a tone that oscillated between levity and menace, left Kitagawa Yu feeling inexplicably unsettled. Wang Tian's technique of yin-yang qi, though not yet perfected, was causing discomfort for Kitagawa Yu, akin to a needle hidden within soft cotton. At the utterance of Wang Tian's words, the surrounding journalists paused in astonishment. Even Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Haha, Master Wang's words are classic. To refrain from divulging one's name is to avoid uttering a curse. What a ludicrous name. Henceforth, no need for expletives. Just mention Kitagawa Yu. Sun Pongzi chimed in. The crowd erupted in laughter, jotting down notes to immortalize this moment. While Kitagawa Yu understood Mandarin reasonably well, the nuances often eluded him. The journalist's interpretations only served to deepen his ire. With a fierce glare, Kitagawa Yu confronted Wang Tian. Is it the case that Huaxia people are merely skilled in verbal sparring? Let us settle this with our fists. Wang Tian extended a hand, beckoning, as you wish. Come forth. In response, Kitagawa Yu charged forward, fully aware that Wang Tian's momentum had reached an apex. To remain under pressure would lead to a more humiliating defeat. He needed to break the deadlock by countering. Kitagawa Yu moved with remarkable speed, the fastest opponent Wang Tian had yet encountered, closing the distance in mere strides. Hands outstretched to seize Wang Tian's collar. Anticipating this, Wang Tian stood firm, unyielding as he prepared to counter. When Kitagawa Yu grasped Wang Tian's attire and exerted force, he opted for a powerful throw. Wang Tian, however, simply chuckled, sinking into a horse stance, allowing himself to be tossed. Kitagawa Yu felt as though he were an ant attempting to lift a boulder, utterly incapable of budging Wang Tian. Wang Tian mocked, "Is this all the strength you possess?" With a furious roar, Kitagawa Yu infused his legs with power, leaving deep impressions in the floor as it cracked beneath him. Yet, Wang Tian had no intention of resisting. Tai Chi was not a game to be played recklessly. As Kitagawa Yu unleashed his energy, Wang Tian leaped into the air, locking onto Kitagawa Yu's neck mid-flight. Kawano Jiro, in a panic, shouted, "Master, be careful. Not again." Unlike Kawano Jiro, Kitagawa Yu, in a critical moment, chose to release his grip, crouching to evade Wang Tian's lethal hold. Yet, this was not the end. Wang Tian, still airborne, executed a twist, raising his leg for a downward strike. Kitagawa Yu, fully crouched to dodge the neck lock, had no means to evade the impending blow. With a roar, he raised his arms in defense. Boom. Wang Tian's foot crashed down upon Kitagawa Yu's arms with tremendous force. The downward momentum, combined with Kitagawa Yu's own crouch position, rendered him powerless. Wang Tian descended like a thunderbolt, his foot strike combining the force of both their energies. Kitagawa Yu was left unable to withstand the impact. Boom. The force of the blow caused Kitagawa Yu's crouched stance to falter, his knees crashing down to the ground, shattering the floor beneath him. Chapter 54. Kitagawa Takashi is a good student. Kitagawa Takashi was felled to his knees by a kick from Wang Tian. Amidst the sudden burst of camera flashes from a throng of reporters, Wang Tian seized the opportunity to launch a relentless assault, executing a spinning kick with precision. Kitagawa, humiliated by being brought to his knees, felt a surge of rage and, with all his might, attempted to rise while aiming for Wang Tian's ankle. However, Wang Tian swiftly retracted his leg, delivering a powerful upward kick instead. As Kitagawa stood up, he attempted to defend himself with a hasty downward block. The impact was staggering. Both combatants exerted their strength, but Kitagawa found himself unable to maintain his balance, propelled into the air by the force of the kick. At that moment, Wang Tian closed in, delivering a devastating hammer strike, a formidable technique from Tai Chi. The spectators could almost hear the sound of impact as a sharp crack echoed through the air, signaling the shattering of bone. Kitagawa let out a pained scream and was sent sprawling to the ground, clutching his chest, unable to rise again. Though the sequence of events was intricate, the speed of the fight was akin to lightning. Wang Tian moved with fluid grace, effortlessly dismantling Kitagawa's balance, leading him by the nose to a decisive blow, swift and elegant. Even Xiaoya, who held disdain for Wang Tian, could not deny the man's remarkable martial prowess. A pang of regret pierced her heart as she pondered why she had expelled such a talented individual. Yet, she quickly dismissed this thought. She never regretted her actions, but sought ways to rectify her mistakes. With Wang Tian gone from Yongxing Martial Arts School, she needed to find someone even more formidable to lead the dojo. Otherwise, Yongxing would be in jeopardy that stemmed from Wang Tian himself. She understood that once the news spread, Wang Tian would become an overnight sensation throughout Yongxing and even the entire Shaoxiang region. His presence would be a disaster for other martial arts schools in Yongxing, far more intimidating than the establishment of branches by larger dojos. This was the power of an idol. While outsiders reveled in the spectacle, insiders recognized the intricacies of the fight. Kitagawa lay on the ground, seething with resentment, acutely aware that in terms of strength and offensive power, he was no lesser than Wang Tian. The two were evenly matched. Yet Wang Tian's techniques had utterly shattered his composure, leaving him unable to execute even the most fundamental moves. The sensation of being manipulated by another was maddening. Those who lacked understanding might have found Wang Tian's earlier kicks impressive, but Kitagawa knew their true nature was merely a product of his own momentum. In reality, the most terrifying blow was the final punch, which struck him like a colossal hammer, instantly robbing him of his fighting spirit. Had Wang Tian aimed for his heart or other vital organs, he would not have escaped with his life. Kawano Jiro rushed to assist Kitagawa in standing. At that moment, he was devoid of his earlier bravado, his face a mask of disbelief and fear. Kitagawa, now upright, shook off Kawano's support and glared at Wang Tian, declaring, "You are quite impressive. However, do not celebrate too soon. I will settle this score with you in due time." With that, he attempted to leave. But Wang Tian interjected, "Did I permit you to depart? What was agreed upon? You are to remain here and attend my lessons. Who among you understands history?" Ensure he receives a thorough education. Upon hearing this, Kitagawa's expression darkened significantly, while the others exchanged bewildered glances before erupting in laughter. A bespectacled female reporter boldly stepped forward. I will. I aced history in both middle and high school. I can recite the textbook backward. Allow me to teach. Kitagawa's expression soured further. Wang Tian patted her on the shoulder, encouraging, go for it. I believe in you. The young woman appeared exhilarated, her cheeks flushing as she nodded enthusiastically. Rest assured. Now, let us begin our lesson. Let us start from 5,000 years ago. Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Song Mei. Wang Tian was rendered speechless. This girl truly intended to provide a comprehensive lesson to Kitagawa. Kitagawa fixed a cold stare on Song Mei. Are you certain you wish to teach me? The roads at night can be perilous. Song Mei was momentarily taken aback by his words. Wang Tian's eyes glinted with a cold light. Kitagawa's arrogance was astonishing, threatening someone in the presence of a Chinese individual. He contemplated whether it was time to completely incapacitate him. Wang Tian stepped in front of Song Mei, asserting, it is indeed unsafe. Are you certain you can return home in one piece? Kitagawa remained silent, his expression grim. Nearby, Sun Pengzi's eyes glinted with malice, while Xiaoya smirked in amusement. Suddenly, Song Mei slapped her notebook against Kitagawa's face. In that instant, Wang Tian, Sun Pengzi, and several reporters unfamiliar with Song Mei were left utterly astonished. This girl had the audacity to strike Kitagawa? Kitagawa was equally stunned. He had not anticipated such a reaction from her. The woman before him seemed anything but violent. She appeared rather demure. Furthermore, his injury was severe, causing him to break into a cold sweat, drastically impeding his reaction time. What shocked everyone even more was that Song Mei sprang to her feet, hands on her hips. Pointing at Kitagawa as she roared, you dare threaten me? You old scoundrel. Do you believe I want to have you lying in a coffin upon your return to Japan? You doubt me? Lu Erden, come. The door swung open, and a soldier armed to the teeth burst in. Wang Tian's brows furrowed at this sight. Not everyone could command an armed soldier. This girl was clearly not someone to be trifled with. Song Mei declared, he threatened me. He intends to kill me. Clack. Lu Erden cocked his weapon, aiming it at Kitagawa, demanding, shall I kill him? Wang Tian and Sun Pengzi hastily retreated, realizing they could not contend with Song Mei's fierceness. Kitagawa was left dumbfounded. He had expected a naive girl, but this one was even more formidable than Wang Tian. Cold sweat poured down his back, and he dared not utter a word. At that moment, Xiaoya stepped forward. Mei, this is a martial arts school. It would not be advisable for him to die here. Song Mei nodded. That depends on his behavior. Kitagawa, we shall commence our lesson. Remember everything I teach you, for I will be testing you. You shall not leave until you have memorized what I have imparted. Chapter 55, Sharing Difficulties. Miss Song, my master has been injured. Chuan Yaziro spoke cautiously. Song Mei replied, he is not dead, just a couple of broken ribs. Why the commotion? Ah, by the way, since you are his disciple, should you not share in his troubles? With that, Song Mei wore a devilish grin. Chuan Yaziro was momentarily taken aback. Thud. A rifle, but struck down. Ah. Chuan Yaziro cried out in agony. He then sat beside Kitagawa, clutching his chest, and began to take notes in despair. Wang Tian exchanged glances with Sun Pengzi, retreating even further. Who exactly is this girl? Wang Tian was also somewhat bewildered. The granddaughter of a military district commander. An intern journalist, free to go wherever she pleased, no one could keep an eye on her. At that moment, Xiaoya responded indifferently. Wang Tian nodded, and the two fell silent, each finding the other disagreeable, leaving little to discuss. Kitagawa was unfortunate, as he was subjected to a tedious lesson on Chinese history from Song Mei, who elaborated on topics from the Qin dynasty to Ryukyu, and even mentioned Su Fu and the notion that the islanders were all monkeys. Kitagawa wanted to argue several times, but the dark muzzle of a gun silenced him each time. A soldier with a gun, he was unafraid. Yet, the power behind this woman instilled fear in him. He could not provoke her, and thus complied with her teachings, feeling smaller than a schoolboy. Wang Tian could not help but remark, indeed, it takes a villain to temper a villain. Sun Pengzi nodded in agreement. Just then, a group of journalists rushed over, thrusting microphones forward and bombarding them with questions like a deluge of beans. Wang Tian suddenly felt overwhelmed and quickly exclaimed, ladies and gentlemen, we just had a fight, and I'm exhausted. I need to rest. For any inquiries, please wait until the Tian Wang Martial Arts School opens. With that, Wang Tian bellowed, Pengzi, clear the way. Sun Pengzi hurriedly led Wang Tian outside, racing down the stairs. As the two departed, the journalists promptly redirected their attention toward Xiaoya. With little to say, she realized that the Xiangxiang martial arts school had suffered a significant embarrassment today. The only solace was that, as the last participant in the fight, she had not lost. Their reputation remained intact, but the days ahead were likely to be challenging. Once Xiaoya left, the journalists lost their focus and turned their cameras on Kitagawa Yu, capturing him in a frenzy before dispersing to write their articles. The speed of these journalists was remarkable. That very day, various news websites and forums began to circulate different versions of the story surrounding Wang Tian's confrontation with Kitagawa Yu. A new national hero rises, single-handedly battling an island judo expert, turning the tide. Island experts come to China to flaunt their prowess, only to be subdued by our local martial artist. Island judo expert insults Chinese kung fu, only to be taught a lesson by a local master. Soon, discussions erupted across numerous communities, with countless threads emerging, propelling these stories to the top headlines, firmly securing the #1 spot on the hot list, especially those accompanied by videos, which were fervently shared and liked. Several major websites even reshared these stories, significantly boosting the reputations of the local journalists. The largest news site in China, Longwang Network, featured this story on its trending headlines. And in no time, Wang Tian gained fame. His Tianwang martial arts school also became well known. 66666. How magnificent Wang Tian is. Kitagawa Yu had it coming. To dare insult China on its own turf is courting disaster. Did he truly believe there were no experts in China? There are countless masters. They simply do not bother to deal with him. He thought Yongxing was a small town without any skilled fighters, so he acted arrogantly. In the end, he was struck by lightning, charred on the outside but tender within. How amusing. Wang Tian is opening a martial arts school. I want to sign up. It's too far for me, but the brothers in Yongxing can go check it out. This is the real deal. Just look at that kick. It shattered the floor. Did he not annihilate Kitagawa Yu in seconds? I checked. Kitagawa Yu is ranked 5th in the island's judo scene. A significant figure indeed. Wang Tian's ability to defeat him is beyond question. However, the internet is never devoid of naysayers. Is this just a publicity stunt? How much did Kitagawa Yu get paid? It must be a ploy. Otherwise, why would Kitagawa travel to such a small place? Thus, several critics were quickly drowned out by a wave of supportive comments. Wang Tian, witnessing this, smiled contentedly. Indeed, there are still many good people out there. Haha, let them discuss, let them argue. My Tianwang martial arts school has finally gained recognition. Yet soon enough, Wang Tian's smile faded. While Wang Tian was undeniably handsome, had anyone noticed? The female head of the Xiangxiang martial arts school was also quite formidable. Faced with an expert challenging her school, she stood her ground, fully aware of her impending defeat, displaying immense courage. Moreover, the focal point was, she was incredibly beautiful. Yes, I thought I was the only one who noticed the beauty. Wang Tian's expression darkened as he muttered, "This is troublesome. I initially believed the Xiangxiang martial arts school would falter and close down. It seems they capitalized on the situation." However, Wang Tian could do little about it. He had reaped the significant benefits, while they merely grabbed a bit of soup, and he could not hold that against them. Of course, Wang Tian had another thought. Now that the Xiangxiang martial arts school's Yongxing branch was indeed thriving, it was advantageous for him, for when he opened, he could challenge them again. This time, he intended to leave no room for Xiaoya to recover. Despite acknowledging Xiaoya's tenacity against Kitagawa Yu, Wang Tian could not deny that a woman who would go so far for national pride, risking her school for the fight, and bravely stepping in after her subordinates had finished, was indeed a source of embarrassment for many men. Wang Tian reflected that if he lacked strength, he would not have dared to confront Kitagawa Yu. At most, he would have thrown bricks from behind. Wang Tian always believed in taking on responsibilities commensurate with one's abilities. The greater the ability, the greater the duty. Yet this responsibility was not one of martyrdom, but rather a commitment to oneself, family, and friends, nothing more. However, it was utterly impossible for Wang Tian to forget his personal grievances. The insult to his brotherhood was a matter that could not be brushed aside. One must settle scores. If you slap me, I must retaliate. If admiration comes after retribution, we can discuss it then. At that moment, Wang Tian's phone rang. It was Xiao Chang calling. "Tiangu, you were amazing. I saw it all. It was so cool, Wah." As soon as he answered, he was greeted by Xiao Chang's excited squeals, accompanied by Xian's weary protest from the dormitory. Qing Air, keep it down. I want to sleep. Qing Air continued, Tian Ge, did you know? The entire school is talking about you now. Furthermore, someone recognized you. They now know I'm your girlfriend. Haha. I'm so proud of you. When I go out, everyone calls me Tian Wang's wife, giggling. It's hilarious. The fools who used to pester me have all disappeared. It feels so liberating. Wang Tian was left speechless. How could so much have transpired in such a short time? It felt as though they lived in entirely different worlds. Outside his home, everything appeared tranquil. No sense of the commotion. Streets were still sparse of people, cars were abundant, and the sun blazed down. Yet Xiao Chong was undeniably thrilled, chattering away, making it difficult for Wang Tian to interject. Chapter 56. The arrival in the live broadcast room an hour later, Xiao Qing shyly remarked, Tian Ge, I miss you. When will you come to Changsha to see me? After saying this, she abruptly hung up. Her bashful tone left Wang Tian lost in thought. Was his decades of celibacy about to be undone? Ba, I must remain calm. This is infuriating. Wang Tian's excitement began to build, prompting him to call Sun Pongzi. After a lengthy session of boasting, Wang Tian declared that he would visit Xiao Qing once the martial arts school opened. Sun Pongzi promptly ended the call. Wang Tian cursed. Damn fatso, how dare you hang up on me? On the other end, Sun Pongzi chuckled. I'll accompany you while you boast. But I won't allow you to torment a single fat dog. As soon as Sun Pongzi's call ended, Wang Tian's phone rang again, this time from Chun Jiai. Wang Tian, congratulations. You are now famous. A national hero. Chun Jiai teased. Wang Tian chuckled, don't flatter me. I'm no hero, just a few netizens are exaggerating. I'm light years away from being a national hero. Their brilliance could overshadow me. You are truly humble. Chun Jiai laughed, nodding to herself. Wang Tian's modesty confirmed her belief in his potential. This man's future seemed boundless. After chatting for a while, they hung up, as Chun Jiai had pressing matters to attend to. No sooner had they disconnected than Fang Ge called. Wang Tian sighed, picked up the phone, and engaged in aimless chatter with Fang Ge. After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Tian finally settled down. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was nearly noon. He quickly opened his computer and entered the live broadcast room. Today at noon was the much-anticipated live session of the Jeet Kune Do master, Bruce Lee. As time ticked away, the clock struck 12, and a flood of viewers surged into the live room. This illustrated the immense allure of system advertisements. Wang Tian refrained from entering immediately, opting to observe the crowd from outside. In his view, the more illustrious a figure, the later they should make their entrance. He certainly aimed to be the grand finale. Moreover, Wang Tian did not believe Bruce Lee could surpass Yang Luchen in prowess. Yang Luchen had attained a level of mastery that was truly exceptional. Bruce Lee was merely on par with him, if not slightly less yet. He couldn't fathom why Yang Luchen appeared somewhat flustered while Bruce Lee seemed to be thriving. The number of participants in the room skyrocketed, swiftly surpassing 100, then 1,000, and within 10 minutes, it soared to a staggering 1,000,000. And this figure continued to rise. Wang Tian glanced at the time. If he didn't enter soon, he would miss out. Thus, he clicked to join. At that moment, Bruce Lee was brimming with satisfaction. Just yesterday, he had purchased a system loudspeaker from the marketplace and sent out advertisements. Indeed, the turnout today was more than tenfold compared to usual. He was immensely pleased. With this momentum, reaching 100 times the audience seemed entirely feasible. As the time arrived, Bruce Lee decided not to wait any longer. He rose and addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, the world's richest man, Wang Ma, has graced us with his presence. Let us all welcome him. Before Bruce Lee could utter another word, a dazzling red fawn appeared in the sky, visible to all. Instantly, excitement erupted among the audience. Goodness, Wang Ma has arrived. The legendary Tycoon no. The mythical magnate has come. Not just a wealthy man, but a divine billionaire. Treasure chests are within reach. Bruce Lee paid little mind to the frenzied crowd, his own excitement mounting. The legend of Wang Ma had circulated throughout the live streaming community, especially in the lower-tier rooms, where rumors of his generosity, often donating millions, had ignited the hopes of countless streamers. Although Bruce Lee had grown indifferent to many things, he recognized the significance of the universal currency. Having honed his martial arts to perfection in his world, he sought the means to transcend the mundane realm and break through to a higher level, which required certain tools. However, those tools were exorbitantly priced. Thus, he set his sights on Wang Ma. Everyone knew Wang Ma had a keen interest in martial arts. Having spent considerable sums on Lei Fong, and even throwing 3 million at Yang Luchen, he had even offered 4 million for Zach's Muay Thai. This presented an opportunity for Bruce Lee. Hence, he had emptied his savings to acquire a loudspeaker, all for the sake of Wang and Ma. And now that Wang and Ma had actually arrived, Bruce Lee's heart raced, akin to seeing a first love. With no choice, all his possessions were at stake. If Wang and Ma did not show up, he would be left with nothing. It was impossible not to feel exhilarated. At this very moment, Wang Tian was equally elated. This was no ordinary broadcast. Wang Tian felt a blur before his eyes, and in the next instant, he found himself suspended in the air, surrounded by clouds. Descending gracefully like a celestial being, a red mist enveloped him, obscuring his visage and safeguarding his privacy. The clouds gently lowered Wang Tian into the VIP section, a space reserved for those who had donated over $1 million. This vantage point not only provided an unobstructed view of the broadcast, but also allowed him to survey the surroundings for lovely faces. Most importantly, the elevation gave Wang Tian a sense of superiority, fulfilling his vanity splendidly. As he settled into his seat, the crowd erupted into cheers, with some even forming groups to chant, "Wang and Ma, I am your fan. Please unleash the treasure chest." Hearing the earlier shouts made Wang Tian smile, while the latter prompted him to jokingly retort, "Are you lot truly fans of the treasure chest?" Laughter erupted throughout the venue as they witnessed the Tycoon, Wang and Ma, not as a lofty and aloof figure, but as someone approachable, engaging in banter with them, further intensifying the lively atmosphere. Bruce Lee also exhaled in relief, having feared that this esteemed guest might be an arrogant recluse. Had Wang Tian been haughty, Bruce Lee, with his pride, would have deemed the endeavor not worth the effort. However, since Wang Tian was down to earth, their communication became significantly easier. Chapter 57. The no capital transaction. The crowd continued to clamor for the treasure chest, seeking to curry favor. Wang Tian, witnessing this, could only shake his head in resignation, waving his hand to say, "Cease your shouting. This is the Master's domain, not my live stream. If you speak out of turn, you shall be ejected. If you wish to open the treasure chest, be silent and wait for the master to commence. When the moment is right, treasure chests shall abound." Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately quieted down. The atmosphere so still one could hear a pin drop. Wang Tian, observing this, was rendered speechless. Truly, this virtual world was devoid of shame. Li Xiaolong, relieved that the venue had finally quieted, clasped his hands in greeting and announced, "Welcome, everyone, to my live stream. Today, I shall introduce you to Tycoon. Many of you may not have heard of it, but fear not. Allow me to elaborate. Tycoon is my own invention, centering around the concept of intercepting an opponent's attack, rendering them incapable of striking back while you unleash your counter. I firmly believe that the best defense is a good offense. This is the essence of interception. When one person attacks another, they must inevitably move towards them, thus providing the opponent with an opportunity to counter, an opportunity that can often be fatal. Of course, the notion of interception is not limited solely to physical strikes. If one is sufficiently formidable, they can discern subtle, nonverbal cues that their opponent may overlook. Such nuances can be detected and used to initiate a counter. The theoretical principles expounded by Li Xiaolong harmonize with the teachings of Tai Chi that Wang Tian had learned. Tai Chi emphasizes leveraging one's strength against the opponent's, disrupting their balance to exploit their weaknesses. In essence, it is about identifying flaws, creating openings, and then striking decisively. Tycoon, however, demands a heightened level of observational acuity. It prioritizes swiftness, precision, and ferocity. When the enemy remains still, so shall I. But the moment they make a move, I shall strike first, identifying their vulnerabilities for a lethal blow. Yet, a conundrum arises. While these two martial philosophies do not conflict in theory, their practical application can create discord. Though both advocate for a counteroffensive approach, one is aggressive while the other is defensive, complicating matters. Nevertheless, Wang Tian quickly dispelled such thoughts, choosing to focus intently on the present discourse. When the time comes to apply these principles, he would instinctively know which to employ. Just then, someone approached and whispered, "What does Mr. Wang think of Tycoon?" Startled, Wang Tian nearly struck out in surprise, exclaiming, "Goodness, there's someone here." The individual's expression darkened, realizing he had been entirely overlooked during this time. Wang Tian hastened to clarify, "Do not misunderstand. You know how captivating the master's teachings are. I was lost in thought and forgot you were beside me." The individual's countenance brightened, and he smiled. "So, Mr. Wang acknowledges Mr. Li Xiaolong's martial prowess?" Wang Tian nodded. "Certainly, such a martial art is undeniably impressive, is it not? Indeed, the individual replied, the relentless pursuit of advancement is undeniably thrilling. However, this art is not easily mastered. It demands exceptional personal qualities, with counteroffense requiring keen observational skills and swift reflexes. To promote such a discipline is quite challenging. Wang Tian, intrigued, inquired, promote? Yes, promote, the individual confirmed. I haven't to introduce myself. I am Zhong Tao. In my realm, I operate a martial arts school. Wang Tian acknowledged, a martial arts school, that sounds splendid. What business does Mr. Wang engage in? Zhong Tao promptly asked. Wang Tian chuckled. I pursue ventures that require no capital. For instance, when a realm is destroyed, I acquire prisoners and sell them, or if someone possesses wealth, I lead a team to seize it. That is the swiftest path to profit. By the way, Mr. Zhong, what is the name of your realm? And what are its coordinates? Perhaps I might visit you sometime? Mr. Zhong? Where did he go? As Wang Tian spoke, Zhong Tao abruptly exited the room. Wang Tian scoffed, such a lack of courage, and yet he sought to engage me? How utterly tedious. In a luxurious mansion within another realm, Zhong Tao emerged. His face pale, exhaling in relief. I'm fortunate to have fled swiftly. No wonder he is so wealthy. He is a veritable super brigand. I cannot afford to provoke him. It would be wise to keep my distance. Let those who wish to compete with him do so. I shall not involve myself. Meanwhile, Wang Tian was captivated by the unfolding discourse. However, some listeners found themselves drifting into slumber. The uninitiated struggled to grasp Li Xiaolong's words. Yet the knowledgeable were alert and exhilarated. Wang Tian, sensing the moment, made a grand gesture, donating 1 million. The atmosphere ignited with fervor. Those who had just been dozing awoke in an instant, while others were roused by their companions. What is happening? Is the sky falling? Falling? Nonsense. Wake up and contribute. I have no money, not even a single coin. What are you aiming for? Mr. Wang is making a move. 1 million has been pledged. We still need 50,000. Just 1 coin from each of you. Let us open that treasure chest. You foolish creature, do you not understand? I'm in. I have money. I'll contribute 10. The excitement surged through the crowd, and Li Xiaolong was equally exhilarated. His eyes glistened with emotion. 1 million had materialized. If another 50,000 followed, he would be on the cusp of a breakthrough. This was the ultimate aspiration for any martial artist. Today he was finally poised to achieve it. Indeed, after Wang Tian's generous donation of 1 million, the audience collectively responded, swiftly amassing another million. A radiant beam of light descended from the heavens, followed by a colossal treasure chest that landed with a thunderous crash, exploding to release countless smaller treasure chests, one for each person. Chapter 58. Jeet Kuen Du. Wang Tian caught the treasure that belonged to him, took a deep breath, and hesitated to open it. He hadn't washed his hands or face. Perhaps it was best not to open it recklessly. What if it turned out to be another 10 world coins? However, the people below were unfazed, enthusiastically opening treasure chests, their exclamations echoing incessantly. Most had only received 1 world coin, and even if someone were to obtain 10, it would still be a tremendous profit. The atmosphere was jubilant, filled with cheers and shouts. Wang Tian, infected by the excitement, inadvertently clicked to open his treasure. With a loud pop and a chime, he was greeted with the message, "Congratulations, you have received 10 world coins." Damn it. Wang Tian instantly became the most disgruntled person in the entire venue. This scene was witnessed by Bruce Lee, who, feeling grateful, privately messaged Wang Tian. Mr. Wang, I know you have a passion for martial arts. If you don't mind, I would like to gift you the complete set of Jeet Kuen Du. Achieving a breakthrough was Bruce Lee's utmost aspiration. Promoting Jeet Kuen Du was also his dream. In his world, he was a master of martial arts, accepting countless disciples. Passing on the knowledge to one more person was no burden. Furthermore, Bruce Lee understood that by serving this esteemed individual well, he might one day require Wang Tian's assistance on his path to enlightenment. Hence, Bruce Lee was prepared to share the most comprehensive teachings without reservation. Additionally, after a breakthrough, he would reach a new level. Rendering the current Jeet Kuen Du insufficient for his ambitions, he sought even more powerful martial arts. Therefore, what he currently possessed held little value compared to the favor he could extend. As the saying goes, it is easier to acquire wealth than to repay kindness. Bruce Lee was well aware of this truth. Upon hearing this, Wang Tian raised an eyebrow. He understood that debt of gratitude was something he wished to avoid. Thus, he replied, "Master Lee, your Jeet Kuen Du is indeed exceptional. I admire it. Since you are so generous, I shall not be stingy." Initially, I intended to purchase Zach's Muay Thai for 4 million, but in my view, your Jeet Kune Do surpasses it. Bruce Lee's heart trembled. In the next moment, Wang Tian waved his hand. The remaining 7 million was thrown out. After all, the week was about to end, and keeping it would serve no purpose. Since Bruce Lee was so forthcoming, Wang Tian decided to be equally magnanimous. He intended to demonstrate what it meant to be a true tycoon. As the 7 million flew out, the previously waning enthusiasm was reignited. The venue erupted. A few individuals, overwhelmed with excitement, fainted and were forcibly removed from the room by the system, missing out on their treasure. Upon regaining consciousness, they would pound their chests in despair, lamenting the countless things they had broken in their frenzy. However, the atmosphere was indeed electrifying. Had this not been a live streaming room, where participants were confined to their spots, it was likely that some would have been driven to the brink of madness. This was no ordinary live stream. It was the domain of the Jeet Kune Do master, Bruce Lee. It was a martial arts and abilities-themed broadcast. This meant that opening treasure chests could potentially yield abilities. Such rewards were priceless. Even the least valuable prize, a world coin, was still considered a boon. Naturally, the crowd clamored in unison, "Wang Nima! Long live Wang Nima! I love you, Wang Nima!" Some ladies screamed with fervor. Hearing this, Wang Tian longed to rush down and respond, but alas, he could not. Moreover, a person of his stature must maintain a semblance of decorum. The scene was chaotic, and even Bruce Lee found himself bewildered. Contemplating was one thing, but witnessing it unfold was another. In the blink of an eye, 8 million world coins were gifted. He had transitioned from moderate means to a wealthy individual. It was an indescribable sensation, akin to being lost in the clouds. Ultimately, all he could utter was, "Thank you." Yet, this gratitude was not directed towards Wang Tian for the monetary gift, but rather for Wang Tian's acknowledgement. Wang Tian's offering of 8 million in exchange for his Jeet Kune Do was the highest form of validation for his martial arts. Among all known martial arts, some were valued at 10 million, yet none had ever been sold. 8 million was undoubtedly the highest transaction amount since the inception of the world live streaming platform. Recognition was more valuable than wealth. Wang Tian reciprocated, "Master Lee, you are too modest. Your martial arts are worth this price." Bruce Lee smiled with delight, promptly packaging the teachings and transmitting them to Wang Tian. After Wang Tian received them, he eagerly began to open his treasure chests. Observing this, Bruce Lee chose not to intrude, retreating to count his blessings. Now, the atmosphere was ablaze with fervor amidst the collective excitement. Bruce Lee recognized that introducing another prominent streamer would be futile. He could only wait. Only after everyone had their fill of excitement could they proceed. Otherwise, disrupting their enthusiasm would be counterproductive. Wang Tian, indifferent to the commotion outside, gazed at the 5 treasure chests before him, chuckling to himself. Previously, he had tipped 1 million, to which the audience contributed another million. After tossing out 7 million, along with the remaining 500,000, he took a deep breath. He was tempted to click on one to see what lay inside, but ultimately decided against it. Exiting the live stream room, he quickly washed up, hands, face, and hair. Once he felt refreshed, he silently offered a few prayers before beginning to open the treasure chests. 5 treasure chests. I refuse to believe I cannot obtain something good, Wang Tian resolutely thought. Ding. Congratulations, you have received 10 world coins. Ding. Congratulations, you have received 10 world coins. Damn it. How long is this going to continue? After throwing away so much money, is this all I receive in return? Wang Tian, infuriated, continued to open the chests. Ding. Congratulations, you have received 10 world coins. Wang Tian was on the verge of tears, cursing aloud. If you give me more world coins, I will eat my keyboard. Ding. Congratulations, you have received 10 world coins. Just pretend I didn't say that. Children say the most innocent things, and the wind has blown it away. Wait, what did I just say? It seems to have been whisked away from memory. I refuse to be deterred. After such a streak of bad luck, surely it's time for a reversal. Open. Ding. Congratulations, you have received 30 world coins. Wang Tian looked skyward in disbelief. Fortune had indeed turned in his favor, as he had gone from receiving 10 world coins to 30. Fortunately, Bruce Lee had been generous, directly gifting me the complete Jeet Kune Do manual. Otherwise, I would have truly faced a loss today. I must remember to buy some incense next time. In the future, I shall light it and cleanse myself before opening treasure chests. I refuse to believe I cannot dispel this bad luck. After saying this, Wang Tian produced the complete Jeet Kune Do manual. Though it was a complete set, it was essentially just a single book. Its contents were not visible, and upon extraction, it seamlessly merged with Wang Tian's being. In the next moment, he had mastered Jeet Kune Do. Similar to Tai Chi, while the introduction was swift, mastery of martial arts could not solely rely on the system's offerings. Personal cultivation was essential. Thus, Wang Tian remained at the pinnacle of the Mingjin realm, still a step away from reaching the Enjin level. Chapter 59. The efficacy of the universal currency. Indeed, mastery in martial arts cannot be achieved merely through extensive study. It necessitates diligent practice. Yet, the absence of a sparring partner poses a dilemma. Training alone could take an eternity. Sighing in frustration, Wang Tian rubbed his temples and glanced at the computer screen, where the 100 vexatious universal coins came into view, only adding to his irritation. In any case, feeling disgruntled, he decided to extract the coins. Inputting 100, a pile of universal coins appeared before him, stacked in groups of 10, glimmering like a small fortress of gold. Wang Tian reached out and inspected one closely. The design was simple yet striking, featuring a character for 10,000 on one side and world on the other. Although he couldn't fathom why the coins bore Chinese characters, he reasoned that convenience for himself outweighed concerns for others. If one was unfamiliar with Chinese, they would simply have to learn a foreign language. He toyed with the coin in his hand, muttering, "Surely, this isn't pure gold?" He bit into it, finding it hard, indicating it was not gold after all. Wang Tian squeezed it with all his might. He could crush stone with ease, yet the universal coin remained unyielding. Not gold, yet remarkably sturdy. What was its purpose? A mere ornament? A keepsake? Exasperated, he chuckled at the absurdity, unsure how to store them back. Ultimately, he shoved the coins into a cabinet and pocketed one, intending to inquire about its material later, hoping it might be valuable enough to sell. Having finished watching the live stream, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. With nothing pressing to attend to, he decided to visit the martial arts school. The place was still under renovation, with a dozen workers laboring vigorously. It hadn't been long since they started, yet the framework was already taking shape, a testament to their dedication. Outside the entrance, a crowd had gathered, some taking photographs. Wang Tian surmised this was likely due to the buzz surrounding him online, leading to the martial arts school being discovered, prompting many to come for a photo opportunity. He welcomed this attention, as he had been fretting about how to advertise the school. Having so many enthusiastic volunteers was a stroke of luck. In a bid to engage, he stepped to the entrance, eager to let people see the real deal. However, one young man spotted him and exclaimed, "Hey, dude, don't block the way. I want to take a picture. Thanks." Wang Tian felt as if a crow had just flown over his head, inwardly cursing, "Are you blind? Can't you recognize the temple from the Buddha?" Though irritated, he couldn't bring himself to announce, "I am the national hero you speak of, Wang Tian. Come take a picture with me." Such an act would be beneath his dignity as a future martial arts master. Just as he was regaining his composure, a young woman waved her arms in excitement. Wang Tian's spirits lifted. Indeed, it was the discerning eye of a beauty that recognized true talent. He hurried over, asking, "What can I do for you, fair lady?" "This gentleman, we are fans of Wang Tian." Upon hearing this, Wang Tian felt a dissonance. Why refer to him as Wang Tian? Why not simply say your fan? Unperturbed by his peculiar expression, the girl continued, "We heard this is Wang Tian's martial arts school, so my friends and I came specifically to take photos. Could you please take a picture for us?" "Thank you." Wang Tian was at a loss for words, feeling as though 10 crows had just taken flight above him. Clearing his throat, he asked, "Are you truly fans of Wang Tian?" "Of course. Absolutely die-hard fans. You wouldn't believe it. The videos online have gone viral. We've watched them multiple times. Wang Tian's skills are so cool and impressive. He took down that guy from the island with such flair." A chubby girl exclaimed. Another chimed in, Yes, so impressive. I've watched it over 10 times. I never imagined we had such a master in Yongxing." Hearing this, Wang Tian felt a mix of amusement and incredulity. He longed to ask, "When did you become oblivious? Watching over 10 times, yet failing to recognize the real deal? Is this what you call a diehard fan? Perhaps more like a fan of scallops, served with garlic, grilled on a hot plate? Indeed, it's rare to find such a master. Come, stand still. I shall take your picture." Wang Tian boasted, then proceeded to snap a photo. "Cheese," he declared, capturing a moment before handing the camera back to the 3 girls, then hastily departing. Today had been a rather humbling experience, one that bruised his ego. Upon entering the shop, he noticed Lu Buer busy at work. After chatting with a couple of employees to ensure the school would be completed promptly, Wang Tian felt reassured. He handed Lu Buer 2 packs of soft Zhonghua cigarettes, instantly invigorating his enthusiasm. Exiting the martial arts school, Wang Tian had nowhere else to go. So he found a quiet little square and began practicing Tai Chi. As the saying goes, the fist should never leave the hand, nor the tune leave the mouth. Regular practice could only yield benefits. However, this time, Wang Tian sensed something different. Previously, his practice felt effortless, merely stretching his muscles without enhancing his strength. Yet now, as he raised his hand and circulated his energy, he felt a chill emanating from his thigh, penetrating his body. As his energy flowed, it traveled throughout his being. Every cell in his body seemed to awaken, rejoicing. His stagnant martial arts skills finally experienced a breakthrough. Although it was merely a faint glimmer of progress, it sent Wang Tian into a frenzy of joy. Could it be that his usual training was indeed beneficial? Yet, this elation was short-lived, as the invigorating sensation dissipated along with the coolness. After completing a set of movements, he was left bewildered, pondering the source of the earlier feeling. It seemed that the origin lay in the chill from his thigh. While it lingered, his cells thrived, but once it vanished, so did their vibrancy. Instinctively, Wang Tian reached into his pocket, only to pull out a handful of dark ash. Wang Tian was flabbergasted. If his memory served him correctly, this pocket contained the universal coins. Now, with the coins vanished, he was left with nothing but ash. What on earth had transpired? Had he been robbed, or had the coins been swapped? That was utterly impossible. With his current prowess, at the pinnacle of internal strength, his senses were acutely attuned. Not even a fly could pass without his notice. Since theft was out of the question, how could the universal coins have turned to ashes? Reflecting on the previous chill and the unique ability to withdraw the coins, a sudden realization struck him. Perhaps these universal coins were indeed a remarkable treasure, a priceless gem, sought after yet elusive. Chapter 60. The Wonders of Myriad Realm Coins. Upon this realization, Wang Tian bolted towards his abode, hastily unlocking his cabinet to retrieve another Myriad Realm coin, this time eschewing his pocket. He clutched it in his palm as he commenced his Tai Chi routine within the confines of his chamber. As expected, a chilling aura emanated from the coin. Coursing through his hand, Wang Tian was cognizant of the fact that Tai Chi, being an internal martial art, would facilitate the continuous absorption of ambient energy to refine his physique and bolster his health, even if he had not yet attained the stages of inner strength or transformation. Alas, the environment had suffered considerable degradation, rendering cultivation a less than satisfactory endeavor. However, the Myriad Realm coin seemed to possess inherent energy, capable of nourishing martial practitioners, fortifying their bones, and augmenting their training. After several trials, Wang Tian confirmed the coin's efficacy in aiding cultivation, eliciting unbridled joy. In the absence of adversaries, these Myriad Realm coins represented his hope for transcending the realm of manifest strength and achieving inner strength. An uncontrollable surge of mirth erupted from Wang Tian, who yearned to invest another 8 million in these extractable Myriad Realm coins. Regrettably, his coffers were depleted, leaving him with no funds until the morrow. A quandary arose. His chamber was too cramped to permit unfettered practice. Should he venture to the park? Wang Tian harbored no trepidation of encountering another mendacious elder, for his newfound affluence had emboldened him. Nevertheless, the park would still restrict his movements, leaving him stifled. After much deliberation, Wang Tian resolved to acquire a residence, preferably a villa, with an entire floor dedicated to his martial pursuits. This would afford him the freedom to train as he pleased. With this in mind, Wang Tian promptly contacted Sun, the corpulent one, entrusting him with the task of procuring a dwelling, as Sun possessed greater expertise in this domain. The portly fellow had been assiduously studying Yongxing's real estate market, driven by the simple ambition of establishing a personal objective. During his inaugural property viewing, he grandiosely declared that acquiring a residence in the city center was a short-term aspiration. 3 days later, it morphed into a long-term aspiration. A week later, he opted for a more peripheral location with a superior ambience. Eventually, he confined his search to the suburbs, drawn by their idyllic surroundings. Upon learning of Wang Tian's intent to purchase a house, Sun hastened to his side. "My liege," he exclaimed, "your acquisition of a residence is a momentous affair. Given your current financial standing, I believe you require not only a house, but also a motor car. Otherwise, commuting to and from work will prove tiresome, and venturing on extended journeys will be inconvenient. Wouldn't you concur?" "Indeed, I shall acquire both. But where should I seek them? My knowledge of houses and cars is limited." Wang Tian confessed, "I am well versed in these matters. However, We must procure the finest specimens. Ah, yes, let us visit Huoming International. I have heard they are developing a villa complex nestled against the mountains and facing the water, boasting a picturesque setting and impeccable security measures. Shall we investigate? Sun inquired. Wang Tian was familiar with Huoming International, Yongqing's premier real estate firm, renowned for its upscale residential developments. While their prices could not rival those of major metropolises, where properties commanded exorbitant sums per square meter, their offerings were undeniably the most opulent in Yongqing. Their amenities, property management, security, and construction quality were beyond reproach. In Yongqing, such residences typically sold for a modest sum per square meter, with villas unlikely to exceed a certain amount. With ample funds at his disposal, Wang Tian felt emboldened. Then what are we waiting for? Onward, my diminutive son, he declared. Cease your impudence. Sun retorted with a chuckle. Wang Tian guffawed. What? You spurn the position of a eunuch? You are an audacious youth. Nay, I aspire to be the commander of the Imperial Guard, to stride with impunity, surrounded by attendants. That is true grandeur. Sun exclaimed with a grin. Continue to dream, Wang Tian chuckled. The two bantered as they hailed a taxi and sped towards Huoming International's headquarters. Upon beholding the opulent sales hall, both were awestruck. In this era, nothing surpasses the profitability of real estate. Sun exclaimed. Indeed, they openly pilfer from banks, amassing considerable wealth. Wang Tian quipped. What do you mean? Sun inquired, perplexed. Consider this. They procure funds from banks to acquire land and erect buildings, which they then sell to repay the loans. In essence, they profit without investing their own capital. That is the epitome of a lucrative, risk-free venture. Of course, should one be unfortunate enough to be felled by the police during a robbery, that is another matter, Wang Tian jested as he and Sun entered the sales office. However, their spirits soon dampened. Huoming International's hall was exceedingly lavish, occupying nearly half a floor. Various scale models and displays were present, and a contingent of female sales representatives greeted visitors with polite inquiries and enthusiastic presentations. In stark contrast, Wang Tian and Sun were met with indifference. As no one approached them, Sun remarked ruefully, My liege, it appears we are once again being judged by appearances. What shall we do? There are numerous canines here. Shall we dispatch a few? Wang Tian was not one to instigate conflict, but such blatant disregard was intolerable for a man with ample funds. I should have donned more presentable attire. Alas, if we are unwelcome here, let us seek another establishment, Wang Tian sighed. He was unconcerned by their neglect, as the prices here were indeed exorbitant, often exceeding $1 million. Having worked in sales, he understood that discerning potential clients was a crucial skill, and wasting time on unlikely prospects was anathema. While companies espoused a philosophy of customer service, performance was paramount. Very well, let us proceed as you decree. However, given your current financial status, the properties here are truly exceptional, Sun asserted. Then let us peruse them and request the manager's assistance when we have made our selection. Wang Tian replied. Agreed, Sun responded, and the two began to examine the scale models. Their actions were observed by the sales representatives, who exchanged glances but remained disinclined to approach them. Despite the paucity of customers, none wished to squander their time on two unlikely buyers. A promising client might arrive at any moment, and that was the true prize. As no one offered assistance, Sun's ire began to rise. What manner of service is this? Where is your manager? He demanded. Keep your voice down. You are in a sales office, not a marketplace. A security guard rebuked. Sun's temper flared. The sales representative's indifference was one thing, but to be chastised by a mere security guard was intolerable. He would not stand for it. Rolling up his sleeves, Sun beckoned the guard. Come hither. Repeat your words. The guard stood his ground, retorting, This is a sales office, not a marketplace. Chapter 61. The adorable girl Gong Ning. Do you not realize this is a sales office, not a marketplace? At a market, vendors shout prices to entice buyers. Yet here, I am attempting to purchase a house and receive not even a greeting. What is the matter? Such a large corporation, and this is the service attitude? Is there an issue with seeking your manager? Sun Fatty, having spent a year in sales, found his wit faltering only in the presence of Wang Tian. But he had no qualms about confronting a security guard. His loud voice and reasonable arguments left the guard speechless. At that moment, several female sales representatives in the office observed the scene. One, heavily made up with layers of cosmetics, arrogantly interjected, What are you shouting about? Even if we came over, would you still be able to buy a house? With your meager funds, you couldn't afford even a square meter. Buying a house, you'd struggle to buy a toilet. Save your breath. Sun Fatty was incensed, This was no longer mere discrimination but a direct personal attack. Just then, a commanding voice rang out. "What are you doing? Is this how you treat customers?" A male manager emerged, his demeanor stern. The sales representatives and guards immediately fell silent, intimidated. The manager approached Sun Fatty with a smile, saying, "Sir, I sincerely apologize for the disrespectful behavior of our employees. I hope you can forgive them. After all, given your attire, well, they are merely trying to earn a living." Upon hearing this, the sales representatives stifled laughter, secretly giving the manager a thumbs up, thinking, as expected of the manager, "He handles matters with such finesse." Sun Fatty retorted, "I thought I encountered a well-mannered individual, but it turns out to be a barking dog." The manager frowned and replied, "Sir, please refrain from insults. Of course, if you wish to purchase a property, we welcome you. If not, kindly take your leave. We are quite busy and do not entertain idlers." Sun Fatty was about to protest further when Wang Tian patted him, signaling that it was his turn to step in. Having inspected the sand table, Wang Tian had zeroed in on a target and was ready to be assertive. Seeing the change in speakers, the manager remained unperturbed, regarding the two as country bumpkins who could never afford a home. Wang Tian smiled and asked, "What is your name?" "Manager? I am Manager Fong. Are you certain you wish to buy a property?" Wang Tian replied with a grin. "Do I appear to be someone who cannot afford a home? Never mind, do not speak, I want that unit. However, I find your sales representatives unsatisfactory. What shall we do?" Manager Fong was momentarily taken aback. This fellow was indeed serious about buying. Following Wang Tian's gesture, the manager's expression soured drastically. The unit in question was in the newly developed Huoming International Community, Longxi. With its picturesque mountains and waters, it was the premier location in Yongxing. A standard villa complex exclusively featuring detached villas with top-notch amenities. Moreover, the unit Wang Tian indicated was the most luxurious and spacious villa in the entire community, the pinnacle of opulence. Most importantly, it had already been reserved, with a label affixed. How could these two even consider it? Little did Manager Fong know that Wang Tian and Sun Fatty were oblivious to the labels and explanations that accompanied them. "Sir, such jokes are ill-timed. If you are not serious, please leave," Manager Fong insisted, utterly disbelieving that the two could afford such a property. In Yongxing, it was common knowledge who had wealth and who did not, and these two were complete strangers. Just then, a girl approached, stammering, "You two, are you buying a house?" Wang Tian and Sun Fatty turned, taken aback. A sales representative had indeed arrived, albeit one who appeared to be quite nervous. She wore large glasses, had a ponytail, and seemed so anxious that her clothes wrinkled as she spoke. "How did you get here? Did you mistake the sales office?" Manager Fong nearly shouted. The young girl froze for a moment, then covered her face, bowing deeply. I. Manager Fong, I apologize. Enough. Just seeing you frustrates me, and hearing you speak only adds to my ire. Go back to your sales office." Manager Fong was visibly annoyed. Sun Fatty leaned towards Wang Tian and whispered, "Tian Wang, do you know about Zhonghai Group?" Wang Tian's interest peaked as he replied, "The foremost real estate group in Xiaoxiang?" Indeed, Zhonghai Group has also entered Yongxing, seemingly aiming to overshadow Huoming. They recently acquired the remaining commercial space on the first floor of this building at double the price. Just a week ago, it officially opened. Furthermore, they had previously secured a plot of land adjacent to Longxi a year in advance, constructing an even more luxurious villa community. Though pricier than Huoming, the amenities are superior, complete with a hospital and kindergarten. Sun Fatty explained. "So, this stammering girl is from Zhonghai Group?" Wang Tian deduced. Realizing Sun Fatty had no intention of continuing the ruckus, the plan had shifted to persuading Wang Tian to relocate. Initially, both had considered creating a scene, drawing a supervisor to negotiate and annoy the sales representatives. However, the arrival of the sales representative had provoked them, while the manager incited an urge to retaliate. As Wang Tian contemplated his next move, Manager Fong interjected, "Gong Ning, do not leave just yet. Did you not inquire whether they were buying a house? They are indeed buyers, but we have nothing suitable for them. Why not take them to your sales office for a look?" With that, Manager Fong turned to Wang Tian. "Gentlemen, I apologize. I am quite busy and must take my leave. The neighboring property is quite decent and affordable. I suggest you examine it. No further assistance will be provided." With that, Manager Fong walked away, clearly eager to avoid any further entanglements with Wang Tian and Sun Fatty. Both men wore expressions of dissatisfaction, and Sun Fatty murmured, "Tian Wang, we must retaliate. It must be done with conviction. Longxi and Longyuan have just begun selling. and both clearly aimed to compete fiercely. Recently, there have been numerous disputes, each determined to ensure the other sells nothing. As of now, no units have been opened for sale. However, plumbing has other properties to offer. Zhonghai, on the other hand, has only this one plot. If they do not open for business, it would be inauspicious. Chapter 62, a near altercation? I understand. Let us go, a full-on slap in the face. This time, we'll unleash a combination punch. Wang Tian chuckled. At that moment, the stuttering Gong Ning suddenly leaped up in excitement and exclaimed, "Fong fong fong. Manager." "Thank you." Wang Tian and the plump son exchanged glances, both rendered speechless. The girl had just come to her senses after everyone had already left. Her reaction was rather sluggish. Gong Ning, brimming with enthusiasm, had been in the industry for a month without selling a single unit. She was utterly anxious, despite the fact that none of her peers had made any sales either. She immediately turned to Wang Tian and son, saying, "You too. I am Gong Ning. Would you like to buy a house?" "Buy? You, lead the way." Son chuckled, imitating her stutter. Wang Tian swiftly gave him a slap and admonished, "Show some respect, don't mess around." Gong Ning cast a grateful glance at Wang Tian. Growing up, her stuttering had subjected her to disdain and discrimination. She had encountered far worse than Son's good-natured teasing, but thankfully, her thick skin allowed her to brush off such moments easily. However, it was indeed rare to find someone like Wang Tian who would speak up for her in front of others. Gong Ning turned sideways, displaying impeccable etiquette, and said, "Please." Son, with a mischievous grin, remarked, "Oh, no more stuttering. Smack. Let us see you stutter a single word." Wang Tian playfully retorted, giving him another slap. The three exited in single file, followed by a line of scornful and curious gazes. As Wang Tian and the others stepped outside, the sales staff, security, and even Manager Fong rushed out. As soon as Manager Fong appeared, he asked, "Did those two bizarre fellows really follow that silly girl?" "They went to the Zhonghai side. I saw it clearly," exclaimed a security guard who had just been exchanging insults with Sunday. The saleswoman, whose face resembled one coated in white powder, chimed in, "Manager Fong, you're truly remarkable. Your words were absolutely brilliant. Indeed, that tactic of diverting trouble was executed flawlessly. Those two are clearly uncouth country bumpkins, too prideful to admit they are broke. When they stir up trouble, it's bound to be a hassle. Now they've gone with that silly girl. It's practically guaranteed there will be chaos." Another saleswoman added with glee. Manager Fong nodded, saying, "This is what wisdom looks like. You all should learn from it. Otherwise, you'll be stuck selling houses for a lifetime without any success." The crowd eagerly nodded, appearing to be enlightened, greatly satisfying Manager Fong's curiosity. They then gathered by the glass door, peering sideways at the nearby Zhonghai real estate, each one eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. At that moment, Wang Tian and Son happened to glance back and immediately spotted the row of people resembling mannequins behind the glass of a clothing store. Just as Son was about to speak, Wang Tian shook his head, urging him to follow Gong Ning. There were matters to attend to, and it was best to confront their adversaries decisively. The treatment at Zhonghai real estate was far superior to that at Huaming. Besides Gong Ning leading the way, they were greeted with a warm welcome upon entering, even receiving 2 cups of water. Holding the cups in their hands, Wang Tian and Son were genuinely moved to tears. They were finally being treated like human beings. Of course, Gong Ning was not spared from good-natured teasing. "Gong Ning, how impressive. You even poached clients from next door?" Haha that. I took a wrong turn." Gong Ning stammered, her cheeks flushing adorably. However, her oversized glasses obscured half of her face, somewhat detracting from her charm. "Haha." Our confused Gong Ning wandered into the wrong company, yet it turned out splendidly, as she brought back 2 clients. Another teased. Gong Ning's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Observing her embarrassment, Wang Tian interjected, "What can we do? The folks next door are so dull, either hiding away or only peeping from above. With our height, they probably can't even see us." The personnel from Zhonghai and Huaming were already at odds, so when they heard Wang Tian disparage the latter, they couldn't help but smile. "Oh my, I love how this handsome guy speaks. Handsome, whether you buy a house or not. Do come by often," exclaimed a slightly plump girl, dramatically. Wang Tian nudged Son, teasing, "Your sister is working here. Why didn't you say anything?" Son was momentarily confused. He had no sister. But upon seeing the chubby girl again, realization dawned. And he retorted, "Get lost." The girl, unfazed, approached and declared, "Being plump makes us siblings? What kind of logic is that? I'll have you know, we are sisters. I'm the elder sister, and he is the younger. Sun was left speechless, having thought he was merely dealing with a chubby girl, only to discover she was also a cheeky one. Wang Tian and the others erupted in laughter. All right, Ingrong, stop teasing her. You're hindering Gong Ning's work. Be careful or the manager will come out to reprimand you. Someone intervened, a tall and slender girl. As Sun watched the plump girl being pulled away, he repeatedly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, kind sir. Your intervention has subdued this mischief maker. Huh. The previously serious tall girl burst into laughter. The plump girl, Guaningrong, charged back, shouting, let go of me. I'm going to bite this pig demon. Oh woo. Sun then twisted his waist playfully, as if to say, if you have the guts, come and bite me. Fortunately, other sales staff held her back, or a chaotic showdown between the two plump individuals would have erupted. Meanwhile, the security guard who had been eavesdropping at the entrance rushed back, exclaiming, Manager Fong, there was nearly a fight next door. Haha, those two country bumpkins really managed to provoke Guaningrong. If no one had intervened, it would have escalated. Manager Fong, astutely pleased, thought to himself how successful his diversion had been, driving off the rural ruffians and irritating Zhonghai real estate in the process. This incident might very well lead to his promotion, he mused, as others flattered him. Well, let us keep this under wraps. We are in the business of serving customers, not harming them. We are merely encouraging them to compare options and explore their choices, right? Exactly. Chapter 63. 2 sets after a brief commotion on Wang Tian's side, Gong Ning began to formally introduce the property to Wang Tian and Sun Pengzi. Mr. Wang, this is our company's meticulously crafted luxury villa community. Its location is on par with Longxi and Huaming. Most importantly, our properties do not adhere to the European style of Longxi, but instead embody the essence of classical Chinese garden aesthetics. Living here feels akin to residing in an ancient garden, with all the architecture being of an antiquated design. As Gong Ning spoke, both Wang Tian and Sun Pengzi were taken aback. What was happening? Had the stammering girl suddenly found her voice? Noticing their astonished expressions, Gong Ning understood the situation and, lowering her head shyly, said, Mr. Wang, perhaps I should let someone else speak. Although she stuttered, she was eloquent in her area of expertise. Otherwise, the company would not have hired her as a salesperson. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached. His voice was rich and magnetic, and his gait exuded a steady confidence, indicating a successful career. Upon seeing him, Gong Ning immediately greeted him, Mr. Liu. Hello. Mr. Liu smiled in response. Gong Ning, you still get nervous so easily. Others may find your stutter bothersome, but I quite enjoy the charm of your speech. Wang Tian and Sun Pengzi chuckled, pleasantly surprised by Mr. Liu's humor. He was indeed a person of significance. Gong Ning, her face flushed, introduced them, Mr. Liu. These are Mr. Wang and Mr. Sunday. Mr. Liu nodded. Gentlemen, please feel free to express any needs you may have. You are guests here, and if my hospitality falls short, do not hesitate to let me know. Wang Tian and Sun Pengzi nodded in appreciation. The contrast between Mr. Liu's demeanor and that of the manager from earlier was stark. Sun Pengzi remarked, Look, Tian Wang. Now this is the demeanor of a large corporation. Compare him to the one next door, petty and disdainful. It's no wonder they are struggling. If we're buying a house, it has to be from here. Wang Tian shot him a glance. Shut up. It's not your money being spent. Of course, otherwise I wouldn't even consider it, Sun Pengzi retorted. Prompting a moment of silence, the audacity of the man was truly remarkable. Mr. Liu then said, I won't delay you any further. Please, go ahead and view the properties. After they exchanged pleasantries, Mr. Liu took his leave. Once he was gone, Gong Ning exhaled with relief. Phew, that was nerve-wracking. Wang Tian instinctively glanced at her heaving chest, reflecting, indeed, one cannot judge the depths of the ocean, nor the treasures hidden beneath. He had not anticipated there was more to her than met the eye. Unaware of Wang Tian's thoughts, Gong Ning quickly shifted back to the topic at hand, beginning her property presentation. In summary, Longyuan was essentially a classical garden interspersed with houses. The properties were spacious, but came with a staggering price tag. Villas in Longxi ranged from 9 to 12,000 per square meter, while these homes were priced per unit, each set costing 50 million. No negotiations. According to Gong Ning, the company managed the renovations and furnished the homes with the finest materials, assuring that no corners would be cut, and a contract could be signed guaranteeing quality. Should any issues arise, a full refund was promised. Yet, Wang Tian found it incomprehensible. Was the Zhonghai group out of their minds, constructing such opulent, Costly homes adjacent to a county-level city. Who could afford them? Even if there were buyers in the county, there were only a handful. Was this not a surefire way to incur losses? Sun Pengzi, however, was unfazed, poring over the blueprints. 1,000 square meters? Isn't that excessive? I mean, Tian Wang. You may have money to spare, but maintaining such a vast space is a challenge. Given your laziness, I bet a week after moving in, it would resemble a pigsty. And then what? Wang Tian squinted at Sun Pengzi, fully aware of his intentions. Sure enough, Sun Pengzi, rubbing his belly, said earnestly, I think you ought to find a girlfriend. Look at me. He struck a flamboyant pose. Wang Tian kicked at him, prompting laughter as Sun Pengzi quickly dodged. Wang Tian joked, if I were to consider you, I'd have to install an electric gate for the bedroom door. Far too much work, and it would ruin the house. So forget it. Sun Pengzi, realizing he couldn't win the argument, rolled his eyes in defiance. The others around them exchanged odd glances, wondering if the two truly had something going on. Wang Tian, undeterred, pointed at the model of the houses. These two units appear to be connected and resemble a cohesive whole. Indeed, Gong Ning replied promptly and professionally, due to the local environment. The designer intentionally created these two units to complement each other, allowing for beautiful views. Wang Tian nodded. All right then, let us go see the properties. If they meet expectations, we'll purchase one outright. Gong Ning gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth in shock, while the other sales managers looked on with bewilderment. They had assumed these two were merely toying with the idea of buying and doubted their financial capability, especially since they had been driven out from next door. The unfolding scene left them regretful, lamenting their missed opportunity with a potential buyer. If only I had gone to the right place. Why didn't I find a wealthy client? One lamented. Another chimed in. I can't wait to see the expressions of the people next door when they learn we sold our first unit to their customers. Chapter 64. Talents subsequently. The group of women exchanged mischievous glances and conspired together, deciding how to respond if their neighbors came to inquire, but resolutely agreed to never disclose that the properties had been sold to avoid any disruption. They planned to thoroughly annoy their rivals once everything was finalized. Indeed, after a short while, a sales manager named Chun Xiao approached, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then turned her attention to Wang Tian. I noticed someone was getting into your vehicle. It seems like you are about to close a deal. Impressive. This could be quite profitable for you. Chun Xiao remarked with an expression of envy and jealousy, her performance quite convincing. Chun, how could you say that? If this deal goes through, it would be wonderful. However, those two are just a couple of country bumpkins, utterly broke. They're probably only here to hitch a ride, replied Fat Girl, matching her acting skills. Oh, they haven't bought? Chun Xiao asked, feigning surprise. How could they? If it weren't for my sisters holding me back, I would have been tempted to give them a beating, came the reply. Really? What a pity, Chen Shui concluded, then returned to relay the conversation to Manager Fong and the others, who smiled in satisfaction. Soon, they dispersed, each attending to their own affairs. Longyuan was situated outside the city, nestled against Lion King Mountain and facing the clear waters of the Tongshui River, a tributary of the Xiangjiang. Classified as a first-class water source protection area, the environment was pristine, enhanced by the absence of heavy industry in Yongqing. Upon arriving at Longyuan, Wang Tian was greeted by a breath of fresh air, sensing an abundance of energy in the atmosphere compared to the city. It was no wonder that many reclusive cultivators chose to dwell in the mountains. They were likely drawn by this very energy, which he mused was akin to the essence of heaven and earth. Although he could feel this energy, he had yet to master the art of consciously absorbing it into his being. Instead, he relied on breathing techniques to draw it in, integrating it into his blood and meridians through martial training. It was akin to forging a weapon. The body represented iron, the essence of heaven and earth symbolized fire. And martial practice was the hammering process. Only with a vigorous flame and a robust hammer could one purify the iron through relentless forging to create fine steel. With this thought, Wang Tian grew increasingly pleased with Longyuan. He had also glimpsed Longxi on his way, noting its European-style architecture, which he found less appealing. The development within Longxi resembled a small urban construction, with concrete roads and minimal exposed land. While there was ample greenery, it lacked a certain natural essence. In contrast, Longyuan was harmoniously designed with the landscape, utilizing minimal concrete, only a few pathways for convenience, with the main road paved in concrete. The rest was imbued with artistic features that resonated with nature, creating a soothing aesthetic. When comparing the two, Longyuan far surpassed Longxi in design philosophy and construction quality, justifying its staggering price of 50 million per unit. while Longxi could only command 3 to 4 million, with the most expensive properties barely reaching 5 to 6 million. Geographically, Lanyuan offered swift access to the highway, with a mere hour's journey to the neighboring city of Tuyang. Wang Tian speculated that Zhonghai's decision to build a high-end community here was largely aimed at attracting affluent residents from Tuyang. After all, Yongxing was relatively small with few wealthy individuals, making it rare for someone to afford a $50 million home. Tuyang, however, was a different story. Having reviewed the blueprints, Wang Tian noted that although Lanyuan occupied a large area, it comprised only 12 units. Thus, selling to a mere 12 individuals would suffice. The more he pondered, the more feasible this scenario appeared. He even considered that Huaming might be eyeing Tuyang, indicating that the true battleground for both companies lay there, not in Yongxing. Does Gongning know if Huaming has a branch in Tuyang? Wang Tian inquired. Before Gongning could respond, Fat Boy interjected, isn't that a given? Huaming has long established itself as the dominant force in Yongxing and has extended its reach. Oh, I almost forgot. Huaming previously snatched a plot of land in Tuyang from Zhonghai. He continued. Do you think Zhonghai's decision to open a branch in the county is a retaliatory move against Huaming, an attempt to disrupt their stronghold? Wang Tian mused with a wry smile. That's possible, but these businessmen wouldn't act out of mere anger. There must be many hidden motives at play. Upon entering Lanyuan, Wang Tian was astonished to find that it was already completed and offered for immediate occupancy. The layout was designed as a grand garden interspersed with smaller gardens, each step revealing a new scenic view, truly a delight for the eyes. Throughout the tour, Gongning diligently provided insights, and even when Fat Boy casually pointed to a flower or a plant, she expertly explained everything. Blooming seasons, cultivation techniques, with remarkable clarity. Wang Tian and Fat Boy nodded along, listening intently like schoolchildren engrossed in a lesson. It became evident to Wang Tian why, despite her usual stuttering, Mr. Lu still employed Gongning. She was a true talent. The properties themselves were indeed luxurious, combining ancient frameworks with modern interiors, an ingenious fusion of past and present. Complete with pavilions and towers, 50 million was undoubtedly a fair price. In a bustling metropolis, such a property could easily fetch not just 50 million, but even 5 billion. Wang Tian focused on the two interconnected houses, growing increasingly fond of them. With a few modifications, these two units could transform into a quaint private garden. Tian Wang, what do you think of this place? Fat Boy asked. Gongning fell silent, her large eyes behind her glasses eagerly awaiting Wang Tian's verdict. Instead of responding directly, Wang Tian turned the question back to Fat Boy. What do you think of this property? Of course it's wonderful. It's a $5 million mansion. I never even dreamed of such a thing. Tian Wang, you've struck gold this time. Perhaps even a hidden beauty awaits you here. Fat Boy chuckled. Wang Tian kicked him lightly, choosing not to respond, and called out to Gongning. All right, we've seen enough. Let us go back and sign the contract. Chapter 65, 2 units, full payment. Upon hearing this, Gongning's mouth fell open in astonishment as she stammered, Really? Sign the contract? Perhaps overwhelmed with excitement, Gongning's stuttering intensified, yet Wang Tian remained patient, waiting for her to finish. Having experienced poverty himself, he understood the elation that surged through a sales representative upon closing a monumental deal. It was a euphoric feeling. Wang Tian nodded affirmatively. Yes, sign the contract. What's the matter? Are you unwilling? He then teased Fat Boy. Oh no, it seems she doesn't want to sell to us. Shall we look elsewhere? Gongning panicked, exclaiming, No. Fat Boy, seeing this, burst into laughter. Tian Wang, you told me not to bully Gongning. But you're far worse. You're just a hidden tease. Realizing she had been tricked, Gongning shot Wang Tian a forlorn look, prompting him to feel a pang of guilt. Without further delay, the three of them piled into the car and headed straight back to the sales office. As they passed by the Huaming company, Manager Fong and others gathered again, watching the spectacle through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Fat Boy, when did this pork shop open? The ones hanging outside look quite fresh. I wonder what the prices are like. Wang Tian called out as they walked past. One cannot judge solely by appearances, said the rotund son, readily echoing the sentiment. Nowadays, many pork products are processed to look appealing, yet they may harbor foulness within. Upon hearing this, Gongning wore a bewildered expression, and as realization dawned on her, she lowered her head, suppressing a mischievous smile. The representatives from Huaming had never been courteous to her, often resorting to mocking jibes, leaving her with a rather poor impression of them. The individuals within earshot turned pale, their faces contorting into expressions of dismay. For upon closer inspection, their attire bore a striking resemblance to the white strips of pork hanging in a butcher's shop. The sight only deepened their displeasure. A few hot-headed individuals were about to confront her, but Manager Fong intervened, stating, "We are civilized beings. Engaging in verbal sparring would be beneath our dignity. Allow me to investigate." With that, he pushed through the door. Wang Tian and Sun merely pretended not to notice him, eagerly anticipating the delight on his face as he witnessed the two signing the contract. Following Gong Ning into the Zhonghai sales office, she radiated excitement, for it was evident to any discerning mind that success was at hand. The other sales managers looked on with envy, silently acknowledging that indeed, foolish individuals often find themselves blessed with good fortune. Unbeknownst to them, Gong Ning had genuinely secured Wang Tian and Sun's business through her competence. They were thoroughly satisfied with her service and explanations. "Gong Ning, has it truly happened?" inquired Guan Rong. Seemingly well acquainted with Gong Ning, her curiosity piqued. Gong Ning nodded, prompting Guan Rong to leap with joy, exclaiming, "That is fantastic. Dinner is on me tonight." Gong Ning continued to nod in agreement, understanding that swift action was preferable to lengthy discussions, lest they invite complications. However, Guan Rong's expression soon soured as Manager Fong made his entrance. With a disdainful snort, she announced, "Gong Ning, you may continue. The little man has arrived. Watch me deal with him." Without hesitation, Guan Rong rolled up her sleeves and charged forward. Wang Tian genuinely feared that this feisty girl might confront Manager Fong, but upon glancing back, he was amused to see her confronting the imposing figure of the senior manager next door. "Why, what brings you to our establishment today? We certainly have no room for your little mistresses here," Guan Rong remarked sarcastically. Manager Fong, discerning the jab aimed at his wife due to the scandal involving his mistresses, scowled, retorting, "Guan Rong, is it unacceptable for me to simply observe as you conduct business? Is this how you treat your clients? We treat our clients with respect. But for trash, we employ the appropriate methods." Guan Rong shot back, hands on her hips, unyielding in her rebuke. "How dare you?" he sputtered. "What, are you challenging me? Our security personnel are well trained. Your ragtag crew wouldn't stand a chance against them, even if 10 of you were to band together. What? Do you wish to test your luck with this old frame of mine?" Guan Rong unleashed a barrage of insults, leaving Manager Fong's face ashen with rage, his finger poised as though ready to retaliate. Suddenly, two burly security guards approached from behind Guan Rong, resembling human bulldozers, and Manager Fong promptly lost his composure. With a dismissive flick of his sleeve, he declared, "I merely wish to view the property. Is that too much to ask?" He then circumvented Guan Rong, heading to another area. Guan Rong, determined not to let Manager Fong disrupt Gong Ning's success, was pleased that he had retreated, secretly hoping to witness the contract's finalization and his subsequent dismay. Wang Tian observed the unfolding drama, shaking his head inwardly at how brash Guan Rong was. Any man who wed her would surely face a tumultuous fate. Glancing at Sun, he was taken aback. Sun was gazing at Guan Rong with admiration, clearly smitten. Wang Tian quickly averted his gaze, having given up on understanding Sun's taste in women. Gong Ning hurried to print the contract and returned to patiently explain each clause to Wang Tian. He posed questions intermittently, and she answered with clarity, even researching legal interpretations online to assure him of her honesty. An hour flew by, and Manager Fong could no longer contain his impatience. He was no fool. The current situation hinted at imminent success. The thought of relinquishing such a lucrative deal, further benefiting Zhonghai, filled him with dread. He feared the wrath of his superiors and anticipated losing his position due to the fallout. Growing increasingly anxious, Manager Fong finally blurted out, "You two beggars are really pretending to be wealthy? What is this? Experiencing the high life? Do you truly have the means to purchase a home?" Gong Ning, incensed by his words, felt her anger rise, and Guan Rong rushed to her side. Yet Wang Tian interjected first, stating, "Full payment, on card, for 2 properties. Thank you." His words hung in the air like a spell, rendering the room silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Gong Ning, taken aback, stammered, "How many? How many properties?" All ears turned toward them, each person doubting their own senses. 2 properties? That was an astronomical sum. Wang Tian raised 2 fingers, reiterating, "Did you not hear? 2 properties." Gong Ning finally grasped the magnitude of his statement, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grain, before rushing off with her card to the finance department to complete the transaction. Chapter 66. The portly gentleman falls in love upon witnessing the situation. Manager Fong's complexion turned as pale as snow. After all, the payment had been made. Could it possibly be a ruse? Yet, despite his disbelief, he clung to the hope of uncovering the truth, unable to fathom that the other party could indeed possess the means to pay 100 million. He could not accept that he had misjudged the situation. Little did he know, he had not erred. Wang Tian had recently emerged from a life of destitution. A humble beginning devoid of any grandeur. His modest demeanor and lack of opulent attire were simply indicative of his background, making it quite reasonable for one to underestimate him. His downfall lay in his arrogance and disdain for others. Had he provided exemplary service, he might not have found himself in such a predicament. Before long, Gong Ning returned. Bowing respectfully to Wang Tian, brimming with excitement as she exclaimed, "Mr. Wang, it's done, thank you." Manager Fong sighed deeply, retreating in defeat. 100 million. He could not comprehend how this unfamiliar face could belong to an invisible tycoon. His heart was heavy with despair, yet there was nothing he could do. A person capable of producing such a sum was beyond his reach. All he desired now was a safe dismissal, allowing him to seek opportunities in another city. Observing this, Guan burst into laughter, remarking, "In all my years, this is the first time I've seen a defeated dog look so miserable." Manager Fong, drained of energy, had no will to engage in further debate with her. His mind was consumed with how to navigate the impending wrath from above. Hua Ming had devoted every effort to thwarting Zhonghai's entry into Yongxing and Tuyang, achieving success thus far. With Zhonghai's plans thwarted, they were on the verge of being ousted. And now, he had personally jeopardized that endeavor. The thought of the consequences sent shivers down his spine. Wang Tian, on the other hand, was indifferent to Manager Fong's plight. The most potent slap was the one delivered invisibly. The impact of the earlier blows seemed to yield favorable results. At that moment, the head of Zhonghai Group in Yongxing, General Manager Liu, picked up the phone, chuckling as he said, "President Qin, long time no see. I come with no ulterior motives, merely to express my gratitude. Your salesperson and manager have brought us a client who has placed an order for 2 units at Longyuan." President Qin? Why did you hang up? How rude. Yet, Wang Tian and his companions were oblivious to this exchange. After signing the contract and completing all necessary tasks, it was already afternoon. Exiting the sales office, Wang Tian cast a glance at the floor-to-ceiling windows of Hua Ming's company, only to find the usual bustle replaced with emptiness and a new security detail. Fatty Sun remarked, "I heard from Ingrong that those guys were just dismissed. Serves them right. They underestimated others." Wang Tian nodded in agreement. Indeed, they deserve it. But Hua Ming is remarkably swift in their actions. "Oh, I just remembered. What did you say earlier? Ingrong? TSK. What's wrong with that? Am I not allowed to pursue women? I think that girl is quite charming." Fatty Sun rubbed his chin and chuckled. Wang Tian shook his head. While Guan Ingrong possessed a pleasant appearance and a slightly plump figure, she was not his type. However, if Fatty Sun fancied her, so be it. Just then, the doors of Hua Ming swung open, and the very sales managers who had mocked them, along with Manager Fong, emerged from behind the scenes, now dressed in their usual attire. Upon seeing Wang Tian, their heads hung low, too ashamed to lift their gazes. 100 million was an astronomical figure for them. How could they afford to offend someone capable of such wealth? They merely wished that Wang Tian had not noticed their presence, hastily retreating. Wang Tian reveled in their discomfort. He was no saint to forgive and forget. In his eyes, those who wronged him were simply deserving of their fate. The root of the problem lay within themselves, and it was time they reformed their ways. Now that you have a house, shouldn't you consider buying a car? Your residence is a good 20 minutes from the city center, suggested Fatty Sunday. Wang Tian nodded. Then let us purchase a vehicle. Fatty, do you have any models in mind? My dream is to own a powerful Land Cruiser with a roaring engine that makes my heart race. Fatty's son exclaimed. Wang Tian retorted, "You might as well drive a tractor. With a panoramic sunroof and convertible top, you could have a girl sit in the front while enjoying a cozy blanket in the back. Get lost. What girl would want to ride in a tractor with you? Seriously, what kind of car do you plan to buy?" Fatty's son asked. Wang Tian pondered for a moment. "Let us just go take a look. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just buy a good one right away." In the end, purchasing a car was relatively straightforward. After visiting several dealerships and test driving various models, he settled on a luxurious vehicle priced at 1,700,000. Wang Tian despised anything too ostentatious. This model was spacious enough for 7 passengers, and with 2 seats removed, the trunk could accommodate a significant amount of cargo. The seats could fold down to create a makeshift bed, complete with a panoramic sunroof and 360-degree cameras, essentially everything one could desire, even if he later realized its impracticality. Most importantly, the car was available for immediate delivery. Paying the price, he drove it away, feeling an exhilarating sense of accomplishment as he transitioned from taking a taxi to cruising in a Mercedes. If only his parents were still alive to witness this triumph. He longed to show them how far he had come. The happiest of all was Fatty's son, who swayed to the music, singing along joyfully on their return journey. The next day, Wang Tian arranged for a moving company to pack and deliver his belongings to his new home. Being a prestigious client and their first transaction, Zhonghai Group was exceedingly generous. Although the paperwork was still pending, the keys were promptly provided. Wang Tian's possessions were mostly trivial items, insignificant in value, yet rich in memories, prompting him to bring them along. As for furniture, he instructed Fatty's son to sell it off cheaply. Although Wang Tian had acquired wealth, he remained grounded, spending wisely while saving where he could. After a busy day, Wang Tian finally settled into his new abode. That evening, he invited Fatty's son out to celebrate, choosing a riverside eatery and reserving a table. Shortly thereafter, Fatty's son arrived, much to Wang Tian's surprise, accompanied by a guest. To his left, the lively Guaningrong playfully bantered with Fatty's son, who merely grinned foolishly throughout the exchange. To his right, the somewhat shy Gong Ning sat quietly. "Hey, Sister Gong Ning. Long time no see." "Oh, Fatty, what is going on with you and the chubby girl?" Wang Tian waved from afar, greeting them warmly. Gong Ning nodded enthusiastically. Wang. Given our age difference, if you don't mind, you can call me Brother Tian or Brother Wang," Wang Tian replied. Well aware that Gong Ning was naturally shy, becoming animated only in her areas of expertise. The contrast between her confident self and her bashful demeanor was striking. Gong Ning hesitated for a moment before responding. "Wang. Brother. That is more like it. Stuttering isn't so bad. Just take your time and pronounce each word clearly. You'll get the hang of it," Wang Tian encouraged her, eliciting a series of nods and understanding. Turning to the blushing Fatty's son, he inquired, "By the way, how did you two end up together?" Chapter 67. Moving into a new home. Son Fatty chuckled. "Isn't this a housewarming? We should celebrate. It's more lively with more people around. I just passed by Huoming Gate and saw Ingrong and the others getting off work, so I brought them along." Guan Ingrong snorted. "Exactly, stop your lewd thoughts. We're just here to enjoy a feast courtesy of the wealthy. Though I didn't expect it would be at a street stall. I regret bringing Gong Ning along. This time, we really lost out. No grand meal, and I ended up with a Na-VE girl." Wang Tian wiped his nose, acknowledging the awkwardness of the situation. If it were just him and son Fatty, they could casually enjoy some skewers, sipping beer while enjoying the river breeze and watching the beautiful women strolling by at night. However, with two lovely ladies present, it felt rather unbefitting to indulge in such humble fare. Fortunately, Gong Ning spoke up. "I think the street stall is quite good, comfortable." Guaningrong realized she had misspoken and cleared her throat. "I was just joking. Look at you two. I enjoy street food too. I want seafood. 2 plates. Seeing this, son Fatty finally relaxed and turned to Wang Tian. Wang Tian shrugged. "The girl is nice. You better seize the opportunity." "Got it. Hee." Son Fatty immediately moved closer. Wang Tian called to Gong Ning while son Fatty circled around Guaningrong. It was evident that Guaningrong understood son Fatty's intentions. They were completely engrossed in their flirtation, oblivious to the two glaringly obvious third wheels, which made Wang Tian roll his eyes. Wang Tian sighed. "Well, it seems we two big light bulbs are being ignored. Should we take a walk to disperse the alcohol?" All right. Gong Ning nodded repeatedly. Wang Tian stood up, settled the bill, and called out to Gong Ning. However, as soon as she stood, she almost toppled over, but Wang Tian quickly caught her. I'm fine, just a little dizzy," Gong Ning stammered. Wang Tian chuckled. "If you don't mind, I can support you a bit. Let us take it slow?" "All right." Gong Ning didn't mind either. After all, holding her arm wasn't as intimate as wrapping around her neck or waist. Strolling along the riverbank, the willow trees drooped low, and a full moon hung high over the water, shrouded by a couple of thin clouds, creating a scene rich in romance. Wang Tian and Gong Ning walked slowly, and perhaps due to the effects of the alcohol, Gong Ning gradually became more talkative. Initially stuttering, she soon spoke fluidly, albeit swaying as she walked. Wang Tian supported her arm, inevitably bumping into her occasionally, and when he brushed against a soft spot, he felt a stir of emotions. Yet, Seeing Gong Ning's oversized glasses, his enthusiasm waned as they obscured half her face, making it hard to discern her true beauty. As they walked, Gong Ning began to share her past, like pouring out beans. She had grown up in the countryside, losing her father at a young age and living with her mother. Unfortunately, her grandmother was quite traditional, holding a severe preference for boys. Since Gong Ning's mother did not bear a son to carry on the family name, her grandmother had little affection for them. Despite this, Gong Ning's mother was a dutiful and filial woman who, despite her reluctance, would visit her elderly mother every festival, only to be met with ridicule. At the tender age of 3 or 5, Gong Ning, not understanding the situation, would ask her grandmother for sweets, only to be scolded and hit with a feather duster for her lack of manners. Meanwhile, her uncle's sons would demand sweets, and her grandmother would gladly give them treats, leaving Gong Ning empty-handed. It was from that time onwards that Gong Ning began to stutter. Her speech impediment made her even less likable, and life continued in this vein. Although her grandmother had since passed, the emotional scars from her childhood remained, leaving Gong Ning deeply insecure and anxious in conversations, which only exacerbated her stuttering. Hearing this, Wang Tian shook his head slightly, unable to comprehend the archaic mentality of the past. At least he personally favored daughters more. After wandering around for a while, Sun Fatty and Guaning Rong, thoroughly absorbed in their own world, finally stood up, albeit unsteadily, prompting Wang Tian and Gong Ning to exchange exasperated glances. Fortunately, Gong Ning had sobered up after their long walk, and she and Wang Tian helped the two intoxicated individuals back to Wang Tian's home. Gong Ning was more familiar with Wang Tian's house than he was, and after settling them into the guest room, she prepared to leave. Wang Tian couldn't allow Gong Ning to go home alone at such a late hour. Gong Ning, look, it's dangerous for you to head back to the city from the suburbs at this hour. Plus, look at those two in the living room. If Sun Fatty gets sick, I can handle that. But if Guaning Rong decides to throw up, what do you expect me to do? If I help her, will Fatty not come after me? Wait, will I be crushed by the two of them together? Wang Tian exclaimed, looking at Gong Ning with a pained expression. Gong Ning giggled at Wang Tian's antics and nodded, agreeing to stay. As a result, that night, Wang Tian slept soundly, snoring loudly. Completely oblivious to the two intoxicated guests, he had become one of those being cared for by Gong Ning, who tirelessly attended to them throughout the night, pouring water and covering them with blankets. Fortunately, those who needed to use the restroom could wake themselves, so no assistance was truly necessary. As dawn broke, Wang Tian awoke refreshed. Since he had taken up martial arts, he had found it easy to fall asleep and sleep soundly without dreams. Waking up feeling invigorated and in sync with the rising sun, even more punctual than a rooster. Chapter 68. The Divine Chef's Live Streaming Room. Alas, I truly cannot comprehend why so many ancient warriors were present, yet they kept a rooster. Would it not suffice to simply call out themselves? Muttering idly, he pushed open the door and stepped outside. The early morning air was invigorating, though the vastness of the residence left him somewhat disoriented. Initially intending to practice his martial arts, he found himself meandering, ultimately arriving at the side room, where he was taken aback. Wang Tian's abode was designed in the style of an ancient courtyard, devoid of walls and separated by lush greenery, bonsai, flowing streams, and rockeries. Approaching the side room, he caught sight of a woman with cascading long hair, slightly bowed, a beam of sunlight gracing her visage, rendering her skin exceptionally fair, exuding a faintly sacred aura. In her hands, she cradled a watering can, delicately tending to a potted plant with graceful, practiced movements, each gesture seemingly imbued with significance and beauty. Goodness! A vision indeed. With her flowing locks, porcelain skin, crimson lips, almond-shaped eyes, a slender waist, and long legs, an enchanting figure. I am certain we do not have such a person in our household. A lovely little thief has audaciously scaled the wall this early to flirt with our flowers. This is intolerable. Wang Tian grumbled. Driven by a sudden surge of determination, he charged forward. The woman seemed to sense his presence and turned to face him, revealing a stunning countenance, illuminated by the morning light, shrouded in an ethereal beauty. What astonished Wang Tian was that her face seemed familiar. Nevertheless, he firmly reprimanded her, saying, "Fair lady, tending to flowers this early? Which household do you hail from? Have you had breakfast?" Upon uttering these words, Wang Tian immediately regretted them, for the lady, with her serene demeanor, donned a large black-framed pair of glasses, transforming into the familiar, Na'vi figure of Gong Ning. Wang Tian was at a loss, feeling utterly embarrassed. "Ah, Brother Tian, you are up quite early. Are you hungry?" I prepared breakfast in the dining room. Gong Ning's fair face blossomed like a peach flower, a smile escaping her lips. Wang Tian, unperturbed, responded, "Of course, I'm hungry. Can you cook?" In these times, unmarried women skilled in the culinary arts are a rarity, and those who can truly cook well are akin to chefs. Gong Ning nodded eagerly, leading Wang Tian to the dining room. The dining area, adorned in an antique style, featured a large round table, upon which lay several delectable dishes, along with rice porridge and eggs. Wang Tian, easily susceptible to hunger, felt his appetite surge at the sight of the food. He approached and began to eat, the flavors perhaps not rivaling that of a master chef, but it was imbued with a profound sense of home. Before long, Sun Fatty and Guan Yingrong roused themselves, joining in the breakfast. Afterward, Wang Tian drove the three of them away, making a detour to his martial arts school, where renovations were progressing more swiftly than he had anticipated. In Lu Buer's words, it would be perfectly completed by the end of the month. Wang Tian was greatly pleased. With only a little over 10 days until month's end, he could afford to wait. Upon returning home, he quickly checked his account on the Myriad Worlds platform, as a new week had begun. He hoped to find over 10 million to spend. Click Login. Ding. Esteemed Mr. Wang Nima, due to your level being mortal, your maximum amount is limited to 10 million myriad coins. Any excess will be reclaimed by the system. Please elevate your level promptly. Thank you for your cooperation. WQNMLGB. Can the system be any more oppressive? Wang Tian cursed vehemently. Yet upon scouring the Myriad World's live streaming platform's pages, he found no avenue for complaints. Ultimately resigned to accept the predicament. Fortunately, the system still granted him 10 million myriad coins, which was sufficient for his needs. The crux lay in his strength. Without enhancing his abilities, he would remain stuck at the mortal level. To advance to the next tier, he needed to reach the realm of transformation. Contemplating this, Wang Tian flipped through the pages, noting that there were more instructors teaching martial arts for those below mortal. However, he was acutely aware that he lacked not for skills, but for proficiency. What he required now was specialization, not the haphazard absorption of various techniques. Therefore, he disregarded those options. As a result, Wang Tian's decision inadvertently led to many who tuned in to the legend of Wang Nima, only to find themselves disheartened in the restroom, having wasted their efforts in vain. Casting his phone aside, Wang Tian stepped into his courtyard, took out his myriad coins, and began to practice Tai Chi, watching as one coin turned to ash. He continued, absorbing coin after coin. After 10, he found he could no longer absorb the 11th. His body had reached saturation. He felt an explosive energy coursing through him, as though he could never exhaust it, invigorated like a wild bull, on the verge of rampaging. It appeared that, at my current strength, absorbing 10 myriad coins a day was my limit. Very well, I shall resume tomorrow. Wang Tian sighed. Securing his myriad coins, he then searched online for local suppliers, ordering a complete set of martial arts equipment. Under the influence of money, the equipment was delivered and installed the very same afternoon. After payment, Wang Tian began practicing against the wooden dummy, his energy boundless, training until the night deepened. He could distinctly sense his strength had increased significantly. At this rate, by the end of the month, he would break through to the bright strength level, reaching the realm of hidden strength. As long as he had enough myriad coins, transformation would not be far off. Gurgle. Ah, it seems that myriad coins do not satiate hunger. What a disappointment. Wang Tian muttered, heading to the kitchen to concoct something to eat. However, having been a culinary disaster since childhood, he rarely ventured into the kitchen. The result was as one might expect. Though hungry, he found it utterly inedible. Dragon Garden was peaceful, yet regrettably devoid of any restaurants, making it inconvenient to dine out. Dining out? Suddenly, Wang Tian had an epiphany, abandoning his bowl. He dashed back to his room and powered on his computer. Myriad Worlds live stream, Gourmet Paradise page. In a parallel world, Hong Kong. The renowned chef Stephen Chow was feeling rather disgruntled. As the preeminent culinary deity of this world, having triumphed over foes using his signature dish, he found himself devoid of ambition. Culinary arts? That was his innate talent. Everything he created was delectable, beyond reproach. In his realm, he reigned supreme in the culinary world, and everyone greeted him with reverence, exclaiming, "Hail, culinary deity." However, ever since he acquired the Myriad Worlds live streaming system, discontent had set in. He had presumed that, with his prowess, opening a cooking live stream on the Myriad Worlds platform would surely propel him to stardom. Chapter 69. Instant noodles, perhaps? The program nearly failed to achieve viral success. and he almost ascended due to internal heat. Firstly, the culinary live streaming landscape was oversaturated, resulting in fierce competition. Secondly, the majority of viewers tuning into the Myriad Realms live stream were seeking to enhance their capabilities and pursue immortality, who would linger to watch culinary content merely to gratify their palates. Even if such individuals existed, their numbers were scant. Reflecting on this, Stephen Chow cast a sidelong glance at the 24 or so viewers in the room and couldn't help but sigh once more. He listlessly prepared sweet and sour fish. His ears perked to eavesdrop on the surrounding conversations. The more he heard, the more exasperated he became. Have you heard? A certain Wang Nima emerged in the martial arts section, and he's incredibly generous. He immediately spent 1 million, then 3 million. Last time, he directly pledged 8 million in Bruce Lee's room. Utterly savage. Indeed. I've heard that many people are investing heavily to alter their live stream content and venture into martial arts. Everyone is vying for Wang Nima's favor. Who wouldn't want to give it a shot? Once Wang Nima is lured in, the minimum reward is 1 million. What does 1 million signify? It directly recoups the principal with interest. Even if they revert to their original content, it's still a massive profit. You must understand, how many streamers can earn 1 million? Wang Nima is everywhere. Is that fellow truly so miraculous? If he's so divine, why hasn't he visited my room? At least the dishes I prepare are top-notch. Stephen Chow muttered. Indeed, Wang Nima was the source of his frustration. He had encountered several nouveau riche individuals from neighboring rooms. Yang Luchan, the newcomer, was so impoverished that he could barely afford underwear. Yet, thanks to Wang Nima's lavish spending, he underwent a complete transformation overnight. It was rumored that he shattered his bottleneck and ascended to a higher-level livestream room. Although Bruce Lee possessed some capital, purchasing a loudspeaker nearly bankrupted him. However, after Wang Nima's 8 million donation, he vanished as well. Many speculated that he had returned to breakthrough and prepared to ascend to a higher-level livestream room. Furthermore, Lei Feng's strength was originally unremarkable, but with 1 million Myriad Realms coins invested, her martial arts prowess continuously advanced. Zack was so thoroughly defeated that he no longer ventured outside, observing how these previously unremarkable individuals were now rising to prominence. Stephen Chow couldn't help but lament once more. God, grant me some favor. Allow Wang Nima to descend upon me once. I'm willing to offer him all my recipes. I also desire to level up. The paramount magnate of the mortal realm, Wang Nima, has arrived at the livestream. The sudden system notification startled everyone present. After recollecting themselves, What in the world? Oh my God, Wang Nima. It's actually Wang Nima. The conspicuous red lettering floating overhead was too eye-catching. Could the system notification be false? Upon witnessing this, Stephen Chow was immediately dumbfounded. After rubbing his eyes, he directly prostrated himself. Thank you, God. Moi, I love you. After speaking, he hastily rose to his feet and retrieved the sweet and sour fish from the pot, discarding it. How could he allow Wang Nima to see such a casually prepared dish? The dishes for the Tycoons must be exquisite. Exquisite dishes prepared with utmost effort. At this moment, Wang Tian arrived. Re-entering the live stream in this immersive mode, Wang Tian still felt an unparalleled sense of novelty. It was akin to traversing through time. The only annoyance was that he couldn't move freely and could only glance around from his seat. Surveying the room, he noticed only 20 or so people. Wang Tian immediately felt displeased. With so few individuals, who would assist him in defraying the remaining 500,000? If no one shared the burden, would he have to bear it himself? Although he had acquired wealth, it wasn't meant to be squandered in this manner. Greetings, everyone. Wang Tian noticed that everyone was staring intently at him, and he felt somewhat uneasy. He waved in acknowledgement. Wang Nima, I'm your fan. Halt. I accept the first half of that statement, but the latter half is unnecessary. Wang Tian had heard it too many times. I'm your fan. Please open a treasure chest. These weren't fans. They were ancestors. Upon meeting him, they demanded 1.5 million to blast open a treasure chest, treating Wang Tian as an ATM. The other party blushed with embarrassment and swallowed the remaining words, chuckling sheepishly without uttering a sound. Stephen Chow on the stage proclaimed, Mr. Wang Nima, welcome to the God of Cookery's livestream. Wang Tian returned the courtesy. Mr. Chow, you're too kind. What were you doing? Weren't you preparing a dish? I happen to be craving a late-night snack, so? Mr. Wang Nima, just name it. What would you like to eat? Anything that flies in the sky, runs on the ground, or swims in the water. As long as you desire it, I can prepare it for you. Stephen immediately exclaimed. Wang Tian hadn't anticipated Stephen Chow's enthusiasm, which made him feel somewhat awkward. He scratched his head and said, "Anything is possible?" "Anything is possible," Stephen Chow affirmed. "First, a bowl of instant noodles," Wang Tian immediately stated. Stephen Chow immediately exclaimed, "All right. Nud, wait a moment, Mr. Wang Nima, what would you like to eat?" "Instant noodles, is there a problem?" Wang Tian inquired. Stephen Chow was immediately moved to tears. "Big brother, could you show me some consideration? I am the god of cookery." "Stephen Chow, you came here just to eat instant noodles? Would you like to specify a brand as well? Unified, is that acceptable?" Wang Tian was genuinely famished. He had sparred for an entire afternoon and half the evening. He wasn't seeking exceptional taste at this point, just something to consume and satiate his hunger. Bang! The pot in front of Stephen Chow nearly shattered. He roared, "Of course not. I am the god of cookery. If you're going to eat, you must eat the best. How can you eat something like instant noodles?" Wang Tian was startled and grimaced. He realized that requesting instant noodles from a god of cookery was indeed somewhat insulting. He hastily said, "Don't be agitated. That's not what I meant. I'm just saying. I'm starving. I don't care what you make. Just make it quickly, delicious, and there will be rewards." Upon hearing these words, the clanging of utensils resounded incessantly. Stephen Chow didn't respond, his hands moving swiftly, various ingredients rapidly appearing on the table. Simultaneously, he declared, "Being hungry is not a problem. It's just about eating, right? This is simple." Subsequently, a row of ingredients was displayed on the table, including rehydrated sea cucumber, cooked chicken breast, cooked ham, pork, rehydrated dried scallops, battered river shrimp, half of a cooked duck gizzard, rehydrated winter mushrooms, bamboo shoots, green peas, and a series of seasonings. Tap! As the eggs collided in midair. The moment the egg white and yolk landed, Stephen Chow picked up a bowl and shook it. The original mass of egg yolk seemed to emit a pop sound, as if the skin of a soup dumpling had been punctured. With a poof, it dispersed and blended into the egg white. In Chapter 70, the remarkable efficacy of Wang Nima is showcased. Stephen Chow swiftly flicked his wrist, effortlessly blending the egg yolks and whites into a golden-hued mixture that stirred Wang Tian's appetite greatly. Were it not for the system's regulations prohibiting him from wandering, Wang Tian would have indulged in a raw egg to whet his appetite. Stephen Chow worked with remarkable speed as he finished preparing the eggs. His other hand was already tossing ingredients onto the chopping board. The knife danced in his grip, slicing the rehydrated sea cucumber, cooked chicken breast, ham, and pork into small cubes in an instant. As the diced ingredients fell, he cracked the eggs, heated oil in the pan, and tossed in shrimp, cooking them to perfection before draining the oil. Next, he added the sea cucumber, chicken, ham, shiitake mushrooms, bamboo shoots, dried scallops, duck gizzards, and pork, stir-frying them with Shaoxing wine, fine salt, and chicken broth until it boiled, serving it as a sumptuous topping. With fluidity and grace, he completed the dish. The tantalizing aroma wafted toward Wang Tian, causing his mouth to water. He swore that none of the meals he had tasted at the grand hotels could compare to this exquisite flavor. It was utterly captivating, almost irresistible. A loud slurping sound broke the air, and Wang Tian turned to see several diners nearly drooling. One man, impressively, managed to suppress his urge to savor the dish. This sight revolted Wang Tian, and he refrained from looking around, focusing intently on the food as his stomach growled more insistently. "Hurry up, Brother Zhou. This dish is too aromatic. If you don't serve me soon, I fear I might perish from hunger," he exclaimed. Hearing this, Stephen Chow gave an approving okay gesture but remained silent. Wang Tian nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging the professionalism in the chef's demeanor, who seemed to prioritize hygiene as a culinary master. Stephen Chow added more lard to the pan, heating it to a moderate temperature before pouring in the egg mixture, scrambling it, then incorporating rice and half of the toppings, continuing to stir. The tossing was mesmerizing, resembling a graceful butterfly in flight, as if the heavy wok were as light as a sheet of paper. After serving 2/3 of the rice into a small bowl, he combined the remaining toppings, shrimp, green peas, and chopped scallions in the wok, mixing them thoroughly before covering it with the rice, resulting in a perfect dish. Wang Tian realized that this culinary wizard was preparing egg fried rice for him. He had initially expected a grand feast, but the aroma was so enticing that he could no longer think of anything else. Stephen Chow chuckled and presented a bowl of soup, saying, "Mr. Wang Nima, this soup was made earlier and requires more time to prepare fresh, so please make do with this." Wang Tian quickly interrupted, "Enough talk. Just give it to me. I'm starving." Stephen Chow promptly placed the egg fried rice and soup before him. Wang Tian then discovered the wonders of this live streaming environment. Initially, he had watched from a computer screen, but now he could partake in the culinary delights of a master chef in real time. It was simply extraordinary. Shaking his head to dispel distractions, he focused on eating, truly famished. Upon looking down, his eyes widened with delight. The rice grains were plump, lustrous, and translucent, resembling elongated pearls. Most importantly, each grain was evenly coated with egg, combining the fragrances of egg, rice, and the medley of toppings into a harmonious blend, utterly delightful. Unable to resist, Wang Tian swallowed a few times before tasting, and then he could no longer contain himself. Within mere seconds, he devoured an entire bowl of rice, nearly choking in the process, but a sip of warm soup rescued him. The soup, a gentle rib and winter melon concoction, was soothing and aromatic. Then, Wang Tian entered a frenzy, consuming the food faster than one would drink beer. For the first time, he felt the urge to lick the plate clean. However, he restrained himself, conscious of the 20 onlookers. He glanced around and was taken aback. The once empty live streaming room was now packed with eager spectators, a sea of faces, all gazing at him at a precise 45-degree angle, as if witnessing a grand parade. Being scrutinized by tens of thousands while eating was an indescribable experience. Fortunately, Wang Tian had thick skin. After greeting the audience, he quickly made his exit. The moment he left, the atmosphere erupted. Yet, it was not the viewers who reacted first, but rather Stephen Zhou. After eagerly awaiting Wang Nima's arrival, he was astounded to see this unexpected crowd. Stephen Zhou, filled with indignation, pointed at the audience, ready to unleash his fury. But the crowd exploded with excitement. The richest person in the world just ate his egg-fried rice. They exclaimed. Not only did he eat it, but he relished it. Could it really be that delicious? They wondered. This egg-fried rice must possess some extraordinary quality. What is the chef's name? Stephen Zhou? Never heard of him. Many in the crowd were new to the platform, unaware of one another. Yet, the audacity to use the title of food god was impressive. Did he not fear tarnishing his reputation? Seeing Wang Nima's arrival, people began to clamor. Hey, Boss Zhou, can we have a portion too? The crowd snapped back to reality, realizing that tasting the dish would reveal its secrets. Stephen Zhou's words were drowned out by the enthusiastic cries of the audience. The sheer power of 10,000 voices was overwhelming. He believed that if the food was delicious, these fans would become his loyal followers. To advance to the next level of the live streaming platform required 3 elements: the currency of the multiverse, one's culinary skills, and the faith of fans. Missing any one of these would hinder progress. The prospect of gaining 100,000 devoted followers in one go was exhilarating for Stephen Zhou, akin to a significant milestone achieved in a long journey. Thus, he refrained from cursing and hurried back to cooking. After a flurry of activity, Stephen Zhou's dishes captivated every person present, resulting in an explosive increase in his fan count to an astonishing 100,000. Chapter 71. Wang Nima has returned. Stephen Zhou was overjoyed. He momentarily forgot about the lack of rewards from Wang Tian. His mind was solely focused on one thought: how impressive Wang Nima was. Despite not giving any rewards, he still drew such a large crowd. What admiration! At that moment, Wang Tian, who had just rushed out, suddenly remembered that he hadn't given any rewards this time. Such an omission was uncharacteristic of him. What if he lost his fans' faith? That would be a significant loss. Wang Tian hurriedly checked his fan faith status and was taken aback. His fan faith level had astonishingly surged to 350,000. What on earth happened? Just a few days ago, it was only 120,000. How did it increase so dramatically? Wang Tian was genuinely astonished. Although he was uncertain of the utility of fan faith, it was clear that this was not a trivial system feature. It must hold significance, and the more, the better. Upon clicking to view the details, Wang Tian was utterly dumbfounded. Congratulations. Lei Fong has become your fan. Congratulations. Lei Fong has accumulated 1 million fan points, and you have earned a 10% commission, totaling 100,000 fan points. Congratulations. Yang Luchen has become your fan. Congratulations. Yang Luchen has accumulated 1 million fan points, and you have earned a 10% commission, totaling 100,000 fan points. Congratulations. Bruce Lee has become your fan. Congratulations. Bruce Lee has accumulated 1 million fan points, and you have earned a 10% commission, totaling 100,000 fan points. Congratulations. Stephen Zhou has become your fan. Congratulations. Stephen Zhou has accumulated 130,000 fan points, and you have earned a 10% commission, totaling 13,000 fan points. Below, There were numerous smaller fan records, all of which were garnered from Wang Tian's ostentatious displays, contributing to a total of 37,000 fan points. Altogether, it amounted to exactly 350,000 fan points. Wang Tian smacked his lips, exclaiming, "This is unbelievable. All the people I rewarded are experiencing a fan surge, but why do I only have this little? Could it be that even as a super rich person, I am less likable than those streamers?" What Wang Tian did not realize was that although he was indeed a super rich individual, his appearances were limited. While he rewarded generously to the audience, it appeared that the streamers were exceptional, and thus the rich would reward them. The more the wealthy rewarded, the greater the admiration for the streamer, while the wealthy became somewhat subordinate. After all, the benefits the audience received from Wang Tian were quite limited, as 99.9% of people received merely one universal coin from treasure chests. Under such circumstances, how could they possibly hold Wang Tian in reverence? In contrast, streamers were direct beneficiaries. They understood that their success was a result of Wang Tian's generosity, thus their faith and admiration for him were absolute, even bordering on reverence. This encapsulates the distinction between the audience and the streamers. Well, regardless of the circumstances, I have received tangible benefits, so I shall not dwell on that. However, with a cap at 1 million, I must strive to accumulate 1 million fan points swiftly. At that time, I should discover the utility of fan points. Having concluded this thought, Wang Tian re-entered the live streaming platform, realizing that acquiring fan points from streamers was undoubtedly much easier than from the audience. He needed to rectify the absence of rewards for Stephen Zhou. As the foremost wealthy individual, failing to reward would tarnish his reputation. He was counting on this to have the streamers bow before him. Upon this realization, Wang Tian vanished. The exhilaration on Stephen Zhou's end eventually subsided. After a meal, tens of thousands of fans offered various compliments, and a few made small rewards, but collectively, it amounted to only a few hundred universal coins, insufficient to cover even his ingredient costs. This made him reminisce about Wang Nima's rewards, and he finally grasped why the system assisted in duplicating dishes for the audience. It was a means to extract money. Oh, how wonderful it would be if that 1 million arrived. Then I wouldn't have to incur losses. They say being a streamer is glorious. Who truly understands the struggles of a streamer? It's a tough life. Stephen Zhou sighed quietly. At that moment, the wealthiest individual on earth, Wang Nima, made his grand entrance into the live streaming room. "Welcome, everyone." Huh. Stephen Zhou was astonished, his eyes wide in disbelief. Wang Nima had returned. What was happening? Having rushed out earlier, he recalled that the fried rice had an excellent flavor. "I mentioned that good things must be rewarded," Wang Tian declared, proceeding to offer a substantial reward. When the 1 million universal coins were rewarded, Stephen Zhou was nearly in tears. Finally, he was liberated from poverty. He had struck it rich. Hope was on the horizon. Wang Tian scratched his head, remarking, "Stephen Zhou, your culinary skills are indeed commendable, but I simply do not have the time to dine frequently." "Mr. Wang Nima, this is my culinary diary I have compiled over the years, filled with my insights and experiences, a gift for you." Stephen Zhou promptly produced a thick diary and presented it to Wang Tian. Wang Tian was instantly elated, thinking to himself, "What a good person, on the right path." Wang Tian nodded with satisfaction, stating, "Thank you very much." "Not at all, Mr. Wang Nima. Feel free to drop by any time." Stephen Zhou smiled. Wang Tian grinned, nodding certainly. "When I have the time." With that, Wang Tian exited, contemplating, "Visiting often? Not likely. 1 million per visit? Does he think I'm made of money?" Upon opening the culinary diary of the culinary master Stephen Zhou and clicking to use it, Wang Tian's mind was suddenly flooded with an abundance of culinary knowledge, experiences, and insights encompassing various Eastern and Western cuisines. However, Stephen Zhou had a particular fondness for Eastern cuisine, especially the intricate methods of Chinese cooking. Therefore, the recipes for Chinese dishes were particularly extensive, with an array of flavors available. "Now this is splendid. In the future, I can prepare whatever I desire. Economical, flavorful, how delightful." Wang Tian chuckled contentedly, taking a brief tour of the kitchen before returning, somewhat dejected. Since he had recently moved in, his pantry was already depleted. A skilled cook cannot create culinary wonders without ingredients, so he had no choice but to forego cooking. Fortunately, Stephen Zhou's generous bowl of fried rice was quite substantial. He felt nearly full and was no longer hungry. The next day, at the break of dawn, Wang Tian's first order of business was martial arts practice. After absorbing 10 universal coins, he glanced at the universal live streaming platform, finding nothing of interest or utility, and drove to the nearby village. Having absorbed Stephen Zhou's culinary experiences, Wang Tian, while not yet reaching Stephen Zhou's level, had certainly attained a substantial degree of proficiency. With such skills, he could undoubtedly be counted among the top chefs in today's world. Likewise, he began to develop a discerning palate, becoming increasingly critical of the dishes he encountered. Cooking involves not only techniques and experience, but also the quality of ingredients. Greenhouse vegetables simply would not suffice. Freshness was paramount. Only organic, pollution-free ingredients would do. Wild ingredients would be even better, while carefully cultivated green produce would be ideal. Chapter 72. Too many girls, too afraid to pursue Yongxing, is merely a county-level city, making it nearly impossible to procure the finest, meticulously cared-for ingredients. However, acquiring fresh, organic produce and wild vegetables is relatively easy. A stroll through the nearby villages yielded a bountiful harvest. The meat was sourced from locally raised pigs, slaughtered by the farmers themselves. Expertly butchered by Wang Tian, succulent and glistening with rich fat, undeniably a prime cut. Alongside, he purchased a basket of free-range eggs, 2 native chickens, and 2 ducks. Fortuitously, he managed to buy 2 hefty carp weighing 3 pounds each from a fisherman's home. Although such fish are typically abundant, they are often pre-ordered. But today luck favored Wang Tian. After a flurry of activity, he returned home just as the clock struck noon. However, as soon as he placed his treasures down and prepared to showcase his culinary skills, his phone rang. To his astonishment, it was Lu Bu-er. Wang Tian was puzzled. Lu Bu-er rarely called him. Could there have been an incident at the martial arts school? Hello. Before Wang Tian could utter another word, the voice on the other end shouted, Tian Wang, hurry to your martial arts school. I can't hold it any longer. If you don't come soon, it'll be demolished. Lu Bu-er exclaimed urgently. Upon hearing this, Wang Tian felt a surge of panic, discarding the phone and racing off in his car. Fatty, where are you? He inquired as he dialed Son Fatty. Ah, Tian Wang, you must come quickly. It's about to explode. Oh no, don't crowd. Who stepped on my foot? Son Fatty shouted amidst the chaos. Wang Tian realized that Son Fatty had also arrived at the school. Damn it. Who dares to lay hands on my martial arts school? No matter who you are, if you touch my establishment, I shall make you pay. Wang Tian thought indignantly. Pressing down on the accelerator, after parking nearby, he dashed to the entrance of the school, only to be taken aback. A throng of people had gathered, all clamoring loudly. Inside, Son Fatty stood atop a stool, attempting to quell the uproar. Everyone, quiet down, let me speak. We want to see Wang Tian. Who conducts business like this? Came the shouts from the crowd. Exactly. We want to see Wang Tian. Wang Tian sensed something was amiss. This hardly seemed like an attempt to disrupt the place. Discreetly tossing aside the brick he had been holding, he donned sunglasses and joined the fray, shouting, We want to see Wang Tian. He maneuvered through the crowd, seizing the opportunity to ascend to the second floor. On the second floor, Lu Bu-er was pacing, drenched in sweat. Upon noticing Wang Tian's arrival, he quickly said, Tian Wang, you're here. Things are a bit troublesome. What is going on? Wang Tian asked, puzzled. Some mischievous child from the neighboring establishment hung their opening banner on your school's door. As a result, a swarm of people showed up today to register. These are your potential students. I can't just turn them away. I tried explaining, but they wouldn't listen. Lu Bu-er sighed, a look of despair on his face. Wang Tian was at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that the renovations at his school would attract such a crowd. Yet, he realized this could be a stroke of good fortune. All right, I understand the situation. I'll handle it. Bring me paper and a pen. If they wish to register, let them, he declared boldly. Lu Bu-er quickly fetched the materials, and Wang Tian descended the stairs. Everyone, please be quiet. I am Wang Tian. He removed his sunglasses, pulled Son Fatty down from the stool, and climbed onto the table to address the crowd. Upon seeing the main figure present, the crowd quieted down. Wang Tian continued, There is no need for shouting. I am aware of the situation. Though it is a misunderstanding, I sincerely appreciate everyone's enthusiasm. Since you've all come, I won't let your visit be in vain. I will allow everyone to register. However, I must clarify that my martial arts school does not accept just anyone for a fee. My goal is to promote traditional Chinese martial arts. I am not merely aiming for local competitions, but for international recognition. Therefore, I seek only the most dedicated students. If you are aged between 10 and 20 and willing to endure hardship, please register. If you simply want to get fit without the will to endure, I kindly ask you to visit the Shaoxiang Martial Arts School's Yongxing branch. Thank you. At these words, The crowd was momentarily taken aback before erupting with excitement. Despite living in a harmonious society, martial arts are being promoted from the central government down to the local level, sparking a desire among many to learn genuine skills. Who wishes to continue practicing flashy but impractical techniques? Wang Tian's declaration positioned him as a proponent of practical martial arts, with aspirations aimed at the global stage, while simultaneously casting the Shaoxiang Martial Arts School's Yongxing branch in a less favorable light, branding it as a place for mere fitness. Yet, no one could refute his credibility. The achievements of his school spoke for themselves. No one would truly send their children to a school run by a pretty female director, only to have them emerge as little rascals. Of course, some parents hesitated at the thought of their children enduring hardship and thus withdrew. Wang Tian, seizing the moment, called out, "Son Fatty, organize some order. Everyone, please form a line and no cutting. We shall begin registration now." Wang Tian leapt down from the table, while Lu Bu swiftly wiped it clean and took a seat, ready to document the registrations. Son Fatty effectively instilled order, and the registration process soon became orderly. However, the good times were short-lived as news of the recruitment at Tian Wang's school spread across social media. Suddenly, a wave of excited fans surged toward the entrance. "Wow, it's really Wang Tian. So handsome." "Yes, Wang Tian, we're your fans. Please, a signature." "Wang Tian, do you think I could train in martial arts?" "Wang Tian, may I register too?" Just as Wang Tian was managing the queue, a throng of female admirers enveloped him, blocking the entrance entirely. As a seasoned veteran in life, Wang Tian found himself flustered amidst the attention, caught between a lovely arm on one side and a charming bosom on the other. He had a fondness for women, especially beautiful ones, yet he could never bring himself to engage in any inappropriate behavior. Simply put, he was bashful. At that moment, just as Wang Tian felt utterly embarrassed, a robust arm pushed through the crowd, clearing a path. It was Son Fatty. With a righteous demeanor, he proclaimed, "Everyone, step back. Please, don't crowd at the front. It's not good for anyone." His words were delivered with feigned authority, yet the mischievous glint in his eyes betrayed his true intentions. Soon, he was being pelted by a barrage of handbags, retreating in disarray. Wang Tian even witnessed a tall girl remove her high heels, nearly causing one to impale Son Fatty. Wang Tian shook his head, bemused. Indeed, women are formidable beings. Although there were plenty of them, he was far too intimidated to pursue any, especially those who might wish to train in martial arts. They were better suited for dance. Regaining his composure, Wang Tian declared, "Everyone, listen up. Registering is straightforward, and my requirements are simple. First, you must report to the school by 5 in the morning for a 1-hour morning run, and you must not fall behind. Second, Chapter 73, Reunion with the elder Wang Tian had exerted himself to the utmost, yet as he spoke halfway, the crowd that had been queuing began to disperse. He hastily signed autographs for the enthusiastic young women and sent them on their way. Exhausted, Wang Tian collapsed onto the bench. Dealing with these women was far more taxing than battling 100 robust men. "Hey, sign me up." At that moment, a hand slammed down on the table before him. The hand was fair and delicate, imbued with a rosy hue, reminiscent of warm jade. It was the first time Wang Tian had ever encountered such a beautiful hand. Looking up, he saw a short-haired beauty with large eyes gazing at him with a serious expression. Wang Tian raised his hands in exasperation. "Are you certain you wish to learn martial arts?" "No." The girl coolly rejected. "Then why do you want to join?" Wang Tian inquired. "My grandfather wishes to learn martial arts, and I am here to enroll him. You saw how those women were like wolves. If my grandfather came alone, he would surely be taken advantage of." The girl replied earnestly. Wang Tian felt his head swim. Who would take advantage of whom? What kind of reasoning was this? "Why roll your eyes? My grandfather will not be taken advantage of by anyone. In any case, I must enroll him." The girl insisted. "You did not hear my requirements clearly, did you? The age limit is between 10 and 20. Frankly, I originally intended it to be from 15 to 20. Lowering it by 5 years is already quite accommodating. And you bring me your grandfather? If he were within that age range, I would have no objections. But he is not, so please take your leave." "Why not? Aren't you running a martial arts school for profit? I have plenty of money." With that, the girl slammed her palm down on the table once more. Wang Tian's brow furrowed immediately. He indeed appreciated beautiful women, as they brought him comfort. But that did not mean he would indulge them like a fool, especially when it came to his martial arts school. This path of martial arts was his, and he would not allow anyone to tarnish it. Bang! Wang Tian slammed his palm down on the table as well, leaving a large imprint on the metallic surface. The table reverberated with a loud crash, startling the girl into momentary fear. Upon seeing the handprint, her heart skipped a beat. Although it was a stainless steel table and not pure iron, such force was not something everyone could muster. This was the mark of a true master. Suddenly, she fell silent. Seeing that he had subdued the girl before him, Wang Tian spoke. I do not care who you are, nor do I concern myself with why others open martial arts schools. I do not operate mine for profit. Did I not make that clear earlier? My ambition is to reach the pinnacle of the martial world, not to remain confined to this small patch of land. My disciples must be elite, capable of standing as masters in their own right. This is my belief, my pursuit. This is the first and last time. If you attempt to measure my martial art with money again, do not blame me for ejecting you. You dare. The girl was incensed. Throughout her life, who had not pampered her, who dared to shout at her in such a manner? Try me. Wang Tian met her gaze without flinching. The girl widened her almond-shaped eyes. The words she had intended to utter caught in her throat, leaving her stunned. She felt a sense of foreboding. This boy was a rogue. If she truly spoke out, he would undoubtedly throw her out. Young man, do not be agitated, do not be agitated. Do you not recognize me? Just then, a familiar voice resonated. Wang Tian turned at the sound to see an elderly man with an impressive demeanor approaching with a smile. Wang Tian felt a twinge of guilt. Wasn't this the elder he had encountered twice in the park? Had he come to pursue him for some grievance after nearly tossing him out last time? Surely, he need not be so diligent. I recognize you. How has your health been lately? No ailments, I hope? Wang Tian replied awkwardly. A dog cannot spit out ivory. The girl interjected, unable to restrain herself. Just as Wang Tian was about to retort, he came to his senses and addressed the elder. Old sir, is this your granddaughter? I cannot tell at all. Blind. Are you? The girl shot back immediately. Wang Tian quickly replied. You appear so kind and amiable. How could you have such a headstrong and fierce granddaughter? Surely, the genes must have gone awry. You, who die? How have I taught you? When out in public, one must show courtesy. Have you forgotten? The elder suddenly scolded, silencing the girl. She lowered her head, her delicate nose wrinkled in displeasure, casting a fierce glare at Wang Tian, as if ready to pounce at any moment. Since the elder had reprimanded her, Wang Tian chose not to continue the quarrel. He smiled at the elder. Old sir, do you wish to learn martial arts? Indeed. Is that a problem? The elder inquired. Wang Tian shook his head. At your age, it is quite challenging to achieve any significant accomplishments in martial arts. The elder chuckled. I am fully aware that at my age, I may not attain any remarkable achievements, but I simply wish to practice. I have loved martial arts since childhood, traversing the length and breadth of Huaxia, yet I have encountered few with genuine skill. The occasional masters I met were in the mountains, moving like the wind, and I could never keep up. Today, having finally found a young friend with true talent, I cannot allow this opportunity to pass me by. Wang Tian sighed, still wanting to refuse. But as he gazed into the elder's steadfast eyes filled with an almost childlike yearning, he relented. He understood that pursuing martial arts was likely this elder's lifelong dream. Much like Wang Tian himself, who aspired to reach the pinnacle of martial arts to explore whether the path led to transcending the void or even immortality. This was his life's ambition, his fervent desire. No one could hinder his progress. Both individuals shared an intrinsic longing for martial arts, and Wang Tian's heart softened. The elder continued, before I arrived, I made a point to investigate your martial arts school. You have yet to complete the necessary paperwork, correct? I expedited the process for you, and I brought the documents along. With that, the elder retrieved a leather pouch from his bag and handed it to Wang Tian. Upon opening it, Wang Tian discovered that indeed, all the paperwork to establish the martial arts school was enclosed. Hu Dai interjected, my grandfather searched the entirety of Yongxing to find you. When he saw you striking down the islanders online, he was thrilled for days. All of this paperwork was expedited through his connections. He is 65 this year, with no hobbies other than his love for martial arts. At this, Hu Dai fell silent, intimidated by the elder's cold glare. The elder continued, my surname is Hu, full name Huwanda, and I am also a native of Yongxing. Yongxing is renowned as a land of martial arts. In my youth, there were several martial arts masters. However, when the war broke out, we all enlisted. Alas, many events transpired since then, and I was preoccupied with survival. Only when I finally realized I could set aside my struggles to pursue my dreams did I find that I had grown old. Young Wang, I know you possess genuine skills, and I can sense the fervor in your heart. I do not yearn for any accomplishments in martial arts. I merely wish to witness how Huaxia's martial arts can stand tall in the world through your hands. If I can behold such a scene, I shall leave this world without regret. Chapter 74. The worthy is masters beside him. Sun the Fatty remarked, Heavenly King, to speak candidly, before you triumphed over Bei Chuanxiu. I had little faith in the martial arts of Huaxia, always perceiving it as mere ornamental display, lacking practical efficacy. You are aware, of course, that while Huaxia promotes its martial arts, the truly popular practices here tend to be those from abroad. National martial arts have been nearly suffocated. Much like the Shaoxiang Martial Arts School, which, despite its illustrious heritage, teaches karate, taekwondo, judo, and boxing instead of genuine Huaxia techniques. To be honest, as a Huaxia person, it fills me with shame every time I witness foreign instructors berating our youth. Hu Wandao added, indeed. How many heroes did Huaxia possess when the Japanese invaded? The 29th Army's Dagger Squad under Song Zhiyuan struck terror into the hearts of invaders at Zaifengkou. What a sight of valor that was! And what of Master Hui Yuanjia and his contemporaries? Each one left foreign foes weeping. Alas, as time has passed and cultural invasion has taken its toll, the martial arts of Huaxia have waned. I have visited many masters. They are either too aged to return to the arena or have lost their fervor. With Huaxia's experts retreating and foreign practitioners unwilling to engage, the world remains ignorant of our martial heritage, often conflating martial arts with mere physical prowess. Today, Huaxia's martial arts struggle to step beyond its borders and are neglected at home, which is truly disheartening. Wang Xiaoyu, you possess skill and passion, which is why I hold hope for you. I seek not to learn much, but simply to witness firsthand how a master of martial arts emerges from Huaxia. Upon hearing this, Wang Tian fell silent. In his previous martial pursuits, he had not contemplated these matters deeply. His earlier proclamations of serving the nation and its people had merely been a fade to bolster his image. His true desire was to break through, not to promote national arts, but to pursue the pinnacle of martial discipline, seeking more opponents and opportunities for practical combat. True martial prowess can only be honed through real experience. Mere theoretical practice is utterly insufficient. However, after listening to Hu Wandao's heartfelt words, the blood that had simmered within Wang Tian surged forth, igniting a new sense of responsibility alongside his pursuit of martial excellence. Wang Tian, with the Multiverse live streaming platform at his disposal, felt an unwavering confidence to vanquish all adversaries. Yet, he humbly replied to Hu Wandao, Aren't you afraid of misjudging me? I might merely be an impulsive and unreliable rascal. You know yourself well, Hu Dai muttered, only to be met with a fierce glare from Hu Wandao, prompting her to turn away in discontent. Hu Wandao continued, I have traveled extensively and encountered countless individuals. While I cannot claim to assess character with absolute certainty, I possess a fair degree of insight. Though you may appear carefree, there lies within you a profound pride. Whenever martial matters arise, your eyes gleam with unparalleled confidence. It is an expression that betrays no doubt of your own victory. Regarding Bei Chuanxiu, I have observed your actions. While there may be accusations of opportunistic promotion, you could have waited for Xiaoye to lose before intervening, thus tarnishing the Shaoxiang Martial Arts School's reputation. You would have gained fame and eliminated a rival. A true double victory. Yet, you chose to save the school. I boldly speculate that you do not wish to see our domestic schools defeated by a foreigner, especially when you are endeavoring to restore honor to Huaxia's martial arts. Your pride, your vigor, and your passion ignite a fire within me. I trust my judgment. I do not mistake you for a petty individual. Rather, you possess the potential to become a master. Wang Tian bowed again. Old sir, you flatter me. Your words render me speechless. Since you seek not to engage in martial pursuits, but merely to witness, then please stay. You are no ordinary person, and I shall not stand on ceremony. I humbly request your assistance with some trivial matters at my school. Are you using my grandfather as a shield for public relations? Hu Dai interjected with discontent. Hu Wandao laughed heartily. Hu Dai, that is not how it is. In my old age, I still wish to contribute to Huaxia's martial arts. It brings me joy. Haha. Wang, please, no more Wang Xiaoyu. Just call me Xiaotian. You are nearly old enough to be my grandfather, Wang Tian said with a wry smile. Hu Wandao's expression suddenly turned serious. That is not how it should be, in the realm of martial arts. The worthy are to be regarded as masters. Since I have joined your Heavenly King Martial Arts School, you shall be my master, and I shall adhere to the proper etiquette. Henceforth, I shall call you Master Wang. Wang Tian considered this and recognized the truth in it. There were indeed matters he did not fully comprehend. With Hu Wandao's wisdom as a guiding presence, he felt considerably more secure. He did not hesitate to accept, though a hint of trepidation lingered in his heart. His earlier decision not to obliterate the Shaoxiang Martial Arts School's Yongxing branch was not, as Hu Wandao suggested. It had been for Shaoqing's sake. Otherwise, Wang Tian would not have hesitated to send Xiaoya's school back to Changsha. With Hu Wandao's concerns resolved, both he and Wang Tian felt elated. Having an elder at home is akin to possessing a treasure. Moreover, Hu Wandao was evidently no ordinary individual. Such a person is indeed a gem among gems. Yet, glancing at Hu Dai, Wang Tian internally mused, what a pity that a treasure is accompanied by a pest. Heavenly King, I believe we ought to celebrate Hu Lao's joining our Heavenly King martial arts school. Where shall we dine tonight? Sun the Fatty inquired, his eyes sparkling. Hu Dai huffed, the best in Yongxing, which is decent enough, is the wine barrel. After giving Hu Dai a stern look, Hu Wandao chuckled, where we dine matters little. What is important is that there is wine. 1,000 cups are few for a true friend. Master Wang, I must share a few drinks with you. Wang Tian had initially intended to suggest the wine barrel as well, but reconsidering his newfound culinary skills inherited from the god of food, along with the abundance of fresh ingredients at home, he decided it would be a waste not to utilize them. Thus, he declared, we shall not go to the wine barrel. Instead, let us dine at my home. Tonight, I shall prepare a feast for you. Heavenly King, perhaps you should reconsider. Your home may be beautiful, but what of your culinary skills? In 4 years of university, and all these years since, I have yet to witness you cook. Sun the Fatty remarked with disdain. Wang Tian shot him a glare. Just make sure you don't swallow your own tongue. Hu Wandao expressed his approval. Home is where one feels at ease. It is a relaxed setting. Returning home is excellent. Hu Dai opened her mouth to protest, but ultimately relented, with the elder's consent. Her objections would hold little weight. Wang Tian also summoned Lu Buer, as the renovation of the shop was well underway and did not require his constant oversight. He thought it best to invite them all for a drink together. Mr. Lu was, of course, more than willing. Fortunately, Mr. Wang's vehicle was sufficiently spacious to comfortably accommodate all 5 individuals as they journeyed back to the Dragon Garden. Upon disembarking, Mr. Hu exclaimed, Mr. Wang, your abode is rather remarkable. Procuring such a residence in our locale would be no facile feat. The air is pristine, the surroundings are idyllic, and the embellishments are tastefully executed. Ms. Hu, however, demurred, stating, the materials and craftsmanship leave something to be desired. Mr. Hu subtly nodded in agreement, acknowledging the veracity of her statement. Mr. Wang was cognizant that Mr. Hu and Ms. Hu hailed from distinguished backgrounds and possessed a familiarity with finer things that surpassed his own. Their perspectives were, therefore, understandably divergent. The Dragon Garden was, indubitably, a premier residence in Yongxing and Tuyang. However, when juxtaposed against external standards, it was merely unremarkable. Mr. Wang remained unperturbed by this assessment, as his primary desiderata were the Dragon Garden's capaciousness and seclusion. He ushered the group through the hall, allowing them to explore at their leisure, while he proceeded to the kitchen to prepare the fowl and fish. In the drawing room, Mr. Sun and Mr. Lu were engrossed in television. Ms. Hu, after casting a cursory glance around, inquired, Mr. Sun, is Mr. Wang truly adept at culinary arts? Is his fare palatable? Mr. Sun, with a modicum of trepidation, replied, perhaps. It is edible. Ms. Hu rolled her eyes in exasperation and, unable to remain seated, declared, I must investigate. I harbor reservations about his competence. Mr. Lu, however, dismissed her concerns, asserting, the repast is secondary, the presence of wine suffices. Mr. Hu concurred, having sampled a plethora of delicacies throughout his life. He harbored no expectations regarding the gustatory quality of the forthcoming meal, but rather sought to partake in convivial conversation and libations with Mr. Wang. Furthermore, Mr. Wang had never inquired into his background, and their interactions were characterized by a refreshing lack of formality, which he found particularly endearing. Ms. Hu, disregarding their sentiments, surreptitiously made her way towards the kitchen, musing, how could a man of such brute strength possess culinary finesse? He is likely to create a culinary abomination. Will it be unhygienic? Will it be fit for consumption? Circumnavigating a rockery, Ms. Hu discerned the sounds emanating from the kitchen. She cautiously approached the entrance and peered inside, simultaneously retrieving her mobile device to capture surreptitious images. Should the conditions prove unsanitary or the preparations substandard, she intended to present the evidence to her grandfather, thereby precluding the consumption of the meal. The kitchen, a well-appointed Western-style space, was remarkably spacious and well-lit. Ms. Hu, upon observing its immaculate condition, offered a tacit nod of approval. Mr. Wang, clad in a pristine white chef's coat, exhibited equally impeccable hygiene. Ms. Hu, reassured on the grounds of sanitation, remained skeptical regarding the palatability of the fare. He may present a respectable fade, but I doubt he can produce anything delectable, she muttered to herself. At that moment, Mr. Wang seized a chicken and tossed it into the air. Ms. Hu furrowed her brow, questioning his actions. Is he attempting a display of acrobatics? The subsequent sequence of events left Ms. Hu utterly dumbfounded. Mr. Wang's cleaver commenced a rapid rotation, ascending into the air in a manner reminiscent of animated sequences. With a series of swift, precise movements, the cleaver descended, and the chicken, neatly dismembered into uniform pieces, fell onto a waiting platter. The pieces, each exhibiting an unbroken connection between skin and flesh, were devoid of any imperfections. Such artistry with a blade left Ms. Hu in a state of utter bewilderment. However, the spectacle was far from over. Mr. Wang retrieved a large river fish from the sink and declared, "This shall serve as the basis for a water-boiled fish." The fish was placed upon the cutting board, adjacent to a platter. The cleaver resumed its rotation, and Ms. Hu beheld translucent slices of fish being deftly excised. In an even more astonishing feat, the slices landed upon the platter, arranged in neat, symmetrical rows. Mr. Wang then placed the intact fish bones, complete with head and tail, in the center of the platter. This skill with a blade is excessive, Ms. Hu stammered, covering her mouth in disbelief. She could only hope that the dish would prove to be lacking in flavor, lest her pride suffer a further blow. Even before tasting the dish, her face felt as though it had been lightly slapped. The duck was subjected to an equally meticulous preparation, with Mr. Wang executing each step with seamless efficiency. Throughout the process, he maintained an unwavering focus. As the wok was heated, oil was added, followed by chili peppers. The incorporation of various ingredients was not only methodical, but also aesthetically pleasing. While kitchens are not typically considered visually appealing, Mr. Wang's presence seemed to imbue the space with a vibrant energy. Every implement was wielded with the dexterity of a living entity, and each action was characterized by harmony and grace. Most importantly, Mr. Wang's movements were devoid of any superfluous gestures. Even the subtle repositioning of a bowl served a specific purpose, streamlining the subsequent steps in the preparation process. Is this art? Ms. Hu mused inwardly. Mr. Wang concurrently prepared 3 dishes: diced spicy chicken, beer-braised duck, and water-boiled fish. The aromas emanating from the dishes filled the air, and Ms. Hu, upon inhaling their fragrance, experienced a surge of delight, exclaiming inwardly, "How ambrosial! How is this possible? This is the hallmark of a world-class chef." Ms. Hu exclaimed, her voice laced with incredulity. She was no mere amateur when it came to gastronomy. She had partaken of the cuisine prepared by China's foremost chef, Lu Yuming, including his signature water-boiled fish. She had observed the entire preparation process, and the aroma that permeated the air as the fish entered the wok was precisely this aroma. To be precise, Lu Yuming's water-boiled fish was slightly more unctuous than Mr. Wang's. At least in terms of aroma, Mr. Wang's water-boiled fish was marginally superior to that of Lu Yuming. This realization left Ms. Hu utterly dumbfounded. Is he even human? A kung fu master and culinary virtuoso in his 20s? Ms. Hu, having witnessed enough, retreated, her face flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and disbelief. Ms. Hu, what is the situation? What is he concocting in the kitchen? Mr. Sun inquired with curiosity. Ms. Hu, with a wry smile, shook her head and remained silent. To praise Mr. Wang was anathema to her. To refrain from praise, however, would invite further humiliation. Ms. Hu's reticence fueled the imaginations of Mr. Sun and Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu remarked, "Mr. Sun, how can you, his longtime confidant, be unaware of his culinary abilities?" "I have been his friend for years and was oblivious to his martial prowess," Mr. Sun retorted. "Regardless, let us partake of whatever emerges. If it is palatable, we shall consume it. If not, we shall imbibe." Mr. Lu, upon hearing Mr. Sun's pronouncement, abandoned all hope for the meal. Mr. Hu, however, who possessed a keen understanding of Ms. Hu's character, was taken aback. Ms. Hu was known for her indomitable spirit and candidness. Her evident animosity towards Mr. Wang suggested that she would have readily disparaged his culinary efforts had they been substandard. Her silence, therefore, implied that she had been conquered by Mr. Wang's culinary mastery. But, is that even possible? Mr. Hu wondered. A kung fu master and culinary virtuoso in his 20s? Would he have had to commence his training in utero? Mr. Hu was well aware of Ms. Hu's discerning palate. While she might lack expertise in other domains, her knowledge of gastronomy was undeniable. Her silence suggested that she had been genuinely impressed. Mr. Who began to anticipate the meal with heightened expectations. Chapter 76, Is It Just Cooking? Sun Fatty was quite loquacious. While Huwanda was well-versed in many matters, and Lu Buer was a seasoned character, the three of them sat together, engaging in delightful banter that flowed effortlessly. The atmosphere was joyous and light-hearted, yet Hu Dai sat off to the side, idly playing with her phone. At that moment, a Weibo post captured her attention. Haha, another sumptuous feast awaits. Master Yuan Hai from Diju Tower has finally agreed to cook a dish for us. Hooray! A heartfelt thanks to Master Yuan Hai and the handsome Mingming. Without him, we wouldn't have this delightful opportunity today. Just a spoiler alert. Master Yuan Hai is the most cherished disciple of the renowned chef Lu Yuming, the greatest culinary artist in Huaxia. His specialty is Sichuan cuisine. And I've ordered the boiled fish. Oh, how I long to savor it while waiting outside the kitchen, the aroma tantalizing my senses. My friends can hardly contain their drool. A girl named Today S. Little Mischief had posted several pictures of Diju Tower, showcasing 6 or 7 people at a table, all striking peace signs. Most notably, Today S. Little Mischief had tagged Hu Dai and inquired, Hu Dai, what are you having for lunch? Hu Dai's charming face darkened instantly. Today S. Little Mischief was her arch-rival. They had been competing since childhood, who was taller, who dressed better, who dined more lavishly, even in the quest for boyfriends. It was a constant contest. Today S. Little Mischief would find a handsome fellow, only for Hu Dai to one-up her the next day with someone even more dashing. The cycle was endless, and after 20 years of rivalry, they had both become formidable contenders among women, yet remained single. Now, Today S. Little Mischief was clearly looking to provoke Hu Dai with her boastful post. However, Hu Dai felt helpless, confined at Wang Tian's home, with nothing to compare. In the past, she would have stormed out to find the finest hotel, spending exorbitantly to hire the best chef to regain her honor, but this time, she feared a debacle, cursing Wang Tian under her breath for insisting on dining at home instead of going out. Hu Dai suddenly recalled that Wang Tian's culinary skills were quite impressive. Though reluctant to admit it, his boiled fish was certainly on par with the renowned chef Lu Yuming. Thus, she decided to let bygones be bygones, setting her sights on dealing with this little vixen first. After composing a clever post, she shared a video of Wang Tian preparing chicken, duck, and fish, adding a beautiful photo of herself alongside a caption. Today was splendid. I accompanied my grandfather to the mainland to visit renowned martial arts masters, and unexpectedly discovered that our kung fu master is also a culinary expert. Truly, talent lies among the common folk. Just look at the chef's knife skills. Marvelous, isn't it? Oh, and how coincidental. He is making boiled fish too. Standing outside the kitchen. The aroma reminds me so much of Master Lu Yuming. She concluded by tagging Today S. Little Mischief. Feeling satisfied with her post, Hu Dai mused that while the taste might not rival Yuan Hai's, the rival had yet to sample it. Who could say whether it would be delectable or not? It all depended on her own persuasive skills. She envisioned herself extolling the virtues of the fish, enhanced by the impressive knife work, easily outshining Today S. Little Mischief. Hu Dai could almost see the dawn of victory and the disgruntled expression on Today S. Little Mischief's face. She felt a swell of pride for her actions that day, grateful that she had checked the kitchen and filmed the process. Otherwise, she might have been outshone. At that moment, in the VIP room of Diju Tower in Hong Kong City, Peach exclaimed, Wow, you've already posted on Weibo? We haven't even started yet. How unfair. A girl nearby feigned a pitiful expression. Oh, you little vixen, stop pretending to be innocent. Hurry and give me a thumbs up. This time, I refuse to believe we can outshine Hu Dai. Tao Jingjing declared confidently, raising her fists. Peach, I've heard Hu Dai went to the mainland. They say there are hidden masters among the common folk. You should be cautious, someone cautioned. Uff, hidden masters among the common folk? That's just mainlanders bragging. If someone truly had skills, would they hide in the shadows? Besides, today Mingming has invited Master Yuan Hai, the most esteemed disciple of Chef Lu Yuming, to cook for us. Lu Yuming is universally acknowledged as the best. I doubt she can possibly find someone to rival him. Tao Jingjing proclaimed with unwavering confidence. A handsome young man sitting nearby adjusted his suit, sitting upright with an air of elegance, and remarked, I concur with Jingjing. Master Yuan Hai's culinary expertise is a true testament to Chef Lu Yuming's teachings. His boiled fish is nothing short of a masterpiece. If this dish cannot surpass all others, it simply defies reason. Moreover, I have prepared myself. I've heard that Hu Dai is only visiting a small county in the mainland. A mere county. I hardly believe there are any hidden talents capable of competing with us. The little vixen chuckled. But what if? Song Fongming arrogantly replied. If there truly is a what if, I shall read my name backward. Mingming has done splendidly this time. I must commend him. Ambitious, resourceful, wealthy, and handsome. I'm beginning to find him increasingly appealing. Tao Jingjing remarked, giving the young man a thumbs up. Hearing this, Song Fongming smiled in delight. To him, a smile from 1,000 gold was worth every effort, especially since she was no mere decoration. She met all his criteria for a partner. The considerable effort he had put forth was indeed worthwhile. Just as they were engrossed in their conversation, the little vixen suddenly exclaimed, Look, Hu Dai has begun her counterattack. TSK, claiming to be a master of martial arts and culinary arts. What a clever ploy. She's retaliating already? That seems too coincidental. Shouldn't she be scrambling to find a chef? Tao Jingjing said, astonished, quickly picking up her phone. Sure enough, a tag notification had come through, prompting her to check it out. Upon reading Hu Dai's post, Tao Jingjing scoffed. I truly don't believe she can mount a successful counterattack. It must be a case of false pretenses. She refuses to concede. As Hu Dai was speaking, the little vixen gasped. Oh my heavens! This is astonishing. This is simply beyond belief. Tao Jingjing raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss, and asked, Little vixen, don't be so dramatic. What is going on? Is it just a cooking video? Could it be that Chef Lu Yuming himself is cooking? That is impossible, right? Peach, you must see the chef. Oh my goodness. The little vixen was at a loss for words. Chapter 77. The master at this moment. Others also watched the video of Wang Tian preparing chicken, duck, and fish, exclaiming in astonishment. Incredible. Is this possible? A stunt? Perhaps? A movie set? Surely not. Hu Dai could not have produced such realistic effects so quickly. If that were true, he must have gone to the United States. No one on the mainland could create such lifelike effects in such a short time. Not even with money. Not in the United States. No one. This must be real. It might have been pre-prepared to prevent us from retaliating. If it wasn't pre-prepared, then it truly is miraculous. Just as Hu Dai claimed, he has encountered a master. Absolutely stunning. Tao Jingjing, listening to the animated discussions around her, attempted to interject several times but found herself at a loss for words. She decided to watch the video herself. Upon opening it, she saw a bright, clean kitchen, where a young man had his back to the camera, seemingly unaware of being filmed from outside. However, the angle allowed a glimpse of the countertop and his profile. After a mere glance, Tao Jingjing was certain this was a young man, not Master Lu Yuming. Instantly, she felt relieved. As long as it wasn't Master Lu himself in the kitchen, there was still hope for the competition. Yet, in the next moment, she was left dumbfounded. The young man moved with astonishing speed, his hands a blur, as chickens and ducks soared through the air, the knife flashing like cinematic special effects. When they landed, they were cut with remarkable precision, and even more astonishingly, arranged beautifully on a plate. Complete and exquisite. Such knife skills and techniques were nothing short of miraculous. Tao Jingjing had seen Master Lu cook, but she had only observed without tasting. While Master Lu's knife skills were fearsome, they paled in comparison to this young man's. Master Lu's technique was traditional, precise, and efficient, yet lacking in flamboyance. In stark contrast, this young man's skills were dazzling, akin to artistry, and even more efficient. What she witnessed transcended mere culinary expertise. It was a sublime form of art, a visual spectacle. Fortunately, they were only preparing chicken and duck, not fish. Tao Jingjing consoled herself, but just a moment later, she was left speechless, for the young man was now extracting a fish. Recalling Hu Dai's mention of making boiled fish on Weibo, despair washed over her. How could she possibly face such a challenge? The heavens were truly mocking her. She had never won a single competition in her life. Tao Jingjing felt tears welling up, yet she continued to watch the video. The young man once again showcased his extraordinary knife skills, the knife dancing as the fish fillets flew, precisely cut, with a perfect backbone and beautifully arranged. Tao Jingjing realized that she was utterly defeated in terms of knife skills. Feeling utterly disheartened, she noticed Song Fongming's face had grown even darker. His bravado had been declared, but now it appeared to be plummeting to earth, threatening to crush him. How could he not be afraid? If he lost, it would merely be another defeat for Tao Jingjing. She had been losing consistently, which was hardly shameful. But for him, he would have to change his name to Ming Fong Song. Taking a deep breath, Song Fongming said softly, Jingjing, do not fear. Ultimately, culinary skills are judged by flavor. Knife skills are merely an embellishment of little consequence. I refuse to believe that this young man's boiled fish could surpass Master Yuan Hai's. You should have absolute confidence in this. Tao Jingjing, upon hearing this, regained her composure and her expression brightened considerably. She had indeed been awed by Wang Tian's knife skills. Nodding in understanding, she quickly replied, "The knife skills are commendable, but I am curious about the taste. Let us hope it's not like the mainland's kung fu, flashy but ineffective." At this, Hu Dai became incensed and immediately retorted, "Ignorant girl. Do you even know who is cooking? He is a kung fu master from the mainland, someone my grandfather specifically sought out. His prowess can easily overshadow the judo masters of the island. Don't believe me? Search for Beichuan Xiong online. You may dismiss kung fu among others, but never dare to belittle it in front of a master." Hu Dai's motivation was not merely to defend Wang Tian, but to assert her superiority over Tao Jingjing, even if it elevated Wang Tian's status in the process. Tao Jingjing shot back, "A bunch of reckless brutes. What's there to admire? I'd rather attend an opera concert." "Hu Dai, if you admire him so much, why not just marry him? Or are you saying he is not even worthy of the ones you've previously discarded?" Hu Dai's face darkened, realizing the harshness of the retort. Nevertheless, she quickly responded, "He is certainly superior to the bean sprouts by your side, yet my standards are higher. This is merely a side dish. I believe you will lose again, forever the second place." Fuming, Tao Jingjing nearly hurled her phone in frustration. Forever the second place was her Achilles heel. She had never bested Hu Dai in their rivalry. At that moment, a waiter wheeled in a cart laden with dishes, accompanied by a distinguished-looking man. Upon seeing this, Song Fongming immediately rose and exclaimed, "Master Yuan Hai, you have arrived? Is the food ready?" Yuan Hai nodded, saying, "It is ready, Fongming. How many times must I tell you not to call me master? I do not deserve such a title. Also, I dislike being filmed while I cook, your friend." He glanced at Tao Jingjing. Tao Jingjing shrank back, apologizing, "I'm sorry, master. I was merely curious." Yuan Hai nodded, "Let this be a lesson for next time. The dishes are ready. Please enjoy them at your leisure. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." Just as Song Fongming was about to nod in agreement, he suddenly remembered something and called out, "Master Yuan Hai, I'm still getting used to it. Is there anything else?" Yuan Hai, puzzled, inquired, "What is it?" Song Fongming promptly handed over his phone, saying, "Please take a look at this video. It features a chef from the mainland preparing boiled fish. We are currently in a friendly competition, and I would like your opinion on his skills." Yuan Hai's brows furrowed deeply at the mention of a mainland chef preparing boiled fish. The very thought was jarring. As a mainland native himself, trained under the renowned master Lu Yuming, who specialized in this very dish, Yuan Hai believed that as long as Master Lu was not present, he had nothing to fear. Now, Song Fongming dared to compare his culinary skills with another, and even requested his opinion? To Yuan Hai, this felt like a profound insult. Had it not been for the connections of Song Fongming and the influential individuals present, he would have cast the phone into the pot, forcing them to consume a boiled phone instead. Chapter 78. Surrender. Song Fongming discerned that Yuan Hai was visibly angered, his expression decidedly unfavorable. At that moment, Tao Jingjing interjected, "Master, his culinary skills surely cannot compare to yours. However, his knife techniques are quite impressive. Consider it a mere spectacle, if you will." This elicited a slight softening of Yuan Hai's demeanor as he retrieved his phone and began to play the video. His eyes widened in astonishment, and his breath quickened. Within the video, the young man's knife skills were dazzling, a miraculous display of precision and artistry, seamlessly combined with a stunning presentation, truly a spectacle that left him utterly astounded. He recognized that such mastery was beyond his own capabilities, a skill that even Lu Yuming could not replicate. This was the stuff of television, film, or animated features. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Yuan Hai's expression darkened further. Observing this, the petite enchantress swiftly reclaimed the phone, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Showing the master a video enhanced with special effects. How entertaining is that?" Song Fongming and Tao Jingjing immediately grasped her intent. The extraordinary nature of the video rendered it inappropriate for Yuan Hai's scrutiny until its authenticity could be established. Just as they were about to speak, Yuan Hai interjected, "Give it to me." The enchantress was taken aback, as were the others. Realizing his tone was rather harsh, Yuan Hai sighed, "Lend me your phone. I wish to examine it further." Dumbfounded, the enchantress nodded and handed over the phone. Yuan Hai took a seat at the side, positioning himself properly to view the video, even utilizing the slow motion feature to scrutinize it closely. Meanwhile, the individuals seated at the table, witnessing Yuan Hai's reaction, found their appetites waning, consumed by curiosity about what had captivated him so intensely. The water-boiled fish continued to bubble, its aroma wafting through the air, drawing the attention of other diners who circled the private room, some calling for waitstaff, requesting, "Bring me a portion of that water-boiled fish." The waitstaff, however, seemed at a loss for words, prompting the patrons to retreat with wry smiles. Others, though displeased, turned away with resigned expressions upon seeing Yuan Hai, who was renowned in the harbor city, a master chef and the proprietor of Diju Tower, a man of considerable influence. It was evident that they were not in a position to request his culinary creations. It was not merely a matter of money, but rather of power and prestige. Yet, Yuan Hai's focused demeanor and the gravity of his video analysis piqued their curiosity, although they were unable to ascertain what had so enthralled him. Human curiosity often manifests as a formidable force, and soon these diners began slipping tips to the waitstaff, seeking any morsel of information. Within the room, silence reigned as everyone awaited Yuan Hai's verdict. Even Tao Jingjing remained silent, her emotions a mix of curiosity, anticipation, and trepidation. She was eager to understand the reason behind Yuan Hai's reaction, hoping he would declare the video a fabrication. Yet anxious about the possibility of its authenticity, what if it were indeed true? Would she not then find herself relegated to the role of the perennial second? Time ticked away, and after half an hour, Yuan Hai's expression finally shifted, revealing a blend of surprise, confusion, and a hint of bitterness and despair. Slowly he rose, returning the phone to Song Fongming, patting his shoulder before turning to leave. Seeing this, Tao Jingjing was unwilling to let Yuan Hai depart so easily, calling out, "Master." Yuan Hai turned, his gaze now stern and unyielding. More than mere seriousness, it was a fierce reprimand. His look was such that even Tao Jingjing felt a tinge of fear. Yuan Hai stated, "I will reiterate, do not refer to me as master. I do not deserve such a title. If there exists a true master, it would be my teacher or perhaps the individual in the video. As for myself, I am still far from achieving that level. Please do not compare me to him. The disparity is insurmountable." His message was clear, yet Tao Jingjing remained unconvinced. Pressing, "Is the individual in this video truly that remarkable?" Yuan Hai nodded. "Far more formidable than you can imagine. In terms of knife skills, neither my teacher nor I can match him. Regarding culinary prowess, I fall short as well. My teacher might be able to compete, but that would require tasting to conclude. In any case, there is no need to continue this competition, I concede." Upon declaring this, Yuan Hai exhibited no sorrow, but rather a profound excitement. For he had gleaned invaluable insights from the video. While the uninitiated may perceive it as mere entertainment, the connoisseurs discern the intricacies. His prolonged viewing was an opportunity for learning. Many of his perplexities surrounding water-boiled fish found their resolution within the video. Alas, the camera angles left much to be desired, and the clarity was insufficient, leaving some mysteries unresolved. Nevertheless, the knowledge acquired was sufficient to elevate his culinary skills to new heights. This was a true gain, a significant one. As Yuan Hai departed, the occupants of the private room were left in stunned silence. Tao Jingjing felt a pang of regret. Had she refrained from posing that final question, she could have boasted to Hudy about the quality of her dish, and even if she did not win, at least it would be a draw. For her, the perennial second, that would be a commendable outcome. Yet now, with Yuan Hai himself conceding defeat, what more could she possibly say? Glancing at the video on Weibo, she promptly shut off her phone, coldly thinking, "You wish for me to admit defeat? Not a chance. Out of sight, out of mind." This was her resolve, and she encouraged everyone to commence their meal. The others merely stared blankly, yet Yuan Hai's water-boiled fish was beyond reproach, a priceless dish, and to forego it would be sheer folly. Thus, everyone began to eat, though some indulged with carefree abandon, while others consumed their meals with a heaviness of heart. For instance, Tao Jingjing, buoyed by aspirations of victory, and Song Fongming, who calculated his way to a romantic conquest, both found their ambitions dashed, leaving them with the bitter taste of disappointment, a sorrow too profound to express. However, they were not the only ones disquieted. Hu Dai was also in a state of agitation. When Hu Dai posted the video, it was merely an attempt to reclaim her pride, yet after doing so, she regretted her decision. She had boasted, but how could flavor be compared? Most troubling was her own lack of confidence in Wang Tian's culinary skills, while harboring a deep-seated faith in Yuan Hai's abilities. Without even a contest, she had effectively conceded defeat. How could she not feel flustered? Restlessly, Hu Dai fidgeted, incessantly manipulating her phone, locking and unlocking the screen, her mind a whirl of thoughts. As for the Weibo post, she lacked the courage to revisit it. Though the knife skills were commendable and may garner some accolades, such recognition was not her desire. She simply wished to win. Chapter 79. Menopause. All these years, she had never tasted defeat. That wretched Peach must have had this all planned, calculating that there were no formidable masters here, deliberately leading me into a trap. If I had known, I would have refrained from checking Weibo. What one cannot see cannot trouble the heart. Sighing, Hudai glanced around, and, despite her reluctance, rose once again to venture into the kitchen. Deep down, she remained unconvinced. She yearned to confirm whether the fish truly smelled as delightful as she had just perceived. As Hudai departed, Sun Fatty scratched his head and inquired of Huwanda, "Old man, what's wrong with your granddaughter? Why is she so restless?" Huwanda chuckled lightly. "How would I know? She's just a child, bound to overthink things. No need to concern yourself with her. By the way, where were we? Ah yes, we were discussing the boiled fish, weren't we? Oh, here she comes again. What's she up to? Going back and forth like that?" Sun Fatty wore a puzzled expression. Hudai's face was a mask of conflict. She wished to catch another whiff of that aroma, but feared it might not be as exquisite as before, which would feel like a death sentence. Torn between her desires, she returned. She intended to find quietude, yet upon arriving, she discovered they were discussing boiled fish. In a fit of rage, she exclaimed, boiled fish, Fatty, you're already so plump, and yet you still think about eating. Humph." With that, Hudai huffed and turned on her heels clacking sharply against the floor, betraying her tumultuous emotions. Huwanda furrowed his brow. He knew his granddaughter all too well. Though she had a touch of pride, she would never be so disrespectful. However, since encountering Wang Tian, she had nearly lost her composure, her behavior starkly contrasting her usual demeanor. She seemed like a different person altogether. Her erratic footsteps mirrored her chaotic heart, a sight Huwanda had rarely witnessed. Casting a glance at Hudai, he repressed the admonitions on the tip of his tongue and instead addressed Sun Fatty. "Don't take it to heart. This girl seems to be in a foul mood. I apologize on her behalf." Sun Fatty, being rather thick-skinned, quickly replied, "Old man, don't say that. I'm not so petty. Lubuair, you scoundrel. Where are the sunflower seeds I peeled? Did you peel them?" "I didn't see it," Lubuair said innocently. Sun Fatty retorted angrily. "What's in your hands then?" Lubuair stuffed the contents into his mouth and shrugged. "See for yourself. There's nothing here. I'll fight you." Sun Fatty lunged at him, delivering a flurry of blows, and Lubuair took off running. Seeing this, Huwanda burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Youth is truly wonderful." Hudai entered the kitchen just as Wang Tian emerged, causing her to quickly lean against the wall, feigning interest in her phone. Wang Tian raised an eyebrow. "What are you doing here? Why does it concern you?" "Humph," Hudai retorted, tilting her head defiantly before turning to leave. Wang Tian called after her, "Hey." Hudai snapped back, "Hey what? Don't I have a name?" Wang Tian, feigning innocence, asked what name. Hudai was left speechless. After all this time, he still didn't know her name? How infuriating. Of course, Wang Tian knew her name. He simply found pleasure in aggravating her. Satisfied with her escalating irritation, he ambled away, cradling a pot of boiled fish. As Hudai watched him, her anger was about to ignite, but then the scent of the boiled fish wafted through the air, and her eyes lit up. Her fierce expression softened. Akin to a contented cat, this aroma is simply divine. It rivals Master Lu Yoming's culinary skills. With this thought, the gloom on her face dissipated entirely. She was eager to rush over and taste whether it was indeed as marvelous as she imagined. If it truly matched Master Lu Yoming's prowess, she was certain to win this wager. With that thought in mind, Hudai set aside her grievances with Wang Tian and sprinted after him. Wang Tian's pace was swift. Typically, one would hesitate to hasten while carrying a large pot filled to the brim with hot oil. Yet, Wang Tian was no ordinary person. He moved with remarkable agility, maintaining perfect balance. If anyone were to lift the lid, they would find the oil undisturbed. Not a ripple in sight. However, Hudai managed to arrive first, bursting into the dining room, her excitement palpable as she gazed at Wang Tian. Wang Tian, bewildered, asked, "Old man, is your granddaughter all right?" One moment, she's dark as coal, the next she's like this. It's quite alarming. Huwanda wore a wry smile. He too was puzzled by his granddaughter's behavior. Hudai shot Wang Tian a fierce glare. "Why do you have so much to say? Can't I be happy?" Wang Tian shook his head, ignoring her, and turned to Huwanda. "Old man, are you sure this is your granddaughter and not your daughter?" Wanda paused in surprise, then shot Wang Tian a glare. Don't stir up trouble, I beg you. Let us just enjoy our meal in peace. Wang Tian laughed heartily. Look at you. All right, I'll fetch the other dishes. You all enjoy this for now. I'll also whip up some sides. Otherwise, it'll be too greasy with just meat. With that, he departed. Hu Dai remained perplexed, muttering, what a lunatic. Can't remember my name. Nor can he tell my age? Sun Fatty and Lu Bu Air exchanged glances, their faces flushed, stifling laughter for fear of igniting her wrath. The more Hu Dai reflected, the more discontented she became, until suddenly a realization struck her. She shouted, that insufferable Wang Tian. How dare he imply I'm in menopause? I'll have my revenge. Disregarding her refined demeanor, she rolled up her sleeves, seizing a chair as she prepared to confront him. Hu Wanda quickly interjected, causing Hu Dai to sulk back into her seat, pouting, Grandpa, you're so biased. Humph, I want to talk to you. With that, Hu Dai turned her attention to the pot of boiled fish. As the host had not yet arrived, she, as a guest, would refrain from using her chopsticks. Despite her overwhelming desire to taste it, she held back. Though the pot was covered, the enticing aroma still permeated the air. The earlier commotion had masked the scent, but now, as the fragrance intensified, everyone's expressions grew peculiar. Sun Fatty twitched his nose. What's that smell? It's so fragrant. Chapter 80. Unquestionably second to none. Isn't it obvious? Fish, of course. Lu Bua remarked, gazing at the boiled fish on the table. Sun Pongzi exclaimed, no way. Is the Heavenly King's skill that exceptional? This flavor. I'm famished. Cease your prattle, I implore you, for your words only exacerbate my hunger. The aroma is truly captivating, and my appetite is on the verge of rebellion. Lu Bua lamented with a wry smile. Hu Wand, on the other hand, was visibly astounded as he observed the boiled fish. He slowly rose from his seat and approached the iron pot containing the dish. He circled the pot, inhaling the aroma, his eyes gradually narrowing, yet his gaze grew increasingly sharp and luminous. Sun Pongzi, witnessing Hu Wan's circumambulation, couldn't help but inquire, Elder, what exactly are you doing? Can you not simply sit down? Your circling is making me dizzy. Hu Di retorted with a glare at Sun Pongzi. What do you comprehend? My grandfather is appraising the dish. Cuisine is judged by its color, aroma, and flavor, but the art of appraising involves 4 distinct methods: observation, olfaction, gustation, and expectoration. As the lid remains on the pot, the color is concealed, and the flavor is yet to be tasted. Expectoration is not applicable in this context, leaving only the sense of smell. My grandfather employs the 8 directions of olfactory perception technique. Alas, I suspect your comprehension falls short. In essence, it is a method mastered by few for discerning the quality of a dish. Despite his lack of comprehension, it sounded profoundly sophisticated, even if it merely resembled a donkey turning a millstone. Sun Pongzi conceded. Hu Di, exasperated, retorted, Indeed, I am casting pearls before swine. Lu Bua inquired, Hu Di, I was unaware that the elder possessed such expertise. Did he specialize in culinary appraisal in the past? Hu Di replied, my grandfather is a world-class gastronomist. The French culinary critic, Jean Richard, is a close acquaintance of my grandfather. They jointly served as judges for the British Royal Kitchen Master Competition. If my grandfather declares something delectable, it is unequivocally so. If he proclaims someone a master, no one dares dispute it. Impressive. Lu Bua and Sun Pongzi exclaimed in unison. While they lacked expertise in the culinary arts, they possessed a modicum of awareness of the industry. Gastronomes abound in China. Anyone who has sampled cuisine from a few locales dares to bestow upon themselves the title of gastronome. However, in the eyes of true connoisseurs, these individuals are mere buffoons. Those with genuine expertise hold the term gastronome in profound reverence. Although no formal certification exists for gastronomes, most are self-proclaimed, while a select few are publicly recognized. This public recognition far surpasses any certification in demonstrating true merit. Who would dare question a gastronomical master universally acknowledged? Such a title requires absolute prowess to emerge victorious. Those who self-proclaim are merely figures of ridicule. Thus, Sun Pongzi and Lu Bua reacted with such reverence. Hu Di, while accustomed to the accolades her grandfather received, felt a surge of satisfaction at witnessing Sun Pongzi and Lu Bua's overt praise. A smile graced her lips, although she couldn't quite fathom why she felt so elated by the commendation of 2 commoners. Hu Di remained oblivious to the fact that, despite her outward disdain for Wang Tian, his palm imprint on the iron table and the video of his swift defeat of Bei Chuanxiong had left an indelible mark on her psyche. regardless of her affections. He was undeniably a master. Those in the company of a master naturally experienced a rise in status, hence the joy she derived from the two men's praise. Fundamentally, whether she admitted it or not, she had acknowledged Wang Tian's status, a status superior to her own. Just then, Huwan's laughter drew everyone's attention. Hearing the sound, Hu Di promptly inquired, "Grandfather, what do you make of this dish?" Huwan cast a meaningful glance at Hu Di before chuckling. "You silly girl. Are you competing with Taozi again? Your distracted and anxious demeanor is unbecoming." Hu Di stuck out her tongue and sheepishly admitted, "Grandfather, you know, so why mention it? Tell me quickly, what do you think?" Huwan replied, "Tell me first, what is Taozi competing with you in this time?" "Yuan Hai's boiled fish," Hu Di responded immediately. Huwan nodded. "Yuan Hai's boiled fish. That flavor has already inherited Lu Yoming's true essence, currently possessing 80% of Lu Yoming's prowess. The flavor can be considered second to none in the present era." "Second to none?" Hu Di exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Undeniably, the first place belonged to Lu Yuming. Did this not imply that Wang Tian's culinary skills were inferior to Yuan Hai's, and that she had lost? Hu Di sat there dejectedly, remaining silent. Huwan, witnessing this, burst into hearty laughter. "What? Lost? Unhappy?" Hu Di pouted. "Of course. I've never lost before. That Taozi got lucky this time. I'll definitely reclaim my position next time." Huwan shook his head helplessly. "You two girls are truly a pair of bickering rivals." Sun Pongzi couldn't resist interjecting. "Elder, where would the boiled fish made by the Heavenly King rank?" Huwan chuckled. "It's difficult to say at this juncture. I'll need to taste it first." "What are you discussing? What ranking?" Just then, Wang Tian arrived, bearing beer duck, diced spicy chicken, and a side of garlic-infused romaine lettuce and oil-drizzled greens. These were all simple, home-style dishes, but their colors and aromas were irresistible, stimulating one's appetite. Sun Pongzi was already drooling, while Lu Buer swallowed hard, his eyes fixated. Hu Di was also enraptured, while Huwan stared at Wang Tian in utter astonishment. The light emanating from his eyes seemed to penetrate Wang Tian's very being, as if he wished to devour him whole. Wang Tian grinned. "Elder, why are you looking at me like that? It's a bit unnerving." Huwan chuckled, but remained silent. Sun Pongzi exclaimed, "Heavenly King, please sit down quickly. I can't resist any longer. I must begin. This flavor. Oh my heavens. Had I known you possessed such culinary skills, I wouldn't have bothered going to the wine barrel. Spending money there is hardly as comfortable. Let me tell you, had you revealed your culinary prowess back then, Chief Chen might have stayed and lived with you. How could she have left so freely? Eat, eat, eat. Are you going to eat or not? If not, vacate the table and make room. You're occupying the space of two people and talking so much." Wang Tian glared at Sun Pongzi. In all honesty, his relationship with Chun Jiai was merely that of a regular customer. There was no such nonsense. If this fatso continued to speak, Wang Tian himself would begin to believe he was two-timing. Sun Pongzi chuckled sheepishly and remained silent. Wang Tian produced 2 bottles of Guogong wine, saying, "Elder, I know you undoubtedly prefer fine wine, but this is all I have at the moment. Please make do with this. Don't be too critical." Chapter 81. Overindulgence by Heavens. "When did you start flaunting your wealth so tastelessly, my friend? A national tribute. 1,888 per bottle, and you expect us to partake? What more do you wish to drink? Why not ascend to the heavens instead? If you won't finish it, I shall gladly take care of it myself, even if it means packing it up." Sun the glutton cursed profusely at that moment. Lu II, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Such liquor was only ever brought out during bribery, as who would dare indulge under normal circumstances? He raised a thumb at Wang Tian, exclaiming, "Your display of extravagance has transcended mere wealth. This is the essence of a true connoisseur. Get lost. Should you dare mock me again, you'll be relegated to drinking plain water." Wang Tian retorted, casting an eye of disdain at the two. He had procured the 2 bottles of wine discreetly on his way back, while Sun the glutton failed to recognize the significance of the elderly gentleman before them. Wang Tian had already discerned that this old man was of notable origin, hence the need to prepare some fine liquor. Huwanda chuckled ruefully. "Master Wang, your actions leave me in a rather uncomfortable position. I am merely your employee, here to learn from you. Yet it appears you are the one treating me to fine spirits." "Do not say such things," Wang Tian replied. "I have my own motives. I am aware of your considerable influence, though I shall not pry into your background. Whenever you are ready to share, do so at your discretion. However, I operate under the principle of utilizing talent without waste, so I hope you will support my martial arts school generously." Huwanda nodded, reassuring, "Rest assured. As long as you refrain from unlawful conduct, I cannot speak for others, but in matters of commercial competition, no one would dare engage in underhanded tactics against you. Upon finishing this statement, a formidable aura emanated from Huwanda, a palpable confidence that seemed to dominate the room. Sun the Glutton was taken aback, realizing at last why Wang Tian had produced such fine wine. It was, after all, a gesture of reverence. Then I shall rest easy. Thank you, Wang Tian replied. Master Wang, you are being overly formal. Now that I am part of your school, I am one of your own and shall strive to benefit it. Huwanda chuckled. Wang Tian nodded, accepting the sentiment, and wasted no time in pouring the wine. After downing 3 glasses in quick succession, they finally began to eat. Wang Tian lifted the lid of the boiled fish pot, and an intoxicating aroma wafted forth, the vibrant red oil glistening enticingly. The sight whetted their appetites, making them yearn to dive in and savor the dish. The flavor was utterly irresistible. Sun the Glutton's eyes sparkled, and Lu II was equally captivated. At that moment, Hu Dai made her move, holding a bowl and reaching into the pot. The next instant, she gasped in astonishment. Unlike the usual boiled fish, which presented scattered fillets, Wang Tian's dish featured an entire fish. How is this possible? Hu Dai exclaimed. Wang Tian replied, Is there something amiss? Why is the fish whole? She inquired. Before Wang Tian could respond, Huwanda burst into laughter. What extraordinary knife skills! Master Wang, I have never seen such prowess in my life. As he spoke, he delicately picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks, effortlessly extracting a slice. The fish was tender and thin, yet it retained a remarkable firmness, refusing to fall apart. Huwanda savored the morsel, squinting his eyes in pleasure, relishing every bite, while the others watched with envious anticipation, their mouths watering. Even Wang Tian had yet to taste his own creation. Unable to hold back any longer, Wang Tian joined in, and Hu Dai soon came to her senses. Realizing that the fish was not whole, but had been meticulously cut and reassembled, the sheer artistry of the knife work and presentation left her utterly impressed. After tasting the dish, Sun the Glutton and Lu II's eyes widened in disbelief. They abandoned their drinks, rolling up their sleeves to devour the fish with fervor. Could you two exhibit a modicum of gentlemanly restraint? Is it proper to scoop fish into your bowls without eating it? Hu Dai chastised. Can gentlemanly conduct be consumed? Sun the Glutton retorted, dismissing her concern as they continued to feast. Seeing that time was slipping away and food was dwindling, Hu Dai also cast aside her propriety and joined the fray. Wang Tian, not one to be a gentleman himself, took a bite and, though slightly dissatisfied, recognized that it surpassed any dish he had previously tasted. Thus he too immersed himself in the feast. The boiled fish was hot, but once served in bowls, it became manageable. They dove in, faces flushed with excitement, their mouths greasy, yet they never forgot to exclaim, delicious, refreshing, magnificent. Meanwhile, Huwanda, still savoring the flavors with his eyes closed, finally spoke after some time, slowly releasing the fish from his mouth, exclaiming thrice, exceptional knife skills, exquisite flavor, perfectly cooked. Afterward, he added, truly a culinary masterpiece. Do not merely gaze at me, hurry and taste. The flavors are truly remarkable. Old sir, you need not say so. We have all been partaking, Sun the Glutton replied sheepishly. Just as Huwanda was about to respond, he glanced at the now empty pot, and his eyes widened with disbelief. He leaped up and peered closely, exclaiming, Where's the fish? The group felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them, in their haste to eat. They had forgotten that the elderly gentleman had only sampled a single bite, and now, not only had the fish disappeared, but even the bean sprouts were gone, leaving only a trace of broth. Cough, cough. Old sir, it seems the fish has made its escape. Nonsense. Where could it possibly flee to? We have filled our bellies. Lu II stammered awkwardly. Huwanda sighed in exasperation. Have you all forgotten the traditional virtues of our culture? Respect for the elderly and love for the young. Oh dear, I only had a single bite. Sun the Glutton quickly added. And you spat it out. Foolish glutton, do you not understand? My grandfather was savoring the delicacy, naturally. He needed to expel it to ensure the flavors do not linger and interfere with the next dish. After explaining, Hu Dai chimed in, however, grandfather, I believe you should set that practice aside for today, lest you find yourself unsated. Huwanda raised his head defiantly, a spark of battle in his eyes. It appears I must demonstrate my prowess, for you all seem unaware of the tempestuous nature of a true feast. Let us eat. With that, Huwanda threw caution to the wind. One piece of boiled fish had already proven Wang Tian's culinary skills rivaled those of Lu Yuming. Surely, dishes crafted by such a master would not disappoint. and the individuals before him were clearly not gentlemen. At this moment, to play the modest card would be sheer folly. Most importantly, Huanda relished this feeling of freedom, unencumbered by social niceties or status, allowing himself to indulge in the simple joy of eating, reminiscent of his younger days. This sensation was what he cherished most. Thus, the group turned their attention to the next dish. Chapter 82, The East-West Contest. This is delicious, exclaimed Sun Fatty, taking a bite of the spicy chicken cubes, his excitement palpable. Almost immediately, a throng of people surged forward, eager to seize their share. Just then, a hand reached out and snatched the plate away. Wang Tian stared in astonishment, only to see Huanda, his face serious, declaring, "Compete with me? Your tricks are far too pedestrian." With that, he swept a portion of the spicy chicken into his own bowl. The others finally came to their senses, and what had once been imagined as a convivial gathering transformed into a frenzied feast, with everyone devouring the food voraciously. After the meal, the group observed the untouched bottle of wine, sharing a collective rueful smile. Sun Fatty nudged Wang Tian, saying, "Tian Wang, you did this on purpose, didn't you? You made the food so delicious just to save on the wine." Wang Tian shot him a glance, replying, "Am I really that stingy? Look at you, still full of energy. Hurry up and clean the dishes, for I am done." Sun Fatty rubbed his belly, reluctantly complying despite his protest. Lu Bu joined in to help, and Wang Tian accepted their assistance graciously. To Wang Tian's surprise, Hudai also ventured into the kitchen. Before long, Sun Fatty and Lu Bu were sent back outside. Wang Tian cast a curious glance their way, and Sun Fatty sighed. "We were deemed inadequate. She insisted on washing the dishes herself, claiming my cleaning was insufficient. What could I do but step aside?" Huanda chuckled. "Let the girl do it, Wang. Truth be told, this is the first time she has ever volunteered to wash dishes." Wang Tian scratched his head, chuckling as well, wondering if the girl had lost her mind. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Hudai busily rummaged about, diligently memorizing every spice and ingredient. She mumbled to herself, "Master Lu Yuming once forbade anyone from entering his kitchen. Now I find myself in the kitchen of a master of equal stature. I must remember everything to discuss with my family as chef, hoping it will improve his skills. That would make my efforts worthwhile." Unbeknownst to her, all the ingredients she encountered were already familiar to her from home. Back at the table, the others chatted amiably, while outside, a culinary sensation was brewing. Being a beauty, Hudai naturally attracted many admirers. Daughters of prestigious families and affluent heirs were abundant, and a wave of suitors followed. The video Hudai shared was instantly clicked on by a throng of sycophants, followed by an avalanche of gasps, compliments, and shares, causing the post to go viral. Even some curiosity-driven websites quickly reposted the video, leading to a rapid surge in views. Have you seen that unedited culinary video? Indeed, it's astonishing. Like something out of a movie. I suspect it's just a promotional stunt for a film. We might see an announcement soon. Perhaps. But that chef is quite handsome. His knife skills, that profile, absolutely captivating. A serious man, especially one with such talent, is simply irresistible. Oh, starting today, I am his fan. Such were the musings of amateurs, while the culinary world was abuzz with excitement. The Hawaii Shinshu website, a favorite gathering place for chefs in China, was flooded with discussions about this video. Many chefs debated. The seasoned ones expressed skepticism but did not entirely dismiss it. Meanwhile, the younger chefs collectively believed it to be the result of special effects, arguing that such feats were beyond human capability. Thus, the elder chefs endeavored to impart wisdom about the heights of culinary mastery, but the youth remained unconvinced. This sort of video is merely sensationalism. If there truly existed such a remarkable talent in China, they would have long since emerged onto the world stage rather than being confined to their local milieu, they argued. Hence, the consensus regarding the video was merely a dismissive chuckle. Dear elders, it isn't that we disbelieve. It's just that no one would accept such claims. If this culinary prowess were real, why is there not a single person in all of China capable of achieving it? Even the great master Lu Yuming would fall short. Wouldn't he? Such feats can only be relegated to legend. Indeed, just legend. Why bother to care? This video is undoubtedly a fabrication. You ignorant fools. What do you know? 5,000 years of culinary tradition in China. What talent is absent? You are but frogs in a well, blinded by a single leaf. Huh. No matter how impressive, it still pales in comparison to Western cuisine. They constantly boast that Chinese food reigns supreme. Yet it is the high-priced Western dishes that dominate the market. Chefs of Western cuisine earn significantly higher wages, proclaimed one who called himself, "I am crazy for the West." The elder chefs were incensed by this declaration. Who is your master? How dare you speak such blasphemy? Blasphemy? Am I not merely stating the truth? How many Chinese dishes have successfully ventured beyond our borders? Are they not merely sold at local eateries, often looked down upon? Meanwhile, Western restaurants can be established anywhere, and they are regarded as fine dining. Who is my master, you ask? I fear my answer would astonish you. My master is Michelin 2-star chef Michel. The self-proclaimed "I am crazy for the West" retorted. I thought you were someone important, but you are merely a Michelin 2-star chef. I had assumed you were 3-star. Replied one known as Old Lee from Chinatown. I am crazy for the West was instantly displeased. What do you mean merely? How many 2-star chefs are there in China? How many can you find? Besides, what gives you the right to mock my master? You ignorant brat. Old Lee is a Michelin 3-star chef. Someone chimed in. I am crazy for the West was momentarily silenced. Although the difference between 2 and 3 stars seemed minor, there were thousands of 2-star chefs worldwide. Yet only a mere 106 3-star chefs. The status of a 2-star chef is indeed high, but a 3-star chef, as a head chef of a restaurant, holds an unparalleled position, a figure of immense reverence in the culinary world. From my perspective, this is genuine, Old Lee stated simply. I am crazy for the West. Obstinately typed a string of messages. Impossible. No matter what, I refuse to believe it. How old could he possibly be? Hello everyone, I am Yuan Hai. I was among the first to watch this video. The person in it was competing against me in a boiled fish challenge, and I lost, Yuan Hai announced. The forum, which had begun to settle, erupted once more. Yuan Hai was no ordinary figure. He was a rising star in the culinary realm and a direct disciple of Lu Yuming. His strength was widely acknowledged, and no one dared to dispute it. To do so would be to invite humiliation. Chapter 83. The call Yuan Hai conceded defeat, which heralded a significant implication. Goodness, this was indeed true Yuan Hai, seemingly intent on amplifying the situation. Posted again. My master has also viewed the video and expressed uncertainty about defeating this young man. The youth is formidable, should the opportunity arise. He intends to visit Yongxing in person. Upon this revelation, the forum erupted in fervor. Madness. Master Lu Yuming has stepped forward. The notion that he lacks confidence in overcoming this young chef is utterly astonishing at this moment. The self-proclaimed Westerner dared not utter a word. The mere presence of Old Lee was intimidating enough, and now with the emergence of Yuan Hai, a fellow 3-star chef, he felt utterly silenced. Although he vocally claimed that Chinese cuisine was inferior to Western fare, deep down, he understood the truth. Chinese cuisine is the true sovereign of the culinary world. This was a sentiment echoed by his master. His master even expressed confusion as to why the Chinese would forego exquisite delicacies in favor of subpar steaks crafted by lesser chefs. Reflecting on this, the Westerner quietly withdrew from the forum, too intimidated to speak up. Yet the forum did not quiet in his absence. Rather, it ignited further, as the emergence of a legendary chef stirred immense enthusiasm among countless cooks. For years, while China proudly proclaimed itself the best in the world, it had only one master, Lu Yuming. Now, as Master Lu aged, the nation desperately sought a new maestro to fortify its culinary front against the encroaching Western tide. In a flurry, many called for a pilgrimage to Yongxing to pay respects to the master, with some even disconnecting to purchase tickets on the spot. The fervor within the forum swiftly spread, and once the video garnered the endorsement of Master Lu and other culinary luminaries, no one dared cast doubt. It dominated the headlines. Unbeknownst to Wang Tian, this remarkable display of culinary skill had thrust him into the limelight. At that very moment, he was engaged in conversation with Sun Fatty, Lu Buer, and Huanda regarding their future aspirations. Since the old man inquired, I shall share my plans. I currently possess nearly 100 million in funding, and leveraging Beichuan Xiong's reputation has spared us advertising costs, essentially saving that entire sum. With students enrolled, I foresee no issues with revenue generation for my martial arts school. Therefore, I intend to recruit genuine masters of Chinese martial arts to teach at my academy. As for foreign influences, I have no interest. I aim to establish Tianwang Martial Arts School as a true bastion of traditional Chinese martial arts. However, I find myself at a loss in locating such masters. Thus, Old Hu, I would greatly appreciate your guidance. Huanda replied, your vision is commendable. I wholeheartedly support it. As for recommendations for masters of Chinese martial arts, I can suggest a few, but whether you can secure their participation depends on your own efforts. They tend to be quite proud, and as a mere commoner, I cannot persuade them. Wang Tian nodded. I can approach them. But how should I do so? I am utterly unfamiliar with these matters. Quite simple. Challenge them. If you prevail, you will be welcomed as a guest of honor. Everything can be negotiated. If you lose, as long as they acknowledge your effort, it can still work. Though the terms may be less favorable, Wanda chuckled. At the mention of a challenge, Wang Tian's spirits lifted, after so many days without a real sparring partner. His bones were itching for action. Leave this to me, he declared. Wanda cautioned, for your martial arts school to thrive. You must navigate both the political and business realms, as well as establish connections in both the legitimate and underworld sectors. Otherwise, you may encounter difficulties. I can assist with the legitimate side, but the underworld, Wang Tian interjected. I have my own methods to handle that. You need not worry, old Hu. Director Dong has not been dismissed. He still believes it is due to Wang Tian that he has been receiving calls from him, wishing to express gratitude over meals. Wang Tian, having no interest in unearned favors, has not accepted any invitations. However, this connection may prove useful. I doubt any small-time troublemaker would dare to disrupt the precinct where the police chief presides. Even if they did, they must possess considerable fortitude to do so. As they continued, Wang Tian proposed, Son Fatty, if you do not mind the modest size of my martial arts school, why not stay and assist me? Son Fatty, indifferent, replied me. I could run errands for you, but what use would I be? I neither possess martial skills nor social finesse. I would be the bottom of the sales hierarchy. I'd rather not burden you. I plan to find a proper job once your affairs are settled. Do not underestimate yourself. Your greatest asset is my trust in you. I have confidence in you. By remaining at the school, you can learn from old Hu and the masters, and perhaps one day, you may restore the glory of Fatty the Great. Wang Tian chuckled. Come now, I can manage a street brawl, but mastering martial arts? At my age and with my physique? Son Fatty grimaced. Wang Tian shook his head. I must disagree with your assessment. Do you know the most suitable age for martial training? ISNT at the younger, the better? Son Fatty scratched his head in confusion. Wang Tian countered, do not be misled by martial arts novels. In reality, the ideal age for training is between 15 and 20. During this period, the skeletal structure is largely set, and vitality is stable, making it less prone to dissipate. The martial arts community has long established the optimal age for disciples and masters, disciples aged 15 to 20, and masters aged 30 to 40. This has been clearly articulated by Li Zhongshuan in The Lost Martial World. During the Qing dynasty, both Yang Qingpu and Tang Weilu began their training in their 40s and achieved success. Yang Qingpu even fought to a standstill with the iron-footed Buddha, Shang Yunxiang, who was considered the third strongest at the time, with the first being the unrivaled Sun Lutong and the second being the renowned Li Shuwen. You are merely in your 20s and already feel old? These events did not transpire in Wang Tian's world, but in that of Yang Luchen, where Yang Qingpu was a disciple. Wang Tian's knowledge stems from hearsay, yet Son Fatty, whose historical understanding is already tenuous, cannot distinguish between truth and fiction. As for how far Son Fatty can advance in martial arts, that remains uncertain. Wang Tian can only teach normally, and how much he learns depends on his own capabilities. Ultimately, the myriad realms of the live streaming platform can only serve Wang Tian. Upon hearing this, Son Fatty's spirits soared, exclaiming, not old, not old. Huh, who would have thought that Fatty the Great could also practice martial arts? Starting tomorrow, I shall embark on a weight loss journey. I too will aspire to be a master, haha. Son Fatty decided to stay, much to Wang Tian's satisfaction. As he had stated, his greatest hope lay in Son Fatty. His path was destined to involve challenges, to publicly showcase his skills, to participate in various competitions. The journey ahead promised to be one of conquering the world, sustaining himself through battle, continually pushing the boundaries of self-discovery, and seeking the pinnacle of martial artistry. Yet, all of this hinged upon the existence and flourishing of his martial arts school. Chapter 84. The wastefulness of today. Wang Tian has the potential to gain fame. Yet if the martial arts school and his personal integrity are compromised, it will be challenging for him to thrive. Thus, the presence of Sun Pongzi remains crucial, as he can maintain the morale of the dojo. At this juncture, Lu Buer inquired, Tian Wang, I've noticed that all the significant affairs of the dojo seem to be entrusted to old Hu and Sun Pongzi. What is your role? Are you merely an absentee owner? Wang Tian chuckled and replied, I am off to participate in competitions. For this dojo to expand, one formidable figure from Beichuan is insufficient. Moreover, my life's ambition is to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. Thus, training and combat will remain my primary focus. The management of the dojo must be left to them. Upon hearing this, Huwanda's eyes sparkled with excitement as he laughed heartily. Ha! Young man, I had a feeling your ambitions were grand. Excellent. Pursue your martial arts journey without hesitation. As long as I am here, this dojo shall flourish. I will be your staunchest supporter. Wang Tian, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart, stood and bowed, saying, Thank you, old master. Huwanda, with no familial ties to him, merely admired Wang Tian's dedication to martial arts and placed his hopes upon him. Such support was already a display of kindness. Huwanda immediately rose and returned the bow, stating, I shall refer to you as Master Wang. I can assist you, but do not let me down. My sole wish is to witness the flourishing of our national martial arts and its sweeping success across Europe and Asia. Wang Tian confidently declared, You shall witness it. Suddenly, a startled scream echoed, startling everyone present. Turning to look, they found Hu Dai nearly leaping from her chair. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she nervously gazed at Wang Tian, having dropped her phone. Hu Dai, what a disgraceful display. Huwanda reprimanded. Feeling guilty, Hu Dai hurriedly picked up her phone, saying, You all continue your conversation. I'll step outside for a moment. Wait, leave your phone. Huwanda, knowing his granddaughter well, suspected she had been up to no good. The issue must lie within her phone. Hu Dai's expression immediately soured. Clearly reluctant but unable to withstand Huwanda's authority, she handed over her device. Wang Tian, curious about what could have caused her such embarrassment, wondered if it was merely boredom that led her to secretly watch inappropriate content. However, upon glancing at the screen, Wang Tian's expression turned peculiar. Who is this? So familiar, he remarked, observing the video of someone skillfully wielding a knife. What do you think? Sun Pengzi Lu Buer. And Huwanda simultaneously directed their gazes toward Wang Tian. Suddenly understanding, Wang Tian glared at Hu Dai, exclaiming, Hu Dai, you actually filmed me cooking. Hu Dai stammered, feeling guilty and at a loss for words. She had encountered many masters, including Yuan Hai and Lu Yuming, all of whom had one trait in common. They forbade anyone from entering their kitchens, let alone taking photographs or videos. This was utterly taboo. When Hu Dai initially posted on Weibo, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision to compete with Tao Jingjing. Little did she know, her post would go viral and make headlines in no time. Now, it was too late for her to remedy the situation. Utter nonsense. Huwanda also erupted in anger, slamming his hand on the table with such force that the phone flew from his grasp and shattered upon hitting the ground. Huwanda's fury caused Sun Pengzi and Lu Buer, who had been prepared to joke, to fall silent, feeling the oppressive weight of his presence. Huwanda's long-standing authority and imposing demeanor left no room for ordinary individuals to withstand. They felt as though they could scarcely breathe, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Hu Dai, resembling a chastised child, tugged at her clothing, staring at her toes, too ashamed to speak. Her previous arrogance vanished. Yet Wang Tian remained an exception. Such intimidation held no sway over him. Unless one was a master of martial arts, no one could hope to suppress him. Just as he was about to speak, Huwanda interjected, Master Wang, I apologize. My granddaughter is quite mischievous and has broken the kitchen taboo. Rest assured, I will find a way to suppress this matter. Wang Tian scratched his head, innocently asking, Why suppress it? Your cooking video, the kitchen has been filmed, and your secrets may be exposed to other chefs. Shouldn't we suppress it? Hu Dai cautiously probed, casting a fearful glance at Huwanda. Huwanda glared at her, visibly enraged. You knew and still filmed? I didn't think it through. I just wanted to. Hu Dai faltered, unsure of how to explain her actions. Should she admit that she doubted Wang Tian's culinary skills and sought to capture evidence of his failure? Revealing such intentions would likely set off Huwanda's fury. Huwanda roared, What were you thinking? Wang Tian pulled out his phone and played the video, exclaiming, Exactly. What were you thinking? While Hu Dai could accept Huwanda's reprimand, being scolded by Wang Tian left her feeling utterly wronged, her big eyes welling with tears, adding to her pitiful appearance. Still crying? Huwanda scolded. Wang Tian chimed in, Indeed, why cry? What is there to cry about? You ought to change your title. Honestly, I've never seen anyone handle matters so poorly. You post a video without tagging my Tian Wang martial arts school or crediting the chef. Oh dear, how many fans and views have been wasted. Such free advertisement squandered. Upon hearing this, Huwanda was taken aback, while Hu Dai, crying profusely, was equally stunned. Both staring at Wang Tian in disbelief. You don't mind? Wang Tian rolled his eyes. What is there to mind? It's free advertising. National level free advertising. If executed well, It would be impossible for my Tian Wang martial arts school not to gain popularity. But I filmed every step of your cooking. Some of your secrets could be revealed to other chefs, Hu Dai tentatively suggested. Hu Wanda looked at Wang Tian with curiosity. If he was not upset, then he too would be pleased, as this meant no rift between them. Otherwise, an unpleasant quarrel would arise, which would be undesirable. Wang Tian laughed heartily. Look at your small-mindedness. I would rather everyone possess my skills than I wouldn't have to cook myself. I cook simply because others' meals are too unpalatable. That is all. However, do you truly believe that watching a video will grant them my skills? At this, a confident glimmer sparked in Wang Tian's eyes. As a culinary master, would there be a shortage of opportunities for him to showcase his talents publicly? Would he fear others stealing his techniques? Certainly not. What defines a culinary master? It is the irreplicability that renders one divine. Chapter 85. Evidence in Pictures. God does not fear your stealing of skills. It only fears your inability to learn. Even with the assistance of the system, Wang Tian falls far short of Stephen Zhou. Wang Tian's culinary skills may be deemed masterful, yet they remain distant from the divine. This illustrates the disparity. If Wang Tian cannot achieve it, he truly doubts that others, even those who cheat, can surpass him. Moreover, the costs associated with a nationwide headline advertisement are astronomical. If he were to manage it, he would likely be left with mere pennies in his pocket. Why should he be angered by such a frugal opportunity? Hu Dai and Hu Wanda were both rendered speechless. Subsequently, Hu Wanda burst into hearty laughter. Good, good, good. How magnificent. This is true confidence. Master Wang, my admiration for you grows by the day. Wang Tian offered a wry smile, choosing silence. His indifference stemmed from both confidence and a desire to save money, not from arrogance. If Hu Wanda were aware of Wang Tian's thoughts, he might have been tempted to slap him. Meanwhile, Hu Dai covered her face, her excitement bubbling over. You truly are not angry with me? Wang Tian rolled his eyes. If I were to get angry over such matters, I would have perished from your antics long ago. Now, stop dawdling and get that advertisement ready. There are prizes to be won tonight. Upon hearing this, Hu Dai pursed her lips and shot a glare at Wang Tian. Sun Pengzi let out a whistle, while Lu Bu chuckled foolishly. Only then did Wang Tian realize that a simple remark had been misinterpreted by the seasoned veterans. What was with Hu Laozu's strange smile? He genuinely harbored no ulterior motives. He merely intended to prepare some delicious food. Wang Tian decided not to delve further into this increasingly convoluted situation, allowing others to speculate as they wished. King, their phone is broken. How can they assist you? Sun Pengzi remarked. Wang Tian replied, but I have one here, so I'll lend it to you temporarily. Just be careful not to drop it. It's rather expensive. Hu Dai accepted the phone, shooting Wang Tian a look. What a miser. Wang Tian shrugged, while Hu Wanda observed the exchange with an amused smile that sent chills down Wang Tian's spine. Hu Dai took to Weibo, posting Wang Tian's credentials and tagging. Yongxing, Wang Tian, the master of Tianwang Martial Arts Hall, personally cooks. Truly, masters are found among the people, with culinary skills on par with Master Lu Yuming. Simultaneously, astute netizens compared Wang Tian's profile with that of his side profile during the battle against Bai Chuanxiong, boldly speculating that they were one and the same. Furthermore, chefs online had already deduced that the chef in the video was indeed from Yongxing. As speculation ran rampant, some believed the likelihood to be quite high. Yet, the majority unleashed a torrent of curses. The original poster is ridiculous. Mastering one skill is already a monumental task. Mastering two is beyond human capability. The poster's intellect is clearly lacking. Indeed, this individual could not possibly be Wang Tian. How old is he? In his 20s. He defeated Bai Chuanxiong. Such an achievement is miraculous. Adding culinary mastery to the mix? Utter nonsense. Just as the commentators were reveling in their tirades, another headline broke. The young culinary master praised by Master Lu Yuming was none other than him. Upon seeing this headline, netizens erupted in expletives. This was too tantalizing. Do they not understand what constitutes a news headline? It should be straightforward and to the point. In pursuit of clicks, they have become little better than frauds. To misrepresent sensational news is simply unacceptable. Cursing, yet unable to resist, they clicked to learn more. The Weibo account that released the Culinary Master's video, Hu Dai Yu, updated with the Master's detailed identity. As soon as the name Wang Tian appeared, the comment section exploded. Where are all the critics? Come out. I am Data Brother. And those who insulted me better show yourselves. I am ready to unleash my fury. Where is your pride? Present it, for my hand is eager to strike. What followed was a chorus of praise, and the previous critics vanished, bringing a moment of glee to date a brother, reminiscent of the invincible solitude experienced by the legendary Xiang Yu. Just as this tempest subsided, some veered off course. If Master Lu Yuming declares someone impressive, I must see for myself. I wish to apprentice. They run a martial arts hall, not a culinary school. Regardless of what they teach, I'll sign up. My child was just saying they wanted to learn martial arts yesterday, but now they want to learn cooking. Perfect timing. Who is attending? Count me in. 1, 2, 1098. To those who are not going, stop making a fuss. With so many, one might think we are attacking a city. It's merely a martial arts hall. Why are so many standing on the street to learn martial arts? First come, first served. I'm already on my way. Everyone else, take it slow. Indeed, the upstairs crowd was quite astute. Just as I was passing by, watch my 200-meter dash. To those upstairs, I'm a traffic officer. I have evidence. Let us talk. Pull over. I've been pursuing you for half an hour. The upstairs crowd responded with a flurry of exclamations. As night fell, Wang Tian's phone exploded with notifications. Fang Gu was the first to call, getting straight to the point. Brother Wang, you've hidden your talents well. You possess such culinary skills. My heavens, I can't believe I missed it last time. I'm regretting it terribly. By the way, when are you opening? Wang Tian chuckled softly. Brother Fang, your news travels fast. Are you mocking me? You're dominating several headlines. And everyone is discussing the divine chef and martial arts master. I'm not an outsider, of course, I'm aware. Wang Tian replied. I'm preparing to open at the beginning of next month. What about you, Brother Fang? Will you make it? Absolutely. How could I miss your grand opening? I'm off to prepare a big gift for you. Fang Gu laughed heartily before hanging up. Once Fang Gu's call ended, another call came in from Xiaoqing. Brother Tian, is that really you in the video? Her excited voice rang out. Wang Tian cleared his throat. Of course it's me. Who else would it be? Wow. Xian, did you hear? That's really Brother Tian. Xiaoqing exclaimed. Really? I want to eat boiled fish. Xian immediately chimed in. Wang Tian felt a wave of annoyance. Xian's reaction was, indeed, quite different from most. Shouldn't she be fangirling first, then thinking about food? Considering Xian's physique, Wang Tian finally understood why she could surpass Xiaoqing in certain aspects. Qing'er, tone it down. Why are you shouting? Are you eager for everyone to know? Wang Tian sighed. Chapter 86. An incorrect prescription? Xiaoqing chuckled. Well, if they know, they know. I simply want everyone to be aware so that they won't bother me anymore. By the way, Tian Gu, when will your martial arts school open? At the beginning of next month. The exact date will be determined after consulting someone. All right, now I know. What are you planning to do? I'm preparing a gift for you. What kind of gift? I'm not telling you. By the way, is there anything you desire? Yes. What is it? You. How annoying. Beep. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Wang Tian couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, there exists a delightful amusement in teasing girls. Just after hanging up, the phone rang again. It was Chunjiai. Tian Wang, how impressive. The soft voice of Chunjiai resonated as soon as she picked up. Wang Tian replied with a smile. Not bad. Didn't expect you to know as well. Chunjiai chuckled. I knew long ago, but your line was busy the whole time. By the way, when is your opening? At the beginning of next month. The specific date is yet to be determined. Why? My clothes are with you, so I naturally need to retrieve them and take a look at your martial arts school. What? Are you not welcoming me? Of course, warmly welcomed. Uffed. Chunjiai laughed. Just so you know, I want to eat the dishes you prepare. I've never tasted a master's cooking before. Wang Tian sighed. You have ulterior motives. On the other end, Chunjiai paused for a moment, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and lightly laughed. Indeed, not for the food, but for the scenery. Then it's settled? Okay, it's settled. Wang Tian readily agreed. He had a good impression of Chunjiai. She was a friend worth having. Moreover, she had helped him last time, so it was only right to reciprocate. After exchanging a few more words, they hung up. However, Wang Tian's phone did not cease ringing. The incoming calls were mostly from individuals he barely recognized. Most were the business owners who participated in the razor auction. At first, Wang Tian engaged with them, but eventually, he simply redirected the calls. Thus, in a certain room of Wang Tian's house, roars began to echo. My surname is not Wang. It's Sun. Ah, do you know me? You can find me? Ah ha ha. Yes, I am that person. You are Bosley, right? Oh dear. Wang Tian was not fond of chatting, while Fat Sun relished it. Once he received a call, he could talk endlessly, ultimately extinguishing the enthusiasm of the person on the other end before hanging up. As for the calls that kept encountering a busy signal, He decisively called it a day after checking the time. The next day, Wang Tian rose early and practiced Tai Chi in his yard. After completing a set, he successfully absorbed 10 universal coins, feeling his muscles, cells, bones, and strength fortify a few degrees. At this rate, he would soon reach the threshold of dark energy. After finishing his routine, an elderly man appeared beside him. It was Wanda. Everyone had enjoyed a delightful meal, drank heartily, and chatted merrily the day before. So naturally, he stayed over. Master Wang, indeed. The last time you demonstrated only half the routine. This is the complete set. It flows like clouds and water. Truly pleasing to the eyes, Wanda remarked. Wang Tian nodded. Exactly. I practice Tai Chi in 2 forms. One for display and one for personal training. Old man, what do you think? Would you like to learn? Upon hearing this, Wanda excitedly exclaimed, of course. Wang Tian then began teaching Wanda some basic Tai Chi skills, specifically the horse stance. However, after just 10 minutes in the stance, Wanda surrendered, helplessly admitting, well, at my age, it seems I am indeed not suited for training. I might as well stick to my elderly Tai Chi grandpa. I told you long ago that you just can't accept defeat. Now, how's that working out for you? At this moment, Dai emerged, linking her arm with Wanda and playfully scolding him. Wanda nodded repeatedly like a child, acknowledging his folly. Master Wang, my grandpa and I staying here. You wouldn't send us to a hotel, would you? Dai suddenly called out to Wang Tian. Wang Tian pointed at himself, scratching his ear in disbelief. Who are you calling? Calling you. Is there anyone else named Wang here? Dai pouted, looking slightly annoyed. Wang Tian scratched his head, feeling a bit out of sorts, but eventually replied, you can do as you wish. If you want to stay in a hotel, go ahead. If you prefer staying here, I have plenty of rooms. Just so you know, you'll have to clean your own rooms. Don't expect me to do it. By the way, are you sure you haven't taken the wrong medicine? You have money. Why not hire a housekeeper? Dai retorted, somewhat speechless. Buying such a large house and not hiring help. How stingy. As for Wang Tian's latter remarks, she chose to ignore them. Trust issues, Wang Tian replied nonchalantly. With the existence of the universal live streaming platform, who knows what peculiar circumstances might arise around him. It was ultimately inconvenient with outsiders present. Before Dai could say anything further, Wanda interjected, that set next door looks good. I've decided to buy it and be neighbors with Master Wang. Dai, if you have time today, go handle this matter. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Dai's eyes, but she still complied. For breakfast, Wang Tian personally cooked a lean meat porridge. The rice grains were crystal clear, and the meat was tender, making it exceptionally delicious. Lu Buer, who typically disliked breakfast, downed 3 large bowls before finally giving up, patting his belly and lamenting, Tian Wang, I can't come here anymore. If I get used to your cooking, leaving you will be unbearable. Thinking back to the last time I went to the wine barrel, it was downright horrid. Thank goodness you didn't open a restaurant. Otherwise, all those wine barrels and rice barrels would go out of business. By the way, are you really not considering opening a restaurant? Wang Tian chuckled. I merely cook to satisfy my own cravings. Opening a restaurant is out of the question. Fat Sun chimed in. Exactly. What success could come from running a restaurant? If it's about making money, Tian Wang doesn't lack it. And fame? Tian Wang is already renowned alongside the greatest master, Lu Yuming. What more fame does he need? Wanda laughed. Fatty, don't go spreading those words outside. The culinary profession isn't as simple as you think. Lu Yuming's reputation wasn't built in a day. It's earned through countless travels, tasting diverse cuisines, and continuously refining his culinary skills, ultimately winning over food enthusiasts worldwide to achieve his current stature. Master Wang's culinary skills are indeed exceptional. If I were to rate them, the flavors rival those of Lu Yuming, and his knife skills even surpass them. However, this is merely my opinion. For Master Wang to attain a title akin to Lu Yuming's, he must conquer the palates of the world, otherwise, it cannot be claimed so lightly. Chapter 87. What do you really want? Sun Fatty grinned. This is what Lu Yuming said himself. That is modesty. Standing in his position, he can easily acknowledge that I am similar to him. Such courage and openness surpasses me. If it were me, I would not so casually recognize others. Wang Tian chuckled. Wanda shook his head. Lu Yuming is also a proud person. I am quite surprised he could say such words. It seems your skills have truly impressed him. Wang Tian chose not to comment further on the topic. After breakfast, he drove everyone to the martial arts school, where Sun Fatty and Lu Buer continued to supervise the renovations. Wang Tian then took Wanda and Dai to the sales office of Zhonghai Group. Upon arrival, Wang Tian was taken aback. A crowd had gathered at the entrance of Zhonghai Group, clamoring to purchase houses, with accents from everywhere. Meanwhile, the people from Huoming Group stood by, holding their sticks, their faces filled with envy and resentment, staring vacantly at the entrance, their own properties completely ignored. There were even 2 individuals inside causing a ruckus, demanding refunds. What is going on? Wang Tian was utterly bewildered. The last time he visited, both companies were equally deserted. After Hu Dai inquired, she returned with a peculiar expression. What happened? Wang Tian asked. Hu Dai fixed her gaze on Wang Tian and said, It is all because of you. Me? What did I do? I haven't done anything. Wang Tian exclaimed in confusion. I know you haven't done anything, but you've become famous. Zhonghai Group capitalized on this, claiming you live in Longyuan, and now many people are rushing over to look at houses. Not many of them can afford it. Most are just hoping to catch a glimpse of you. Otherwise, the security at Longyuan wouldn't let them in. Hu Dai sighed helplessly. She was no stranger to such scenes. Even Master Lu Yuming faced similar situations in the past, yet those who surrounded him were genuinely wealthy individuals. Unlike Wang Tian, who was rooted in a small county. The people who sought him out were merely locals. How many in the county were worth over 50 million, let alone a billion? There were plenty of onlookers, though. Wang Tian felt a pang of bitterness, realizing he had been focused on promoting his martial arts school, oblivious to the fact that he had become more popular than the school itself. Master Wang, you might want to stay in the car. If you go in, it will likely cause an uproar. Grandpa, you should also stay back. It's too crowded. I'll go take a look and buy a house if there's one available. Hu Dai suggested kindly. Wang Tian observed Hu Dai in that moment, contrasting her demeanor with how she had been the day before. Once she departed, he weakly asked, Old man, is your granddaughter unwell? Hu Wanda shot Wang Tian a glare. You are the one who is unwell. She is perfectly fine. Wang Tian chuckled awkwardly, as he watched Hu Dai being blocked by the crowd and appearing anxious. He quickly called Gong Ning. Upon learning that Wang Tian had referred him, Gong Ning squeezed through the throng and pulled Wang Tian aside. 10 minutes later, Hu Dai returned with Gong Ning. How did it go? Are there any houses left? Wang Tian inquired. Hu Dai signaled an okay gesture. Some people have started buying houses, but the prices are too steep. Most want to see them first. I can just pay the deposit, Master Wang. Your friend is truly remarkable. She presents the properties with such detail, it's like writing an article. Gong Ning blushed at the compliment. No, I'm not that capable. Wang Tian laughed. Why not? You are more than capable. There is no one better than you as a sales manager. Let us go. We're off to see the houses. Gong Ning and Hu Dai got into the car. As they drove, Hu Dai shared Gong Ning's background with the old man. Though she often stuttered, she spoke flawlessly about houses. Hu Wanda remarked, Gong Ning, this issue of yours is not insurmountable. Huh. Gong Ning was taken aback. She had consulted doctors about her condition, who attributed it to psychological issues. Yet, the therapists were unable to assist her, which is why she remained as she was. Now, hearing the elderly man say this piqued her curiosity. However, it can be troublesome. If you have the chance, come visit us often. It might be beneficial for you. Hu Wanda glanced at Wang Tian, who was driving and unaware of the implication. Gong Ning merely nodded, not grasping Hu Wanda's meaning. Upon arriving at Longyuan, Gong Ning guided the 3 of them around, and eventually, Hu Wanda made the decision to purchase the apartment directly opposite Wang Tian's. The remaining procedures were straightforward. They went to the sales office, made the payment, received the keys, and left the rest to Zhonghai Group. However, upon their return, Wang Tian was left speechless. The once tranquil Longyuan was now filled with the sounds of drums and gongs, bustling with people. Those in the know were there to view houses, while others might mistakenly believe a tour group had arrived. Wang Tian quickly evaded the crowd's gaze, entered the house, and closed the door, signaling for visitors to leave. In the following days, numerous individuals attempted to visit Wang Tian, but they were all turned away by Zhonghai Group staff, allowing Wang Tian to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, despite Hu Wanda having purchased a house, he still lingered at Wang Tian's home, simply to mooch off meals. As the entrance quieted down, Wang Tian's phone began to buzz incessantly. Someone had unearthed his previously exposed phone number, and he found himself inundated with requests for mentorship and culinary lessons. Reluctantly, Wang Tian had to change his phone number, which finally restored some peace. In these few days, initially, Wang Tian would drive out to buy groceries, but eventually, Hu Dai joined him for the outings. Soon after, Wang Tian discovered that each morning, the kitchen was stocked with various clean, prepared ingredients. In Longyuan, only he, Hu Wanda, and Hu Dai resided. Since Hu Wanda could not venture out to buy groceries, the answer was evident. Hu Dai was responsible for these arrangements. For 3 or 4 consecutive days, this pattern persisted, prompting Wang Tian to finally call Hu Wanda and Hu Dai together. Hu Dai, I want tea beat around the bush. You see, as guests, let me handle the grocery shopping. Wang Tian was keen to avoid unnecessary obligations, especially those that seemed perplexing. Hu Dai's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head, remaining silent. Seeing this, Hu Wanda chuckled softly. Just speak your mind. Being vague is not characteristic of my granddaughter. Hu Dai shyly glanced at Wang Tian, who felt increasingly uncomfortable under her gaze, thinking, no way. While I consider myself somewhat handsome, I am not at the level where all women bow to me. This is absurd. Do they think this is a novel? Ultimately, Hu Dai still could not voice her thoughts, instead tugging at Hu Wanda's arm. Grandpa, you go ahead and speak, I'm too shy. Chapter 88. Seeking a mentor? Wang Tian rolled his eyes in disbelief. The girl actually felt embarrassed. Truly, a rare occurrence indeed. Hu Wan let out a wry smile and inquired, Master Wang, what do you think of my granddaughter? Wang Tian was taken aback, uncertain how to respond. To say she was lacking would be untrue, yet to say she was admirable would be akin to stepping into a pitfall. While he had an affinity for beauties and enjoyed their company, this did not equate to being frivolous or easily swayed by charm. He adhered to his own principles. Beauty is to be appreciated from a distance, not to be trifled with. He was already content with Xiao Qing, who matched his tastes with her vivacious and understanding nature. Wang Tian's heart was not inclined to be unfaithful. He did not believe that a brief acquaintance with Hu Dai could foster any genuine connection. Thus, he decided to speak candidly to avoid any misunderstandings. To be honest, although during our first encounter she caused quite a ruckus out of concern for you, I must emphasize that her filial piety does not excuse her unruly behavior. My memory is particularly sharp. I remember every kindness bestowed upon me, just as I do not forget any slight. Were it not for your esteemed reputation, she would not have crossed my threshold. Hu Dai's expression darkened slightly, while Hu Wan remained unfazed. Wang Tian continued, however, after spending a few days together, I have discerned that she is not entirely without merit. At the very least, her devotion to you is genuine. As for other aspects, I have yet to discover them. And as for any feelings of fondness, I must admit that they are currently lacking. Why do you inquire about this, old man? Hu Wan sighed. I acknowledge that my granddaughter's previous actions were somewhat excessive, but she is still a child. Can we not grant her a chance for redemption? Wang Tian hastily shook his head. Please do not phrase it in such alarming terms. What do you mean by granting her a chance for redemption? From her perspective, I can understand her behavior. It is merely a lack of respect. Even if she were to seek redemption, should it not come from her own volition? I am not in a position to offer such opportunities. Hu Wan glanced at Hu Dai, whose complexion had turned a ghastly pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she tugged at her clothing with increasing urgency. Hu Wan sighed again. Let me put it this way. She holds feelings for you. Wang Tian grinned awkwardly. Well, old man, you know I have a girlfriend. Uffed. Hu Dai, who had been nervously sipping water, ended up splattering it everywhere, exclaiming, Who said I wanted to be your girlfriend? Then what are you? Wang Tian was taken aback by this unexpected twist, his face growing warm. Hu Wan chuckled. You see, my granddaughter has never had any particular interests in her life goals. If there is one, it is to become a chef, though she does not regard ordinary culinary skills highly. However, your culinary prowess has captivated her, and she wishes to learn from you. Unfortunately, her shyness and previous missteps have made it difficult for her to approach you. Upon hearing this, Wang Tian breathed a sigh of relief. So that was the case. Nevertheless, he shook his head. Old man, it's not that I want to deny you, but my aspirations lie elsewhere. Hu Dai learning culinary skills from me would leave little time for proper instruction. Secondly, I really do not appreciate your granddaughter's approach to life, so I must decline. While a mentor opens the door, the journey of cultivation is ultimately personal. I do not mind the first point. As for the second, everyone makes mistakes. Acknowledging them is the first step toward improvement. I have watched Hu Dai grow, and while she may be a bit headstrong, I believe she will meet your expectations, Hu Wan asserted, casting a glance at Hu Dai. Suddenly, Hu Dai dropped to her knees before Wang Tian, startling him. He had never knelt before anyone, nor had anyone knelt before him, especially not someone of her stature. Before he could speak, Hu Dai implored, Master Wang, I know my previous actions were immature and thoughtless, but I beg you for another chance, a chance for redemption. Please believe that I will not disappoint you. Wang Tian quickly rose and stepped aside, but Hu Dai followed, continuing, Master Wang, I understand that for someone of your caliber to kneel is rather inappropriate. I do not wish to pressure you in such a manner, I simply want to express my sincere feelings. I acknowledge my past errors and do not seek to justify them. I only plead for an opportunity to amend my ways. Huan chimed in, Master Wang, please consider. Wang Tian furrowed his brow. Stand up and speak. It is uncomfortable for me to converse while you remain kneeling. Only then did Hu Dai respectfully rise. Wang Tian settled back down, but Hu Dai remained standing, nervously gazing at him. Wang Tian glanced at Hu Dai, then at Huan. Old man. Culinary skills differ greatly from martial arts. While martial arts is my primary focus, and I am open to taking on more disciples, I have never intended to mentor anyone in cooking. The sudden request for mentorship puts me in quite a predicament, especially since it concerns Hu Dai. Hu Dai wished to interject, but was silenced by Huan. Wang Tian continued, though my culinary skills are not beyond sharing, I cannot guarantee that I will have the time to teach. Upon hearing this, Hu Dai's eyes sparkled with hope. That's fine. As long as you accept me as your disciple, I would be content just to observe. If I could assist while you cook, that would be even better. Huan added, indeed, I hope the relationship between Hu Dai and yourself resembles a traditional master-disciple bond, rather than a transactional one. Do not treat her as a privileged young lady, nor consider my feelings. Teach her as you see fit, and feel free to instruct her as necessary. Of course, do not hold back any secrets. Wang Tian found himself speechless, pondering, if I were to treat your granddaughter as I please, I can only imagine the consequences. Nevertheless, he understood their intentions. While he was skilled in cooking, he had never been taught how to instruct a disciple. This matter would require a discussion with Stephen Zhou to acquire a guide on mentorship. Glancing at Huan and the eagerly hopeful Hu Dai, Wang Tian ultimately shook his head. As for mentorship, I must decline. Hu Dai is not yet qualified to be my disciple. Upon hearing this, Hu Dai's heart sank to the depths of despair. Chapter 89. Exclusive terminology. Wang Tian continued, however, considering her commendable filial piety, if she wishes, she may accompany me while I cook, yet she must not disturb me, or she will be promptly shown the door. Upon hearing this, Hu Dai leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, rest assured, Master Wang, I promise not to cause you any trouble. For an ordinary person, such a condition would hardly warrant such exuberance. However, Wang Tian's culinary prowess had already garnered the admiration of Lu Yuming and Hu Wanda, making this a different matter altogether. Wang Tian's culinary skills were undoubtedly exceptional, even reaching the pinnacle of world-class mastery. Such a figure deserves reverence wherever he goes, akin to a deity within the culinary realm. Though Hu Dai hailed from an esteemed lineage, her background only deepened her understanding of the sanctity of true masters. They are the gods of their craft. To be able to study under such a person is the dream of countless individuals. Many, even those of higher status than Hu Dai, willingly submit to the commands of these masters, not for any other reason but due to their remarkable abilities. As for age, the adage "the capable teach" stands true, rendering it irrelevant. Observing Hu Dai's animated demeanor, Wang Tian felt little joy. Frankly, he harbored doubts about this pampered young lady. In his estimation, he didn't need to create trouble for her. She would likely pack her bags and leave within a few days on her own accord. Upon returning to his room, Wang Tian promptly accessed the Wanjia live streaming platform and browsed through the culinary realm, where he discovered that Stephen Zhou was still active. A wave of relief washed over him as he clicked to enter. At this moment, Stephen Zhou was brimming with confidence. Ever since Wang Nima's arrival, which attracted a surge of 100,000 fans simultaneously, the news of Wang Nima's million-dollar tips had spread far and wide. However, it was the legendary tale of Wang Nima devouring fried rice, coupled with the glowing reviews from those who had dined with him, that truly brought him an avalanche of followers. In no time, the number of viewers in Stephen Zhou's live stream skyrocketed from a mere handful to an astonishing 30,000 daily. Despite the crowd, the system facilitated his work. For every dish he prepared, the system could replicate 30,000 servings, ensuring everyone had a taste. Naturally, the cost of ingredients would still be deducted from Stephen Zhou's earnings. But these expenses were trivial, regardless of how precious the ingredients may be, as long as they remained on site. Stephen Zhou could purchase hundreds of tons for a mere Wanjie coin. Of course, if taken outside, the price would double. The finest ingredients, the most skilled chefs, the best dishes. This was the hallmark of Stephen Zhou's live stream. At this moment, Stephen Zhou was preparing a squirrel fish, donning a mask for ease of explanation. With a growing audience, he felt the need to maintain humility. The squirrel fish is a traditional delicacy from the Suzhou region, consistently regarded as a top-notch dish at banquets throughout Jiangnan. Legend has it that during the reign of Emperor Qianlong, Squirrel fish had already graced the tables of Suzhou, having been tasted by the emperor himself. However, the ideal fish for this dish is not the carp but the mandarin fish, also known as the squirrel fish. Stephen Zhou elaborated on the nuances of this dish with great enthusiasm when suddenly, the wealthiest individual on earth, Wang Nima, descended into the live stream. Welcome, everyone. Stephen Zhou was momentarily taken aback. Upon realizing Wang Nima had arrived, his hand trembled, causing him to accidentally sprinkle too much salt. Master Zhou, it has been a while, Wang Tian proclaimed, descending like a celestial being. The 30,000 viewers erupted in excitement at Wang Nima's presence. Their gazes akin to those of worshippers beholding a deity, Lord of Wealth. Wang Tian paid no mind to their adoring stares. As long as they contributed to his fan value, their opinions mattered little. Mr. Wang, you're here. Uh-huh. Stephen Zhou exclaimed joyfully, only to inadvertently spill the fish he was cooking behind him. One must be meticulous in front of a tycoon. Wang Tian pretended not to notice. Everyone enjoys being valued. Wang Nima, since you're here, let us crack some treasure chests. Yes, indeed. We must crack them. Wang Tian rolled his eyes. Aren't we just opening them? For others, it's opening. For you, it's cracking. A slap for each, don't hold back. Indeed, cracking belongs to you, huh? Wang Tian was momentarily speechless. He hadn't anticipated having a dedicated term. Yet, he felt a sense of joy. Fine, if you wish for cracking, I shall oblige later. However, I have some questions for Stephen Zhou first. Had these words come from anyone else, they would surely face backlash. After all, one treasure chest costs 150 million Wanjie coins. No trifling matter. In the realm of live streaming, be it hosts or viewers, while many might possess such wealth, only Wang Tian would dare to expend it on treasure chests for sheer enjoyment. Moreover, he consistently followed through. Every time he appeared in the live stream, he would never leave without tossing money around. The last time he didn't tip, he even returned solely to shower cash. What does it mean to be extravagant? Everyone in the live stream understood one truth. Never compare your generosity with Wang Nima's. Of course, some wealthy viewers expressed their discontent with Wang Tian's show-stealing antics. Yet none could match his frequency of spending, with each gesture amounting to 1 million, particularly after discovering the terrifying scale of Wang Tian's business. Few dared to provoke him further, leading to Wang Tian being revered almost like a deity in the live stream. When Wang Tian mentioned cracking for fun, everyone believed him, and they eagerly called their friends to partake in the spoils. Wang Tian merely smiled at their enthusiasm and turned to Stephen Zhou, saying, Stephen Zhou, I have learned from your culinary arts. It is certain I cannot compare to you. I have come not for any particular matter, but to inquire if you possess any teaching notes or experiences you could share with me, preferably something that does not demand too much of my attention. Although Wang Tian did not intend to take Hu Dai as a disciple, he recognized the inevitability of such a situation and sought to learn first in order to avoid embarrassment when challenges arose. Stephen Zhou grinned upon hearing this. Mr. Wang, you have come to the right person. I have established 108 schools in my world, with disciples scattered across the globe. In terms of teaching experience, I possess my own comprehensive system. However, if you wish to divert your focus, it may pose a challenge. Teaching disciples is akin to raising children. Without care, it is difficult to nurture a good disciple. Wang Tian understood this principle, yet having already committed, he could hardly retract. I am eager to learn more. It depends on how many disciples you intend to take. If you have many, I suggest opening a school and hiring skilled chefs as instructors to teach the basics. The most exceptional students can be paired with even more outstanding teachers, creating a rigorous selection process for the top talent, whom you may then personally mentor. If you have fewer disciples, it is much simpler. There is no need for such effort. They can observe while you cook, assisting here and there. Occasionally allow them to cook while you assist and offer guidance. As long as they have sufficient talent, they will have no trouble graduating. Of course, if they are utterly hopeless, that is another story, Stephen Zhou explained effortlessly. Chapter 90. Vitality Soup. Stephen Zhou's perspective was quite similar to that of Wang Tian. However, while it may sound simple to teach a disciple, the reality is far more challenging. Guiding a student is not as straightforward as personal cultivation. It indeed requires a method. Stephen Zhou promptly sent Wang Tian a compilation of his experiences in mentoring disciples. Upon receiving it, Wang Tian immediately put it to use, and his mind was flooded with vivid images of Stephen Zhou teaching. As a result, he reaped immense benefits, and his culinary skills seemed to reach new heights. He was drawing ever closer to Stephen Zhou, surpassing Lu Yuming. This brought Wang Tian great joy, and he soon grasped the essence of teaching disciples. It boils down to tailoring instruction to individual needs, employing guidance rather than rote learning. Nevertheless, this approach can be rather exhausting. However, should he find a truly promising disciple, Wang Tian would not hesitate to invest his efforts into nurturing them. Having attained what he desired, Wang Tian waved his hand. Ding! Wang Mima bestowed a staggering 1 million multiverse coins. Cheers erupted from the crowd below. They've come. They've come. Following this, a legion of 50,000 fans rallied together, each tossing a multiverse coin. With a resounding clap, a treasure chest descended from the heavens, which then exploded with a bang, scattering countless smaller chests across the sky, each person eagerly opening their own. Stephen Zhou's grin widened. Indeed, Wang Mima was a lavish benefactor. His generosity astounding. As long as he was pleased, money fell like rain. The more Stephen Zhou pondered, the more delighted he became. It was merely a piece of advice, yet it had resulted in 1 million coins. Did it really have to be this exhilarating? Stephen Zhou even began to contemplate whether he should return and compile more advanced materials to assist Wang Tian in achieving greatness, while also taking the opportunity to explore higher-tier live-streaming venues. Upon acquiring the treasure chest, Wang Tian promptly exited the live stream, took a bath, changed clothes, and returned to his room, silently praying for the blessings of deities and celestial beings to aid him in opening the treasure chest. With a resounding clap, the treasure chest opened. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the recipe for vitality soup. A recipe for vitality soup? To his astonishment, Wang Tian realized he had not only gained culinary skills from Stephen Zhou, but also a wealth of foundational knowledge and theories concerning the culinary arts, including various culinary secrets. According to Stephen Zhou's records, the vitality soup was crafted in ancient times for the formidable Xiang Yu, known for his unparalleled strength and martial prowess. However, such immense power came at the cost of significant vitality depletion. To replenish Xiang Yu's energy, he summoned renowned physicians and chefs from across the land to collaboratively develop this vitality soup, specifically designed to restore one's vigor. Over the years, the recipe for vitality soup drifted into the hands of the masses, continuously refined by generations of masters, ultimately becoming a sacred formula among martial artists. Utilizing the vitality soup in training yielded remarkable results, enhancing physical conditioning, increasing strength, and promoting longevity. Regrettably, the original recipe was lost, and though Stephen Zhou had experimented with various vitality-boosting soups, none could replicate the efficacy of the vitality soup, a significant source of regret for him. Wang Tian could hardly believe his fortune in drawing the recipe for this revered concoction. Overwhelmed with joy, he expressed gratitude to the celestial beings, laughing heartily. With his culinary skills combined with the vitality soup and multiverse coins, his path in martial arts appeared increasingly promising. Wang Tian hastily jotted down a shopping list of ingredients required for the vitality soup, including potent ginseng, gentle red corn, goji berries, and a variety of other items. While some ingredients appeared rather eclectic and even counterproductive to vitality, Wang Tian understood that their combination held the potential for extraordinary effects. He felt entirely assured in the integrity of the Multiverse live streaming platform, confident that no counterfeit goods would be encountered. Eagerly heading out, Wang Tian was greeted at the entrance by Hu Dai, who was excitedly playing with her newly purchased smartphone. Upon spotting Wang Tian, she promptly rose and respectfully inquired, "Master, where are you headed?" Suddenly addressed as Master, Wang Tian felt somewhat unaccustomed, yet he recognized that such scenarios would become commonplace. There was no need to be overly formal. "We aren't exactly in a master-disciple relationship yet," he replied. "Let us just leave the titles for now. I'm going to purchase some ingredients. Would you like to accompany me?" Upon hearing this, Hu Dai was not at all displeased. Rather, she was ecstatic. Having been born into affluence, she had long relegated the pursuit of wealth to the bottom of her life's ambitions, with culinary arts being her true passion. The prospect of becoming Wang Tian's disciple thrilled her beyond measure. "No matter what, you are teaching me, and whether you acknowledge it or not, I shall still call you master," Hu Dai declared. Wang Tian could only smile wryly at her determination. He had no control over how she chose to address him. Ultimately, he decided to leave it be. After all, he was indeed imparting knowledge to her, and her calling him master was harmless, even if their relationship had yet to be formally recognized. Once outside, Hu Dai took the initiative to drive, and Wang Tian graciously accepted, settling into the passenger seat as she navigated the roads. The neighborhood remained lively, though with Wang Tian's recent withdrawal from socializing, the crowd had noticeably thinned. Master, I've heard that the properties in Longyuan are nearly sold out. I believe the Zhonghai Group should reward you generously for that. Without your presence here, their properties would hardly sell so well, Hu Dai remarked with a smile. That may be true, Wang Tian replied, but such sentiments are not easy to express. If I could, I would have said it long ago. By the way, Master, where is our first stop? Hu Dai inquired with curiosity. To Yongxing Pharmacy. I need to buy some ingredients for medicinal cuisine, Wang Tian responded. Hu Dai nodded in agreement and promptly set off. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, creating a relaxed atmosphere during the drive. Upon arriving at the pharmacy, both were taken aback, for the herbs Wang Tian sought were largely unavailable. The only option was to travel to Changsha or request the pharmacy to specially procure a batch for him. Wang Tian, disinclined to undertake the trip to Changsha himself, opted to leave a deposit, instructing them to notify him when the herbs arrived. Once outside the pharmacy, Hu Dai eagerly pulled Wang Tian onto the bustling streets. Master, you are now the owner of a martial arts school, and you are not lacking in funds. Furthermore, you are a rising internet celebrity. When you venture out, you must pay attention to your attire. While your current outfit is decent, it lacks sophistication. You will undoubtedly frequent upscale hotels and venues. An inappropriate attire might invite unwelcome attention. Such is human nature. It is unavoidable. You cannot always lower yourself to the standards of petty individuals, Hu Dai advised. Initially, Wang Tian had given little thought to such matters, but recalling his previous encounters with the barrel-shaped man in Huaming, he acquiesced to Hu Dai's reasoning. Thus, she led him toward the commercial district. Though Yongxing was merely a county-level city, its commercial street boasted several well-known brands, including a couple of international labels. Wang Tian had once passed by these shops, but at that time, he had no intention of entering, as he lacked the funds to do so without feeling foolish. Chapter 91. Fame brings controversy. With an air of composure, Hu Dai pushed the door open and sauntered in, casually spinning around before emerging with several garments in hand. Wang Tian, observing this scene, smirked and quipped, "Surely, these aren't all for me? Am I even able to wear them? Come on, try them on. I've meticulously chosen these. You'll definitely look dashing enough to elicit screams from passing young ladies," Hu Dai confidently asserted. Wang Tian glanced at the price tag, unable to suppress a wince. 2004 for a shirt. Is it gold-plated or silver-coated? Must it be so extravagant? The nearby sales attendant quickly interjected, "Sir, this is pure cotton." "I know that," Wang Tian retorted, "but cotton isn't worth such a fortune, is it?" The attendant was momentarily speechless. Could one even compare in such a manner? Wang Tian was merely jesting, and soon he cheerfully retreated to the fitting room to try on the attire. He was not a fool, nor did he wish to live in a past of frugality now that he had become affluent. Previously, his penny pinching was a necessity. He had plans to rent a dojo, renovate a home, and advertise, so saving was paramount. Now, with over 100 million in his pocket and no substantial expenses looming, it was time to indulge. Life is fleeting. One must seize joy in the moment, a truth he understood well. The first outfit was a pristine white suit. As he stood before the mirror, Wang Tian's eyes brightened. The suit fit him as if tailor-made, making him appear strikingly handsome, akin to a television star. However, he mused that such attire would seldom see the light of day, likely reserved for grand occasions. Outside the changing room, Hu Dai exclaimed, "Master, this outfit is stunning. Truly magnificent." Wang Tian felt a swell of vanity at her praise. The adoration of a beautiful woman was indeed powerful. The second outfit was casual wear, comfortable and appropriate. Nothing more needed to be said. The third was a trendy denim ensemble. With each change, Hu Dai offered her critiques, assisting Wang Tian in adjusting his clothing and hairstyle to enhance the overall effect. Wang Tian was not unattractive to begin with, and with this added touch, he appeared significantly more charismatic. No one would mind appearing more handsome or beautiful, and Wang Tian was no exception. Thus, he resolved, "Splendid, I'll purchase them all. No need for you to say anything. I've already settled the payment." Hu Dai giggled. "How can this be?" Wang Tian protested. "Why not?" She countered. "You haven't even paid me for my tuition yet. What is wrong with me buying you 2 pieces of clothing? Consider it a gesture of filial respect from a disciple to her master. Just accept it. I'm learning your craft, after all." Even if you refuse to acknowledge it, Hu Dai concluded, her expression one of resigned exasperation. Wang Tian contemplated her words and realized the truth in them. Their days together stretched long ahead, and being overly calculative seemed pointless. Besides, Hu Dai wasn't lacking in funds. Spending this money was as ordinary as a common person gifting fruits. Why should he be concerned? However, as they exited, Wang Tian distinctly sensed the shop attendant's gaze shift to something peculiar. Just as they stepped outside, he overheard someone whisper, "What a pity, a flower placed in cow dung. Still a hefty pile of poor dung. Could it be she is a kept woman?" At this, Wang Tian nearly stumbled down the steps in outrage, feeling compelled to march back and to demand a refund. Such humiliation was unbearable. Hu Dai stifled a laugh. "Master, you must grow accustomed to this. You're not currency. Why expect everyone to adore you? There will always be those who speak ill of you," my grandfather once said, "as long as your conscience is clear. Why concern yourself with the gossip of others? Just be yourself and find joy." Wang Tian pondered her words, nodding thoughtfully. Indeed, his status had changed, and he too must adapt. His future was destined for greatness, and if he allowed himself to be bothered by idle chatter, it would only lead to frustration. With this realization, his mood brightened considerably, and a surge of clarity washed over him. The distractions in his mind dissipated, revealing a sense of enlightenment. No wonder there is a saying in Tai Chi about being broad-minded and viewing all things as a form of cultivation. To master martial arts, one must first master oneself. Without the heart, one could only be a mere fighter. Yet with heart and skill combined, one could truly be called a master. The road ahead is long, and much remains for me to learn. In a moment of distraction, Hu Dai snatched the bag of clothes from his grasp. "This isn't necessary, is it? I'm a man. I shouldn't have a woman carrying my things. What if passers-by judge me?" Wang Tian protested. "That is absurd. You're the master. I'm the disciple. Traditionally, these tasks are mine to handle," Hu Dai replied with conviction. Wang Tian quickly countered, "Let us not dwell on tradition. We should blend the old and the new. If you do this, it'll be quite embarrassing for me. People might think I'm a spoiled rich kid, parading a pretty girl while making her carry things. It's an easy way to get into trouble, huh? Master, are you afraid of getting into trouble?" "I think it's you who is truly afraid," Hu Dai teased. "Let this go. You'll need to get used to many things, especially in the martial arts community, where traditions hold great significance. If you don't care, you might easily attract ridicule elsewhere." After much back and forth, Wang Tian ultimately conceded. Hu Dai skillfully laid out the traditional rules, and Wang Tian, a novice in cultural matters, could hardly argue against her, so he relented. He truly relented. As they walked, every man turned to glance at them, their gazes filled with admiration, invigorating Wang Tian. However, the looks from passing women were piercing, almost lethal. Wang Tian's hair stood on end. It was quite intimidating. "Dear, look at that fellow's girlfriend. Do you wish for something similar?" "Not out of the question." "Really? Then you must buy me 3 items." "3 items? I could buy 100. Let us stick to 3. A box of instant noodles, a washboard, and a radiator." "Dear, I understand the noodles, but what is the use of a washboard or radiator? We have a washing machine and air conditioning. The noodles will be your future meals. The washboard is for kneeling, and if that wears out, you'll kneel on the radiator. It's sturdy, dear. That is quite heavy. I can't let you carry that. I'll handle it myself." There were also bold women who scoffed. Either that woman is a mistress, or the man is gravely ill, for no man should allow a woman to carry things. Wang Tian gazed skyward, his mind echoing a singular thought. "I've never encountered such a wealthy individual." Unbeknownst to him, someone snapped a photo and shared it online, dubbing it, "The strongest shopping man emerges. Girlfriend carries the bags, our model." Immediately, the forums erupted with comments, men lamenting in jealousy. "Wow, incredible. A girlfriend so beautiful and understanding is nearly unheard of. Impressive. My girlfriend isn't even 1/10 as lovely. Commiserations to the one above. My girlfriend is 2 pounds overweight. Teach me, O wise one, how to tame a girlfriend. I kneel in supplication." Conversely, the women had a different perspective. "What a scoundrel. What use is he? He is fit, well-dressed, and decent-looking, yet he is so shameless. Just because he has money, he treats women like beasts of burden. Let us expose him. Support the exposure." Though the debates grew heated, they never escalated to violence. However, Chapter 92, an opportunity soon, a data enthusiast sprang forth, and after meticulous examination and contemplation, he was overwhelmed with excitement, promptly posting a new thread, "Astonishing discovery. The shopping man is none other than the kung fu master and culinary expert, Wang Tian. Comprehensive evidence is at hand. Challenge it if you dare." Furthermore, the woman in question is none other than the one who recorded the culinary master, butterfly fish. Various pieces of evidence follow. Feel free to debate. Instantly, the forum erupted in chaos, and the astute moderator elevated this thread to the top. Countless individuals flocked to it, and after extensive discussion, They collectively affirmed that the data enthusiast's analysis was indeed correct. Wang Tian, a rising internet celebrity, had long been under scrutiny from various websites, and the whiff of scandal drew them all in, leading him to once again dominate the headlines. Moreover, some more astute individuals unearthed photographs of Wang Tian shopping with Xiaoqing. Consequently, Wang Tian unwittingly gained notoriety once more, albeit this time with a rather unsavory reputation. The kung fu master and culinary expert, Wang Tian, was now accused of leading a double life. As the headlines spread, the comments sections of major news platforms exploded, refreshing hundreds of times in an instant, much to the delight of the website administrators. Disappointment filled the air. Having seen Wang Tian defeat the despicable adversaries from the island nation, many had believed him to be a true man. But it turned out he was nothing more than a charlatan. Regardless of his martial prowess or culinary skills, his character was in question, and such a person should not be entrusted as a teacher. Agreed. Who would send their child to learn under the guidance of such a scoundrel? Alas, I had already signed up. I must cancel my child's enrollment tomorrow to prevent any negative influence. Indeed, fame can be a double-edged sword. Wang Tian, who once embodied the spirit of a valiant Chinese man, was now ensnared by scandal. Moreover, his apparent disrespect towards women, coupled with newfound wealth and fame, had led him to adopt a cocky demeanor. Such individuals deserve to be ostracized. While a few rational netizens attempted to defend Wang Tian, their voices were drowned out amidst the uproar. Meanwhile, what was Wang Tian doing at this very moment? Tian Wang, trouble is brewing. You're back in the headlines. Sun Fatty's call came through immediately. Wang Tian, perplexed, responded, no way. I haven't done anything. Parading around with such a beautiful girl. It's a miracle you haven't been attacked. And you even made Hu Dai carry your things. You're practically torturing all the single men out there. The single men are furious, and your past is being dug up. Check online yourself. This has already affected Tian Wang martial arts. You'd best find a way to explain, or it will truly impact the opening. Sun Fatty chuckled bitterly. Wang Tian nodded. What's the big deal? You're overreacting. All right, go on. I'll take a look. Upon opening his computer, Wang Tian's face turned pale, nearly hurling the device against the wall as he cursed. What is this nonsense? I merely went shopping. Does it warrant this level of vilification? What are these people even doing? Are they so idle? At that moment, the phone rang again. Wang Tian picked it up to find it was Xiaoqing. Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, he answered, Qing, what made you think to call me? After a brief pause, Xiaoqing replied, Tian Gu, what is the story behind the news? About the girl beside you. Wang Tian chuckled wryly. Do you believe those gossip articles? Xiaoqing quickly retorted, I don't believe. Of course not. However, I still want to hear it from your lips for reassurance. Wang Tian explained, it's merely a case of wild speculation. The girl's name is Hu Dai. Wang Tian was notably patient with Xiaoqing, especially since she wasn't being unreasonable, but rather attentive, listening to his explanation. This quality endeared her to him greatly. No man appreciates a woman who stirs trouble. A gentle and understanding girl is undoubtedly more appealing. After half an hour, Wang Tian finished his explanation, and Xiaoqing laughed. So that's how it is, hee hee. Does that mean I'm becoming the master's wife? No. I didn't say anything. I heard everything. You can't backtrack now. Wang Tian exclaimed. What's it to you? Humph. You promised to come see me, yet you never showed. I'll hold you accountable for that. Xiaoqing said, her mood lightening as she transformed into a playful spirit. Having been caught in a bind, Wang Tian dared not protest, soothing her. All right. I've been busy with the martial arts school. Once everything settles, I'll come to Changsha and treat you to a delightful time. How does that sound? That's more like it. I'll let you off the hook. Has Xian finished her bath? If so, let us go play basketball. Xiaoqing exclaimed. At this, Wang Tian's mind wandered mischievously. Xian's bath? Playing basketball with her? It seemed there was indeed a game to be played. After pacifying Xiaoqing, Wang Tian hung up, only for the calls from Fang Gu and Chen Jai to follow. Fang Gu merely inquired if he needed assistance, which Wang Tian declined before ending the call. Chen Jai's inquiry was similar, but she concluded with, what exactly is your relationship with her? Wang Tian chuckled wryly. What do you think? Chen Jai sighed and replied, how would I know? With that, she hung up, leaving Wang Tian feeling bemused. Just as he was feeling overwhelmed, the door knocked, and Hu Dai entered with Hu Wanda. Hu Dai, slightly embarrassed, remarked, Master, it seems the situation has escalated. Wang Tian nodded. So you're aware? Yes. Hu Dai replied, nodding repeatedly. Hu Wanda, unfazed, asked, What are you planning to do about this? Wang Tian shrugged nonchalantly. What can I do? If they want to criticize, let them. Their mouths are their own. Am I to silence each one? This news may very well cost you a significant number of students, Huwanda queried. Wang Tian chuckled lightly, offering a knowing glance at Huwanda. Huwanda burst into laughter. So, you're not the least bit concerned? Wang Tian shook his head. On the contrary, I am quite concerned, but you are here. Are you not? Having a wise elder at home is like possessing a treasure. I trust you will lend your support. Huwanda laughed heartily. You clever rascal. You know how to take it easy. Not bad, not bad. It seems my worries were unfounded. Wang Tian sighed in relief. Then I can rest easy. Let them continue their tirades. A scandal is just that. A scandal. Once the dust settles, only the name will remain. Tianwang Martial Arts is still a fledgling school, inherently lacking in depth compared to those established institutions. This uproar is, in fact, an excellent opportunity for us. Having recently dominated the headlines, we can continue to do so. What a blessing. Huwan's countenance beamed with satisfaction at Wang Tian's composure. An ordinary individual would have been consumed by anxiety. Hu Dai, perplexed, alternated her gaze between Wang Tian and Huwan, exclaiming, What are you two talking about? How is this a good thing? Master, continue with this slander, and your reputation will be forever tarnished. Who would dare seek your tutelage then? Wang Tian chuckled. Why fret when I remain unperturbed? Let events unfold as they may, and embrace the natural course. Hu Dai, observing Wang Tian's nonchalant demeanor, lamented, You too are truly. Never mind, if you're not worried, why should I be? She then inquired, Master, what about me? Should I issue a statement on Weibo, or continue to remain silent? Wang Tian, taken aback, questioned, a statement on Weibo? Would that even be effective? Hu Dai, on the verge of tears, responded, Perhaps not, but it would undoubtedly reach a vast audience. The previous water-boiled fish incident garnered me 100,000 followers overnight, and this time it surged to 500,000. Wang Tian's jaw dropped in disbelief. Despite his extravagant spending on the Myriad Realms live platform, his follower count paled in comparison to Hu Dai's meteoric rise. While the platforms and their significance differed, Wang Tian couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. How did you achieve this? Wang Tian inquired. Are you that beloved by the masses? Hu Dai, gazing at the ceiling, replied with a wry smile, See for yourself. These 500,000 followers have come solely to hurl insults. I've become the modern-day Panjin Lian, the national villain, the temptress who led a national hero astray. Hu Dai presented her Weibo page to Wang Tian, revealing a deluge of comments beneath each post, a sea of red, overflowing with venomous attacks. Wang Tian erupted in laughter upon witnessing the spectacle. Hu Dai, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, You're still laughing? What kind of heartless master are you? I'm about to burst into tears. Never in my life have I been subjected to such abuse. Wang Tian quipped, A few insults won't break you. What are you afraid of? If you wish to clarify, feel free, but I suspect any explanation will only invite further condemnation. Hu Dai retorted indignantly, I must say something. Without hesitation, Hu Dai posted a new status update, declaring, a dog meddling in affairs beyond its concern. As expected, the post was instantly flooded with thousands of comments. A barrage of insults inundating the screen. Hu Dai, undeterred, proclaimed, Master, although I'm uncertain of your intentions, I shall assist you in escalating this matter. Am I not a loyal disciple? Wang Tian, somewhat speechless, remarked, Foolish girl, I may be impervious to these attacks, but you are still a maiden of virtue. Is it not detrimental to your reputation to be defamed in such a manner? Hu Dai rolled her eyes, Don't underestimate me. As your disciple, I shall share in your tribulations. Wang Tian smiled, for true camaraderie was a rare and precious commodity. Wang Tian proposed, I shall prepare your favorite water-boiled fish for lunch today. Join me. Hu Dai's eyes lit up at the mention of Wang Tian's water-boiled fish, a dish she could never tire of, its mere thought inducing salivation. However, what truly delighted her was the implication that Wang Tian would be imparting his culinary expertise to her, her first official lesson since becoming his disciple. Huan chuckled, observing the mutual sincerity displayed by the master and disciple. He was confident that their relationship would flourish, provided no grave errors were made. At that moment, Wang Tian's phone rang. Celestial King, the situation is dire. Sun Pongzi's voice boomed from the other end of the line. What is it? Speak calmly. The sky hasn't fallen. Has it? Wang Tian replied. Sun Pongzi exclaimed, How can I remain calm? You wouldn't believe it. But the same people who were lining up to join our martial arts academy just days ago are now queuing up for refunds. We had recruited over 1,000 disciples, but hundreds have already left and more are on their way. Celestial King, at this rate, we'll have no one left by the grand opening. Wang Tian chuckled. So what if we have no one left? Are you afraid our martial arts academy will fail? Sun Pengzi conceded. Well, if the big boss isn't worried, neither am I. But I must inform you that the Sun Family Martial Arts Academy, the First Martial Arts Academy, and the Evergreen Martial Arts Academy are engaging in unsavory tactics. They're poaching our recruits across the street and distributing leaflets with your scandalous headlines. They're clearly attempting to capitalize on our misfortune and steal our students. Wang Tian raised an eyebrow, for while he was indifferent to the manipulation of public opinion, the actions of these local martial arts academies were beyond the pale. Even if they were poaching recruits, they should have done so discreetly. Instead, they were brazenly intercepting potential students at his doorstep, while simultaneously tarnishing his reputation. Celestial King, are you even listening? Sun Pengzi inquired, sensing Wang Tian's silence. Wang Tian chuckled. What's the rush? This is actually a boon. Once the Martial Arts Academy opens, we can legally challenge them. I'll ensure their martial arts instructors spend a month recuperating in bed. Without instructors, let's see how many students they retain. Excellent strategy. They've shown no benevolence, so we shall reciprocate in kind. I wholeheartedly support this. Sun Pengzi exclaimed. Wang Tian lowered his voice and spoke a few more words, prompting Sun Pengzi to ask, Celestial King, is that truly necessary? Chapter 94. Committing crimes against the wind. This is what one calls being prepared for the unexpected. Wang Tiandao. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. By the way, are you truly unconcerned about these individuals departing? Sun Fatty inquired. If they wish to leave, what can you do to retain them? Let them go. It is futile to listen to idle gossip. What purpose does their presence serve? Wang Tiandao. Seeing Wang Tiandao respond so nonchalantly, Sun Fatty felt a wave of relief and promptly addressed Lu Boer, who was striving to maintain the crowd's composure outside. The Heavenly King has declared that those wishing to withdraw will receive a full refund of their deposit. However, those seeking a refund must sign a statement. The previously tumultuous crowd, filled with cries to distance themselves from scoundrels, fell silent upon hearing of the refund policy. Yet, a few still muttered discontentedly, "Humph, as if that is very generous. It is merely a capitulation to public pressure. Had fewer people attended today, they would not be so willing to issue refunds. Indeed, tomorrow, we must hope for an even larger turnout. Such a morally bankrupt martial arts school deserves to close its doors for good. One must cultivate virtue before mastering martial arts. A lack of morality poses a greater societal threat. Wang Tiandao, despite his youth and some skill, is unfortunately misled without a worthy mentor to guide him." At this moment, a middle-aged man approached, shaking his head and speaking loudly, as if fearful that others might not hear him. "I pay my respects to the master." The individuals who had been discussing moments earlier quickly bowed in deference. Such scenes were unfolding in rapid succession at the other two schools, each striving with all their might to undermine the Heavenly King Martial Arts School, attempting to lure students to their establishments. They would stop at nothing to achieve this goal. Sun Fatty cast a sidelong glance at the man, who was clad in the training uniform of the Sun Family Martial Arts School, emblazoned with a large sun character on his chest. He scoffed quietly, jotting down a note. Sun Family Martial Arts School 3, First Martial Arts School 1, Chingsong Martial Arts School 2. Simultaneously, Sun Fatty whispered a few instructions to another individual, who promptly dashed off, the purpose of their errand unknown. Meanwhile, Wang Tiandao remained unperturbed, standing in the kitchen instructing his apprentice. He demonstrated how to slice fish, how to master knife skills, and various other techniques, explaining as he worked. Though Stephen Zhou had advised allowing apprentices to discover for themselves, Wang Tiandao believed that some matters could be elucidated with a simple explanation, sparing his apprentice the unnecessary toil of contemplation. Moreover, with only one apprentice, unlike Stephen Zhou, who had a multitude, Wang Tiandao found himself eager and enthusiastic in his inaugural role as a mentor, his interest undiminished. Hu Dai proved to be quite astute. She retained the instructions Wang Tiandao imparted after a single mention, often requiring no further reminders. This significantly alleviated Wang Tiandao's burden. When the water-boiled fish was ready, Wang Tiandao inquired cheerfully, "How is it?" Hu Dai replied with confidence, "My knife skills still require refinement. While I can prepare this dish, the flavor will undoubtedly fall short of yours. The balance of heat, oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar must be practiced." Wang Tiandao nodded. "Starting tomorrow, you shall prepare water-boiled fish daily. I will assist you 3 times, and the rest will depend on your own comprehension. Once you have mastered this dish, I shall teach you others. Hu Dai nodded eagerly. Culinary skills are interconnected. Many principles can be gleaned from a single dish, facilitating the learning of others thereafter. Wang Tian employed this method, and Hu Dai followed his guidance without question, proving to be a diligent student. In the afternoon, Hu Wanda sought out Wang Tian, presenting a list. This comprises the domestic martial arts experts I have encountered over the years. Should you seek a mentor, these individuals may be of assistance. However, whether you can engage them depends on your own efforts. How proficient are these individuals? Wang Tian inquired. Hu Wanda shook his head. They possess skills, yet they pale in comparison to yours. You are the only true master I have encountered. The rest, alas. Wang Tian nodded in understanding. Had Hu Wanda truly met other masters of national martial arts, he would have pursued them tirelessly rather than idling here with Wang Tian. Nonetheless, the fact that they possess skills is sufficient, as Wang Tian requires individuals to teach his apprentice the fundamentals. For deeper knowledge, Tai Chi and Jeet Kune will suffice. However, as Wang Tian calculated the time, he realized that he had no opportunity to visit each one individually for challenges. The furthest would require a day's travel by plane and car. Only 5 days remained until the Heavenly King Martial Arts School opened. Clearly, visiting each one was impractical. Time is rather tight. Do you have any suggestions? Hu Wanda was equally perplexed. The opening of Wang Tiandao's school was imminent. Yet he had not actively sought the list of martial teachers. Did he intend to personally instruct the students? Wang Tiandao smiled. There is still ample time. With that, he promptly returned to his room to craft a large poster, instructing Hu Dai to take it outside and display it. Hu Dai was bewildered. Will this truly work? At that moment, reporters eager for first-hand news had already surrounded the entrance of Long Yuan. Had it not been for the diligent security personnel, Wang Tiandao's door would likely have been overwhelmed. As Hu Dai emerged, she immediately sparked a commotion. Butterfly fish, why are you here? Is this not the residence of Master Wang Tiandao? Butterfly fish, are you truly a mistress? Butterfly fish, do you have any comments on the online rumors? Hu Dai, however, ignored their inquiries, raising the large poster in her hand. This contains the news you seek, but I find it quite difficult to be pressed in like this. Upon hearing this, the reporters immediately stepped back. The entrance of the community featured a designated notice board, where Hu Dai unfurled the poster and affixed it, then swiftly departed, offering no opportunity for the reporters to pursue further questions. The journalists had no time to concern themselves with Hu Dai. They directed their cameras towards the poster, snapping photos. Once finished, they looked at the content and their expressions turned bizarre. Is Wang Tiandao unwell? He is dressed in black and is seeking martial arts instructors? The sign for his school is already darkened. Who would dare apply? Indeed, once this news is disseminated, he will likely be met with fierce backlash. Regardless of the potential backlash, sending it out would ensure a hot topic. The reporters quickly began editing the news for submission, and soon thereafter, the website featured the latest update. Wang Tiandao publicly recruiting martial arts instructors. Does this challenge the moral threshold? The audacity of a man embroiled in scandal, Wang Tiandao, dares to seek martial arts masters at this juncture. Who would be willing to join? Indeed, once this news broke, the comments section erupted with outrage, with countless individuals voicing their disdain. Chapter 95. New features in the live streaming system. Wang Tian chuckled as he perused the vitriolic comments, observing the tally of messages fluctuate. 1,000, 3,000, 10,000. Haha, marvelous. 100,000 so swiftly. Let the tempestuous onslaught intensify. Wang Tian exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Hu Dai and Hu Wanda quietly sipped their tea, exchanging glances. Hu Dai sighed. Grandfather, is my master perhaps unhinged? Hu Wanda playfully tapped Hu Dai's forehead. That lad is exceptionally astute. This is a masterstroke. Everyone presumed Wang Tian was cornered. Yet with a mere flick of the wrist, he not only salvaged the situation, but orchestrated a monumental reversal. TSK, TSK. Hu Dai rolled her eyes. Grandfather, must you always be so cryptic? Can't you simply articulate the crux? That would be imprudent. A discerning observer remains taciturn. Observe patiently. I cannot divulge. Hu Wanda chuckled with unbridled glee, while Hu Dai wore an expression of utter resignation. Just then, Wang Tian called out. Hu Dai, forthwith. Log on to Weibo and solicit martial arts instructors for the gymnasium. Alas, my dear master, are you deliberately inviting more opprobrium upon your disciple? Hu Dai lamented with a wry smile, yet she proceeded to access Weibo. To her astonishment, her follower count, initially at 500,000, had surged to 800,000. At this rate, surpassing 1 million was imminent. Previously, such a feat would have filled her with elation, but upon perusing the comments, her spirits plummeted. Expeditiously, she composed and posted a new Weibo entry. Instantly, the comment section erupted, the numerical count escalating at an almost perceptible rate. Remarkable velocity. One might mistake it for a stopwatch, Wang Tian quipped, sidling up to observe the rapid numerical ascent. Hu Dai dejectedly remarked, "Master, when will this ordeal cease? I fear I am being vilified as the most heinous woman in existence. Patience, my dear, a little longer." "Ah, someone has sent you a private message," Wang Tian announced, then swiftly retreated while Hu Dai was momentarily distracted. Hu Dai chuckled ruefully, such an irresponsible fellow, exploiting one's services and then fleeing. Alas. With that, Hu Dai opened the private message, discovering that it was from Tao Jingjing. "Hu Dai, what is transpiring? Have you truly become involved with Grandmaster Wang? Do not tarnish our reputation, my dear. Being a mistress is utterly shameful." "Why no response? I forewarn you, do not preempt me. I shall arrive in Yongxing at the beginning of next month. We must compete equitably." Hu Dai, upon reading Tao's words, was beset with perplexity, replying, "Are you even contending for this? You have never even met Grandmaster Wang. You little vixen, your heart is aflutter. Just find someone to marry in Hong Kong." Regrettably, Tao Jingjing was offline. After a brief wait, Hu Dai switched off her phone and proceeded to the kitchen to study ingredients and seasonings. Wang Tian returned to his chamber and promptly booted up his computer, eager to explore the myriad wonders of the interdimensional live streaming platform. Yet, upon powering on the device, Wang Tian was taken aback as the system notified him of an update. Simultaneously, a dialog box materialized. "Ding. You have a room invitation. Would you like to view it?" After a system update, invitations are now possible? Intriguing. Wang Tian pondered momentarily before clicking to view the invitation, which elicited a chuckle. The inviter was none other than Zach, whom he had not encountered in quite some time. What does that fellow want? Having mastered Tycoon do? Would I even consider learning Muay Thai? Despite these thoughts, he accepted the invitation. Ding. Entering Zach's private one-on-one chat room. In a flash of light and darkness, Wang Tian found himself on a beach, flanked by a black and white sandy shore. The sand was remarkably fine, yielding a soft, comfortable sensation underfoot. The sand quality was unequivocally the finest Wang Tian had ever encountered. The island was lush and verdant, and amidst the foliage, he could discern modern architectural structures. In the distance lay a serene, azure sea, undisturbed by wind, with ships traversing the waters. Overhead, the sky was a canvas of cerulean, adorned with 2 languid white clouds. "Zach, where are you?" Wang Tian called out, surveying his surroundings. "Ahem. Wang and I, Ma, esteemed leader, would you deign to dismount from my person?" A voice emanated from below. Wang Tian glanced down and burst into laughter. Zach had buried himself in the sand, with only his head visible. The system, in its capricious nature, had transported him directly onto Zach. Wang Tian frowned and stepped aside, taken aback. His senses had failed to detect Zach's presence. A peculiar anomaly. Upon scrutinizing his own body, Wang Tian was utterly dumbfounded. His martial prowess had vanished. His physical state was that of an ordinary individual. How had this transpired? Cease your astonishment. This is the system's private chat room. For the sake of order and security, we are both endowed with the physique of ordinary mortals. Physical altercations are impossible, Zach explained with a chuckle, emerging from the sand. "Why did you summon me?" Wang Tian inquired, perplexed. Zach immediately adopted a fawning demeanor and approached. "Wang and I, Ma, esteemed leader, did you not previously offer 4 million for my Muay Thai? I believe we can now proceed with the transaction." "Heh, you now wish to sell?" Wang Tian smirked, observing Zach. Zach replied obsequiously, "Wang and I, Ma, esteemed leader. After much contemplation, I have concluded that you are an upright and valiant individual. Entrusting Muay Thai to you will undoubtedly ensure its flourishing. Therefore, I have formally resolved to sell you Muay Thai." "Heh." Wang Tian responded with a non-committal smile. "Wang and I, Ma, esteemed leader. What is the significance of that chuckle? Heh, care to guess? Is it a deal? Heh. Could we refrain from the hes? Are you certain? Certain. Heh, no sale." It was a jest. Previously, he had considered purchasing Zach's Muay Thai due to its straightforward, brutal nature and its captivating appeal. However, now that he possessed Jeet Kune Do, which rivaled Muay Thai in both aggression and technique, why would he acquire it? Martial arts, after all, should be refined rather than abundant. Otherwise, how about an 80% discount? Zach shamelessly pressed. Wang Tian retorted, no sale. Zach was crestfallen, nearly prostrating himself and clasping Wang Tian's leg. Wang and I, ma, esteemed leader. I was mistaken. Please purchase it. Or is it because you now possess Tycoon do? I have heard tell of that Tycoon do. It is allegedly formidable, but can it truly surpass my own? Only a contest will reveal the truth, Wang Tian replied calmly. Zach spread his hands. I too desire a contest, but Bruce Lee accepted your funds and surmounted the final barrier, ascending to the mortal realm middle stage. I cannot rival the knowledge he acquired there. I am powerless. Chapter 96. The training arena. Do you wish to join? Wang Tian suddenly comprehended why Zach had sought him out. The fellow must have been envious of others advancing while he remained stagnant, hence his audacity in approaching Wang. Zach nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Absolutely. I've been stuck in the mundane realm for far too long. I yearn to ascend and witness what lies beyond. They say it's another pinnacle of martial prowess. At this point, Zach's eyes sparkled with fervor. Wang Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. Though I possess wealth, I do not squander it frivolously. You must convince me that my expenditure is justified before I part with my coins. Here's your chance, Zach. If you can make me believe it's worth it, I shall grant you the funds to accompany me. Upon hearing this, Zach's eyes gleamed, and he began to bounce around like a mischievous brat. After a few moments of fervent contemplation, he exclaimed, Boss, are you aware that after the system upgrade, new functionalities were introduced? Wang Tian rolled his eyes. What do I know? The platform never issues announcements, nor provides introductions. How could I be informed? Zach chuckled. Indeed, that aspect of the platform is quite lacking. However, I have recently discovered a new feature. I wonder if you wish to explore it. What feature? Wang Tian inquired, intrigued. The training arena. Zach declared. The training arena? Wang Tian's curiosity intensified. Precisely. In the realm of martial arts. Even if I provide you assistance, and the system lends a hand, you cannot attain mastery merely through that support. At best, it can elevate you to the current limits of your level. A common individual can attain the stage of Ming Jin, but reaching the pinnacle depends on one's physical capabilities. For those proficient in Jin, they can ascend directly to its zenith, and that is the power of the platform. However, such elevation merely signifies a rise in rank. It does not equate to the ability to wield the combat prowess of that level. Moreover, the pace of personal training is exceedingly slow. True martial skill is forged in the crucible of battle. Only through combat, even life and death struggles, can genuine prowess be cultivated. The function of the training arena is to allow you to engage in combat with streamers. Authentic, skill-based dueling, even to the brink of death. Of course, the death here is simulated, akin to a game. But the realism, well, for those who have never faced death, it's worth a try. Personally, I am quite eager to give it a shot, Zach chuckled. Wang Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. His relentless efforts to establish a martial arts school were precisely to discover a platform for combat. And now the universal streaming platform had granted him the finest venue to challenge true masters. There was no need to pursue the martial arts school any longer. However, Zach's subsequent words doused Wang Tian's enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. But the price is a bit steep. Zach scratched his head sheepishly. How steep? Wang Tian queried. 100,000 universal coins. Zach raised a finger. That's not excessive. Wang Tian calculated his available 9 million universal coins, dismissing the concern. Per minute, Zach added, and Wang Tian nearly leapt up in outrage, exclaiming, What? 100,000 universal coins for a mere minute? That is highway robbery. I could practice for 100 minutes with just 10 million universal coins. What can be accomplished in 100 minutes? Converted to hours. It barely amounts to over an hour. If I encounter a fierce opponent, even rolling around on the bed 1T suffice. Zach shrugged. There's no alternative. It's a holographic, real-life game, and the fees are exorbitant. I estimate that you are the only one in the mundane realm who could afford to play a couple of rounds. Afterward, Zach gazed at Wang Tian with big, pleading eyes, and Wang Tian retorted with a slap to his face. Stop looking at me like that. It's nauseating. Boss, do you wish to give it a try? Zach continued to plead adorably. Wang Tian pondered, what benefits are there in sparring with you? Experience the beauty of mortality. Feel the thrill of extremes. Zach exclaimed with excitement. Wang Tian nodded. Turn around and bend at a 90-degree angle. Boss, what are you planning? Zach felt a sudden tightness and added, I prefer women. However, if the funds are sufficient, I shall close my eyes and pretend to know nothing. Upon hearing this, Wang Tian kicked him. Get lost. Stand still. If you plan to strike me, I'll hit you first to establish some equilibrium. Zach understood Wang Tian's intentions. He genuinely desired to engage in a real battle. Although Zach's commission would only be 1/10, it was still a substantial sum. He envisioned the door to advancement beckoning him and complied, turning away and bending down, exclaiming, "Boss, let your love come with fervor." Bang! Wang Tian delivered a kick to Zach's posterior. Zach, being the cheeky fellow he was, spread his arms and lay on the sand, grinning. "Boss, shall I expect more?" Faced with such a cheeky character, Wang Tian could only shake his head in exasperation and waved his hand. "Enough. Prepare to fight. Remember, you may only utilize your Mingjin strength. No employing greater force. Or do not blame me for being ruthless. To ensure your next summons, I shall comply without fail." Haha. By the way, boss, how do you find my Chinese? Zach asked flatteringly. "Excellent. Your words evoke an impulse within me to slap you." Wang Tian retorted. "Who taught you Chinese? Tell him to come here. I shall bestow upon him some buffs. I learned it online. I've seen many people use it, so I mimicked them," Zach replied. "What else have you learned?" "Oh dear, I cannot do it." In fairness for all, Zach twisted his waist and posed dramatically. "Enough. Silence. And let us commence the battle." Wang Tian regretted his earlier inquiries. Had he not sought out this annoyance? Zach promptly ceased his chatter. After all, money speaks volumes. And compliance was imperative. Zach activated the training arena, and in the next moment, the scenery before them remained unchanged. Yet a line of text appeared before Wang Tian. "Warning, you have entered the training arena. The countdown has begun. Billing will commence in 3 seconds. Each minute costs 100,000 universal coins. We wish you a pleasant experience." "Pleasant my foot. This is painful." Wang Tian cursed inwardly, and indeed, a countdown appeared before him as his strength surged back. He hastily warned, "Zach, if the results are unsatisfactory, do not expect me to return. I know. I'll ensure you break even. Here it comes. Taste my fist." Zach suddenly accelerated, closing in for a jab. Wang Tian deftly twisted his body, narrowly evading Zach's punch, only for Zach to retract his fist and strike at Wang Tian's nape. Wang Tian sidestepped. "You've lost. Bow down." Zach laughed heartily as he retracted his fist, launching an elbow strike. Seeing Zach's elbow approaching swiftly, Wang Tian scoffed. "Don't underestimate me." He executed a single-handed block, leveraging the force to retreat. Chapter 97. Tycoon versus Muay Thai. In the moment that Wang Tian leapt, Zach stomped his foot and closed the distance once more, lifting his leg to deliver a knee strike aimed at the upper part of Wang Tian's abdomen, just below the ribs. This area was vulnerable. A direct hit could induce immediate vomiting, incapacitating Wang Tian entirely. The inevitable outcome would be a severe beating. Left with no alternative, Wang Tian pressed his hands down, using his knees to brace against them, and with a powerful thrust from his legs, he propelled himself upward. Zach suddenly chuckled. "You fell for it." He adeptly harnessed Wang Tian's momentum, bringing his knee crashing down heavily on the ground, spinning his body to deliver a whip-like kick to Wang Tian's chest. Bang! Wang Tian felt as though his ribs had shattered, rendering him breathless. As he gasped for air, a surge of liquid erupted from within him, and he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. Just as Wang Tian touched down, he had yet to regain his bearings when Zach descended upon him, delivering a crushing blow with his foot. In that fleeting moment, Wang Tian felt every hair on his body stand on end, completely forgetting about the trivialities of games, live streaming platforms, or the martial arts arena. At that instant, only one thought consumed him. He was going to die, with death looming. Feelings of reluctance and fear compressed within him like a balloon at its breaking point. Bang! Wang Tian lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself reclining on a sun lounger by the beach, while Zach lounged nearby, basking in the sun with an air of indifference. Was this the sensation of death? Wang Tian rubbed his head and sat up. "So how does it feel? Not too shabby, right?" Zach chuckled. Wang Tian rolled his eyes. "Just wait until I let you try it. You'll find out." "Is this all you do, sunbathe? Not even a sunshade?" Zach shrugged nonchalantly. "I was born dark-skinned. No matter how much I sunbathe, it makes no difference." Wang Tian grinned and gave a thumbs up. "Truly, the advantages of race are remarkable." "Boss, shall we continue?" Zach inquired eagerly. "First, tell me where I fell short, and then we can proceed," Wang Tian replied, rubbing his temples. Zach grimaced, having expected to merely be a sparring partner, but now he found himself in the role of a coach, without any compensation. Otherwise, Wang Tian might refuse to continue, and Zach had no other means to earn money. "While I'm not well versed in Taiji, and my encounters with Lei Fong have been limited. I can say this: your reaction speed is insufficient. Lei Fong's Taiji is swifter and more aggressive. In defense, she employs a technique of large circles enveloping smaller ones, creating an almost impenetrable defense. I can only break through her defenses with brute force and speed. Technique is beyond my reach. And what else? Wang Tian pressed. That's all. Zack shrugged. Wang Tian rolled his eyes. Your teaching is inadequate. I'm done here, heading home. Wait, let us shift our approach. Zack quickly interjected. Shift to what? Wang Tian asked. I excel in offense, not defense. Don't you have an offensive fighting style? I believe it could be more beneficial for you. Zack suggested. Wang Tian had never employed Jeet Kune Do before. Truthfully, he lacked confidence. However, since the live stream wouldn't result in any fatal consequences, what did he have to fear? As for money, was he in need? Let us do it. Once more, the martial arts arena was activated. 3, 2, 1. Boss. I'll give you the first move. How does that sound? Zack said, casually swinging his arms. Wang Tian nodded in agreement. After being battered by Zack's relentless onslaught, he felt that seizing the initiative might fare better. However, in the next moment, Wang Tian's mood soured. Despite Zack's playful demeanor, he felt as though any attack he attempted would be thwarted, leaving him with no openings. Boss, time is money. Zack reminded him after 3 seconds. Here I go. Wang Tian shouted, lunging forward with a raised leg. In that instant, Zack's demeanor shifted, his eyes sharpening and his muscles tensing like a coiled leopard, charging straight for Wang Tian's face. Yet, Wang Tian did not simply kick. Instead, he stepped diagonally, his body arching backward and pivoting, transforming into a reverse bow stance. His leg slipped between Zack's, effectively trapping one of his legs. As Zack surged forward, his left leg yet to touch down and his right already lifted, he became unbalanced, caught on Wang Tian's leg. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Tian shouted and sprang up. With Zack still off balance, he delivered a kick directly to Zack's chest. Zack instinctively defended himself, but bang, he was sent flying by Wang Tian's strike. Seeing this, Wang Tian couldn't help but smile. He had finally avenged himself. Simultaneously, he recognized the vast disparity in experience, insight, and combat awareness between him and Zack. However, the system was not as flawed as Zack suggested. Wang Tian possessed all the fundamental capabilities befitting his level of skill. His reflexes and combat awareness had been instilled within him. He merely needed to hone them. Wang Tian had suffered greatly at the hands of Zack due to Zack's comprehensive understanding of Lei Fong's Taiji, which rendered Wang Tian's techniques juvenile and easily exploitable. However, with Jeet Kune Do, Zack had never encountered it before, coupled with his overconfidence. He was caught off guard and suffered a significant setback. Author's note: I had always thought I would need to wait until reaching 300,000 words before publishing, but yesterday the editor suddenly notified me that it was time, which felt a bit rushed. Fortunately, I have a habit of stockpiling manuscripts, with 30 chapters ready. I was well prepared for this moment. Writing on this platform, I must admit, I was initially hesitant to accelerate my output as the word count grew. If the data couldn't keep pace, it would be detrimental. This principle should be understood by everyone. After publishing, I cannot promise daily updates of a specific quantity, but I can assure a minimum of 3 chapters, barring any unforeseen circumstances. My previous book reached 300,000 words without a single day of interruption. I express my gratitude to those who have consistently supported my work, as well as to those who take the time to voice their criticisms. Truthfully, it can be disheartening to receive negative feedback. Nonetheless, I can confidently say that I respond to all but the most vitriolic comments. However, to maintain my business's integrity, I must retain responses for a time before deleting them. For this, I can only apologize. It's a small-scale endeavor. Lastly, I wish to thank my editor, Bo Han, whom I've heard referred to as the monk, and amusingly, his avatar is indeed that of a monk. I won't boast, but despite having written for many years and completing 5 or 6 works, this is my first foray into this platform and my initial experience here. I had often heard tales of the daunting depths of the starting point, the fear surrounding it, and the challenges of securing a contract, which deterred me from venturing in. However, upon my arrival, I found that the editor, Monk, is truly a responsible and commendable individual. Our interactions were minimal throughout the process, yet each communication was pivotal. He took the initiative to engage with me and provided patient explanations. Whenever I posed questions, he would respond almost instantaneously, earning my utmost admiration. As for recommendations, Monk generously offered a variety, leaving me pleasantly surprised. Ba, I express my gratitude to the Buddha. Well, the work has been launched. I hope everyone continues to support Starry Sky. There is little time left. I must return to updating. Howl. Chapter 98. The frenzied duel with a decisive strike. Wang Tian finally regained his confidence. In comparison to Zack, who was suppressing his true strength, the disparity was not as vast as he had once imagined. Everything was just beginning. There was much to be done. However, after rolling a few meters on the ground, Zack quickly rose, opened his mouth as if to speak, then swallowed his words. His gaze sharpened. Boss, be wary. I am about to get serious. With that, Zack lunged forward like a cheetah, moving with astonishing speed. Wang Tian, having rediscovered his confidence, was equally undaunted. With a fierce shout, he stomped his foot and launched a kick. Zack assumed it was merely a feint and instinctively sidestepped. However, Wang Tian exerted force through his foot, landing a resounding thud on the sand, then pivoted to deliver a spinning kick. Zack exclaimed in surprise, responding quickly with a kick of his own, and the two clashed midair. Both retreated 2 steps. Zack, astonished, remarked, Boss, have you been possessed by a deity? How have you improved so rapidly? Others may possess various martial arts, but they truly lack skill. After bouncing thrice on the spot, Wang Tian chuckled. That's because your boss is indeed a divine being. Wang Tian gradually found his rhythm. His blood surged with excitement, yearning for battle. This time, before Zack could launch an attack, Wang Tian suddenly accelerated, closing the distance with a straight punch. Zack raised his hand to block, following up with an elbow strike aimed at Wang Tian's cheek. Yet, Wang Tian's head seemed as malleable as a sponge, effortlessly absorbing Zack's force. He had inadvertently employed the principles of Tai Chi in his defense. Seeing this, Zack cursed loudly, simultaneously unleashing his arm like a steel whip towards Wang Tian's face. Wang Tian raised his left hand to block. With a howl, Zack leapt back, clutching his groin. Wang Tian, witnessing this, grinned widely and hastily closed the training arena. Time was money. With the arena shut, all injuries healed instantaneously. Zack, finally easing his grip on his groin, lamented, Boss, is this what you call intercepting punches? How ruthless. Wang Tian shook his head, explaining, it's all about the unity of offense and defense, targeting the weak points. True martial arts emphasize a decisive strike. Knowing where to strike is crucial. At this moment, Wang Tian truly comprehended the uniqueness of intercepting fist techniques. While Tai Chi also values both defense and offense, its forms are distinct. In contrast, intercepting fist techniques integrate defense with offense, attacking while simultaneously defending, specifically targeting the opponent's vulnerable spots. Just as Zack's punch was blocked by Wang Tian's left hand, Wang Tian's right hand swung down like a hammer, striking Zack's groin and rendering him powerless. This process replayed vividly in Wang Tian's mind, and he gleaned immense insights. He realized it wasn't merely his comprehension that had deepened, but rather the combat scenarios in the arena left a profound impact. Each recollection seemed to unveil new understandings. Wang Tian surmised that this beneficial experience was likely a gift from the system. Otherwise, the training arena could not possibly be so expensive, enhancing comprehension speed and accelerating training efficiency. Indeed, it justified the price. After reflecting on this, Wang Tian beckoned Zack with a finger. Let us go again. Zack quickly waved his hands, saying, Wait, boss, there is something I must tell you. What is it? Wang Tian inquired, intrigued by Zack's intent. Zack spoke solemnly. Just now, you could have kicked my head, yet you chose to strike my chest. While I was rolling, you could have pursued for a kill, yet you held back. Do you realize this? In life and death combat, such hesitation is a grave mistake. I need not elaborate further. You should understand. Wang Tian's heart jolted. Indeed, during their earlier bout, he had several opportunities to end the fight instantly, to kill Zack. Yet, when faced with the prospect of taking a life, he hesitated. Wang Tian was no fool. Such behavior in genuine life-or-death struggles equated to courting death. However, being an ordinary person, the first act of shedding blood posed significant difficulty. I understand now. This time, I will kill you. Wang Tian's eyes glinted with fierce determination. Zack shook his head. You won't have the chance. The intercepting fist is formidable, but I will make you realize that the efficacy of martial arts ultimately depends on the practitioner. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Wang Tian launched an aggressive attack once more. Zack matched him, equally fierce. This time, Zack initiated with a straight punch. Wang Tian, however, deftly blocked with one hand while launching an attack with the other. Seeing this, Zach grinned. I have the advantage. My reach exceeds yours. With that, Zach abruptly halted, leveraging his slight height advantage to land a punch squarely on Wang Tian's arm, causing him to involuntarily stagger back. Zach seized the moment, leaping into the air, his legs crashing into Wang Tian's chest like cannonballs. Boom. Wang Tian was sent flying, his vision darkening. He was out. Boss, how was that? Upon awakening, Wang Tian opened his eyes to see Zach grinning mischievously from a distance, eyebrows raised in provocation. Damn it, let us go again. 3, 2, 1, begin. This time, Zach initiated the attack with the same straight punch. Wang Tian sidestepped, blocking sideways, his right hand darting out like a serpent, targeting Zach's throat. Zach's eyes sparkled with realization. In a critical moment, he suddenly leaped, and Wang Tian's hand strike met Zach's resilient chest. Seizing the opportunity, Zach closed in, unleashing a barrage of elbows and knees, overwhelming Wang Tian in a storm of strikes. 3 seconds later, Wang Tian rubbed his head as he got back up, chuckling ruefully, damn it. Your attacks are nothing short of a tempest. Zach laughed. Your attacks could be tempestuous too. Though we Haven T fought many times, I can see that intercepting fist techniques are formidable. Both offense and defense are strong, but the most terrifying aspect is the ability to counter and retaliate. Unfortunately, you have not fully grasped the essence, always being led by my rhythm, which is why I keep bringing you down. Wang Tian pondered thoughtfully, finally asking, your strength and speed are comparable to mine, yet every time we fight, it feels as though I am at a disadvantage, unable to unleash my full potential. What is the reason behind this? Zach pointed at Wang Tian, then at himself, saying, there is a saying in China, know thyself and thy enemy, and you shall win every battle. I possess an intimate understanding of my body, how far I can punch, how far I can kick, how high I can jump. I once heard a master say that a true warrior's primary condition is absolute mastery over their own body. Only then can they control their opponent. I am taller than you, my arms and legs longer. Therefore, as long as I maintain the right distance, even with a straight punch, you will have to exert additional effort to reach me, wasting energy, which is the key to you not being able to unleash your full strength. I have effectively neutralized your power. Chapter 99, System Upgrade. Part 2. What is a chi PowerPoint? Wang Tian expressed his confusion. Zach stood a meter away from Wang Tian and said, I'm here. You hit me with a full punch. He then stepped back a pace and continued. 2 meters away, hit me with zero force. Stepping even closer until he was right up against Wang Tian, he declared, in this scenario, with no space, it's zero force. Similarly, during your attack, if you take a step forward, pushing off the ground, the force originates from the earth, travels through your legs, waist, and entire body. Such a strike can be terrifying and yield 120% of your strength. Essentially, a single blow can annihilate your opponent. Standing still, your punching power diminishes slightly, and if you hastily take a small step, it becomes challenging to exert full force, risking an unstable center of gravity. I'm exploiting that small distance, he explained, which is why you feel suppressed and unable to unleash your true potential. Wang Tian reflected carefully on their past encounters, recognizing the truth in Zach's words. After pondering for a while, he looked at Zach and said, let us have another round, but this time, you mustn't retaliate. I intend to kill. Zach paused, then chuckled. Isn't that a bit too extreme? Wang Tian responded, 3, 2, 1, begin. Bang. With a single punch, Wang Tian knocked Zach down. As a kick followed, Zach's vision darkened, and he lost consciousness. When Zach awoke, he found Wang Tian sitting calmly by the sea, gazing at the ocean, lost in thought. Not a pleasant experience, is it? Wang Tian asked without turning. It's manageable, Zach replied. Not too difficult to kill for the first time, right? Wang Tian inquired as Zach sat beside him. It's okay, Zach admitted. When I killed for the first time, I vomited for an hour. Oh, why are there so many fish? Zach pointed towards the water, where numerous small fish swam toward them. Wang Tian's face flushed as he remarked, they must be hungry. Let us call it a day. I need to digest what I've learned today and continue tomorrow. With that, Wang Tian exited the live stream. Zach approached the fish and laughed. I told you, killing for the first time isn't easy. However, Wang Tian's nerves were evidently more resilient than Zach had anticipated. After leaving the platform, Wang Tian felt surprisingly relaxed. Killing? If necessary. I should be able to do it effortlessly, At least when it comes to Zach, it's not difficult. After saying this, Wang Tian lay on his bed, meticulously recalling the details of his battle with Zach. Although their encounters had been few, The experience of sparring with a master was invaluable to Wang Tian, especially with the System S enhancement. Each recollection brought him greater insight. Wang Tian sensed that while his physical strength might not have increased, his combat experience and awareness were soaring at an astonishing rate. He had already absorbed a wealth of knowledge from the system, but only through activation and comprehension could he truly apply it. Now, he was fervently activating this knowledge. Otherwise, an ordinary individual would never achieve such remarkable gains. Of course, an ordinary person would not exert such immense pressure on Wang Tian, nor would they provide him with such significant rewards. However, when Wang Tian glanced at his world currency, his heart sank. After just 5 minutes of sparring with Zack, he had lost 500,000 world currency. If he continued for 2 hours, his funds would surely be insufficient. 5 minutes, though brief, sufficed. With 5 minutes daily in the absorption of world currency, he was not far from achieving dark energy. Although Wang Tian felt a twinge of regret, he was overall satisfied. Money spent, gains obtained. He ought to feel content. Yet, Wang Tian was even more curious about Lei Feng and the others. They had managed to break through their bottlenecks and level up by purchasing something directly. This truly surprised Wang Tian. Were the streamers bestowed such generous benefits while the audience received none? Wang Tian shook his head and reopened the world live streaming platform, only to discover an unexpected delight. Upon opening the platform, he received a letter from the system. Dear World Live Streaming member, the system has completed its first comprehensive update since the public beta testing began, concluding just 1 minute ago. We appreciate your continuous support and attention to the World Live Streaming platform. The updates are as follows. 1. A training ground has been established, allowing anyone to engage in martial arts demonstrations with streamers for a fee. Participants can choose between private or public performances. 2. In response to numerous requests from members to open a store, the platform has ultimately decided against it, as it would undermine the interests of streamers. However, we have prepared a lucky draw. For 1 million world currency, you can spin the wheel for a guaranteed prize. The rewards will be randomly generated, serving as compensation for members unable to obtain system items. 3. The update introduces a social feature where members can add friends and interact outside the live stream. A public chat box will be available for members of the same level to engage in discussions. 4. Warning. The rules of the live streaming platform take precedence over all else. Anyone attempting to challenge these rules will be eradicated. Currently, the platform has issued a targeted. Others who infringe will face dire consequences. The fourth point was highlighted in scarlet text, making it particularly striking. A glance sent a chill down Wang Tian's spine, as if he were about to be obliterated at any moment. Feeling guilty, he quickly scanned his interface and noticed a new token in the upper right corner. Clicking on it, he was instantly delighted. Unique. According to the system's internal testing rules, non-members attempting to exploit loopholes will be acknowledged but restricted. However, members possessing this can freely enjoy the benefits derived from such loopholes. Only one exists in the entire system. It seems I no longer need to worry about this loophole being patched. I can confidently revel as a wealthy individual and grow openly. This is certainly not my endpoint. Wang Tian clenched his fists, brimming with combat spirit. In joyous spirits, Wang Tian promptly accessed the new lottery interface, and a large wheel appeared on the screen. He clicked the start button, and the pointer began to spin rapidly, while the options above transformed. Mingjing Pill, Anjing Pill, Huajing Pill, Wanshur Garment, Original Mona Lisa. Name change token, 1 world currency, 2 world currencies, 3 world currencies, 4 world currencies, 10 options. Though he was unsure of the purpose of the 3 pills, their names suggested they were potent. What on earth is the Wanshur Garment? I've never heard of it. The Original Mona Lisa? What is that? Could it possibly surpass the masterpieces of Master Chibaisher? The name change token. Now that's intriguing. Chapter 100. The frustrating lottery. Upon seeing the name-changing token, Wang Tian's thoughts immediately became animated. When he registered initially, he regarded it as a mere compulsory advertisement from the internet CAF, filling it out whimsically. However, as he gradually comprehended the potential of the Myriad Realms live streaming platform, he felt that, as the richest man in the mortal world, such a name was indeed somewhat unrefined and prone to losing followers. As for the subsequent options, Wang Tian chose to disregard them entirely. What could a few Myriad Realm coins accomplish? He had invested 1 million Myriad Realm coins, yet they offered him a mere handful in return. It was hardly sufficient for even one training session, purely a matter of triviality. The name could be somewhat acceptable. Let us first obtain a transformation pill. Wang Tian silently prayed. The pointer slowed down incrementally, eventually drifting toward the option of 4 myriad realm coins. Wang Tian's face instantly paled. Was this the end? Accelerate, accelerate, give it some momentum, move again. Wang Tian was anxiously exhaling at the screen, but fortunately, the pointer did not halt, gliding past and landing on the bright strength pill. Bright strength was already a step up. The effect should be negligible. Next, may the celestial deities bless me. As the pointer passed the bright strength pill, its speed evidently diminished. The dark strength pill or the transformation pill would suffice. Just give me one. To his dismay, how had it moved past again? Pointer, what on earth are you doing? Wang Tian cursed vehemently. However, the pointer remained unresponsive, gliding past the dark strength pill and the transformation pill, finally resting on the name-changing token. Yet it showed no signs of stopping. In that moment, Wang Tian's heart leapt. Just a moment ago, he was convinced he was about to strike it rich. Now, he was teetering on the edge of a precipice. This was the rhythm of impending doom. The pointer seemed to lack energy, yet surged between the name-changing token and a single myriad realm coin. If it passed, Wang Tian would be tempted to smash his computer. In that instant, the pointer halted. Wang Tian's breath caught in his throat, for it had precariously settled right between the name-changing token and a single myriad realm coin. No way. How is this to be judged? If the system merely twitched, it would award him 1 myriad realm coin. Wang Tian's heart raced, yearning to dash forward and nudge the pointer back. The sight of it stuck in limbo was maddening, far more so than simply receiving 1 myriad realm coin. The most exasperating predicament is not when a misfortune materializes, but when one finds themselves suspended between fortune and misfortune, powerless, yet silently praying. Powerlessness, anguish, hope, and despair all converged in that moment. Wang Tian tightened his resolve. Finally, the system reacted. Ding. Special circumstance, system processing. Please be patient. Patience, my foot. Wang Tian nearly lost his mind. It was akin to a death row inmate who believed he was about to be freed or executed. He braced himself for either outcome, mustering all his courage to face the result, only to be told that the matter required further consideration. Was this not torturous? Wang Tian cursed, promptly shutting his computer, preferring not to see or be troubled, while he left the system to wait in its own patience. At that moment, the phone rang. Tian Wang, congratulations. You now have only 2 students left, Sun Fatty said weakly. Upon hearing this, Wang Tian was not angered. Instead, he smiled. Let it be 2 students then. They shall become my first-generation disciples, and the rest can line up behind. Isn't that rather hasty? You don't even know who they are. Who they are is inconsequential. Loyalty is paramount. Those willing to share in the fortunes and misfortunes of the martial arts school possess the true value to remain. The rest are worthless, Wang Tian declared with unwavering confidence. As for disciples, he believed that fewer was better. A handful would suffice. Having too many would only leave him with insufficient time to train them. The previous influx of disciples was out of necessity. Although he was unaware of which reckless child had hung up the sign, when trouble arose, one must confront it rather than hide. Thus, he faced it, but was troubled by the sheer number, hundreds of individuals for him to teach alone. Absurd. Consequently, Wang Tian seized the opportunity presented by scandals surrounding infidelity, misogyny, and other negative news to begin a thorough pruning of his ranks. He dismissed those who were easily swayed, retaining a loyal few, and he felt he had profited immensely. His aim was for the martial arts school, not to merely profit from it. He lacked for money but sought trustworthy individuals. With the martial arts school newly established, reliable people were essential to support its framework. With these individuals, the school could flourish. Otherwise, no matter how formidable Wang Tian was, how many nails could he drive with a body of iron? Thus, this news, in Wang Tian's view, was quite favorable. I understand your meaning. Since that is the case, do as you wish. The martial arts school is nearing completion. Lu Buer is already settling accounts. Find a time to visit. My heavens, I've finally completed my tasks. As he spoke, Sun Fatty suddenly exclaimed, by the way, there's one more thing. The parts factory we rented last time has closed down. Upon hearing this, Wang Tian's brows furrowed. That factory was a state-owned entity, barely surviving on government subsidies. It was only natural for such a factory to perish. However, what would happen to old Masterin? He was relying on that old factory to make ends meet. Thinking thus, Wang Tian asked, Fatty, when did this happen? Just yesterday. I estimate they will start laying off workers today. Alas, that factory was quite prosperous back in the day. What a pity. Sun Fatty sighed. Wang Tian hung up the phone and immediately rushed outside. In the kitchen, Butterfly was practicing cooking while honing her knife skills. Upon seeing Wang Tian storm out, she hurried after him, calling out, "Master, where are you rushing off to?" "To the 103 parts factory. It's urgent," Wang Tian replied. After all, old Master and had been immensely helpful to him. While Wang Tian did not consider himself a good person, he understood the importance of gratitude. Old Master and had assisted him. Naturally, he must lend a hand in return. Chapter 101. The collapse. How do you intend to assist? Hu Dai inquired, her voice laced with concern. The factory is surely destined for failure. Are you planning to financially resuscitate it? Although you possess some wealth, that establishment is beyond even the government's capacity for salvation. How can you hope to rescue it? Wang Tian replied, who suggested that I aim to save this factory. Its technology and workforce simply cannot keep pace with the times. Its obsolescence is entirely warranted. Moreover, throwing my mere 100 million into it would be akin to pouring water into a bottomless pit. What then is your plan? Hu Dai pressed, her curiosity piqued. Wang Tian explained, Olden is a man of deep emotions. Those wages may not even hold significance for him. For now, I have no grand intentions. I merely wish to visit him, share a few drinks, and offer companionship to alleviate his discontent. Hu Dai paused, taken aback by Wang Tian's seemingly simplistic approach. She found it difficult to comprehend, just as she struggled to understand why Olden, despite possessing such considerable influence, would choose to remain tethered to a failing factory. The sentimentality surrounding such matters was lost on her. Wang Tian's actions were equally perplexing. Wang Tian sighed. To put it simply, Olden has no children. That factory is, in his eyes, akin to his offspring. Now that this child teeters on the brink of death, can you fathom the sorrow he must feel? Understanding dawned upon Hu Dai, and she replied, I see. So what role do you play in this? Are you to deliver a child to him? Nonsense. Even if you wish to. You lack the means. Perhaps your disciple possesses such a talent. Why not let her try? How could there be a master so unorthodox as you? Am I to be cast into a den of wolves? Certainly not. What then? A den of tigers. En route, Wang Tian took a detour to procure 2 fine bottles of wine and a selection of delectable dishes, which he meticulously packaged for delivery to Factory 103. Upon arrival, he observed several elderly individuals exiting the factory, their expressions heavy with despair. Exchanging glances with Hu Dai, they hastily exited the vehicle and rushed over. Wang Tian leaned against the window of the guardhouse to peer inside, and indeed, there sat Olden, smoking a cigarette, a frown etched upon his face. Opposite him stood a middle-aged man, also smoking, his demeanor one of resignation. Olden, I find myself powerless. You are well aware of the factory's plight. Lingering here serves no purpose. I recognize how vital this establishment is to you and the other veterans, but sentiment alone cannot sustain us. Why can't it sustain us? Without us old-timers, could this factory have endured to this day? It's been half a year since we last received our wages. Try that at any other factory, and I guarantee it would collapse within 2 months. Olden retorted, his voice thick with indignation. Wasn't there government support in the past? Do you think anyone would buy what you veterans produced without it? We've been surviving on government subsidies. Do you know how I've managed these past years? I've gone out to promote our products. I've even begged. Yet, no one is interested. Our quality, pricing, and production speed fail to meet any standard. What am I to sell? Sentiment? Should I tell them that we at Factory 103 are all old revolutionaries who fought against the Japanese? That they should lend their support? Don't be ridiculous. We live in a market economy now, and no one is significantly better off than the next. In the past, we looked to the future. Now, we look only to profits. Without money, not even your status as a war hero carries weight. The middle-aged man lamented, tugging at his hair in frustration. Upon hearing this, Olden fell silent, continuing to puff on his cigarette for a long while before finally saying, I do not blame you for this. It is our own inadequacy. Now, go on, leave me to sit here quietly. The middle-aged man opened his mouth, as if to say more, but ultimately departed without uttering another word. Wang Tian and Hu Dai exchanged glances, both astonished by the realization that Olden was not just a veteran but a war hero, reduced to such a state. A wave of sorrow washed over them. Clearing his throat, Wang Tian approached the entrance, ready to speak. Yet, Olden, without lifting his gaze, barked, You rascal. Why haven't you left yet? Do you want me to whip you? Wang Tian chuckled. Olden, who are you intending to whip? I have done nothing to provoke you. Olden raised his eyes, momentarily stunned, before managing a smile. Ah, it's you, young Wang. What brings you here? Wang Tian lifted the bottles of wine and the dishes he had brought. Nothing much. I finished my business and thought I would come to see you. Shall we share a drink? Upon seeing the wine, Old N's eyes sparkled with delight. Excellent. Let us drink. He then turned to Hu Dai, who promptly introduced herself. Greetings. Olden. I am Hu Dai, Hu as in ancient moon, and Dai as in butterfly. Wonderful. Very good. Come, take a seat. Look at this place. There is hardly anywhere to rest. Haraha. Olden's mood brightened upon seeing Hu Dai. Wang Tian watched in bemusement as Hu Dai gracefully arranged the dishes and cups for the three of them. Throughout, Olden observed quietly, and when Hu Dai stepped away to retrieve more items from the car, he leaned in to whisper to Wang Tian. This girl is quite remarkable, thoughtful, intelligent, and lovely. Wang Tian scratched his head. Yes, she is indeed remarkable. What does she do? Where does she live? Olden inquired with childlike curiosity. Wang Tian replied. She is currently with me and lives at my home. It's quite spacious, and it feels empty with just me. Olden chuckled. You have a good eye? When will you settle down? Wang Tian was momentarily taken aback, bemused by the abrupt shift in conversation. Just as he was about to clarify, Hu Dai returned, and he hesitated to bring it up. After Hu Dai set the table, Wang Tian and Olden began to drink, sharing stories from the past. It seemed to be a common trait among the elderly. They cherished the memories of their youth and delighted in recounting them to the younger generation. Hu Dai occasionally refilled their cups and interjected with anecdotes from the past, leaving Wang Tian pleasantly surprised. Reflecting on Hu Wanda's history, it appeared that Hu Dai's grandfather had also served in the military, having even fought in Korea. This realization made Wang Tian understand why Hu Dai could connect so well with Olden. Olden, too, was astonished by Hu Dai's depth of knowledge regarding past events, leading to an enthusiastic exchange between them, while Wang Tian found himself sidelined, merely playing the role of a supportive companion. Listening to Olden's tales of heroism was profoundly moving, often bringing tears to one's eyes and stirring a deep sense of reflection. Chapter 102. An uncommon reunion. The conversation stretched throughout the afternoon, and as lunchtime approached, Eldarin set down his chopsticks and said, Young Wang, thank you. Wang Tian, taken aback, chuckled wryly and replied, What are you thanking me for? Eldarin shot him a pointed glance. Do you think I'm senile? I can see through your little schemes. Ah, growing old without family, I never anticipated that in my twilight years, I would gain a friend like you. Heh. It brings me solace that you can come to keep me company and think of me. It's truly commendable. Wang Tian scratched his head and smiled. No? Please don't say that. When I arrived here with nothing, you were the one who helped me immensely. I may not be a good person, but I know how to express gratitude. I can discern who is good and who is not. Good people deserve kindness in return. Treating each other sincerely ensures that the warmth of human connection does not fade from society. I have no ulterior motives. I'm not a wealthy philanthropist who can save this factory. All I can do is share a conversation with you and alleviate your boredom. I hope you don't find that bothersome. Not at all. Eldarin retorted with a glare at Wang Tian. To be honest, my feelings for Factory 103 are akin to familial love. Losing it feels like losing a child. However, your presence has reignited that sense of kinship within me. It warms my heart. Hu Dai interjected, Eldarin, if you don't mind, consider us your family. My grandfather was also a veteran of the war. The stories I shared with you were all relayed from him. Oh, your grandfather was a veteran as well? Eldarin expressed genuine surprise. Hu Dai nodded, yes. He fought in the Southern Front and also traveled north. He was among the troops that crossed the Yalu River during those times. Remarkable. There are few veterans left from those days. We have some in this factory, but most have gradually moved elsewhere. The remaining ones are merely young ones who haven't seen much of the battlefield. I never expected to encounter another veteran. Huh. Eldarin chuckled. Wang Tian suggested. Elder who is currently residing with me. Would you like to pay him a visit? Eldarin paused for a moment, exclaiming, He lives with you? You've advanced quite rapidly. Wang Tian felt a wave of embarrassment. It was evident what Eldarin was insinuating. Hu Dai, caught off guard, blushed, and said, Elder, please continue eating. I'll tidy up a bit. With that, she hurried away. Wang Tian lamented inwardly, realizing the extent of the misunderstanding. He wished to clarify that his relationship with Hu Dai was purely that of mentor and student. Yet, this was not the time for explanations. Once Elder who was settled, they could address it then. As for the misunderstanding, it was a non-issue, and if it was perceived as one, so be it. After all, both he and Hu Dai understood the truth. Eldarin was genuinely curious about Elder Hu. After Wang Tian's repeated invitations and a phone call, Elder Hu agreed to accompany them. They drove past the market to purchase ingredients before heading back to Wang Tian's residence. Upon arriving at Lonyuan, Eldarin displayed no signs of surprise, remaining composed as he remarked, "This place is quite nice. Far superior to the official residences we had during our time in Han City." Wang Tian and Hu Dai exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat defeated. They had nearly forgotten that Eldarin had once traveled to Han City without a passport, taking advantage of free tourism. Just then, Huwanda emerged from the house. Wang Tian had envisioned countless scenarios for their meeting, yet he never anticipated it would unfold in this manner. Huwanda stepped out, suddenly appearing as if frozen in place. His face flushed, eyes bloodshot, and his breath heavy. Eldarin stood at the doorway, equally taken aback, mirroring Huwanda's reaction. The two elders glared at each other as if they were ancient adversaries, ready to engage in battle. Observing this scene, Hu Dai moved closer to Wang Tian, tugging at his sleeve, her expression betraying her apprehension. Wang Tian shook his head, assuring her that everything was under control. With that, Hu Dai felt reassured, knowing that with Wang Tian present, the two elderly men posed no real threat. "Huwanda, you old rascal, you're still alive," Eldarin suddenly exclaimed, launching into a tirade. Huwanda shot back and, "Hi, you old codger, haven't kicked the bucket yet? I couldn't bear to die knowing you're still around. By the way, you're not doing as well as I am now, huh? Bah, you're all twisted in your thinking. And just because you've made a bit of money, you think you're hot stuff? Remember, you were once my subordinate." Eldarin retorted. "Bah, you old fossil. You were one rank higher than me back then." Huwanda countered. Eldarin fumed. "Half a rank is still a rank. Stand at attention, at ease, salute." "Damn it," Huwanda muttered, then promptly complied with the commands, executing the motions perfectly. Once he regained his composure, he cursed, "You old bastard, are you really pulling that stunt again? I can't believe I fell for it. I'm no longer your soldier. Doesn't matter if you are or not. Just do as you're told." Eldarin replied, wearing a victorious smirk. Huwanda rolled his eyes. "That's all you've got? What is it to you if I'm down and out? Are you here to mooch off me?" "Indeed, I'm here to mooch off you, and I'll eat you out of house and home until you're broke. What are you going to do about it?" Eldarin retorted defiantly. Huwanda stomped his foot. "You better not leave until you've eaten me into poverty." Upon hearing this, both old men simultaneously cursed, "Damn it," and then embraced each other, tears streaming down their faces. Wang Tian and Hu Dai were utterly bewildered, unable to discern whether these two were enemies or friends. Their relationship was far too perplexing. Once the two settled down and began to explain, Wang Tian and Hu Dai finally comprehended the truth. It turned out that Eldarin and Huwanda, along with the late Commander Lu, had once fought side by side in the trenches, participating in numerous fierce battles. They had saved each other countless times amidst the chaos of war, forging a profound friendship through the fires of conflict. Unfortunately, during one battle, their unit was dispersed, and they lost contact with one another. As time passed, they all transitioned into civilian life. Some entered politics, others joined factories, and some ventured into business. The lack of communication during that era led to their prolonged separation. It was only recently that Commander Lu managed to locate Eldarin, visiting Yongxing twice within a month. A miraculous feat for someone of his position. Chapter 103. Stifled, of course, Commander Lu had long since located Huwanda. After all, Huwanda thrived in both political and business circles. And with Commander Lu being a national figure, their encounters far outnumbered those of Old Man and both Lu and Hu enjoyed prosperous lives, blessed with sons and daughters, experiencing unparalleled happiness. Their only concern was for their old comrade, and Hai. Huwanda, in particular, held this concern deeply. Once fierce rivals, he and Hai had engaged in numerous confrontations, from brawls to midnight pranks. Yet, such is the nature of men, the animosity forged an unbreakable bond. Huwanda, being a man of sentiment, could not forget their past camaraderie and had sought out Hai over the years. Due to Commander Lu's busy schedule, he had met with Huwanda often, leaving the latter unaware of Hai's current whereabouts. Now, upon their reunion, the old competitive spirit flared anew, inevitably leading to a verbal sparring match. However, laced within their banter was a profound concern for one another. Hearing this, Wang Tian couldn't help but feel a mixture of emotions. He had inadvertently facilitated the reunion of these old friends. "All right, you two old geezers, catch up. I shall prepare something delectable for you. Tonight, let us drink until we're merry." Wang Tian understood that with the two elders reunited, their conversation would be lively, and he preferred not to intrude. Old Manon, with a hint of surprise, remarked, "You can cook? Haha, Olden, you're unaware. This lad not only cooks, but is renowned for his culinary skills worldwide." Huwanda proudly interjected, giving a thumbs up. Old man and scoffed. Look at you, so smug. One might think you possess such talents yourself. That someone else's skill, which has nothing to do with you. It has everything to do with me. Wanda retorted. The two elders poised to bicker again, prompting Wang Tian to quickly exit the scene. Dai promptly followed him into the kitchen, where they busily prepared the meal. Dai took charge of washing the vegetables, while Wang Tian handled the rest. She sighed. Grandpa hasn't been this happy in years. Wang Tian nodded in agreement. It's only natural. These two old foes haven't met in ages, so it's no surprise they're delighted. By the way, don't dwell too much on what happened earlier. You know how old Manon can be. I sensed he was quite pleased, so I didn't clarify any misunderstandings. Dai smiled knowingly. Don't worry, I understand you well enough. Wang Tian, feigning innocence, asked, what do you mean by that? You belong to someone now, she replied. Before heading off to check on the two elders, Wang Tian mused to himself, indeed, I do. Tonight, he was determined to prepare squirrel fish. Inspired by Stephen Zhou's culinary demonstration, he had long wished to try his hand at this dish. Unfortunately, the availability of the fish was scarce. To procure wild fish, one had to rely on luck. The fish he had today was farmed, but it would have to suffice. Possessing skill without quality ingredients is indeed a dilemma. I'll need to explore options on the Wanjia live streaming platform for better ingredients, he thought, while skillfully preparing the dish. Culinary arts, akin to martial prowess, were part of a system that had equipped Wang Tian with foundational knowledge, leaving the depth of his understanding dependent on his own insights. Having watched Stephen Zhou's preparation of squirrel fish, he executed the steps with ease, producing a dish that filled the kitchen with enticing aromas. Several times, Dai returned to the kitchen, her eyes glistening with anticipation, longing to taste the dish, but Wang Tian firmly refused her. A chef cannot eat. This is for the guests. It's the rule. Respecting the rules, Dai dared not challenge him. With fewer guests today, Wang Tian prepared a modest feast, squirrel fish, cold tofu with scallions, and crispy boneless chicken. As the dishes were served, the two elderly men, who had been engrossed in their animated conversation, suddenly paused and turned in unison. Wanda quipped, and hi, didn't you just say you needed to use the restroom? It's to the left, take your time. I'm not going. And Hai responded instantly. Are you not afraid of bursting your bladder? Wanda jested, and Hai grunted, to spare you from bursting. Holding a little is nothing. Remember, you owe me your life. Wang Tian, hearing this exchange, could only shake his head at the peculiar dynamic between the two old men. Taking a seat, he remarked, Old Manon, I haven't prepared anything extravagant. Wang boy, spare me the formalities. I've had my fill of pleasantries. Though I haven't tasted this dish yet, I can assure you, I've never encountered anything that smells as delightful as this. If there's nothing more to discuss, I shall dig in. Wanda, do you dare to pick up your chopsticks first? As they began to eat, Wanda chuckled. This lad's cooking is among the best in the world. Delay too long, and you might miss out. Since the incident with the boiled fish, coupled with the absence of outsiders, Wanda had completely shed any pretenses and his eating pace noticeably accelerated, much to Dai's concern for his health. However, reassured by Wang Tian, she relinquished her worries. After the meal, the four of them had devoured every last morsel. And Hai, patting his belly in satisfaction, lamented, Wang boy, you've doomed me. After tasting your cooking, everything else pales in comparison. How am I to live on from here? How will you manage? If you wish to eat, stay and indulge. There is plenty of room in this house for you. Besides, didn't you say you would eat me out of house and home? Wang Tian was about to elaborate, but Wanda interrupted, casting a knowing glance at Wang Tian. Wang Tian was taken aback, as the host. Why was he not allowed to speak? Yet, he remained silent, eager to see Wanda's true intentions. You think I'm like you? This is Xiao Wang's home, not yours. Only you could indulge in such gluttony. I lack the audacity for that. Old Manon scolded. Chapter 104, The Provocation Technique. Part 7. Wanda chuckled. I assure you, I am not merely idling away my time. I reside directly opposite Master Wang's place and often drop by for a chat, which is perfectly acceptable, isn't it? As for you, to be candid, what is the purpose of returning to that hovel of yours? What do I return for? Lao suddenly fell silent. Indeed, what was there for him to return to? The factory had shut down, and he was left without a job. He sighed, alas. With the factory gone, I truly have nothing to do upon my return. In this regard, I find myself less fortunate than you and Xiao Lu. Lao laughed heartily. You are mistaken. Revolutionary work knows no distinction of status. There is no hierarchy in such matters. Brethren, if you genuinely have nowhere to go, I could introduce you to a place. What do you say? Not a chance. I refuse to be a burden. Besides, I am merely an old man, and my literacy is quite limited. What could I possibly contribute? And Lao shook his head. Hu Lao continued, this is not a matter of personal favor. Hear me out before you make a decision. Xiao Wang has opened a martial arts school, and he has graciously invited me to assist him in overseeing it. Just you? And Lao raised an eyebrow. Indeed, just me. Hu Lao replied with a grin. However, I am aware that my capabilities may not suffice to command respect, so I intend to invite you to join me. Are you brave enough to try your hand at this youthful endeavor? And Lao squinted but remained silent. Wang Tian finally comprehended Hu Lao's intentions. He was recruiting allies. Although Lao was merely an ordinary elder, his close ties with Commander Liu were evident. Most importantly, after the incident involving the deputy mayor, Hu Yongxing was unaware of Lao's presence. If Lao were to take a position at the entrance of the martial arts school, it would likely mitigate a significant amount of trouble. With Hu Lao representing the underhanded, Lao the upright, and Wang Tian leading the charge, the martial arts school was destined to flourish. However, just as Wang Tian was about to speak, Hu Lao suddenly gestured for him to remain quiet, indicating that he should let Lao respond. Wang Tian smiled wryly, realizing that while he understood Lao, Hu Lao understood him even better. Thus, Wang Tian said, Lao, I will be direct. To be honest, I did not initially intend to invite you to our martial arts school. I believe our relationship does not require monetary entanglements. I did not request Hu Lao's assistance in this matter, and I hope you do not misunderstand. If you find our school intriguing, you are welcome to visit. Perhaps to play chess with Hu Lao or engage in light conversation. If it does not appeal to you, your presence or absence is inconsequential. And Lao remained silent. Hu Lao chuckled. Brethren, there is something you might not yet be aware of. Recently, a group of audacious individuals from the island nation challenged our Yongxing martial arts school, and the largest school here, the Shaoxiang martial arts school, suffered a complete defeat. Those from the island nation refused to acknowledge their historical aggression and continue to boast that Chinese martial arts are ineffective. It was Master Wang who intervened, rendering that braggart utterly defeated. Yet, there are always those who envy others' success. Though Master Wang's school has not yet opened, it has already become the talk of the town. You have seen my granddaughter. She is a disciple of Master Wang, not in martial arts, but in culinary arts. She has undergone the traditional 3 bows and 9 kowtows. And naturally, she must learn to wash clothes, cook, and serve tea. Yet, there are still people who cling to this and accuse Master Wang of impropriety. Currently, many are fanning the flames of gossip, and as of today, there are hardly any new enrollments at Master Wang's martial arts school. Those who had signed up have largely withdrawn. We are at a low point. And I have heard whispers that there are those in higher places who wish to target him. I must ask, at this critical juncture, will you lend your support? Upon hearing this, and Lao's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Is that truly the case? Did those islanders genuinely come here? Absolutely, brethren. If you do not believe it, feel free to ask around. Anyone who follows the news would be aware of it. Hu Dai interjected, and Lao downed his drink in one gulp, declaring, if that is the case, you have done well. You have not disgraced the men of our nation. Very well. I shall cast aside my reservations and join your school. I shall see which of those islanders dares to cause trouble for you. With that statement, Hu Lao laughed, and Wang Tian felt a wave of relief. Though the extent of Lao's influence remained uncertain, Hu Lao's repeated invitations and his subtle admissions of Lao's superiority indicated that Lao possessed a formidable presence. With Lao on board, the remaining discussions about the future development of the martial arts school flowed seamlessly. Upon hearing Wang Tian's aspirations to elevate Chinese martial arts onto the world stage, Lao wholeheartedly endorsed the vision. However, in the end, Lao succumbed to the effects of alcohol and became inebriated. While Hu Lao's tolerance paled in comparison to Lao's, as a consummate businessman, he would not stoop to petty tricks at the dining table, for that would be unbecoming. Thus, as the two men sat in the living room, Hu Lao remarked, Master Wang, I hope you do not hold my unilateral decision against me. Wang Tian shook his head, not at all. Since I have invited you to oversee the martial arts school, I will grant you full authority without reservation. Hu Lao nodded in satisfaction. Do not underestimate brethren. Do you know why he remains hidden in room 103? Wang Tian shook his head. Hu Lao chuckled ruefully. It is due to his notorious temper. When the war ended and territories were divided, he was initially to remain with the troops, though I cannot disclose the specifics of his position. At that time, a promising newcomer openly criticized the decision to resist foreign aggression during the Korean War and refused to repatriate the remains of fallen soldiers. Strangely, no one opposed him. Upon hearing this, my old brother stormed into Zongnanhai, nearly shooting that newcomer on the spot. He was so terrified that he lost all composure. And Lao pointed heavenward, then to the ground, and finally at that individual with contempt, revealing an empty magazine. After that, he strode away, leaving that man in a fit of rage, using his connections to seek retribution against Lao. Ultimately, however, his attempts bore no fruit, and he was dismissed from his position and subjected to investigation. To this day, he remains in seclusion in the mountains. Chapter 105. The long-awaited name change. Hearing this, Wang Tian couldn't help but be astonished. He never expected that the elder from Factory 103 would be so formidable. To enter Zongnanhai armed? That was truly remarkable. It was likely that no one else in the entire nation could match him. However, Master N's actions brought Wang Tian immense satisfaction. Scaring the opponent with an empty gun was one thing, but the gestures he made, pointing to the sky and the earth, were simply spectacular. Without uttering a single word, he conveyed everything, clearly chastising that young man for his arrogance. In the end, the outcome indeed reflected this, as that fellow was still laboring away in the mountains. Old Hu remarked, after that incident, my temper flared up. I said nothing, returned home, and left everything behind, setting off immediately. What followed, I am unaware. But I suspect it must have been quite a spectacle. In truth, Master N's grievances were misplaced. Just because those individuals remained silent did not mean they were inactive. Even if Master N had not intervened, that young man would have inevitably been sent to the mountains. But, forget it, he wouldn't listen to such words anyway. With that stubborn temperament of his, Wang Tian replied, I understand, Old Hu. For Elder Wang to return from retirement for my sake, it truly takes a considerable amount of humility to rekindle old connections, which must be exceedingly challenging for someone so proud. I shall remember this favor. I did not intend for you to remember this favor, merely that you keep in mind not to let us down. That is all. After finishing, Old Hu patted Wang Tian on the shoulder, saying, I know you are destined to be a dragon among men. Even Master N and I may not be able to contain your brilliance. We will not impose any demands upon you. We simply hope that you navigate your future path wisely and do not stray from it. Wang Tian nodded. Rest assured, my path has long been meticulously planned, and no one can alter it. Very well, allow me to ask you this. You practice martial arts and run a martial arts school. But is it for the sake of legitimizing Huaxia martial arts? Old Hu inquired. Wang Tian decisively shook his head no. Old Hu was taken aback. Wang Tian lifted his gaze to the sky and declared, I have never been a chivalrous person driven by lofty ideals. I am but an ordinary individual with ordinary aspirations. All I desire is to personally defeat every formidable opponent in this world, one punch at a time. Thereafter, I will seek to uncover the ultimate limits of martial arts and determine if a path remains beyond that. Nothing more. After speaking, Wang Tian bowed to Old Hu. I apologize, Old Hu, for disappointing you. I have never contemplated shouldering the banner of national righteousness. I have listened to your words many times, and even entertained thoughts of bearing the flag and battling for justice. However, as my martial prowess has advanced, I have increasingly realized that this is not my path. I require no such burdens. All I seek is a pure objective, to be a true version of myself, advancing toward my martial aspirations, clearing all obstacles in my way. Thus I apologize. Wang Tian braced himself for Old Hu's wrath, yet Old Hu suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Good, good, good. Haha. Wang Tian was left bewildered. What do you mean by that? It means I was mistaken. Old Hu chuckled wryly. Hudai has long advised me not to impose my unfulfilled regrets onto you as a burden. At the time, I felt little of it. But hearing your words today, I suddenly comprehend. I was wrong. Your choice is not misguided. A pure martial spirit far surpasses my own lofty ideals burdened with countless expectations and banners. Perhaps this is why you emanate the aura of a master at such a young age. Your pursuit of martial arts is truly untainted. Free from the shackles of wealth, status, and personal gain, you seek only the purest exploration of martial limits. With such a mindset, you shall travel far, while my expectations were merely heavy chains. Thank goodness you recognized this. Otherwise, I would have committed a great sin. Wang Tian smiled. I am relieved to hear you are not upset. I genuinely feared my words would displease you. Old Hu shook his head. I am not so senile as to be unable to absorb wisdom. Very well, continue to excel. For I am increasingly optimistic about your future. Haha. With that, Old Hu joyfully departed. Wang Tian watched Old Hu's retreating figure and chuckled as he returned to his room. Grandfather, have you come to terms with it? Hu Dai stealthily inquired of Old Hu. Old Hu smiled. Yes, I have come to terms with it. There is nothing to be troubled about. Regardless of why this young man seeks strength, the end result remains unchanged, does it not? When he stands invincible in the world, that will be the moment Huaxia martial arts are vindicated. Heh. Hu Dai was momentarily speechless, realizing that the old man had not relinquished his aspirations, merely refraining from placing additional burdens on Wang Tian. Upon returning to his room, Wang Tian immediately opened his computer, eager to discover the results of the Grand Lottery. Upon opening it, Wang Tian was taken aback. A notification popped up. Dear user, according to the system's lottery rules, your pointer has become stuck between two options, preventing a correct selection. Therefore, the system will apply the higher-level rules. The system regulations stipulate that in cases of errors caused by the system, customer interests take precedence. Consequently, the system has decided to reward you with both prizes adjacent to the pointer. Enjoy. It was immensely delightful. Haha, I adore this system. Wang Tian laughed heartily, astonished that the system had bestowed upon him such a delightful surprise. Though the surprise was not monumental, aside from the name change token, the remaining prize was merely a universal currency coin. He was immensely satisfied to secure the name change token. Otherwise, if the system had deemed him worthy of only a universal currency coin, he would have had no words of protest. Particularly, the system's attitude of prioritizing customer interests felt exceedingly gratifying. He promptly clicked to accept. In the next moment, Wang Tian's withdrawable universal currency increased by 1, and his inventory received a golden token. Without hesitation, Wang Tian chose to utilize it. After all, the name Wang Nima, while amusing at first, would not suffice for his extraordinary future. His wealth would only grow, making it impossible to remain inconspicuous. Wherever he went, it would be announced that Wang Nima had arrived. And that certainly sounded odd. After selecting to use it, a dialog box appeared, prompting Wang Tian to enter his new name. After some contemplation, he ultimately settled on the name Tian Wang. It was a nickname he had been accustomed to since childhood, and it was quite fitting, so he decided to stick with it. Wang Tian initially thought it would be a simple name change. However, in the next moment, he was left dumbfounded. He observed a scrolling message at the top of the main page. Congratulations to the world's richest man, Wang Nima, on officially changing his name to Tian Wang. Chapter 106. The incontrovertible power of wealth. The scrolling subtitles could have been disregarded, but the presence of an icy voice delivering a mandatory announcement was utterly baffling. Regardless of whether one was on the upper or lower pages, a host or a viewer, engrossed in snacks or attending to nature's call, as long as one logged into the Wanjia live streaming platform, the system would bombard them incessantly for a full minute. Even more terrifying was the fact that those who were offline would also be subjected to this relentless barrage the moment they logged in. It effectively meant that, at this moment, anyone who had even the faintest acquaintance with Wang Tian would inevitably come to know him. Wang Tian had once again achieved notoriety, and this time it was genuine fame. The public chat section of the Wanjia live streaming platform erupted in a frenzy. What the hell? Has Wang Tian changed his name to King Tian? Wait, can names be changed on the Wanjia live streaming platform? Someone tell me how. It's unclear, but it probably requires purchasing a system item. Isn't Wang Tian just a viewer? How can he buy items? Who is this Wang Tian? Is he really that famous? Are you new here? You've never heard of Wang Tian? It's not surprising. I haven't heard of him either. What makes Wang Tian so special? He's the wealthiest man in the mortal realm. Currently, the richest patron in the lower realm. In any live stream he graces, there is no less than 1 million Wanjia coins in donations. Can you find another like him in the entirety of the lower realm? Following Wang Tian guarantees treasure chests galore. Once, he detonated 7 or 8 chests at once. Can you imagine that feeling? Seriously? This is the first I've heard of Wang Tian. That's normal. The live streaming platform has only recently gone public, and many features are still being refined. The previous lack of communication made it understandable not to know about Wang Tian. However, it's never too late to learn. Heh. I'm still curious about how he managed to change his name. At that moment, Stephen Zhou chimed in. It must be with a name change token, sold in the broadcaster system's marketplace for 50 billion Wanjia coins. This effectively eliminates anyone's chances of changing their name. Let me advise everyone, your name is your face. Choose wisely when naming yourself. Otherwise, do you really think you can change your name? Are you Wang Tian or King Tian? 50 billion Wanjia coins? My heavens. With that amount, I would have already upgraded. Why would I waste it on a name change? I'm not foolish. That's exorbitant. Even Wang Tian couldn't afford that, could he? He must have utilized the latest lottery system. I never expected the lottery system to be this generous. I too shall give it a try. Me too. The upper floors are filled with wealthy individuals. I seek your protection. Is there a lady among you? Care for a night of companionship? Forget it. Online romance is meaningless. We are from different worlds, and sharing a photo is impossible. Goodbye, lady. You fools have gone off track. Idol Wang Tian, come forth and share your lottery insights. I beg for your guidance. I too wish to acquire a name change token. My name is becoming unbearable. Help. Upon seeing the name of the individual seeking help, Wang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Initially, he thought the name Wang Tian was amusing, but this individual took the cake, directly calling themselves your father. With such a name, if it weren't for the Wanjia live streaming platform only allowing verbal communication and requiring entry into the live stream to interact without physical confrontation, they would have been killed hundreds of times already. However, the subsequent influx of peculiar names left Wang Tian utterly speechless. King Tian, I beseech you for advice, shouted a foolish offspring. I too seek your wisdom. Your wife claims I am superior. Another echoed. I wish to change my name. I am a fool. Came another. As the bizarre names continued to flood in, Wang Tian surveyed the chaos and silently murmured, Ba, what ludicrous names these prodigal children have chosen. If you do not perish, I would gladly take you down myself. Yet heaven has its benevolence. Perhaps I should offer them some guidance. May they refrain from harming me, hehe. Thus, after much deliberation, Wang Tian typed, the lottery cost a total of 15 billion Wanjia coins. I've summarized some experiences to share with everyone. Upon seeing that Wang Tian had genuinely responded, the crowd erupted in excitement, flooding the chat. What the hell? 15 billion. A true tycoon. I bow before you. 15 billion just to change a name? You are a true tycoon. I am your devoted follower. Please, shower us with your generosity. 15 billion. How much is that? My elementary math teacher passed away early. I was never taught numbers beyond 10,000. Please enlighten me. Wang Tian chuckled at their antics. These individuals were indeed amusing. He had merely pretended to be impressive to attract followers, and unexpectedly, it worked, as his fan count surged by a staggering 100,000. He felt exhilarated, akin to nurturing a million-follower broadcaster, all for the simple act of feigning grandeur. As the conversation veered further off course, some began to ponder what numbers existed beyond 10,000. Wang Tian felt a sense of urgency. He had only deployed one of his 2 phases of bravado, and the latter had yet to be revealed. How had things gone so awry? Fortunately, the peculiar brigade yearning for name changes began to rally. Your father has arrived. Silence. You lot. You know nothing of numbers beyond 10,000. Go ask your gym teacher. Now let us steer this conversation back on track. Brothers, line up. Worship. Step on your father's parents. Worship King Tian. I implore you for guidance. Share your wisdom. The second child was hit by a car. I seek King Tian's wisdom. Wang Tian nodded in satisfaction and hastily typed. The key to success is not to be stingy with your funds. What is money? It is merely a tool. Spend it freely and earn more. If 1 million fails to yield results, escalate to 10 million. If 10 million is inadequate, aim for 100 million. I firmly believe that there is nothing that money cannot resolve. If there is, then continue to invest more. As soon as these words left his fingertips, the entire chat room fell into an eerie silence, lingering for several minutes without a single response. Wang Tian even began to suspect whether his computer had malfunctioned, pondering a restart. Yet, just then, the chat exploded. There is nothing that money cannot resolve. If there is, then continue to invest more. How bold! What an idol! Indeed, only a true tycoon can utter such wisdom. We impoverished souls shall continue to await our fate. Yet, a voice filled with admiration responded, Your father. How wretchedly you express yourself. I too am in awe. How magnificent. Another echoed. If anyone else had said this, I would have deemed them pretentious. But when King Tian speaks, I believe and bow down. Another chimed in. Yet not everyone was convinced, and soon, inquiries began to surface. Chapter 107. The Opportunity of 3 Conversations, Part 10. As a newcomer, I timidly inquired, who exactly is this king? Is he truly formidable? How does he possess such wealth, while I have none? Hasn't the platform just recently entered public testing? Did he acquire his fortune through sheer expenditure? A user named Xiaobai asked. This question momentarily rendered everyone speechless. Previously, they had merely regarded the king as wealthy, impressive, and incredibly powerful. Yet no one had pondered why he was so affluent. As new members, they were all struggling financially, some even contemplating selling their undergarments for a few world coins. while this king appeared to squander money without a care. Wasn't that rather unusual? Indeed, the platform has only been in testing for a short while. How did they amass their fortune? I have merely 160 world coins. How pitiful. At that moment, a user named Calculate Your Demise spoke up. You all seem to misunderstand. Think carefully about what you were required to fill out when registering for your platform accounts. One of the questions pertained to your assets. How much did you declare? Never mind. No need to answer. I can already guess it was all fabricated. You should know that the world coins obtained from treasure chests can be withdrawn, and the withdrawn world coins contain an exceptionally pure energy. This energy is immensely beneficial to us. What I must convey is that the world live streaming platform will convert your actual assets into an initial amount of world coins. The conversion method seems to depend on the energy contained within the hard currency of your respective worlds. All those who provided false information will be placed on the platform's dishonesty list, resulting in their initial funds being reduced to zero, forcing them to start from scratch. Those who reported their true amounts will naturally receive a converted sum. However, subsequent world coins cannot be exchanged for the currency of this world. They will solely be distributed by the world live streaming platform through treasure chests. Thus, I boldly speculate that the king's wealth originates from a genuine declaration of his assets. Coupled with the high energy content of the hard currency in his world, he must possess an astronomical fortune, which accounts for his substantial initial funds. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Even Wang Tian appeared somewhat bewildered. Until now, he had been navigating the world live streaming platform without a clear understanding. Engaging in a trial and error process, through various encounters, he realized he was not alone. Everyone seemed to be feeling their way through. Some progressed rapidly, while others lagged behind. Those who advanced swiftly, like the former martial disciple, had provided him with pertinent information, enlightening him about the significance of world coins. Yet compared to Calculate Your Demise, the martial disciple was merely a minor player. Though brief, the words of Calculate Your Demise revealed a wealth of information. Most importantly, he possessed a profound understanding of the world live streaming platform, more so than anyone else. That revelation alone was sufficient. Indeed, the next moment, Calculate Your Demise proclaimed, I am a long-term seller of various information, and I welcome all to come and purchase. Currently, I only support transactions related to the world live streaming platform. I am the streamer. Calculate Your Demise. Wang Tian thought to himself. As expected, this fellow is here to advertise. However, this is a promotion that we do not mind at all. Rather, we hope he shares more. At that moment, everyone also committed Calculate Your Demise to memory. Just then, Wang Tian received an invitation from none other than Calculate Your Demise. Wang Tian was utterly perplexed and promptly clicked to enter. As the scene shifted, he found himself amidst a bamboo grove, deep within which stood a thatched cottage. In front of the cottage was a fenced yard, filled with various plants that Wang Tian did not recognize, certainly not vegetables, but likely herbs. An elderly man sat on a stone bench, exuding an air of tranquility. Upon noticing Wang Tian, he rose and clasped his hands together, saying, I am Calculate Your Demise. The illustrious name of the king precedes you. It is indeed a pleasure to meet you today. After returning the gesture, Wang Tian cut to the chase. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. I doubt either of us truly believes such formalities. Calculate Your Demise. What business do you have with me? Speak plainly. Calculate Your Demise produced a feather fan from seemingly nowhere, gently waving it while gazing upward, exuding an air reminiscent of Zhuge Liang, though his appearance was rather unseemly. Calculate Your Demise stated, King, are you aware that you are about to encounter grave misfortune? Upon hearing this, Wang Tian felt an unsettling familiarity with the phrase. Each time he passed through the fortune-telling street, those so-called masters of reincarnated deities would invariably greet him with similar forewarnings, urging him to pay for their services to avert calamity. Though their words were more eloquent, the underlying message remained unchanged. Wang Tian could not help but chuckle. Approaching Calculate Your Demise and fixing him with a stare, you have 3 sentences to clarify your meaning. Otherwise, I shall take my leave without leaving a single tip. Should your words prove compelling, a reward shall not be an issue. Calculate Your Demise perked up at this, though he still maintained an ethereal demeanor. King, do you imply a lack of trust in me? 1 sentence, Wang Tian replied. Calculate Your Demise was taken aback, exclaiming, is that even counted? 2 sentences. Wang Tian continued. Calculate Your Demise was utterly flabbergasted. Just as he was about to argue his case, he swallowed his words, refraining from further protestation. If he exceeded the limit of 3 sentences, The deity of wealth before him would turn on his heel and depart, rendering his elaborate scheme a complete waste. He had painstakingly drawn Wang Tian here, not to let him leave empty-handed. Once a streamer's room was set, it could not be altered. He had expended all his resources to craft this space, aiming to capture the king's attention. He had studied the king's habits and understood that he rarely entered live streaming rooms. However, when he did, tips were guaranteed. If something resonated with him, the rewards would be even more generous. Thus, in his quest to attract Wang Tian's attention, Calculate Your Demise had exerted tremendous effort and, following the system update, discovered a method to pique Wang Tian's interest. The upheaval of Wang Tian's name provided him with a timely opportunity, so he boldly made his move. Showcasing his understanding of the world live streaming platform, successfully drawing Wang Tian's attention, and subsequently inviting him into his live streaming room. All of this unfolded seamlessly. He was quite pleased with his plan, even naively believing he could lead Wang Tian by the nose from their very first encounter. However, he had underestimated this formidable tycoon. One statement had him cornered, rendering all his tantalizing tactics and mysterious airs useless. Now, he had no choice but to be direct, presenting substantive content, hoping to exchange it for some sustenance, thus avoiding a dire loss.